Chapter 1, Scene 1, Train Accident 1. Disaster Survival Challenge. First scene, train accident. This was supposed to be a perfect trip. You were on a train admiring the forest scenery along the way. The train was heading to its destination. As a passenger, when faced with an unexpected situation, remember to protect your own safety. Survival duration, 10 days. In the challenge, personally killing other challengers will lower your level, dropping to level 0 results in automatic death. The first challenge is about to begin. Reward, 2,000 gold coins. Qiao Yunfeng suddenly opened her eyes and sat up, realizing she was in a moving train's soft sleeper compartment, sitting on the lower bunk with a blanket draped over her. Across from her, a mother and daughter were eating something. In disbelief, she raised her right hand to touch her chest. There was no knife, and she could feel her strong heartbeat. She pinched her thigh hard with her left hand. Oh, that hurt. The pain brought a surge of joy. She was alive. She had been reborn. The joy of being alive made her laugh uncontrollably. Her hearty laughter startled the little girl across from her, causing her to spill yogurt all over herself. The mother across frowned at Qiao Yunfeng, but said nothing, bending down to pick up the girl and walking out. Qiao Yunfeng immediately got up and closed the door, then raised her left hand to touch the white wristband and clicked it open. Name, Qiao Yunfeng. Level 1 can be upgraded. Each successful challenge increases level by 1. Gender, female. Number of challenges participated, 1. Health, 300. Stamina, 300. Status, normal. Space, 6m×6m can be upgraded. Items. Medical kit can be upgraded with the challenger's level if this item is changed. All previous upgrades reset to 0. Furrowing her brows, she recalled the background of this challenge, Disaster Survival Challenge. First scene, train accident. And the first scene isn't a train accident, it was the Jiangnan Watertown. Qiao Yunfeng was very certain because she had passed the first challenge. But why had it changed? Was it because of her rebirth? Did the content of the challenge change as well? And the items, how did it turn into a medical kit? The moment she took out the medical kit from her space, she paused in her breath, her heartbeat seemingly stopping for a second. That was the thing she had held on to in her previous life when she was dying. The other person seemed to see through her thoughts, one hand firmly grabbing the medical kit, while the other hand stabbed at her with a knife, tears streaming down her face. Carrying a mix of fragility and innocence. Don't blame me. I had no choice. I just want to live. Qiao Yunfeng tightly closed her eyes. Filled with regret, she regretted being so foolish, hated herself for being so stupid. In a challenge where 40 million people can only survive 20,000, how could there be room for fragility? It must all be a facade for survival. Yet she was still foolishly believing. How incredibly stupid. Seeing the supplies she had hoarded before her third challenge still in her space, she let out a long breath. In the Disaster Survival Challenge, having sufficient supplies was the only way to feel secure. The used medicines in the medical kit had all been restored. The challenger's items had this characteristic. At the start of each challenge, items would return to their basic state and would upgrade alongside the challenger. With 2,000 gold coins in hand, she prepared to go to the dining car to buy some food and water, needing to stock up more tea. Exactly 8 a.m. Disaster Survival Challenge. Day 1 begins. Mom, look! The little girl's finger pointed at the window, where small ice balls were hitting the train's glass, making a ding-ding-ding sound. Was it hailing? Qiao Yunfeng instinctively pulled over her bag from the bed, rummaging out the thick down coat and warm accessories, immediately starting to put them on. At the same time, she looked outside through the window. The train was passing through a dense forest, and aside from the thick trees, there was nothing else. The ground was covered with a thin layer of snow. Sister, why are you putting on a coat? Mom just said we still have 4 hours until we get off. The little girl's curious voice came from across. What kind of accident could the train have? Unable to move forward, forced to stop? No, there had to be an accident. With the hail falling, could it be that the train was damaged by the hail? The windows broken? But that seemed a bit too simple. It wouldn't reach the level of life safety. The difficulty of the Disaster Survival Challenge couldn't be that simple. It must be wrong. Could it be derailing? Overturning? Qiao Yunfeng only felt her ears filled with screams, as if she heard the sound of shattering glass. Then with a thud, she felt something hit her head hard, and she lost consciousness. A wave of coldness woke Qiao Yunfeng. She felt dizzy in her head, forcing herself to open her eyes, and found the surroundings in disarray, while she was sprawled against the window, her whole body in pain. Struggling to prop herself up, She leaned against the wall of the compartment, gasping for breath, while ice pellets occasionally hit her. Looking around, she confirmed that the train had overturned. She was now sitting on the train window with the door of the sleeper compartment above her. She didn't see the mother and daughter from her compartment. The sound of hail hitting the carriage continued, and some ice pellets came crashing through the broken window and open door directly onto her. Taking several deep breaths, she endured the dizziness and began to check her body. Fortunately, there were no external injuries. The pain all over her body was likely from being tossed around during the overturning. There were only 3 large bumps on her head, and there was no bleeding. She collected everything she could see into her space, any supplies she could hoard. She even stored 4 pieces of the sleeper's bedboard into her space, not to mention the blanket and pillow. Struggling to stand up, she closed her eyes for a few seconds to regain her composure, then made an effort to climb up to the door above her, climbing through the broken hallway. Window. Outside the train was the forest, and hail continued to fall, painfully hitting her face and drilling into her head. Picking up a piece of metal from the ground to shield her head, though it was somewhat inconvenient, it blocked the hail from hitting her head, significantly reducing the pain. Around the train were many scattered luggage pieces. She saw people opening them one by one to search for what they needed. Quietly, she collected nearby luggage into her space and slowly made her way to the dining car. In the survival challenge, one of the most important supplies was food. She had to take advantage of others not noticing her to gather more and hoard them. Her plans sounded good, but the waves of dizziness made her slow in her movements. More and more people were waking up in the carriage. As she passed different compartments, she constantly heard cries for help coming from inside. Some were crying, while others were desperately calling out names. The dining car was in disarray, food scattered all over the carriage. She knelt on the ground, quickly collecting some packaged food and water into her space. People directly bypassed her, walking to the front to pack things into their bags. Soon, more and more people came, and seeing others starting to fight over supplies, Qiao Yunfeng quickly adjusted her backpack and turned to leave. She needed to go to the front of the train to see if she could find some fuel that in such cold weather. If there was fuel, wood would catch fire more easily, and she could also make torches just in case. Qiao Yunfeng had been feeling dizzy for a while because she had been pushing herself to find more supplies, knowing deep down that it was a concussion reaction from being hit on the head. But now that she sat down, waves of dizziness surged over her. She could only lean against the back of the chair, close her eyes, and breathe slowly, try to relax her body. The sound of hail hitting the car roof grew louder outside, and the broken car window let in a continuous stream of cold wind. Qiao Yunfeng tightened her scarf and hat, but it had limited effect. She could only take out a bedding quilt from her space and wrap herself up when no one was paying attention. While she was dozing off, she heard a group of people squeezing into the compartment, and this time there were quite a few of them. That it's really too cold in the woods. Let's crowd in this compartment. Why is there no signal on the phone? What should we do? Does anyone know if help is coming? You've been crying for over an hour. Isn't it annoying? Can you do something useful? Does anyone have food? I can pay for it. Go find it yourself. There's so many boxes outside. Just look around. It's too cold outside. It's still hailing. Why are you still cursing? The chaotic noise made her head spin even more. She had hoped that resting would make her feel better, but now, in addition to her dizziness, she was feeling nerve pain. She could feel the veins at the back of her head throbbing. Once her dizziness improved, she planned to find a cave in the woods to stay in. The hail stopped very suddenly. Although the temperature was still low, it no longer prevented her from going outside. Many people had already walked into the woods, apparently bringing little with them, likely challengers. However, there was still no signal on the phone, and the people in the compartment were still cut off from the outside world. She knew this situation was inevitable. The challenge would not be that simple, and today was only the first day. Qiao Yunfeng forced herself to stand up and walk to the front of the car to look for fuel, but unfortunately, she was a step too late. There was nothing left except what was scattered on the ground. The survival period was 10 days, and it was clear that this place would not work. There were too many people. In a few days, if food ran out, there would undoubtedly be chaos. She needed to rest well, recover her state, and then go directly into the woods tomorrow, find a suitable campsite, set up defenses on the outskirts, and gather more wood to last. Until the 10th day. Curling up quietly in a corner of the compartment, wrapped in her quilt, the warm pack in her down jacket continuously released heat. Amidst the chaotic sounds, she slowly drifted into a light sleep. Exactly 8 a.m., the Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 2 announcement began. The weather outside had turned a bit colder. Seeing everyone agree to leave the compartment, Qiao Yunfeng packed her things, put on her backpack, and walked into the woods with the crowd, gradually moving further away. When she could no longer see anyone else, she quickly put her backpack into her space and strode deeper into the woods. After waking up in the morning, her dizziness was gone, and her condition had fully recovered. Now she needed to find a place that could serve as a campsite. The challenge would definitely not go smoothly. There would surely be other disasters in the coming days. She needed to prepare supplies quickly to survive the disasters. She moved quickly until noon, but still hadn't found a suitable place. Leaning against a tree, she sat down, roasted a fire, and was having lunch when she seemed to hear a wolf howl. She immediately stood up, packed her things, and looked in the direction of the sound. Vaguely, she saw a person running towards her, accompanied by howls of wolves behind. Qiao Yunfeng instantly turned and began to run. Hearing footsteps behind her, the person was chasing her, and the distance was closing in quickly. She immediately changed direction, and the person followed her. Her heart sank, knowing that this person was deliberately leading the wolves over. Just as she was about to change direction again, something struck her leg. Her foot gave way, and she fell forward hard onto the ground. The person behind her took the opportunity to overtake her and sprinted forward. Qiao Yunfeng quickly got up without hesitation and continued to run forward. Watching the figure ahead, he was the one who had ambushed her, forcing her to fall so that the wolves could change targets. Hearing the howls of wolves growing closer behind her, Qiao Yunfeng felt a surge of anger. She took a dagger from her space, aimed at the person in front, and was about to throw it when the person ahead suddenly let out a loud ah and disappeared. Chapter 2. The First Event, Train Accident 2. Rushing forward, she realized it was a steep cliff. Looking down, she saw a man clinging to a vine at the edge of the cliff, his feet hanging in the air. He looked up at Qiao Yunfeng and shouted, "Help me!" This man was likely the one who had led the wolves over and ambushed her. Turning to see the wolves had already surrounded the area, he contemplated whether to jump down while a gray wolf rushed up impatiently. The wolf that charged out fell straight down, and there was a loud thud before it went silent. Looking up, she saw the pack of wolves walking back and forth at the edge of the cliff, continuously howling down at the bottom. There was no way to go up a group of wolves, which surely overwhelmed them. Qiao Yunfeng decided to slide down the vine. "Hey girl, please save me. Wait for me," the man called from beside her. Qiao Yunfeng completely ignored him. If her hands weren't busy holding the vine, she would have stabbed him by now. This man had intended to use her as a shield from the beginning. When her feet touched the ground, her arms felt incredibly sore, and her palms were covered in bloodstains. Her body was still too weak. She needed to strengthen her training. Seeing the wolf lying on the ground, bleeding and whimpering, she picked up the dagger that had fallen earlier and finished it off, then stored the wolf in her space. "Don't. Hey, look, we have a bond. Let's stick together," the man said, smiling as he took a few steps forward. "You can't eat such a big wolf all by yourself." Suddenly, the man lunged at her with quick movements. Qiao Yunfeng felt a powerful hit to her right arm, causing it to go numb and the dagger to fly out of her hand. Then a sharp pain shot through her shoulder as she was knocked back 3 steps, her back slamming hard against a tree, instantly causing excruciating pain. She had taken a punch from a man, watching as his face lit up with excitement and ferocity. He swung his fist again, saying, "You think you can threaten me? Give me the wolf." Qiao Yunfeng bent down and charged forward, drawing another dagger from her space with her left hand, and with the force of her charge, she stabbed it straight into the man's side. The man's raised hand froze in midair, his face filled with disbelief. "How dare you? Killing a challenger means a level deduction. We're all level 1 if I die. You die too." She swiftly pulled out the dagger. "You didn't plan to let me go from the start, did you? And your death is your problem. It has nothing to do with me." She turned and picked up the dagger lying on the ground, quickly leaving the area. The smell of blood would attract more ferocious beasts. She needed to move faster and farther to be safer. Qiao Yunfeng turned and left decisively. The man pressed his hand against his side, but blood continued to gush out that he immediately took out a pile of items from his space, continuously pressing clothes and blankets against the wound, trying to stop the bleeding. Unfortunately, the blood flowed more and more. A howl echoed from the woods. Qiao Yunfeng kept climbing up the mountain, collecting many dry branches along the way. Her plan was to find a natural cave to spend the night. It would be safer in the wild if she could find a cave, but unfortunately, she hadn't found one by now. Seeing that the sky was getting darker, she knew it wouldn't be long before it was completely dark. She stopped in a hollow in the mountain, directly used her space to gather soil, and dug out a small hole. While it was still not completely dark, she wanted to chop more branches to store in her space. When night fell, she lit a campfire and set several animal traps outside the fire. Sitting quietly in front of the campfire, Qiao Yunfeng ate steaming instant noodles, listening to the crackling sound of burning wood in the fire. She felt completely at peace. She had truly been reborn. At 7 a.m. on July 7th, a voice suddenly appeared in the sky, informing everyone that the earth could no longer bear its burden and needed to end before it could be rejuvenated. Starting today, all living beings would gradually die, and the only hope of survival was to participate in the Disaster Survival Challenge in this region. There were 40 million people, and each round would have 3 million participants. Those who died in the challenge would disappear in reality, while those who did not participate would be randomly selected to join the next challenge. She died in the third round of the Urban High-Rise Challenge. Perhaps heaven did not want to see her die so aggrieved, so it gave her another chance. This time, she must survive to the very end. Lying on the soft sleeper bed, hugging a hot water bottle, and covered with 2 blankets, she thought to herself that being alone was better today, was much more comfortable than yesterday. At exactly 8 a.m., Disaster Survival Challenge. Day 3 begins. Looking at the endless woods ahead, Qiao Yunfeng couldn't help but think after searching for most of the day that she might as well find a suitable spot and dig a cave herself. Just as she was planning to find high ground, she unexpectedly discovered a cave of suitable size. Unfortunately, the terrain here was too low, and it was only about 10 minutes walk from a small stream in the mountains too close. She lit a campfire in the cave to drive away the dampness and snakes, insects, and ants. Thinking about the possibility of colder weather later, she turned around and continued to chop wood to store in her space. Swinging her machete, she mentally planned the things she needed to do next. The Disaster Survival Challenge involved various disasters, and often there wouldn't be just one type of disaster. At least in the 2 rounds she experienced before her death, there was more than one natural disaster. This time, in addition to the train accident and hail, there would likely be other disasters. Today was the 3rd day she needed to stock up on supplies. What was the most needed resource in this weather? The terrain of this cave was too low. Tomorrow, she needed to continue up the stream to find a more suitable campsite. Food also needed to be stocked up. She had set traps by the stream earlier, hoping for some catch in the morning. Before dark, she dug traps outside the cave and set up animal traps, sitting comfortably in the cave, enjoying her dinner by the campfire. She opened her wristband and accessed the discussion area to see if there were any ranged weapons available. Her biggest advantage now was her higher stamina and health compared to other challengers. Thinking about the man's attack yesterday, she had managed to counterattack after taking a punch. If it had been her back then, with only 100 stamina points, she would have likely collapsed on the ground. Now, the only weapons available were a dagger and a machete. If that man hadn't been too careless, giving her the opportunity to attack him up close, she might have been in real danger. Women were not as strong as men. If only she had a ranged weapon, that a gun would be the best. As long as it was in hand, it could create a sense of threat for others. Unfortunately, the discussion area now only had various requests for food and not even for medicine. It seemed she would have to wait a few more days to check back. Who has food? Anything will do. They'll buy it with gold coins. It's too cold in the train cars. Can anyone who went into the woods tell us how it is inside? There are too many people on the train, and food is running low. Can we still contact the outside world? Is there a chance for rescue? There are no suitable places to spend the night in the woods, but there's a lot of food. Where did you find a lot of food? I couldn't find anything. Maybe it's because you look too ugly, scaring the little animals away. Upstairs, your words are too harsh. Who speaks so bluntly? You all look good. What use is that? We still suffer from the cold. Let me tell you, I'm sitting by the fire drinking wine right now. It's so comfortable. Can you trade some food with me? What are your conditions? It seemed that those who hadn't entered the woods from the train were starting to run out of food. Things would get chaotic soon. She sighed inwardly, thinking she needed to find a high ground for a campsite before a large number of challengers entered the mountains. Exactly 8 a.m. Disaster Survival Challenge. Day 4 begins. Qiao Yunfeng harvested 2 wild chickens from the traps she set yesterday early in the morning. With a good harvest, her mood naturally improved. She reset the traps and cleaned the wild chickens along with that wolf from the other day in the clear stream. Looking upstream along the direction of the stream, the dense jungle blocked her view after just a short distance. However, The stream flowed into a shallow pond here and continued to flow down slowly. Just as she approached the cave, she heard voices coming from inside. She cautiously crept a few meters closer and saw that the traps she had set at the cave entrance were now exposed. The voices of several people inside were clearly audible. Fortunately, she had collected the animal traps before leaving in the morning. Just as Qiao Yunfeng was about to quietly leave, a woman walked out of the cave. "Who are you?" As soon as the woman emerged, she spotted Qiao Yunfeng and immediately shouted. Then, 3 men walked out from inside the cave, one of whom was limping, apparently having fallen into a trap. "And who are you?" Qiao Yunfeng retorted loudly. She had no intention of going back and she was used to storing all her supplies in her space. When she left the cave in the morning, there was nothing there except the campfire. Now, hearing the woman's words, she wanted even less to get involved with them and turned to leave. "Stop. Did you dig this trap?" The limping man shouted at her. "Yes, it's to guard against wild beasts," Qiao Yunfeng replied, eyeing the 4 of them, her right hand already ready to draw her dagger. The tone of their speech clearly indicated they were looking for trouble. If all 4 came at her, she would have to lead them toward the traps by the stream. "Who are you cursing?" The man immediately prepared to rush over, but was held back by another tall man with a full beard. "Sorry, we're taking this cave. If you want, you can come stay with us, but you'll have to hand over your supplies and follow our arrangements every day." Qiao Yunfeng's gaze swept across the machete in the bearded man's hand and the man next to him holding a long stick. Narrowing her eyes, she said nothing and turned to leave. No need to rest. Now, she would head up the mountain directly. As she walked, she heard running footsteps behind her. "Sister, wait for me." It was the woman chasing after her. "Sister, you walk really fast. I almost couldn't catch up to you in Onid." She turned and walked away, not wanting to waste words. "Sister, please don't go. It's really safer to be with more people. We're all girls. I won't lie to you, sister." "Sister." With a swift motion, she drew out a dagger and pointed it directly at the woman, the veins on her forehead throbbing. "Don't follow me anymore, or I won't be polite." She turned and continued walking forward, but after a short distance, she heard footsteps chasing after her. Just as she wanted to speed up to leave, she heard a beast's groan coming from the trap she had set in the morning. She quickly ran over to take a look and found a small wild boar had fallen into it. Not small at all. After drawing her machete and killing it, she stored it directly into her space. "Ah, sister, you caught such a big wild boar." The woman's exaggerated shout made Qiao Yunfeng's head start to ache. "Sister, you are so amazing. Can you teach me?" "Sister, how about I go with you?" "Stop following me." She gritted her teeth and looked at the woman. The way this woman spoke and the repeated address of sister pushed her to the brink of rage. "Sister, don't be so fierce. We're all girls. Please pity me and help me, okay? Those 3 men are very fierce." The woman immediately changed to a pitiful expression, tears quickly welling up at her eyes, looking both fragile and pathetic. Qiao Yunfeng's grip on the knife had turned white from the force. She used every ounce of strength to remind herself that this woman was not the one who had killed her. Even though her tone and expressions were very similar, they were not the same person. She turned and left quickly, feeling something unusual behind her, and immediately sidestepped to avoid it, only to see the woman suddenly fall straight to the ground. "Ah, sister, why are you doing this? It hurts." The woman cried out, propped up on the ground, ignoring her performance entirely. Qiao Yunfeng turned to leave, truly unwilling to entangle herself with her any longer. Just as she lifted her foot, the woman suddenly hugged her legs tightly. "Sister, don't go. If you're leaving, take me with you." "Let go." Her anger had reached its peak, and Qiao Yunfeng was about to use the back of her knife to push the woman's hands away when she suddenly heard someone running over, vaguely hearing a man shouting. "Where are they? Where?" "You called them over." Qiao Yunfeng narrowed her eyes at the woman clinging to her legs, realizing she had indeed underestimated human greed. She must have messaged those men as soon as she saw the wild boar. "Over here, hurry!" The woman shouted loudly, her eyes gleaming with the joy of a scheme coming to fruition, her hands tightening around Qiao Yunfeng's legs. Chapter 3, Scene 1. Train accident. 3. Hurry up. The wild boar is in her space. You guys hurry up and chase. Catch her. The woman's hysterical scream came from behind, her sharp voice imprinting the image of her twisted face in Qiao Yunfeng's mind. Hearing the chaotic footsteps coming from behind, the 2 men were catching up. Qiao Yunfeng adjusted her direction, subtly leading the pursuers towards the creek. When she rearranged the traps in the morning, she had placed sharpened wooden stakes in each trap. Whether they would fall in depended on their luck. After all, if they wanted to rob her, they had to pay a price. "I see her, over here. You can't run away." A man's voice shouted loudly from behind. She smirked coldly. Of course, she had intentionally led them here. They deserved it. She turned and continued up the mountain, wondering if they would still pursue her, and if their luck would hold out. After that, she heard no more sounds of pursuit. They must have given up. 3 out of the 4 were injured, and if they didn't take care of their wounds, it was uncertain if they could get through this challenge. The smell of blood would attract ferocious beasts, and the creek was certainly not a safe place. On the way up to halfway up the mountain, she didn't see any caves. In the afternoon, light rain began to fall from the sky. If the rain intensified, it would be too disadvantageous for her. She chose an open slope and directly used her space to dig out a cave, excavating a trench around the cave as a trap, filling it with stakes. She also placed several animal traps in front of the trench to guard against beasts and humans. In the Disaster Survival Challenge, prolonged exposure to rain would force participants to acquire negative statuses, deducting health and stamina points. With low stamina, movement would slow down, and if health reached 0, one would be considered dead. First, she propped up 2 bunk beds at the cave entrance, leaving only a space for one person to enter and exit, blocking half of the cold wind. She then found 2 snowproof jackets to hang at the cave entrance as curtains. As the fire in the stove grew stronger, the temperature in the cave also rose. She took out her luggage from the space, opened it one by one to organize clothes, snacks, toiletries, and other supplies. After checking her stock in the space, she found that some food and supplies bought in her previous life as third round were still there. The medical kit was well stocked, including cold medicine, fever reducers, antidiarrheal medicine, frostbite ointment, hemostatic medicine, heatstroke medicine, gauze, bandages, adhesive bandages, ice packs, baby ointment, iodine tablets, multivitamins, alcohol, disinfectant, anesthetics, and a bottle of antidote. After organizing all the supplies in her space, she sat by the stove, slowly sipping the freshly brewed coffee, remembering the drought and extreme heat of the border town in her previous life as second round, thinking she should store more water. She opened her wristband and sent out a trade message. Half a mountain chicken for 10 liters of bottled water. Less than a minute after sending, she received several trade requests, the first 2 being bottled water, a total of 10 liters, and she directly clicked to trade. The remaining chicken was already on the fire, turning into chicken soup, which was her dinner for the day. Listening to the heavy rain outside, she thought for a moment and sent out another trade message. 1 pack of instant noodles for large capacity containers. The requests for this trade surged, mostly for suitcases, as there were plenty on the train outside. However, that wasn't what she wanted. She wanted to store more rainwater, and suitcases weren't ideal. While grilling strips of wolf meat on the iron plate, she suddenly spotted a large covered trash can and stared at it for 3 seconds before realizing it could hold a lot. She clicked to trade. Just after completing the trade, the other party sent 3 identical trash cans, asking to exchange for 3 more packs of instant noodles, and she directly confirmed the trade. Taking advantage of the pouring rain outside, she hurriedly placed the 4 large trash cans at the cave entrance to collect water. In the time it took to do this, she was already soaked, so she changed clothes and warmed up by the fire, watching the challengers still in the train compartments in the discussion area. They were already unable to bear it and planned to enter the mountains once the rain stopped tomorrow. It's too cold. This train compartment is drafty, and the rain is leaking. Tomorrow, they would head into the mountains. The mountains are colder than you can imagine. Yes, don't think the mountains are easy. They are very cold too. Come over to our compartment. It's full of challengers. We are all on the same side. Let's all get through this together. It's all challengers. Who would dare to go over there? Exactly. Who would be that foolish? Don't say that. There will definitely be fools who will go over. Qiao Yunfeng shook his head, took a sip of chicken soup, and the hot soup slid down into his stomach, making his body involuntarily warm up. In this survival challenge, he could only rely on himself. Enhancing his strength and stockpiling supplies were the only hopes for survival. At exactly 8 a.m., Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 5 begins. Qiao Yunfeng crouched by the creek, alert, quickly processing the little wild boar from yesterday in the light rain. The creek before her had risen to twice its width from yesterday. Fortunately, when she chose the spot yesterday, she had intentionally kept her distance from the creek. If it continued to rain today, it was very likely that the water would rise even more. She wondered what would happen to the 4 people in the cave below. Thinking about the low-lying terrain, if it really rained heavily, the water would definitely rise, and it would rise particularly quickly. The trap she had set up by the creek yesterday had already been destroyed, but she didn't see any prey. She didn't know if it had been taken away by someone or if the animals had simply escaped. Qiao Yunfeng felt that the possibility of being taken away by someone was quite high. After all, there were spikes in the trap. If an animal had run away on its own, it shouldn't have gone far. Yet, there were no traces of blood or animal corpses nearby. As soon as she entered the cave, she began to sneeze uncontrollably and quickly took some cold medicine from the medical kit. Watching the rain outside grow heavier, she couldn't help but worry about the traps by the creek. If there really were challengers nearby, they might come looking for her, with malicious intent. She had no ranged weapons, so she should prepare more. Just after changing out of her wet clothes, she felt dizzy and weak with double vision. Checking her status on her wristband, she saw condition, cold with fever, losing 5 health points per hour. She had been caught in the rain for too long and had been forced into this state, even though her current health points were higher than others. This dizzy feeling was still unpleasant. After taking some fever-reducing medicine, she wrapped herself in 2 layers of blankets, held a hot water bottle, and warmed herself by the fire to get a good sleep. Lin Chao, the man who took Qiao Yunfeng's prey, was not in a good state either. He looked at the heavy rain outside and then at the small fire in front of him, letting out a long sigh. When the weather was good, he had been thinking about stockpiling food, but he hadn't considered stockpiling wood. Now that it was pouring outside, it was too late to go chop more, and wet would produce too much smoke to stay in the cave. With no other option, he wrapped himself in a few thick clothes and silently prayed for the rain to stop tomorrow. "Mom, I'm so hungry." A weak voice of a little girl echoed in the car. The child's mother hugged her tightly. She had no food left, and rescue efforts had been unreachable. The only thing she could do was bring rainwater to the child's lips, saying, "Good girl, have some more water," watching her child obediently drink. The mother felt a deep sense of helplessness. What was she supposed to do? Just watch her child starve to death? At that moment, a bag of bread was secretly handed to her. She looked up and saw a young man, who was facing away from others, and quietly said, "Quick, give it to the child." She snatched the bread and tore it open to feed her child, fearing that someone might see them. In that brief moment, a hand reached out from the side and snatched away the remaining half of the bread, shoving it into his mouth. "Why didn't you take it out earlier? I'm starving to death. Is there any left?" The man who stole the bread looked furious and tugged at the child's mother's clothes, trying to find more bread. The child was scared and started crying, and the mother struggled desperately, saying, "There's none left, none left." "I don't believe you. If you don't hand it over, I'll beat this little brat to death," he said, kicking toward a nearby girl. Before he could kick her, someone punched him to the ground. The young man who had given the bread moved in with another punch. "How dare you bully a child? Stop it. What does it have to do with you?" The bread thief fought back. "I just saw it. This man gave them bread." Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "He has bread. Give me a pack. I'm starving to death. Just a piece will do. Please, help me out. I'm also starving." Before long, people around began to crowd in, and the man struggled to break free, but he was pulled and tugged at, his coat about to be ripped apart. "Why won't you give it to me? Just because she's a little brat, you can give it to her? Yeah, why not me? I want to live too." As the crowd grew angrier, they started to act more violently. The young man was quickly overwhelmed, suddenly pushed to the ground. He struggled to get up, but more and more people pressed down on him. A gunshot rang out, startling everyone. Standing outside the crowd was a young man with a righteous expression. Holding a gun in one hand, the dark muzzle pointed at the crowd. "Step aside, or I'll shoot. Go ahead and try me if you don't believe it." The crowd was momentarily stunned and silently parted to create a path. The man on the ground quickly pushed off the one sitting on him and stood up, swiftly moving toward the edge of the crowd. "Brother Nya, you're here. Are you okay?" "I'm fine." The armed man kept his gun steady, pointing it at the crowd. "Let us go." The two slowly backed out of the car and retreated into the woods. "Brother Nya, if it weren't for you, I might not have made it out. Why didn't you shoot?" "Brother Nya." They are civilians. I'm a soldier. The young man looked conflicted and deeply saddened. Sigh. Mengzi, you need to change your mindset. You have to survive first. The armed man sighed wearily. At 8 o'clock a.m. sharp, Disaster Survival Challenge. Day 6 begins. The rain was getting heavier, and from the cave entrance, one could no longer see 20 meters outside. After waking up from a nap, Qiao Yunfeng felt much better and checked her status. Weakened, fever had subsided, but her body was still recovering. Looking at the increasingly heavy rain outside, she took a sip of freshly brewed coffee, feeling the rainwater blowing in with the cold wind. She thought to herself, with such heavy rain, surely no one would risk their life to run outside. Then she remembered the cave by the creek. It was likely flooding by now. The cave had indeed been flooded, forcing the 4 people inside to flee. They had dug a hole on the hillside in the rain, but after being soaked for too long, they were all forced into a state, suffering from cold with fever, losing health points every hour. 2 of them were still injured, and after being soaked in rainwater without medical care, their wounds had worsened. They were frantically discussing trades for cold medicine and fever reducers in the chat room. The woman looked at the bearded man, shouting hysterically, "Why did you steal my medicine? With your injuries, just a fever reducer won't help. Why not let me have it? You only have 15 health points left. Why waste that medicine? Do you want me to die?" The woman stared wide-eyed at the bearded man, her expression frenzied. "It's not that I want you dead, but you can't survive like this without medicine. Since you're going to die anyway, why not give me the hope of living?" The bearded man looked calmly at the woman, but his voice revealed a hint of glee at surviving. Seeing the other 2 men remain silent, the woman suddenly laughed maniacally, a laugh filled with realization, but even more madness. She abruptly took out a dagger from her space and stabbed it straight into the bearded man's belly. Caught off guard, the bearded man was wounded, and the intense pain made him lash out. The woman staggered back from the blow, but still fiercely held onto the bearded man, pulling out the dagger and stabbing again. The bearded man panicked. "You're seeking death." He aimed the dagger at the woman's back and stabbed down. "No," the man behind shouted. "If you kill her, you'll be downgraded. Level 0 means death." But it was too late. The man stared blankly at his right hand gripping the dagger, and then at the woman's pale face, which bore a victorious smile, cursing, "I'm going to." The 2 fell to the ground just a second apart, then vanished together in the cave, eating a steaming hot mini-hot pot, browsing stored survival videos in her space, and listening to the sound of rain outside. Qiao Yunfeng let out a long sigh. Luckily, she had stocked up on enough firewood. Otherwise, she might not have been able to withstand the cold. At exactly 8 o'clock a.m., Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 7 begins. The strong winds and heavy rain had not stopped, and Qiao Yunfeng wrapped herself tighter in her blanket, holding a warm water bag, preparing to see if she could exchange for the weapons she needed today. With only a few days left, some good items were too precious for everyone to part with. Today was already the 7th day, and those who had negative statuses might not survive to the 10th day if they didn't eliminate their conditions, as they would continuously lose health points. In such circumstances, many people, even if reluctant, would endure the pain to make exchanges. After all, survival was the priority. Cold medicine and fever medicine for high-range, high-attack weapon. Instantly, Qiao Yunfeng was bombarded with trade requests like an explosion. It seemed that the heavy rain of the past few days had caused many challengers to suffer negative statuses, which was quite a headache due to the forced health point deductions. Holding a cup of coffee, she took a big warm sip and began scrolling through the offers one by one. Long knife, no good. Wow, can't use it, no good. After 40 minutes, she still hadn't found the pistol she most wanted to see. Sighing, she decided to try again tomorrow. Maybe she would get lucky. Just as she was feeling disappointed, she suddenly came across an item, unknown venom, a mixture of various venoms. A drop can immobilize an adult. Although this wasn't a ranged weapon, if applied to a blade, it could serve as a decent means of self-defense. She confirmed the exchange. Following that, she saw several trade requests, none of which were satisfactory, until she spotted a telescopic electric baton. This wasn't exactly a ranged weapon, but its attack range was indeed greater than that of a machete or dagger. Importantly, the electric baton had an electric shock effect, which could instantly immobilize an opponent without causing death. This was a significant advantage under the rules that prohibited challengers from killing one another. She confirmed the exchange. With these 2 items in her hands, Qiao Yunfeng looked at the rain outside and quietly sipped her coffee. Now, no matter who discovered her camp, if they attempted to raid her, she could directly confront them instead of running away like last time. She thought to herself, if those 4 people came looking for her, she would definitely be able to treat them properly this time. Though what she didn't know was that those 4 people would never come looking for her. 1 serving of ginseng chicken soup for 10 health points exchanged for wood that burned sustainably for 4 hours. The trade was immediately snatched up as soon as she sent it out. With her first successful exchange, she gradually gained confidence. Luckily, her supplies were decent and could continuously provide her with food. Thank goodness. With a beaming smile, she took a deep breath to steady her emotions and continued to send out her second trade request. Those who were still holding on in the Disaster Survival Challenge were relying on talent, luck, or sheer strength, all striving to survive. At exactly 8 a.m., Disaster Survival Challenge Day 8 begins. The rain was falling even harder, and the temperature continued to drop. The location chosen by Qiao Yunfeng is a slope, where rainwater flows down to the bottom of the mountain without pooling. However, the temperature is too low. Even with 2 layers of clothes hanging at the cave entrance as a curtain, cold winds continuously seep into the cave, forcing her to stoke the fire to keep warm. She checked the wood supply in the space and was relieved to find that her habit of stockpiling supplies had paid off. There was still plenty of wood left, enough to last well into the 10th day. While sipping hot soup and browsing the discussion forum, she suddenly felt a strong tremor, and something fell from above, covering her in dirt and filling her soup bowl with soil. An earthquake? Qiao Yunfeng was startled and was about to rush outside when the shaking subsided. She stood at the cave entrance, ready to dash out at the slightest tremor, but after waiting for 2 minutes, nothing happened. 5 minutes passed with still no sign of shaking, and the rain outside continued to fall. Raising her hand to open the discussion forum, she learned that it wasn't an earthquake, but a mountain flood. The flood rushed down the small creek, instantly submerging the area around the train carriage. And the bottom of the mountain was now a vast expanse of water. Those who hadn't gone up the mountain were either swimming, if they were lucky, finding a suitable place to come ashore, or, if they were unlucky, their life points had likely hit 0. Qiao Yunfeng sent the message about exchanging cold medicine and fever medicine for long-range high-attack weapons again, but this time he still didn't get the handgun. Big boss, please. Can you exchange for something else? Can I offer food? You have medicine, but refuse to trade it with us. You must be intentionally watching everyone die. That's too malicious. If you really don't have what we need, let's trade for something else. Do you need anything else? A coat or a blanket? I can trade wood with you? Are you all crazy? Having a cold and fever isn't something that can't be cured. If you have wood, just burn it to warm up and sweat it out. Why insist on trading for medicine? Are you stupid? Try it and see how it affects your health. Stop hoarding. Trade it out so everyone can survive. Exactly. So many people are waiting for help, and you're not trading. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? How can you sleep well at night, watching everyone die? Don't you have nightmares? Qiao Yunfeng looked at those who were calm and said, I've been through the most terrifying things, so why should I be afraid of a bad dream? He then casually blacklisted all the people who spoke unpleasantly, so he wouldn't have to see them again, which was nice. Zhang Tiancheng was struggling to steady himself, but under the impact of the heavy rain, he felt powerless. He had just emerged from the flood and was already exhausted, but he knew very well that if he didn't find a safe place to hide from the rain soon, his life would quickly diminish. Lying on a bed made of suitcases, Kong Zhangming's face was flushed and his body was weak. He knew he was running a fever. Watching his health points continuously decrease, he kept drinking hot water and wrapped himself in several layers of coats. But his condition still didn't improve. He kept refreshing the discussion board, hoping to find antipyretics for trade, but there were far more people seeking medicine than those offering it. Suddenly, he came across a trade, antipyretic X1 for meat or staple food X 5 kilograms. He immediately clicked on the trade. Zheng Yiwen, hurry up and give me the wild boar meat we killed yesterday. The young man, Zheng Yiwen, who was cooking meat soup by the fire, raised his head and said, It's not ready yet. Wait a moment. No, there's a trade for antipyretics. I want to exchange for one. How much are you trading? Zheng Yiwen immediately took 2 steps back, staring closely at Kong Zhangming. Lost in the excitement of having an antipyretic, Kong Zhanming didn't notice Zheng Yuan's expression and just urged. 5 kilograms, not much. Hurry up, or someone else will trade for it. 5 kilograms is a lot. We only managed to hunt one with so much effort, and we haven't stockpiled much wood. With your fever, the fire is burning so fiercely, the wood won't last until the 10th day. Later, we'll need food to trade for wood. His tone carried a hint of disdain. Drink more hot water. You should be fine by tonight. It's too expensive. You shouldn't trade for it. Kong Zhanming suddenly woke up as if he had just realized something, looking at the young man. Zheng Yuan had insisted on following him because he saw how much game he hunted, thinking they could help each other. But who knew that after he cut trees in the rain yesterday, he started running a fever, and now his health points had already dropped by half. While this person told him not to trade for medicine. What if the fever didn't go down at night? What if it never went down without medicine? Wouldn't he just keep losing health points until 0, leading to his death? Thinking about how he was the one hunting, digging caves, and cutting wood, while Zheng Yuan had never contributed any supplies, Kong Zhanming took a deep breath, propped himself up, walked to the cave entrance, and directly took the unprocessed pork. Clicking on the trade. After receiving the antipyretic, he swallowed it in one go, watching his status change, and let out a long sigh. Just as he was about to draw his knife and kick Zheng Yuan out of his cave, he noticed that the other party had already gathered all the supplies in the cave and put on a raincoat, rushing out into the heavy rain without leaving him a single piece of firewood. Facing the empty cave, Kong Zhanming cursed several times. Without a campfire, the temperature inside the cave quickly dropped, and he had to start a fire immediately. Fortunately, he still had supplies in his space, but he was boiling with anger inside. Wanting to chase after him, he thought about his recovering health points and forced himself to hold back, cursing fiercely in the direction Zheng Yuan ran off. Don't let me see you again, or I'll definitely chop you up. At 8 o'clock a.m. sharp, Disaster Survival Challenge. Day 9 begins. The rain stopped, but the wind was still howling. Seizing the opportunity of no rain, Qiao Yunfeng hurried out of the cave to check the traps at the entrance. Seeing it filled with water, he immediately dug a drainage ditch to let the water out and reset the ground spikes. The outside temperature had dropped to -20 degrees, and the residual water on the ground had frozen into ice. He retrieved a box of drinking water that had been frozen outside, and took out some more water to leave outside to freeze. The space effect was excellent. Whatever was stored was the same when taken out, greatly facilitating food storage, except it couldn't hold living things. He then opened all the empty suitcases in the space and placed them at the cave entrance. Stocking up on some free hail, even if it couldn't be eaten, it could be used to cool down the indoor temperature, and it could chill a bottle of water or something, making a nice little free refrigerator. As the hail arrived, the temperature dropped even further. The fire in the cave continued to burn, but it was still extremely cold inside. Cold wind constantly seeped in through the curtain hanging at the cave entrance. Enduring the biting cold, Qiao Yunfeng hung another blanket at the entrance, securing it tightly around the edges. Finally feeling a bit better, he reached out to the fire to warm his frozen, reddened fingers, and the heat made them itch intensely. He quickly took out frostbite ointment and rubbed his hands vigorously until the itchiness faded. In the discussion area, newcomers entering the mountains were begging for shelter. But who would really take in others out of kindness at this time? Please, any big shots, be kind. I bring my own supplies, just need a place to stay. With this time, you could have dug yourself a shelter. Exactly. Keep shouting. What good does it do if you don't think of a way? Perhaps his intention wasn't to seek shelter, but something else. Your words upstairs give me goosebumps. Maybe you're right. Those who have survived to this point aren't too foolish. Foolish people would have drowned by now. I think so too, with this acting skill. It's better to just stay put for a while. With a heating pad in his coat, a hot water bottle in his arms, and wrapped in a blanket, Qiao Yunfeng leaned in front of the stove, continuously sipping the hot soup made from pork bones. In fact, Qiao Yunfeng also felt that this person's intentions were not pure. After all, it was already the 9th day. If he were truly foolish, how could he have persisted until now and still shout about having supplies? For challengers, finding a place to stay was the easiest. Anyone could dig one out on the hillside using their space. Although it might not be comfortable, there would definitely be no shortage of places to stay. However, supplies were not something everyone had, as many people were lacking food. His candid claim of having supplies was already very obvious, indicating he wanted to attract the attention of those with intentions. It seems some people wanted to play the pig to eat the tiger, but it also depended on whether the tiger would fall for it. Chapter 5, the first scene. Train accident 5, unyielding. Qiao Yunfeng once again sent out a message. Cold medicine and antipyretics for long-range high-attack weapon. 20 liters of gasoline for antipyretic X2. Gasoline is a good thing. No matter how much you stock up, it's fine trade. Half a deer for antipyretic X1, or wood that can burn for 8 hours. Looking at the half deer posted. It was really an unprocessed half, trading for antipyretics. Delicious mushroom chicken soup for 10 health points for wood that can burn for 6 hours. Opened the space to check my wood stock, was about to agree but found it had already been snatched by someone else. It seemed that items that increased health were very popular now. Unfortunately, her medicines couldn't increase health or stamina, and their function was only to eliminate negative states. However, even so, it was good that she hadn't caught a cold or fever so far, all thanks to her medicines. She touched her medicine box and continued looking for other usable items. A diamond necklace for antipyretic, just passed. A mink coat for 1 exchange for 2 pounds of cooked food, but after thinking it over, it wasn't worth it, so I didn't exchange. An entire set of outdoor cooking utensils for fever-reducing medicine X2. I looked at that set of utensils, and it was quite complete, so I exchanged. Raincoat X1 for fever-reducing medicine. I let that one go, just scrolled past. 1 roasted chicken for fever-reducing medicine. 2 roasted ducks for wood. At exactly 8 o'clock a.m., Disaster Survival Challenge. Day 10 begins. The challenge will officially end at 4 o'clock p.m. She was awakened twice by the cold overnight. Fortunately, she had enough wood stored, drank a packet of cold medicine, and so far hadn't experienced any other negative states. When the final scoring of the challenge was completed, each survival challenge passed would increase her level by 1. The host's items would upgrade alongside the challengers without changing. However, the rewards after clearing the challenge will be determined by the final state at the time of passing. State: good. Rewards 3. Health 100, Stamina 100, Space 1mx1m. Source Crystal 300 good. Health and Stamina maintained at over 80. State: average. Health 100, Stamina 100, Space 1mx1m. Can only choose 2 items. Source Crystal 150, average. Health and Stamina maintained at over 50. State: poor. Health 100, Stamina 100, Space 1mx1m. Can only choose 1 item. Source Crystal 100, poor. Health and Stamina maintained at over 1. Source Crystals are used before each challenge to purchase a random selection of 10,000 items. In her previous life, the 2 challenges she passed both resulted in poor, but today, looking at her full health and stamina, and listening to the loud hail and howling cold wind outside, she couldn't help but smile while tightly holding her cup, certain that she could achieve good this time. Once again in the discussion area, she posted a message to exchange cold medicine and fever-reducing medicine for long-range high-attack weapon, and unsurprisingly, there were still no guns. Looking outside at the heavy snowflakes falling, everything was white. Sipping on the hot soup from the stove, she quietly waited for the time to arrive. Evaluated current state of the challenger as good. Rewards 3. Health 100, Stamina 100, Space 1mx1m. Rewards Source Crystal 300. The second challenge will start at 7 o'clock a.m. 3 days later, unfortunately. What she had to do now was pack her things and leave home, leaving the city to find a deserted place in the deep mountains to stay alone, as chaos in the city was about to begin. All animals and plants on Earth had begun to enter a period of death, and all living beings would no longer grow. In a situation of extreme material scarcity, people can become the most terrifying, and the desire to survive can drive them mad. This is because someone discovered that as long as they killed a challenger and took their bracelet, they could become a challenger themselves and obtain all the supplies in the original bracelet. Once this news spread, the situation became even more chaotic and out of control. She remembered that after the second challenge in her previous life, she found a mark at her doorstep, which scared her into running to the park to hide. Planning to wait until the third challenge ended before leaving the city for the deep mountains, but in the end, she never managed to escape the third challenge. She lost her parents in an accident when she was a teenager and lived in a boarding school with all her relatives having not contacted her since her parents' funeral. There was no one to contact, so she quickly entered the kitchen to organize her things and put everything into her space, grateful for her long-standing hoarding instinct. She pulled out 6 bags of rice, 5 bags of flour, and 2 large boxes of various dry noodles from the kitchen cabinet, as well as seasonings, pickled vegetables, tableware, pots, etc. Everything was packed up. The refrigerator in the living room still had various fruits, drinks, and snacks, and the snack cabinet had unopened self-heating pots and instant noodles, along with various flavored sausages that made her smile involuntarily. After putting everything from the bedroom into her space, she quietly peeked through the peephole at the door to ensure no one was outside before gently stepping out. Quickly making her way downstairs, she found that most of the shops on the street had already closed. In the 10 days they had been in the challenge, those who hadn't entered were already frantically hoarding supplies. It was likely that all the shops were out of stock, and even if they had goods, who would still be willing to sell? Entering the car trading market, all the dealerships had their doors shut. She could only break a window to enter, quickly choosing a medium-sized RV to store in her space, leaving her bank card and password behind before driving away. By the time the next challenge came, money would be useless. After getting in the car, she headed straight for the mountains. Every time she passed a gas station, she would stop to refuel. She had initially planned to buy some things at the supermarket and the gas station, but unfortunately, there was no food left, not even water. Moreover, many gas stations had already run out of fuel, so Qiao Yunfeng could only try one by one to find places with gas, stocking up as much as she could in her space. Finally, just before entering the mountains, she managed to stock up on about 30 barrels of gasoline. Unfortunately, she had to enter the second challenge tomorrow, and looking at the setting sun, she could only make do here for now, lighting a bonfire and taking out a grill to enjoy a good barbecue tonight. Tomorrow, she might not have time for a proper meal. Lying on the bed of the RV, covered with her own quilt, Qiao Yunfeng fell asleep peacefully. Chapter 6, The Second Challenge, Border Town Disaster Survival Challenge, Second Challenge. Border Town. This is an ancient border town, the first line of defense of the national border, with a fierce local culture. The town is undergoing a drought, and water is severely lacking. As a passerby, please consciously abide by the town's regulations. Otherwise, you will face severe punishment. During the challenge, do not step outside the town's boundaries. Violators will have their health points reduced to 0. Survival period, 10 days. In the challenge, personally killing other challengers will drop a level. Dropping to 0 will result in automatic death. The background period of the border town is ancient. All weapons and items exceeding this background are sealed and cannot be taken or used. The ceiling will be lifted at the end of the challenge. The second challenge is about to begin, earning 3,000 gold coins. Holding source crystals, 300. Please select from the following goods. All items are randomly available in 10,000 pieces each round. 1. Stamina 100. Source crystal 150. 2. Space 1mx1m. Source crystal 200. 3. Vitality recovery agent. Eliminates all states. Fully restores health and stamina. Source crystal 600. Seeing these, she wanted them all. The effect of the vitality recovery agent made Qiao Yunfeng feel anxious, but unfortunately, there weren't enough source crystals, so in the end, she still chose the space. The larger the space, the more supplies she could store. Having a comprehensive stockpile would give her peace of mind. Name: Qiao Yunfeng level. Level 2 can be upgraded. Can upgrade 1 level for each successful challenge. Gender: female. Number of challenges participated. Twice health points. 400 stamina points. 400 status. Good space. 8mx8m can be upgraded. Items held. Level 2 medical kit. Restores all items in the kit to original state. Effect doubled. Upon seeing the description of the upgraded medical kit, her eyes instantly brightened. Doubling the effect means that 1 antipyretic can reduce a fever immediately, and the hemostatic medicine can stop bleeding right away, right? That's great. Looking around, she realized she was standing by the city gate, which had the words Shangguan Town written on it. As she raised her head to look at these 3 characters, she felt a wave of complex emotions. In her previous life, she had been saved here, and it was that saving figure that allowed her to save the person who killed her in the 3rd round. Standing here again, her thoughts were somewhat unsettled, until 2 elderly women entering the town walked past her, breaking her train of thought. Have you heard? Sandshu Township was raided by bandits the day before yesterday. Many people died, and a lot of things were stolen. I heard it's too terrifying. A relative of my neighbor married someone there, and they say every household is hanging white banners. So pitiful. What about Wulio village next door? Do you know? I know. My aunt's son married a girl from that village. I heard everyone there is scared to death, and now the men in the village have to patrol every day. Is that even feasible? In this hot weather, they tire themselves out. What can we do? They say every family must send one person. The 3 widows in their village have gone to the village chief's house to cry several times about this. Our village is better. It's close to the town, and we have border troops here to deter the bandits. That's right. These bandits are really despicable. Looking back, Qiao Yunfeng recalled that in her previous life, the challenge started with drought and water shortages, making food very expensive, but it wasn't too difficult if one had stored supplies. The hard part was the last few days when the Hu people attacked. After the border troops could not resist, the Hu people broke into the city, looting and plundering, forcing everyone to hide and survive until the 10th day. Connecting all the information, Qiao Yunfeng realized the difficulty of this challenge would be warfare, how to survive after the Hu people broke in. She remembered how she had cowered in a cellar, trembling, until the 10th day. This time, she couldn't do that again. To survive until the end of the challenge, she couldn't just hide. She had to make herself strong to live better. She quickly walked towards the town, hoping to find more undiscovered clues. Actually, in her heart, there was a faint expectation that she might encounter the girl who saved her in her previous life again. In her last life, just when Qiao Yunfeng thought she was about to be killed by the Hu people, a frail figure stood in front of her, wearing leather armor and wielding a big knife. With both hands raised, the girl blocked the Hu people's attack, allowing her to turn and escape. Unfortunately, she didn't see the girl's face clearly. She only remembered the girl turning her head and shouting, "Run!" Then, with a strong push of her arms, she repelled the Hu people's assault and swiftly swung her knife at them. The red ribbon on the tail of the knife fluttered dazzlingly as she swung. At that time, Qiao Yunfeng could only hide in a cellar, fearing being discovered, and she survived until the time was up without ever seeing that girl again. Nor could she properly thank her. Qiao Yunfeng walked down the street to the blacksmith shop she remembered. Along the way, she saw many challengers already starting to gather supplies. But due to the prolonged drought and severe water shortages, things in the town had become very expensive, especially food, which was in short supply. Upon arriving at the blacksmith shop, she saw a strong man sharpening a knife inside. She approached him and said, "Uncle, I want to buy a weapon. I want that crossbow on the shelf," Qiao Yunfeng said seriously, "and some arrows." "How much is it?" The strong man looked at the delicate and slender girl and replied, "That one requires a lot of practice to use well, and it's easy to accidentally injure others. For a young girl like you, you wouldn't even be able to use it for self-defense. Why don't you look at something else?" "No, I want that one. I'm afraid of bandits coming to the village. This one has a long range, and it's just right for me," Qiao Yunfeng said earnestly. After hearing this, the strong man sighed and said, "That one is made of fine iron and costs 500 gold coins. The arrows made entirely of fine iron are 5 gold coins each, and those with only the tips made of fine iron are 2 gold coins each." Upon hearing this, Qiao Yunfeng took out all 3,000 gold coins she had for this occasion and handed them over. "Thank you, uncle. I want 60 fine iron arrows and 100 fine iron arrowheads." The burly man noticed that she was determined to buy and showed a hint of helplessness on his face. "All right, uncle will get them for you. I'll give you 10 extra arrows." "Thank you, uncle." She took the packaged items and slung the crossbow over her back before leaving. At exactly 8 a.m., Disaster Survival Challenge Day 1 begins. The sun rose, and the temperature reached 40 degrees. All the gold coins had been spent. And thinking about the burly man's expression earlier, Qiao Yunfeng had a thought and wanted to give a try. She found a pharmacy where an old man with white hair was sorting through herbs. "Hello, I want to buy some medicine." The old man looked up, smiled, and said, "Little girl, come sit down. What's bothering you?" "I want a kind of medicine that won't kill, but can make people faint. Do you have it?" The old man suddenly raised his eyes, looking seriously at Qiao Yunfeng. "Little girl, you're so young. Why do you want something so harmful and against morality?" Qiao Yunfeng saw the expression of the old man and, upon hearing the tone of his voice, immediately put on a look of both grievance and fear. The old man looked at her, his eyes showing a hint of reluctance, and he sighed deeply, saying, "This kind of thing cannot be used to harm others. I won't give it to you. You should go." "You won't give it? So there really is such a medicine?" Originally, Qiao Yunfeng was not sure in her heart. Just wanted to ask, but since it really exists, she must find a way to get it. Qiao Yunfeng looked at the old man across from her. In an instant, countless ideas flashed through her mind. Finally, she remembered the old man's compassionate gaze just now. She took out an old water pouch filled to the brim and pushed it in front of him, whispering, "This is all clean water. I really just want to save my life. Please help me." The old man's forehead twitched involuntarily, and even his white beard trembled slightly. He looked at Qiao Yunfeng, then glanced at the water pouch, and then turned his head stiffly to the side. "Little girl, I know you're in a difficult situation, but I really can't give you this. You're still young. You should leave." Although the old man turned his head away, his gaze couldn't help but linger on the water pouch. Qiao Yunfeng picked up the pouch, slowly stood up, took 2 steps out, then suddenly turned back and took out another pouch. She slammed both full water pouches onto the table. "Old man, I promise I won't use this medicine to harm anyone. I wouldn't dare. I'm just seeking to protect myself." Indeed, the old man let out a long sigh, his voice revealing an unmistakable weariness. "Wait a moment." He got up and walked to the medicine cabinet, taking out a small lock box from the innermost part. After hesitating for a moment, he still handed it over. "This is the sedative I used when I went up the mountain to collect herbs. If you encounter wild beasts, you can throw some into the fire and cover your mouth and nose. After waiting a while, it will work. If used on people, sprinkling it in the air should take effect, but burning it will work faster." "Okay, I've noted it all down. Thank you." She took the box and saw the old man, moving with a speed uncharacteristic of his age, quickly hide the water pouch back in the medicine cabinet. Qiao Yunfeng reached out and grabbed the old man's sleeve. "Can you give me back the water pouches? These are the only 2 I have left." The old man glared at Qiao Yunfeng and rolled his eyes in annoyance. He took 2 empty water pouches from the nearby counter and stuffed them into her hands. "Hurry up, just go." Holding the new pouches, which were more than what she had before, Qiao Yunfeng hadn't even said a word before she was pushed out of the pharmacy by the old man. Feeling satisfied, she walked past the inn by the street under the blazing sun and saw that the place was packed with people, most likely challengers. Deep down, she still didn't want to have too much real contact with the challengers. Standing under the eaves across the street, she took a big gulp of ice water and turned to walk toward the back street, her current goal being to find a vacant house to rent. Although her gold coins were all spent, the prices were so high now and water was so scarce. She could definitely use water or food to pay the rent. She had several bags of rice and flour stored in her space, which should be enough to cover the rent. The town was very large, and after searching 6 streets, she still hadn't found a house for rent. If it weren't for the ice patch she had stuck to her body and the ice water with heat relief medicine she had been sipping, she would probably have suffered from heat stroke by now. After walking 3 more streets, she finally saw a rental notice. She approached and knocked on the door. A middle-aged woman came out. "What do you want, young girl?" Seeing the rental notice at the door, Qiao Yunfeng smiled and said, "I wanted to ask how to rent it. Are you living alone? Where are you from?" The middle-aged woman looked Qiao Yunfeng up and down. "This is a border town. Safety is the most important thing. It's better to ask clearly." Qiao Yunfeng was momentarily taken aback. Who would have thought that renting a house would require questions about one's background? He quickly prepared a fabricated story, a thought crossing his mind to use an old trick. After hearing this, the woman looked at Qiao Yunfeng with pity and said, "I'll take you to have a look. It's just the next yard over. It's my own house, a room with a small courtyard. You can see if it works for you. Just call me Aunt Who." She turned around, took the key, and led him around the corner to the next yard. The yard was quite small, with the main gate facing a dead-end alley. The yard was indeed not large. On the left was the bedroom. Directly facing the courtyard gate was a small kitchen. Next to it was a woodpile, which was nearly empty now, and in the corner of the yard was a toilet. Although the yard was a bit small, Qiao Yunfeng thought that living alone would definitely be fine, much better than a hotel. "Aunt Who, how do you want to rent it?" he asked. "It's not easy for anyone. You want to be living here long term, so I'll charge you 200 gold coins a month." You could decide how many people stay, and I want to interfere with that. There is a small cellar under the woodpile. Open it and take a look. Ant who looked at Qiao Yunfeng, assuming he was truly someone seeking refuge. Ant who walked over to the side of the woodpile, where there was an inconspicuous small wooden board. She lifted it, revealing a cellar less than 3 meters deep, which was currently empty. Qiao Yunfeng saw the small cellar and was reminded of her previous life, where she had hidden in a cellar to survive until the end. The location of this cellar was inconspicuous. If it was piled on top, even if the Who people rushed in, they wouldn't dig through the woodpile. Can we use something else? What about food? Ant who looked at her in surprise. Perhaps you're too young to know how precious rice is. Right now, the crops in the fields have all withered, and if this continues, we might have to peel bark or eat dirt. Taking food out to rent a house? Have you discussed it with your family? Well, it depends on how much. Our village doesn't have many gold coins, but we still have some food stored from previous years. Although it can't be too much, otherwise my family will be worried it won't be enough to eat. My brothers still have to patrol every day. Chapter 7, Scene 2. Border Town 2. Qiao Yunfeng stepped out, braving the scorching heat as she walked around the area, memorizing the terrain. This time, she didn't want to wait for others to come and rescue her. If she wanted to survive in the survival challenge, she had to become stronger on her own. As she turned onto the main street, she saw a woman carrying a machete, with a red ribbon hanging from the handle. Qiao Yunfeng was momentarily excited and about to rush forward when she suddenly spotted another woman across the street, who looked similar and also carried a machete with a red ribbon. Her foot, which was about to step out, came to a halt. Did she mistake someone for another? She chuckled self-deprecatingly, realizing she hadn't even seen the person's face clearly. She couldn't just run up to any girl with a red ribbon machete and say, "Thank you for saving me in my past life." In the military camp, many people had fallen ill recently, and the herbal medicine for diarrhea in the clinic was running low. Do you want to come with me to look for some more on the mountain? They're collecting big pancakes over there in the camp. Then hurry up, it's too hot. Qiao Yunfeng took a few steps forward, and the others were chatting together. Many people in the border army were sick, and today a notice was posted at the city gate, calling for some people to patrol outside the city, offering food and water as payment. I want to go, are you going? It's so hot to patrol outside the city. The water collected probably won't even be enough to drink. I'm not going. So many people in the border army fell ill. Are there even enough people to patrol? What if the Who people come? It's so hot this year. The Who people are human too. If they come, they'll probably die from the heat on the way. Haha, that's true. I don't want to go either. It's too hot. I still want to go. So, many sick people in the border army. Is the lack of patrolmen the cause of this incident? Is that what led the Who people to rush into the city? Qiao Yunfeng quickly walked to the city gate and saw that the notice was indeed posted, stating that registration would take place here in 2 days. It seems the border army is really short on personnel. Under the scorching sun, sweating profusely, it was dry and hot, and she calculated that it was about time. She took out a white cloth bag from her space, filled it with rice and flour, and knocked on Aunt Who's door. After her instructions, she took the key and entered the small courtyard. After closing the courtyard door and entering the house, without caring about the dust, she directly took out a cool mat and laid on the bed, closing all the windows. She took out a suitcase from her space, filled with hail. Ah, it feels cool. She finally felt comfortable. While lying down, she thought that if she could use air conditioning now, it would be so nice. After all, the hail in Li Xing's suitcase wouldn't last long before melting. Forget it, just enjoy it for now, and she unexpectedly fell asleep while lying there. When she woke up, it was already dark outside. She wanted to take a lamp from her space, but found that all the battery-operated lamps were sealed. For a moment, she was at a loss, thinking and thinking until she found a t-shirt, cut into small strips, took a ceramic bowl, poured in some oil, and soaked the cloth strips in it to make a small oil lamp. After a long time, everything was finally ready, and when she was about to light it, she realized, oh, even a lighter was banned. She was speechless. No other fire-starting tools could be found in her space. Under the moonlight, she looked at the small oil lamp and sighed deeply. Sigh. She sent a trade request, 100 grams of drinking water for 1 usable fire starter. A trade was quickly sent back. The other party submitted a piece of burning charcoal. Qiao Yunfeng looked at the charcoal, which was less than 4 centimeters long, and sighed deeply. After lighting the bonfire for so long last time, Why didn't she think of saving some charcoal? She confirmed the trade, received the charcoal, and lit the small oil lamp. The dark room finally lit up. While eating jerky, she continued to browse the discussion area to see what other good things could be traded. Some items in the trades were indeed quite good, such as 250 grams of high-concentration alcohol for 150 grams of drinking water, agreed. She also found 20 pounds of charcoal for 200 grams of drinking water. This was a bit expensive, but after thinking about it, there was plenty of rainwater stored, so she agreed. An apple for 200 grams of drinking water was too much, so she skipped it. A thick blanket 2M x 2M for 500 grams of drinking water was acceptable, so she agreed. At exactly 8 o'clock a.m., Disaster Survival Challenge Day 2 begins. She planned to register for patrol tomorrow. So today she practiced with a crossbow in the small courtyard and hung 5 wooden plaques on the wall to start practicing early in the morning. After half a day of practice, her arms were so sore she could hardly lift them, but the results were very obvious. Her accuracy was much better than when she first started. She could hit 4 out of 10 while moving. The downside was that both her arms were extremely sore, feeling as if they had been crushed by something. She took out a medicated plaster from the first aid kit and pressed it hard on her shoulder, which immediately relieved her muscle soreness. The upgraded medicine worked really well. Satisfied with her possessions, she touched them again. After resting at noon, her shoulders were completely fine, with no soreness at all. She made herself an ice bowl, eating while practicing archery, and before dinner, she finally achieved 6 hits out of 10 while running. At exactly 8 o'clock a.m., Disaster Survival Challenge Day 3 begins. She went directly to the city gate in the morning and saw many people already lining up and grouping. She took out her crossbow and slung it on her back with her bundle containing flatbreads and 2 water bags and walked over. The little girl has to come to register herself. Let your brother come over. The man in charge of registration smiled at her with a dark face, deliberately softening his voice a bit. I can do it. My brother has to patrol in the village and can't come. I can keep up, no matter what. Qiao Yunfeng wanted to try again. Lindsay, why are you making a fuss? The little girl is small and weak. Is patrolling a fun thing? What if they really encounter the Who people? That's a life and death situation. If something happens to a good girl, how will you explain it to her family? General Zhang frowned at the big man. No one needs to be responsible. I will take responsibility myself. I've already told my family. Qiao Yunfeng immediately raised her voice. Let me go. Thank you, General Zhang. She sincerely thanked him, walked to the front of Lindsay's group, smiled, and thanked everyone. I'm Qiao Yunfeng. Thank you all for speaking up for me. I will work hard and definitely not hold anyone back. Little Qiao, just call me Uncle Lindsay. Don't worry. Everyone will take care of you. Do you have a hat? It's so hot. Wearing a hat will help a bit. Lindsay smiled at her and handed her a big-brimmed hat made of bamboo. Thank you, Uncle Lindsay. She took the hat and put it on. Get ready. Let us set off. Lindsay shouted, leading the group out of the city gate. Their patrol direction was north and then west, covering a radius area, while the other teams that set off later went in different directions. The expected patrol time was 2 days, requiring an overnight stay outside, and everyone brought some necessary items. Food and water. Lindsay and 3 familiar companions seemed to often patrol with the border army. Their movements were precise and quick, and while moving, Lindsay also told Qiao Yunfeng many things to pay attention to. There were a total of 8 people in their group, besides Qiao Yunfeng. There were 3 others who had just joined, 2 young men who seemed to know each other well, walking together. There was also another townsperson who had joined. Everyone chatted while walking, curious about why Qiao Yunfeng wanted to patrol in such hot weather. Staying at home would be much better. She had to retell her fabricated story, adding some details, and even mentioned her current address. After hearing this, everyone was filled with complexity and then sighed deeply. In the drought-stricken area, there was truly no grass. As far as the eye could see, it was all yellow earth, with the occasional sight of a couple of dead, bare tree trunks. Approaching noon, Qiao Yunfeng began to feel dizzy and weak. She really thanked Lindsay for giving her the hat. Without it, she might not have made it. Hearing Lindsay shout for a break, everyone immediately sat down on the ground, rubbing their legs and drinking water while also nibbling on some flatbreads. Sitting under the blazing sun, Qiao Yunfeng felt a bit black in front of her eyes. She immediately pretended to search for the water bag in her bundle, but secretly took out the water bag with cooling medicine from her space, and secretly put a piece of ice in her mouth, drinking several large gulps at once. Then she secretly took out an ice patch and stuck it inside her clothes, instantly feeling much better. She couldn't help but praise the upgraded medical kit a few more times in her heart. The effectiveness of the items inside had doubled, which was incredibly useful. Before long, her head stopped spinning and her vision cleared up. However, after walking too much, her legs felt sore and her feet soft, and she wanted to apply 2 patches directly, but was afraid of being seen due to the large movements. Everyone was sitting on the ground without any cover, so she could only wait for another opportunity. If they could reach the resting point by noon, they could take a break in the small cabin. Lindsay encouraged everyone loudly. As soon as they heard there was a place to rest, everyone immediately stood up and prepared to set off. Under the blazing sun, even sitting down made there but's hot. Uncle Lin, don't worry, I came prepared. This water pouch contains cooling medicine. I've been careful all along, Qiao Yunfeng said, patting the water pouch. All right, if you can't hold on, just call me. After saying that, he walked over to the other 3 and checked on them one by one. Finally, at noon, they spotted the small cabin in the distance, and everyone happily quickened their pace, but felt like they were running in place. It looked so close, yet they couldn't seem to reach it. Just as Qiao Yunfeng felt her legs give way and was about to fall, a young man behind her grabbed her. Another man who was with him came over. Let's pull you along. That way, we can get there faster. Although she was reluctant in her heart, she was truly at her limit now. She assessed her condition, extreme fatigue. The reason she hadn't suffered from heat stroke was that she had been sipping on the cooling medicine and had ice patches on her body. However, holding out like this was nearing her limit. It seemed that this journey was much more difficult than she had anticipated, and she feared becoming a burden to the group, which was not her intention. She nodded in agreement, and the 2 of them each took an arm to help her move forward. Uncle Lin, it's fine. I can still walk. Qiao Yunfeng refused, feeling very unwilling to be too close to others. If she weren't truly unable to walk, she wouldn't even want them to assist her. However, this time, Lindsay did not agree. Come on, I'll help you get there faster. They can catch up, and this way, you can rest a bit longer. We still have a long way to go later. If you don't rest well now, you won't be able to walk at all later. Qiao Yunfeng thought for a moment, then lay on Lindsay's back and said, Thank you, Uncle Lindsay. No need, Lindsay replied. Last year, my daughter came to patrol the border just like you. But back then, there were more border soldiers, so everyone brought her along to broaden her horizons. It's a good thing for the kids in Shangwan town to see more. As he spoke, he walked steadily. The people nearby laughed, yes. Last year, when the girl was with us, we even encountered the Hu people, and we were waiting for the captain to give the orders. That girl, Hunyozi, drew her knife and charged forward. We were all scared. Ha, you're right. The captain's face turned pale with fright at that moment. Of course, I was scared too. Later, the squad leader's son said, a tiger father has no dog daughter. That was a compliment for me and my daughter. You guys don't understand. My daughter takes after me. Yes. Luckily, she doesn't look like you, huh? Qiao Yunfeng listened and laughed, realizing that the people here were indeed bold and strong, which must be related to the border town. Chapter 8, Scene 2, Border Town 3. While joking, they reached the small wooden cabin. Once inside, everyone immediately opened the windows and sat down on the wooden floor, drinking water and eating snacks. Although it was still hot inside the cabin, it was much better than sitting outside under the blazing sun. After resting for a while, Lindsay said, Tonight, let's aim to reach the next patrol point. Those who can sleep should rest well. After saying this, he walked to the back and told Qiao Yunfeng, Qiao, come sleep here. If you can sleep a bit longer. I'll wake you up when it's time to set off. Okay, thank you, Uncle Lindsay, Qiao Yunfeng replied as she walked over. The small cabin was not big, and in the middle, there was a stone fire pit, presumably for heating in winter. She sat at the back of the room, leaning against the wall with her back to everyone. She took out 2 pieces of medicated plaster and applied them to her calves, then took out 2 more for her feet. Before long, the pain eased. After drinking some refreshing water and eating some biscuits, she checked her condition and found that she was starting to recover. She gently lay down, resting her head on her bundle, forcing herself to sleep so that her strength could recover faster. As she drifted off, she couldn't help but wonder why there were no potions in her medical kit to increase stamina and health points. She thought of the food that could boost status that was traded in the last discussion area and felt a pang of envy. By the afternoon, the sun outside was not as hot as it had been at noon. Lindsay woke everyone up, asking them to pack up and prepare to head to the next patrol point. He even came to ask Qiao Yunfeng how she was feeling. With the help of the medicines in her medical kit, she could barely consider herself back to full health. As they moved forward, Qiao Yunfeng heard them talking about how in previous years, the Hu people would invade the border, mainly to steal food and attractive women. The border troops had guarded this area for so many years, allowing them to survive. Otherwise, they would have been unable to continue living here. The Hu people were skilled in horseback riding and archery, and each of them was quite formidable. It was said that the leader of their small tribe was the best fighter among them. Listening to their conversation, Qiao Yunfeng gradually understood why. Despite knowing she might slow them down, the townsfolk were still willing to take her along. Even the general in charge of recording did not oppose her joining. They lived in a border town and understood that although the girl was delicate, if she had the ability to protect herself, it would provide an extra chance of survival when the Hu people invaded. Thus, this was perhaps why they were willing to have her accompany them. They believed the story she had woven, accepting her as a daughter of Shangwan Town, watching them chat and laugh, occasionally teasing each other about their families. She thought of the blacksmith who sold her the crossbow and the Hu woman who rented her a room, realizing they were truly simple-hearted people. She also recalled the figure that had shielded her from the knife's edge and suddenly felt touched. The people here were really kind. We're almost at the patrol cabin, everyone. Hang in there. Seeing that everyone was tired, Lindsay shouted, startling everyone. This was followed by a round of laughter and playful curses from the others. Thanks to the effect of the medicated plaster, Qiao Yunfeng had been feeling quite well since the afternoon, but just as she was feeling a bit happy, she suddenly heard Uncle Lindsay shout, "Back to back, something's coming." Immediately, everyone formed a circle, back to back, watching a pack of hyenas running towards them. About 20 or so. Be careful, it's hyenas. Take out your shields and try not to let them bite you. Xiao Qiao, stay behind me. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 arrows shot out from the team, landing directly in the midst of the hyenas, but unfortunately they missed. The follow-up attacks continued. Qiao Yunfeng held a crossbow in his right hand, raising his left arm to steady it as he began to launch a series of attacks. The other 2 members of the team had already hit several hyenas with their arrows, but it had no effect on the speed at which they charged forward. The pack of hyenas continued to approach rapidly. Qiao Yunfeng originally thought that she had practiced enough to hit her target, but out of 10 arrows shot, 9 missed. It was too difficult to hit the hyenas while they were running at full speed. She had already used up her first box of arrows and was taking out the second box to load when the group of hyenas, accompanied by a foul smell, charged right up to her. Lindsay had already joined the fray, wielding a large knife and engaging the hyenas in direct combat. Qiao Yunfeng immediately drew out a machete and, seeing a hyena lying on the ground, rushed forward to slash at it. She forced herself to stay calm, swinging the blade again and again. After more than 10 minutes of intense fighting, this group of hyenas had lost 8 or 9, with Lindsay personally killing 3. When he used his shield to block the hyenas' attacks for Qiao Yunfeng, his right hand was scratched, but fortunately, Qiao Yunfeng quickly thrust her knife forward, preventing the hyena from attacking again. Just as everyone was injured to varying degrees and starting to tire, the remaining 7 or 8 hyenas stopped their frenzied assault and slowly retreated, running away quickly. Upon seeing them disappear from sight, Lindsay said, "Everyone, follow me quickly. You 3 go last. Xiao Qiao, come here." He grabbed Qiao Yunfeng, and they began to run fast. The others followed in between, with the 3 experienced men at the back, vigilantly running quickly as well. After running for more than half an hour without a break, Qiao Yunfeng was truly exhausted and could not run anymore. Lindsay carried her on his back and kept running. After a while, they barely managed to stop. Putting Qiao Yunfeng down, Lindsay was also panting heavily, beads of sweat dripping down continuously. Everyone had some injuries, but at this moment, no one complained. They quietly drank water and applied medicine. Qiao Yunfeng looked at Lindsay, who had carried her all the way. She diluted the summer relief medicine water again, and then brought the water pouch to Lindsay. "Uncle Lindsay, this is the summer relief water my family prepared for me when I came here. It has herbs in it. Please share with everyone, so they can all have a bit." Lindsay turned to her, his face drenched in sweat. No way, it's too hot. If you give this water to everyone, you won't be able to hold on yourself. We all still have water. We don't need a little girl's stuff. Keep it. He took the water pouch, poured half a cup for everyone, and then returned the remaining water to Qiao Yunfeng. Seeing the leftover water, Qiao Yunfeng began to worry that it wouldn't be enough and wouldn't have any effect because she had diluted it earlier. After a while, seeing that everyone was recovering well, she slowly felt relieved. Sitting on the edge of the group, two young men who had hardly spoken looked at Qiao Yunfeng, exchanged glances, then lowered their heads without saying a word, but their fingers moved back and forth slightly. By the time they reached the patrol cabin, the sky had darkened. Lindsay took a torch from the cabin and lit it, telling everyone to rest as much as possible because they would take turns keeping watch tonight. He had initially planned to start a fire outside the cabin, but there wasn't enough wood. The area was surrounded by yellow earth, with nothing to use as fuel. If they really needed to burn something, they would have to dismantle the cabin. After drinking some water, Qiao Yunfeng handed a flatbread to Lindsay. Uncle Lindsay, eat more. You must be tired after carrying me so far today. After thinking for a moment, Qiao Yunfeng stood in front of Lindsay again. Hey girl, go rest for a while. Lindsay sighed as he looked at her. Uncle Lindsay, when I came out, I bought some knockout powder from the pharmacy. The old man at the pharmacy said that if you put in the fire, it can knock out wild beasts. I was so nervous this afternoon that I forgot about it, but I just remembered now. She took out a small paper bag, which was part of what she had taken from Smallbox. She didn't dare take out anything else, but this was bought in town, so it shouldn't be recognized, right? The two young men listened to this and exchanged glances again, their fingers moving slightly. It must be from the Tang family's pharmacy. Old Tang is a good man, but he never gives out this medicine. He won't give it to anyone who asks. How did you manage to get him to part with it? One of the men asked curiously. Qiao Yunfeng explained the process of seeking medicine at that time, of course omitting the part about the two water bags. He must have a good heart, fearing that I might really fall into the hands of a bad person. I specifically mentioned that I wouldn't harm anyone's life, and that's why he agreed. The others chuckled, saying that was great. It shouldn't be too dangerous at night. Lindsay took the medicine pouch and smiled at Qiao Yunfeng, saying, It's really our luck to have you with us this time. With this, we shouldn't get hurt anymore. You should rest and go to bed early. We will take turns keeping watch tonight, so you can sleep well and recover your strength. The people nearby also laughed in agreement. Qiao Yunfeng looked at Lindsay and said, Uncle Lindsay, can you teach me how to use a knife? I don't know how, but I want to learn, even just a little. Lindsay looked at her, grinning widely. Sure, this part is just like my daughter. I'll teach you, come on. Let's go outside so they can't see us. Ha ha ha. The door is open. They can see us. With such a big window, how could they not see? Lindsay, you have to teach carefully. Yeah, if you don't pay attention, we can tell. The two young men watched Qiao Yunfeng seriously learning with a machete outside the cabin. One of them shook his head at the other. Taking advantage of everyone's attention being drawn to the two outside, they turned their backs and secretly stuffed a piece of ice inside, then drank some water. At night, Qiao Yunfeng was awakened by the heat of the blanket, just as she was about to quietly apply another ice pack. She heard two faint voices amidst the sounds of snoring. Brother Nya, I feel that girl is like a challenger. Her cooling medicine works too well. It took effect right after drinking better than ours. This shouldn't be the case. Don't think too much. Look, this girl has family. She mentioned at the beginning that there were places to stay in town. With the gold coins we started with, we couldn't even buy enough supplies, let alone rent a place. If all the money went to rent, how could she have so many supplies? And the sedative, who in town would know about it? Many people have been to that pharmacy. Did you see anyone who knew there was a sedative? But you heard it. The townspeople all know that place has sedative, just that they don't sell it. Stop guessing. Whether it's true or not doesn't matter. What's important is that we work hard to survive and get through this challenge. You're right. I just think if they're all challengers, wouldn't it be better to get through together? I'm sorry, I was wrong last time, but I didn't expect this person to sigh. This is a survival competition. In the end, only 20,000 people can survive. Everyone wants to live, and we can't focus on anything else. Brother Nya, I will change in the future. I just exchanged some ice cubes again in the trading area. Use them sparingly. It will probably get hotter later. Okay. Qiao Yunfeng was completely awake from the scare. Indeed, no matter how careful she was still suspected. Fortunately, she hadn't revealed too much yet. She applied the ice pack and decided to be even more low-key tomorrow. Unfortunately, things in this world never went as she wished. At exactly 8 a.m., the Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 4 began. After a night passed, the hyena pack did not appear. They organized themselves and set off again. And in the morning, after changing the medicated plaster, Qiao Yunfeng decided to be extra cautious today, determined not to reveal any flaws. While everyone was secretly happy, Lindsay suddenly shouted, "Gather, back to back. Something's coming." Turning around, they saw a group of hyenas, similar to those from yesterday, rushing towards them, retreating to the wooden house. However, they were still a bit far from the wooden house, and before they could reach it, they were almost caught up by the hyena pack behind them. "Prepare, fight," Lindsay shouted. "Raise your shields, cover your noses." He then took out a torch from the morning supplies, lit it, placed the wrapped paper and torch on the ground, and led everyone back 10 steps just as the hyenas charged in. 2 arrows were immediately fired from the team, and Qiao Yunfeng also began shooting. This time she focused on stabilizing her stance, and from a box of 10 arrows, she hit 3 hyenas. Seeing that the hyenas were already charging at them, she didn't bother to change her arrow box. Instead, she drew out her machete, recalling the method Uncle Lindsay taught her yesterday, and steadied her grip on the handle. Everyone covered their mouths and noses with cloth strips, making the start of the battle somewhat strenuous. Fortunately, within about 10 seconds, the hyenas began to sway and collapse to the ground. Everyone rushed up and eliminated the pack of hyenas. Lindsay instructed them to dig a pit on the spot to bury the hyena corpses. While they were digging, they suddenly heard a commotion. Lindsay shouted, "Quick, to the wooden house, they're coming again." This time, there was a tremor in his voice that even he hadn't noticed. Everyone immediately started running. Lindsay grabbed Qiao Yunfeng and dashed towards the wooden house. Just as they entered, Lindsay found the place for the torches, pulled one out, lit it, and looked at Qiao Yunfeng. "Do you have any more sleeping powder?" Chapter 9. The second match, Border Town for the hyenas charging in front, had already fallen, but there were still about 10 more behind that hadn't caught the sleeping powder. They were snarling and baring their teeth at the group. Lindsay led a few people forward, and Qiao Yunfeng swung her knife, trying to take down the fallen hyenas. She was unsure if the effect of the sleeping powder had worn off and whether they would get back up, so she had to eliminate them first. Even so, some remaining hyenas occasionally charged in. Within 5 minutes, she had already been caught 4 times. She could only keep dodging, try her best not to get bitten by their teeth. Sometimes, it was just like this. The more you didn't want something to happen, the more it would come to find you. While she was chopping down all the fallen hyenas, one hyena suddenly lunged straight at her face. She was knocked down, instinctively raising her arm to block her head, and the machete slipped from her hand as she fell. The hyena's teeth sank into her forearm, causing her to convulse in pain, feeling as if her entire forearm would break, blood streaming down her arm and onto her face. It hurt too much. Taking a deep breath to keep calm, she took out a dagger coated with an unknown poison and stabbed it fiercely into the hyena's belly with her right hand. This was indeed a poison potent enough to incapacitate an adult. 2 seconds later, she felt the hyena's body go limp. She didn't know if it was dead or just unconscious. The wound on her arm throbbed painfully, and she thought, I forgot to buy painkillers. While shouting, she went to help others. The 2 young challengers were very brave. They worked seamlessly together, their long knives moving in a coordinated manner. So far, they had the fewest injuries in the team, but their combat power was not weak at all, with 5 or 6 hyena corpses lying nearby. Searching through her supplies for anything to replenish her health, she found nothing but red dates and brown sugar. She stuffed a piece of brown sugar into her mouth and washed it down with water, thinking it would have to do for a health boost. As she reached the door, the battle outside was nearing its end. There were still 5 hyenas left, but they seemed intimidated and did not continue their attack. Under Lindsay and the others' shouts, they each grabbed a hyena corpse from the ground and quickly ran away. Qiao Yunfeng immediately opened the door to let everyone in to rest. A middle-aged man who came with Lindsay was the most seriously injured. His thigh had been bitten through, and blood was flowing everywhere, unable to be stopped. But the blood continued to soak the cloth that was pressed against the wound. At that moment, a hand rushed in, pushed Lindsay aside, removed the cloth pressing on the wound, and poured on some medicine. Lindsay shouted, "What are you doing?" Everyone saw that the blood, which seemed unstoppable, suddenly ceased. Amid the shocked expressions of the crowd, Qiao Yunfeng tightly bound the cloth strips. "All right, I'll wait," Qiao Yunfeng said with a faint smile before turning and sitting to the side. The others also began to do their own things, but they kept glancing at her. She acted impulsively, but she didn't regret it, thinking about how these people had taken care of her along the way. If those two challengers wanted to come and cause her trouble, she would fight back with all her might. The two challengers were Nie Gaoyong and Meng Wenrui, both from a military background, who were still on a mission when they were pulled into the challenge. At this moment, they were also exceptionally shocked, but what they were thinking was completely different from what Qiao Yunfeng assumed. After finishing all the food in one breath, her stamina only recovered a small part. There was no other way. She could only stand up, put the water pouch away, and walk out with everyone else. Qiao Yunfeng nodded, knowing that this was not the time to show off. "Okay, thank you." Qiao Yunfeng raised an eyebrow in surprise, not expecting the two to be so direct, and settle the payment at the city gate. Sure. As soon as Nie Gaoyong heard the other party agree, he immediately picked her up and steadily caught up with the front of the line. Half an hour later, Meng Wenrui took over carrying her. Just like that, before the sun set in the afternoon, they finally saw the city gate. At that moment, everyone felt a sense of relief, as if they had survived a disaster. Once they entered the city gate, Qiao Yunfeng paid the reward and pulled Lindsay aside. "Qiao. Hey girl." Lindsay sighed deeply, wanting to refuse, but the medicine was just too effective. He really wanted it because this was a matter of life and death. Although the past 2 days had been exhausting and had exposed her in front of the challengers, she had learned a lot. They taught her many wilderness survival skills and how to respond to emergencies. After a quick wash, fearing infection, she disinfected her wounds with iodine and took aspirin, then rewrapped the bandages. A suitcase full of hail lay beside her as she quietly fell asleep. At exactly 8 a.m., Disaster Survival Challenge Day 5 begins. In the morning, she checked her condition. Excessive blood loss. The wounds had scabbed over, and she disinfected them with iodine again. Qiao Yunfeng planned to rest at home today to regain her health, and then organize the cellar. If, by any chance, the Who people broke in like last time, it would be her last refuge. She first placed the 2 empty wooden boxes that were originally in the room inside the cellar, positioning them side by side to create a small bed, providing a place to lie down and sleep. While she was organizing, someone knocked on the yard door. It was her landlord, Aunt Who, calling out, "Qiao, someone is looking for you. Open the door." Qiao Yunfeng thought to herself that she didn't know anyone, and when she opened the door, she saw Uncle Lin, along with a woman. As soon as the woman saw Qiao Yunfeng, she immediately asked Brother Lin, "Is this the little girl?" Upon seeing Lindsay nod, the woman quickly rushed into the yard. In the midst of this conversation, Qiao Yunfeng was so startled that she jumped back and shouted, "Uncle Lin." Lindsay immediately stepped forward and grabbed the woman, saying, "Deshaun's wife, speak nicely. Don't scare the little girl. Look, you frightened her." The woman was Deshaun's wife, wiping her tears and pointing at the things on the table. "Little Qiao, I don't know what you like, but here are a few yards of floral cloth, which was the most popular last year. You can use it to make clothes. This is chicken soup. I know you hurt your arm, so I cooked it for you. You should drink it. These are pancakes made at home, and you can eat them with this pickled vegetable. It's delicious." As she spoke, she opened each item and also brought out 20 eggs, placing them down. Qiao Yunfeng momentarily didn't know how to respond. She said no, but Deshaun's wife insisted on disagreeing. Unable to push back, she could only say to take good care of her injuries before fleeing like the wind. "You don't need to say anything. This is their family's intention. You save his life. They feel like they owe you something." Lindsay sighed. "You girl, you never know how precious rice is. How can your family let you come out here all by yourself?" "Huh, my home isn't far, it's just—" "Don't lie to me." Uncle Lindsay interrupted Qiao Yunfeng, who was about to make up something. "They don't know, and I don't know either. Where can we possibly get that hemostatic medicine in this small town? I've lived in this town for so many years. Which pharmacy haven't I been to? This medicine is so effective. It must have come from the capital. What are you? A little girl doing running to the border town? Don't you know there are so many Who people here? What would you do if something happened?" Qiao Yunfeng did not explain further, nor did she continue to weave stories. A wave of deep sorrow surged in her heart. She earnestly accepted the elder's advice and felt the genuine affection behind it. This was something she had always longed for deep inside, but had never wanted to remember. Ah, this is right. Take this. We can consider this a small achievement. The garrison has issued gold coins, so keep them well. This is the leather armor my daughter made new. It's never been worn, so don't be picky, just take it. Your medicine is too expensive, so I can't give you anything else. I only hope you have a smooth life ahead. A package was pushed in front of Qiao Yunfeng, and inside was a set of soft leather armor for girls. Also, here's another gift for you. I saw that your machete was no longer usable. A new machete was presented to her. This machete is just the right weight for you. The girls in our town like to tie a red silk ribbon at the back, so I brought you one for my daughter. If you like it, you can tie it on. Looking at the knife and the red silk brought by Uncle Lin, Qiao Yunfeng's eyes immediately turned red. She took the machete, tied on the red silk, and raised it, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Lin, it looks really nice." When Lin left, Qiao Yunfeng asked him to help deliver a package to the Dasan family, which contained rice and flour, along with a large piece of deer meat and the eggs they had sent over. As she was leaving, Qiao Yunfeng also gave him a package, saying, "Uncle Lin, this is for your daughter. I took her leather armor, and now she has none. Please accept these small gifts. It's a bond between us girls." Lin left with a hearty laugh. After returning home, he only heard his daughter shout, and he hurried over to see that the package contained 8 large peaches, a stack of pancakes, 2 water skins, and a big piece of deer meat and jerky. Chapter 10, Scene 2, Border Town, 5 lying on her bed resting. Qiao Yunfeng looked at the gold coins in her possession and thought she would need to go out to buy water skins again. Sigh, her water skins never lasted long. At noon, while lying on her bed, eating red sugar ice powder and browsing the discussion area to see if there were any items to trade, she saw a trade offer. Ice, not edible, 1mx1m for 2 kilograms of directly edible food. This was just what she wanted. She agreed. Suddenly, a large block of ice appeared in the room, instantly making it much cooler. This felt comfortable. 1 dagger for 2 pancakes, she agreed again. 10 life points for osmanthus glutinous rice balls for 500 liters of drinkable water, she agreed once more. After completing the trades, she sighed as usual, wondering why she didn't have any items to boost her stats. Recently, these kinds of thoughts have been increasing, likely because she still felt too weak. In the afternoon, it was not so hot outside anymore. Qiao Yunfeng stored the ice and went to the blacksmith shop, preparing to buy more useful items. She needed to spend the newly acquired gold coins. She bought a series of items: animal traps, daggers, iron chains, axes, and shields. The blacksmith curiously asked, "Why are you buying so many animal traps? That's too heavy. You can't carry them, right? Should I help you take them to the city gate?" "No need. I have a room in town. Can you help me deliver them there?" "Sure, let's go." As they walked, the blacksmith chatted. In previous years, the Hu people would come to raid several times. Most of these items are used to deal with them, but this year, the Hu people haven't come. Instead, the horse bandits arrived first. "Do the Hu people attack every year?" Qiao Yunfeng asked. "Yes. They come a few times in the spring and a few times in the fall. This year, it's been too hot since autumn began, so they haven't come, which is good. Otherwise, with such heat and fighting, life would be even harder for everyone." It seemed the Hu people's attack would come soon, so she planned to take care of her health over the next few days and would participate in the battle when it really happened. In the evening, under the light of a small oil lamp, Qiao Yunfeng kept refreshing the trade section. Drinking water, 250 grams for items with more than 10 life or stamina points. Among the many trades, she remembered one person, Shan Ranyan, who had traded Angelica ginseng chicken soup for 50 life points. This was the highest she had seen in all the trades. Of course, the other party requested 5,000 grams of water, which was completely manageable for Qiao Yunfeng, and the trade was quickly completed. At 8 a.m. sharp, Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 6 begins. The first thing she did upon waking was check her status. Normal. She opened the bandage on her left hand. The wound had healed, and she felt completely normal after moving it. She touched her medicine box. A wave of comfort washed over her. Having medicine felt good. In the morning, she carved a pile of wooden arrows in her room, storing them all in her space for convenience when needed. Suddenly, she heard a commotion outside. Upon listening closely, she heard shouting, "Fire! Fire! Quickly put it out!" The sound of a gong echoed throughout the town. What happened? Is there a fire? She asked first. I don't know. I just heard shouting. I'll go take a look, she said, rushing out of the alley. Outside, chaos reigned. People were running everywhere, and smoke filled the air, but she couldn't see where the fire was. After some time, she heard someone shout that the barracks were on fire, and everyone was urged to grab buckets and shovels to dig soil to extinguish the flames. Quickly, everyone who can help come. In an open area outside the city, some people had organized everyone into teams. Some were digging dirt, some were carrying it, and others were throwing it onto the fire. She pretended not to hear and quickly moved to a spot where she couldn't be seen to continue throwing dirt on the fire. They worked like this all afternoon, digging and throwing dirt. The high temperature combined with the fire made her status drop to extreme fatigue, even though she had ice packs and was taking heat relief medicine. Seeing that the fire was gradually being extinguished, Qiao Yunfeng sat down on the ground without any image of grace, stuffing a piece of ice in her mouth and drinking water greedily. Her whole body ached, and she didn't react at all as several challengers passed by her. Today had truly been exhausting. At that moment, she saw Nye Gaoyang and Meng Wenrui coming over to help her up, asking, "Are you okay?" Qiao Yunfeng was not used to such close contact, so she took 2 steps back, feeling better but still tired. Once back in her room, she immediately took out some ice, poured water into a basin, and started to take a shower. After cleaning up, she felt much more comfortable and then sat down to eat some rice with side dishes, slowly enjoying her meal. The discussion area was buzzing with conversations about the events of the day. How could there suddenly be a fire? That doesn't seem normal. Could it be a 3-day fire? If so, would anyone survive? What about hiding in the mountains? The mountain is quite big. I think that's a good idea. I plan to go tomorrow. I also think hiding in the mountains is feasible as long as we don't go beyond the town's boundaries. We should be fine anywhere. But if we hide in the mountains and a fire breaks out there, we have nowhere to escape, we would even be able to run away. Doesn't anyone find this strange? This level only has heat and lack of water, nothing else. The previous level had train derailments, heavy rain, flash floods, hail leading to temperature drops, and almost dying from cold. I also feel that this level seems easier than the previous one. Aside from the heat, there's nothing else. They won't pull some big trick later, will they? No food, no water, stepping outside feels suffocatingly hot, and you can easily get heat stroke, which forcibly lowers your life points. That is already quite abnormal, you know? The person upstairs is new, confirmed. Agreed. The person upstairs must be participating in the challenge for the first time. Yeah, this is my first time. What's wrong? You've participated twice, but haven't achieved much either. Hee, as long as you're happy. Hee, as long as you're happy. The banter of elementary school kids is pointless. It seems some people still think there are more tricks to come. Sleep. Her stamina was quickly being depleted, so she decided to let herself recover first. At exactly 8 a.m., Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 7 begins. In the morning, seeing her status fully restored lifted her spirits. Eating bread and drinking cold milk, Qiao Yunfeng still felt something was off about the fire from yesterday. She couldn't pinpoint what was strange, but it just felt wrong. She thought to herself that it might really be, as other challengers said, it shouldn't be this simple. Regardless, since there were people entering in her previous life, she should prepare herself first. While she was sharpening wooden arrows, she heard the sound of gongs outside again. This time, it was the people attacking the city. Everyone, gather your things. The men go to the city gate. Qiao Yunfeng quickly packed up, changed into the leather armor given by Uncle Lin, and walked out of the courtyard. At the entrance, Aunt Hu looked at her and immediately shouted, "Xiao Qiao, the people have come. Hurry and lock the door of the house. Hide under the bed or in the cellar. Aunt Hu, I'm going to help. You quickly take the children and hide. Bring some food and don't come out." After saying this, she ran towards the city gate, where a crowd was gathering. The commander, Zhang, who was responsible for recording last time, shouted, "Men, come and grab your weapons." Groups of people lined up to get their weapons and climbed up the city wall. Before long, they heard shouting from outside. The wall was too high for Qiao Yunfeng to see what was happening outside, and she couldn't climb up, so she could only wait there. Soon, many injured people were brought down from above, covered in blood. The healers below immediately got busy, and she quickly went over to help, initially assisting by holding the injured down while people pulled out the arrows. As more and more people were injured, they couldn't keep up, so she started pulling out arrows herself, applying medicine, pressing down, and bandaging. An elderly man, who wanted to say something, watched her swiftly move on to the next injured person, glanced at the waiting patients, and silently continued treating the injuries. Before long, a loud shout came from above. "The siege ladder is here! Quick, move the stones!" At this time, the lightly injured people all went to move stones, and Qiao Yunfeng saw several challengers. She directly stored the stones in her space and ran up to the city tower. After storing the stones in her space, she took her crossbow and went up. Upon reaching the city wall, she saw a scene of chaos, with the injured propped up on one side, waiting to be taken down, while some had pulled out their arrows and were continuing to draw their bows. Several catapults on the wall were constantly hurling stones downward, trying to break the siege ladders brought by the people outside the city gate. But despite their efforts, some ladders were still being set up, and the soldiers above immediately began pushing the leaning ladders away, with some lifting stones to smash down at the base of the ladders. Qiao Yunfeng also lifted the stones and smashed down with all her might, but after smashing one, there was a second, then a third, and the people below charged up without fear of death. For some reason, at that very moment, her heart suddenly became calm, and a surge of courage arose within her. She saw a man climbing up, and she stepped forward steadily, swinging her knife, causing the man to fall down, unknown whether he was alive or dead. Without giving her a moment to think, the second and third ones continued to come up. Qiao Yunfeng could only keep swinging her knife, chopping and slashing, completely unaware if those men were unconscious or dead. Someone rushed out from behind her, raised a shield to block a blow for her, and continuously pushed forward with the shield, forcing back the man, before getting entangled in a fight again. The attacks from the men continued, and she dared not relax, desperately resisting and fighting back. Her whole body was trembling, her arms shaking the most, her hands unable to grip anything anymore. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, her emotions had become numb. This was the brutality of war, and, as a challenger, what she was experiencing was no different from a kind of war. A group of soldiers was clearing the battlefield, pulling their own people down, and directly throwing the men off the city walls outside the city. Soon, someone would pile up the men's corpses outside the city and set them on fire. A soldier walked over, looking a bit surprised at her little girl. "Are you all right? Can you get up? Are you hurt?" He reached out and helped her up. Qiao Yunfeng explained, "I'm fine, just feeling a bit exhausted. I just need to rest for a bit." The other person smiled in understanding. "Then you can sit for a while. It's fine to go downstairs later. There are quite a few people downstairs now. The people probably won't come back until later tonight. You should rest for a bit, then go downstairs and eat something. And it's best if you can take a nap." After she had rested, she went downstairs and saw many injured people waiting for treatment. She peeled off the plaster and stuck it all over her body before going to sleep. She needed to recover her strength as soon as possible. Before falling asleep, she reflected, "I'm still too weak right now." Chapter 11, Scene 2, Border Town 6, revised. Tonight at the city gate, torches were everywhere, illuminating the area, and every face was filled with worry. Have you heard? With the border troops falling ill in the fire, less than 1 in 10 can still fight. Really? Can we still win this time? I heard they've gone to the neighboring city for help. If we can hold on a bit longer, there might be hope. The rescue should be on the way. Do you think that fire yesterday was set by the people? It's possible. Otherwise, who would set a fire for no reason? Who knows? That's something the general thinks about. If I could figure out, I'd be a general myself. That's true, huh? Qiao Yunfeng leaned against the wall, listening to their continued conversation. Everyone found yesterday's fire strange. What could be the reason for it? She opened the forum and asked a question to see if anyone had any thoughts. Yesterday's fire was very strange and not quite right. Although the flames were large, they were extinguished quickly. Why was that? Does anyone have any ideas? Did anyone upstairs come up with something? It is a bit strange. As challengers, this difficulty seems easier compared to the first round. It's much easier. Where is it easy? I think it's very difficult. It is indeed much easier compared to the first round, and so far, there hasn't been anything particularly challenging in this one. It doesn't really feel like a survival challenge. You guys are too much, saying it's easy when it's this difficult. Something doesn't add up. If it was the people setting the fire, then burning the city would be the quickest way to cause a stir. Why would they choose to burn the military camp outside the city? They hate the border troops. After fighting for so many years, that hatred should be pretty deep. Qiao Yunfeng looked at the person above and said, yes. Burning the city should be the fastest and most convenient method. It's currently dry and lacking water, and the houses in the city are contiguous, making them easy to ignite. Shouldn't a military invasion cause high damage instead? Why not choose this method and instead burn the military camp, just out of hatred? The military camp outside the city? Suddenly, she thought of something. Is it that they can't get into the city, and since they have no other choice, they can only burn the outskirts? And yesterday, the city gates were wide open. Everyone rushed out to put out the fire. They just mixed in with the crowd? Once this news came out, the discussion area went wild. No way. If that's the case, isn't there already who people in the city? Then what's the point of coming in? During the daytime attack, there was no movement from anyone inside. There wasn't any during the day. Could they be waiting for night? Upon seeing this news, Qiao Yunfeng's hair stood on end. Yes, they were waiting for night. Everyone was exhausted after the daytime battle, and if they launched another attack now, with internal support, the defending troops would be in an inevitable losing situation. She stood up abruptly, determined to remind the border soldiers. At the same time, she saw several people standing up. Some rushed to the city wall, while others went directly to find soldiers. She also saw Nye Gaoyang and Meng Wenrui. The two went to a door, said something, and entered. She planned to find General Zhang, as they had at least met before. Just then, a choking smoke suddenly erupted at the city gate, and it grew larger and more suffocating, with faint cries for help coming from the smoke. Oh no, the spies have started to act. Qiao Yunfeng immediately rushed over, but the smoke was too thick to see anything clearly, and it made her eyes water. She heard the sound of the gate being pulled and immediately shouted, "The spies have opened the door. The gate is about to open." Everyone heard her and immediately stood up and rushed over, but it was too late. As the gate opened a crack, a group of Hu people rushed in, attacking anyone they saw. In an instant, the sounds of shouting and killing filled the air. Qiao Yunfeng stepped out of the smoke and saw the Hu people charging out. She immediately swung her knife. Her knife was coated with poison, and as long as it drew blood, the Hu people would fall. She would quickly follow up with another strike to ensure the kill. They were doing their best to resist, but the number of intruders kept increasing. When the gate was fully opened, a group of cavalry charged in, horse bandits. They were horse bandits, someone shouted. The defensive line was broken by the cavalry, and everyone could only watch as this group of Hu people rushed into the town, starting to loot, with cries and screams echoing through the streets. Qiao Yunfeng swung her weapon with all her might, but she couldn't finish them off. She didn't know how long it had been. She only knew she had been slashed several times, and her whole body was in pain. Her grip on the knife was weakening. When another knife came swinging towards her, she was pushed away forcefully by someone. Run! She fell to the ground and looked up, only to see everyone entangled in a chaotic fight, the street in disarray, completely unaware of who had just saved her. Turning into a back alley, she treated her wounds, took medicine, and applied patches. She did everything she could, but her condition remained extreme fatigue. At that moment, Qiao Yunfeng felt utterly exhausted, beginning to hate the challenge. Hating herself for all the effort she had put in, yet still failing. At exactly 8 o'clock a.m., she was startled awake by a notification sound. Disaster Survival Challenge. Day 8 begins. Checking her status. Normal. She equipped herself fully, with ice packs, leather armor, and her machete and arrows coated with poison, ready for anything. She collected the wood on the ground and exited the cellar. Outside, it was very quiet. She couldn't tell if the Hu people had left or if everyone was hiding. She stealthily moved along the wall, stopping at any sound, raising her crossbow. When she saw it wasn't the Hu people, she quietly continued on. If it had been them, she would have hidden and counted their numbers before planning her attack. This time she used iron arrows exclusively, with strong penetration at short distances. All the tips coated with venom. As long as she hit, the Hu people would fall, and she would go in for the kill. Throughout the morning, she collected 7 curved swords from the Hu people, along with several wool pads and supplies hanging nearby. Many houses were empty. She didn't know if the owners had fled or were hiding. She didn't call out or ask. After dealing with the Who people, she turned and left without lingering. She grabbed the Who person and went straight for the throat. And, at the same time, 3 or 4 figures burst out from the alley, charging directly at the group of Who people. Everyone began to slash without a word. There were no shouts. Only the Who people's chattering cries could be heard. Qiao Yunfeng did not hesitate and immediately rushed over, drawing out a machete and striking down. The chaotic battle ended very quickly. Among the group of Who people, there were a few skilled fighters who managed to injure several people while desperately fighting back. In the end, they were still knocked unconscious by Qiao Yunfeng's blade. One of the group had been stabbed and was a young man. He was sitting on the ground, weakly holding his stomach where he was wounded, gasping for breath as blood stained a large area around him. A girl beside him was silently trying to stop the bleeding. "We need to leave here. The main street is too dangerous," one man said in a low voice. "Lift him up quickly." Immediately, 4 men came up to carry the injured man into the alley behind. Qiao Yunfeng took out some hemostatic medicine, but hesitated for a moment. She was unsure if there were challengers among this group, but looking at the bleeding man's condition, he seemed to be on the verge of death. After 3 seconds of hesitation, she wrapped a cloth around her face and dashed to the injured man's side, pushing the girl who was stopping the bleeding aside, poured the hemostatic medicine on the wound, and quickly turned to leave. The girl, pushed aside, was very angry and was about to yell at Qiao Yunfeng's retreating figure. Similar battles were happening in the streets and alleys. Qiao Tianqi, along with 7 or 8 people, was quietly lying in ambush when a flustered girl stumbled over, with 5 laughing Who people chasing behind her. The girl's desperate cry for help seemed to bring a thrill of hunting to the Who people, who entered the small alley one by one, joking with each other. At that moment, the girl suddenly stood up, and a delicate face broke into a spirited smile. "It's my turn now." Qiao Tianqi and his men charged out. Whether intentional or not, their blades aimed straight at vital points. In no time, the 5 Who people were left in that dead-end alley. "Clean up." Qiao Tianqi pointed at the corpses of the Who people and walked toward the girl. "Are you injured?" The alley returned to its previous quietness, as if nothing had happened. Wu Yuanhang was struggling against the Who people's attacking machetes. He had already been hit 3 times and knew he could not hold on much longer, cursing himself for being so careless, thinking he could take on just 2 people. Yet, when he charged into the courtyard, he found 2 more people inside, and now he was surrounded by 4 Who people, unable to escape. He scolded himself for being too foolish. Just when he thought he was going to meet his end, he suddenly saw 2 men rush in from outside. The 2 men swung their military knives, instantly taking down 2 Who people. In less than a minute, the battle was over. They helped him up from the ground. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." "Had he been saved?" "Find a place to hide. The Who people's attacks are fierce," one man smiled at him. Then the 2 of them silently walked back out. Standing in place, Wu Yuanhang suddenly felt looked down upon. He wasn't weak. It was just that he had been careless this time, plus the enemy had too many people. 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. He muttered himself at the empty courtyard door. "Actually, I'm pretty fierce too." In the dark cellar, a woman held her child tightly in her arms, covering the child's mouth with her hand, listening intently to the sounds coming from above. The Who people had broken into her home, rummaging through everything. She just hoped they would leave quickly and not discover them. Her tense hand was pressing too hard, causing the child to cry out in pain. She quickly loosened her grip, but when she heard the noise outside stop, she was shocked, fearing that the Who people would hear the sound and come looking. She turned around and stuffed the child into a box behind her. "Don't speak, don't cry, don't come out." After quickly whispering this, she closed the lid and blocked the front with her body. She took out a prepared dagger, but her whole body was trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, outside, there were a few loud shouts and sounds of fighting. After a while, it quieted down again. The child's small hand tightly covered its mouth. This time, no matter how painful it was, it did not cry out. She felt an indescribable fondness for the people of this town. Even though she knew there was danger, she still wanted to go. Moreover, she secretly hoped to meet again the girl for her past life, who wielded a red silk broadsword. This time, she wanted to clearly see her face and sincerely say thank you. Just as she was about to go out, she suddenly heard a piercing child's cry from the neighboring courtyard, followed by a woman's scream, "Don't hurt my child. Please, don't hurt my child." It was Aunt Hu. Qiao Yunfeng immediately rushed out, reaching the entrance and seeing a horse outside, but there were likely more than one Hu person talking in the courtyard. She raised her arm, readied her crossbow, and aimed at the Hu person who was laughing loudly, shooting. It was a success. The man fell to the ground instantly. The other two Hu people immediately turned to look at the entrance, saw Qiao Yunfeng, and rushed over. The second Hu person was struck down, but at the same time, the third Hu person's blade was already coming at her. The distance between the two was too close. Qiao Yunfeng could only dodge to the side to avoid the frontal blade, but she could not completely evade it. In Chapter 12, the second scene, in the border town, the Hu person's curved knife directly cut into her left arm, blood flowing out immediately. The Hu person struck true and continued to swing his knife. Qiao Yunfeng raised her right hand to block the incoming curved blade with her machete, while a dagger appeared in her left hand. Enduring the pain from her left arm wound, she used all her strength to stab the dagger straight into the Hu person's belly. The Hu person widened his eyes in disbelief before unwillingly collapsing. Aunt Hu held her son tightly, and when she saw Qiao Yunfeng, she looked a bit dazed. It's okay. It's okay. You all take the things and go to my cellar. I'll come right away. While speaking, she dragged the corpse of the Hu person outside into the street a distance. After Aunt Hu left, she ensured to deliver a fatal stab to each of them to make sure they would not get back up, then took their weapons, including a dagger inlaid with jewels and a wool mat. Aunt Hu quickly came over. Little Qiao, you're injured. Let me help you with the medicine. It's fine, Aunt Hu. Go check on the child, see if he was scared. I'm okay, I can manage. She refused her help. The medicine she applied was too effective at stopping the bleeding, and she couldn't let Aunt Hu see it. So, she turned her back to them and started applying the medicine and bandaging. When she finished, she turned around and saw Aunt Hu looking at her nervously. Don't be afraid. I made a mess outside. If more Hu people come, they'll think people ran out and won't come this way. We've piled up firewood here. It won't be easily discovered. You can rest assured. Qiao Yunfeng gently reassured her. Indeed, seeing Aunt Hu's face improve, there were only 2 boxes used as beds in this place. Qiao Yunfeng let her and her child rest for a while. Aunt Hu gratefully agreed, laying the child down and gently patting him. The little boy had not spoken or cried since, perhaps truly frightened just now. Now it looks a bit dazed, lying down when told to, but just won't close its eyes, staring at Aunt Hu the whole time. Qiao Yunfeng looked at the child in this state and thought of her own past when her parents suddenly passed away. She felt the same way, completely unsure of what to do, with no one asking or caring. She spent a long time staring blankly at her parents' photos in her room. She didn't know how to comfort this mother and child, so she could only sit quietly to the side. Fighting consumed too much energy, and she wondered how the challengers who had hidden in the mountains were doing. The Hu people were there to steal things, so they probably wouldn't go up the mountain. They might actually be safe up there. Safe my foot. The challengers hiding in the mountains had no strength left to fight against the wild boars charging at them. At first, she was relieved to have hidden in the mountains, thinking she could survive without experiencing the chaos of invading soldiers. But before she could even enjoy the thought for half a day, a group of wild boars charged out from the mountain, each one with thick skin and sharp teeth, able to break even thin trees. They couldn't win, couldn't run, and had no way to hide. Qiao Yunfeng saw the continuous cries for help in the discussion area and the various payment schemes for supplies, and she could only shake her head with a sigh. The survival challenge cannot rely on others for rescue. These people still haven't understood that this is not a game, but a true survival competition, and to stay alive, one must rely on oneself. At exactly 8 a.m., Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 9 begins. It was becoming increasingly rare to see lone Hu people in the alleys. They had gathered their supplies and piled them on the main street, with teams of people loading them onto carts to take away. Today, at least one group consisted of 4 people together, while most were in groups of 6 or 7, collecting food and winter clothing from rooms. In the morning, she managed to eliminate only one 4-person team, as the other teams were too large, and it was impossible for her to take them all out in a short time. If she attracted more Hu people, she would be in great danger herself. Returning to the cellar, she informed Aunt Hu about the current situation. Aunt Hu sighed, saying that the Hu people were about to leave. That's good. Let them leave quickly. While chewing on a flatbread, she heard shouting and fighting from the next yard. I'll kill you dogs. Return my wife and children. And who? I'm going. Keep an eye on the child. She looked at the silent child on the bed, who was now crying continuously with tightly closed lips, his eyes full of fear as he looked at Aunt Hu. At the door, a horse was pulling a cart piled high with food and blankets. Qiao Yunfeng readied her crossbow. The yard door was wide open, and 4 Hu people stood inside. One was injured and was continuously whipping a man who was being pinned down by 2 others, while the 4th Hu person was collecting items inside the house. She aimed her iron arrow at the Hu person wielding the whip and shot. Success. One fell. The other 2 shouted, and the person inside rushed out. At that moment, 2 Hu people charged at Qiao Yunfeng, while another Hu person was held down by the man and began to strike wildly. She continued shooting. The second Hu person was taken down, and the third charged over, drawing a machete and making 3 swift steps to slash at her. The Hu person waved his hand and deflected Qiao Yunfeng's attack. That Hu person glanced at Qiao Yunfeng with disdain and struck her right hand, which was preparing for another attack, with his knife. Qiao Yunfeng felt a shock in her arm, and the machete flew out of her hand, leaving her entire arm numb. This Hu person was too strong. Stepping closer, he looked at the unarmed girl with a face full of contempt and mockery. He grabbed Qiao Yunfeng by the neck and lifted her straight up. Qiao Yunfeng couldn't breathe at all. Her right hand instinctively tried to pry away the hand gripping her neck, while her left hand pulled out a dagger from her space and slashed with all her might at the arm holding her up. The Hu person initially was unconcerned, still wearing a sneer on his face, but then fell backward. The last Hu person beside him shouted and stabbed the man holding him in the body, then pulled out the knife and pushed him away, charging towards Qiao Yunfeng. Ignoring the pain, the man turned and hugged him again. The Hu person stabbed the knife into the man's body once more. However, the man still did not let go, holding on tightly to him, preventing his advance. At that moment, Qiao Yunfeng had already rushed over, and her dagger plunged directly into the Hu person's back. He fell down. Qiao Yunfeng quickly began to check the man's injuries on the ground. He was covered in blood, and Qiao quickly took out some hemostatic medicine to help stop the bleeding. The man lay on the ground, weakly saying to Qiao, "Little girl, it's no use. I'm not going to make it. When you see my wife and child, tell them I'm sorry. Don't talk nonsense. The bleeding has stopped. You just need to take care of yourself, and you'll be fine. Aunt Hu is in the cellar next door. I'll take you to find them." Upon hearing this, the man's eyes, which were almost closed, suddenly lit up. He pushed himself up with difficulty and asked, "Really? You're not lying to me?" Seeing the family of 3 embracing each other, Qiao Yunfeng secretly pressed her lips together and turned to leave. "Thank you, Qiao. Thank you," Aunt Hu said as she hugged her tightly, tears streaming down her face. "Don't cry. It's a good thing that the family is together. If we are careful, we should be able to make it through soon," Qiao Yunfeng comforted her. "Today is already the 9th day. Tomorrow should be fine." Qiao, did you close the courtyard gate when you came in?" the man asked softly while lying on the wooden box. "I closed it. I made sure it was shut." "Don't worry," she replied. "Go open it. Open the courtyard gate and all the doors inside. This way, it will look more like someone has already been here. If the door is closed from the inside, Hu people will know there are still people in this house," the man explained, breathing heavily. Qiao Yunfeng quickly ran to open all the doors. After all, there was nothing in the house, and the pile of firewood was not needed by these Hu people. Sigh, indeed, these are all experiences. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside in the afternoon, followed by the sound of hoofbeats and the thumping of a large group of troops. Soon, there were also shouts and sounds of fighting. "You all hide well. I'll go take a look," Qiao Yunfeng instructed before leaving the cellar. He moved quickly and silently to the main street and saw countless soldiers pouring into the city. Troops were engaged in battle with the Hu people in groups. Had reinforcements arrived? Qiao Yunfeng looked in shock at the soldiers pouring in like a tide. There were none of these in her previous life. Until the very end, the Hu people were still in the city with no reinforcements. Why had so much changed this time? Was the challenge not predetermined? Or could it actually be altered? Many people had already gathered in one place. They looked at each other with unutterable bitterness and a joy of surviving, tears streaming down their faces. Yet unable to say a word for a long time, eventually only sighing, "It's good to be alive, it's good to be alive." That night, the soldiers distributed some supplies to each household according to the number of people, including water and food. The injured could go and get some medicine, and whose house had basically nothing left. Qiao Yunfeng took the grain from the cart and placed it in her yard, explaining that it was collected by the Hu people and had been hidden away, so it was still here. And Hu, grateful, hugged her and cried for a long time. That night, under the protection of the soldiers, everyone slept very peacefully. At 8 o'clock a.m. sharp, Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 10 begins. The challenge will officially end at 4 o'clock p.m. Finally, it was the 10th day, and the events were completely different from her previous life, leaving Qiao Yunfeng puzzled about what had changed. Or perhaps this challenge itself was meant to change. Suddenly, it started to rain lightly from the sky, the raindrops tapping on the windows with a rustling sound, and outside, there were bursts of cheers as everyone rushed out of their homes to catch the water with various containers. The drought was coming to an end. This was something that hadn't happened in her previous life. Looking at the rain outside, Qiao Yunfeng also took out an empty bucket, deciding that collecting water was the most important thing. She found all the containers she could use to catch water and filled the entire yard with them. Since they were leaving in the afternoon, Qiao Yunfeng packed some meat, grain, fruit, and medicine together, making 2 bundles, and walked over to the neighbor's house. Qiao Yunfeng placed 2 bundles on the table and pushed one of them in front of Aunt Hu, saying, "I will accept this and make sure to pass it on for you." Aunt Hu put away the package meant for Lindsay, saying, "This bundle cannot be accepted. I know you are an ambitious child, and you saved our whole family's lives. We cannot accept this." Aunt Hu couldn't hold back her tears and cried out softly, but fearing her husband in the room might hear, she quickly covered her face and wiped her tears. "This is the deed to the house next door. I know you won't need it, but this is our family's heartfelt intention. You saved our whole family, and now we have nothing at home. This is still worth something. Please don't refuse it." After saying this, she directly shoved it over to him. Initially, he didn't want to accept it, but seeing the woman's expression, he decided to take it now and leave it in the next room when he left. "All right, I accept it. If I'm not around, Annie can rent that room if she wants, and the rent can be collected for me." "Okay, all right," Aunt Hu agreed with a smile. Chapter 13, Scene 2. Border Town 8. A boy handed over a red silk ribbon to her, his eyes filled with sincerity as he looked at her. "Is this for me?" Qiao Yunfeng asked. The boy nodded. Aunt Hu walked over, patted the boy's head without saying a word, and silently wiped her tears. "Why are you giving me this?" Qiao Yunfeng continued to ask. The boy turned red with anxiety, his lips trembling, but he couldn't say a word. Qiao Yunfeng just smiled and quietly looked at him. After a long time, a faint voice finally came out to tie on the knife to fight bad people. Aunt Hu joyfully hugged the boy and cried out. Qiao Yunfeng took the red silk, patted the boy's head, and said, "All right, I'll tie it on the knife to fight bad people. You must grow up well." The boy nodded vigorously. Qiao Yunfeng patted the boy's head and said, "Wait for me a moment." The boy, holding the crossbow, looked at Qiao Yunfeng seriously and said, 100 shots, 100 hits. Yes, 100 shots, 100 hits. She got up and walked out of the courtyard. Aunt Hu shouted from behind, "Little Qiao, you must take care." She turned around, raised her hand holding the red silk, and waved it vigorously. The red silk danced with her hand, looking quite beautiful. Behind her, the boy looked at her back seriously and repeated, 100 shots, 100 hits. Back in the small courtyard, she placed the land deed on the empty bedside and pressed it down with a stone. She pulled out a machete from her space and tied the red silk given by the boy to it. 2 pieces of red silk, different in size, length, and color, were tied to the handle, yet they created a particularly harmonious beauty that made her feel it was quite nice. Touching the red silk, she thought of the figure from her past life who had saved her. She had not encountered her again this time, and Qiao Yunfeng felt a sense of regret and silently wished that no matter who she was or where she was, she could live well and happily. At exactly 1600 hours, Qiao Yunfeng disappeared from a small courtyard, just as she had come, leaving the courtyard silent. Evaluation of the current state of the challenger. Good. Rewards. 3 items. Life value 100, stamina value 100, space 1M, x 1M. Reward source crystal. 300, special rewards. Town resident, Aunt Hu, gifted a land deed. Exchange, space 5M x 5M. Town resident, Hu Tian, sincere blessing of 100 shots, 100 hits. Exchange, shooting weapon hit rate of 100 shots, 100 hits. Town resident, Lin Dafu, sincerely gifted a machete. Exchange, red silk machete, never lost, never damaged, extremely sharp. The third challenge will begin at 7 o'clock 3 days later. Looking again at 100 shots, 100 hits. Exchange, shooting weapon hit rate of 100 shots. She realized that if she had a hand crossbow or a handgun in the future, she could hit every shot. This was truly practical. Hu Tian? Was he Aunt Hu's son? So that boy's name was Hu Tian. Taking out the red silk machete and looking at the description behind it. Never lost, never damaged. Extremely sharp, she felt a wave of emotion. This knife would accompany her to the end. Lin Dafu must be Uncle Lin, right? Seeing that it was still early, she immediately continued to climb the mountain. It wasn't until she crossed the third mountain peak that she found a natural cave and decided to set up a temporary camp there. She parked her vehicle inside the cave, then lit a bonfire. Tonight, she planned to relax and enjoy a barbecue. Taking out a small stove, she placed an iron plate and the freshly cut meat on it. The sizzling meat released a rich aroma. Barbecue pairs best with beer, so she took a bite and sipped some beer. Sitting outside the cave, facing the quiet forest, she comfortably finished this meal. When she woke up, she was a bit confused. Stepping out of the cave, she looked at the forest. The grass on the ground had dwindled, and the smaller trees were beginning to wither. The forest was as quiet as it had been yesterday, with not a sound to be heard. After breakfast, she went to chop wood. The wood supply was almost used up, and now that her space was much larger, she could store more. Every day, besides chopping wood, she exercised and prepared some delicious food for herself. Camping in the wild was best paired with barbecue, eating greasy grilled pork belly, beef, and crispy bones, along with fruity beer, made the exhaustion from a day of chopping trees seem trivial. In the discussion area, someone was asking for help. A group of people was blocking his door, demanding he hand over supplies. He told them he had none, but they didn't believe him. In this way, his entire family was beaten, and the group stole all their food, accusing him of being selfish for not helping others. But heaven knew he really had nothing. Many people in the discussion area shared similar experiences. Yes, I really have none. In the end, the Hu people entered the city, and I hid in the cellar, too scared to go out. Since the last round started, there had already been natural disasters, and supplies were extremely expensive. Water was even more scarce. He nearly died of thirst. Where'd he find extra supplies to give them? It was truly unreasonable, as if they thought we challengers should just give. I want to know how they would know who among us is a challenger if no family members mentioned it. In reality, food was indeed scarce, but we ourselves were struggling. There were also parents and relatives. How could we have the energy to help others, right? We don't even know if we can survive the next round. It was terrifying. Just now, a challenger from the next room was killed by that group of people, and they stole his wristband. That person even said that whoever stole it could become a challenger. He saw the start time for the next round. Upstairs, is that true? Are you joking with us? Then they won't come looking for you directly, right? No way, I'm so scared. I want to move. Yes, I'm going to pack up. I'm leaving tonight. Is this news true or false? This kind of joke is not funny at all. Looking at these messages, Qiao Yunfeng's worries were finally confirmed. It was still the same. It had finally begun. It was still safer to come alone. Every day, eating well, sleeping well, and in her free time, she learned from downloaded survival videos or disaster survival knowledge. She completely lost track of time until she heard that familiar notification sound again. 7 o'clock. Time to enter the challenge. Disaster Survival Challenge. Round 3. Urban High-Rise. This is a modern metropolis of civilization where people live abundantly and goods are plentiful. However, the overall development of humanity is always accompanied by irreversible environmental pollution and ecological breakdown. As guests here for enjoyment, please consciously abide by the city regulations. Otherwise, you will face severe penalties. During the challenge, do not step outside the city limits. Violators will have their life value reduced to 0. Survival period, 10 days. In the challenge, personally killing other challengers will lower your level. If you drop to level 0, you will automatically die. The third round of the challenge is about to begin. Earn 4,000 gold coins. You currently hold 400 source crystals. Please select from the following items. Each item has a random selection of 10,000 for each round. 1. Life value 100. Source Crystal 150. 2. Infinite firing handgun, can fire bullets infinitely. Source Crystal 400. 3. Vitality recovery agent, cancels all statuses, fully restores life and stamina. Source Crystal 600. Seeing the vitality recovery agent, Qiao Yunfeng couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. She didn't have enough source crystals. In her past life, she had died at this round, and seeing that the third round hadn't changed made her feel somewhat insecure. But when she saw the infinite firing handgun, she clicked to confirm and buy it without hesitation. This infinite firing handgun paired with her 100 shots, 100 hits, was perfect for her. She felt she was one step closer to surviving to the end. The supplies in this city were indeed abundant, and she had already planned to buy a lot to fill her space completely with supplies in the early stages. Name: Qiao Yunfeng level. Level 3 can be upgraded. Can be upgraded by 1 level for each successful disaster challenge. Gender: female. Number of challenges participated: 3 health points, 500 stamina points, 500 status. Good space: 14M x 14M can be upgraded. Items held: Level 3 medical kit. Items in the kit fully restore every 3 days. Effects doubled. The medical kit has a new function. Every 3 days, the medicines will reset, so she can use them freely. Entering the challenge, she was placed next to the busiest intersection in the city, watching the bustling traffic and crowds. She immediately put on a mask. Starting today, toxic fog will appear in this city. If inhalation reaches 100, health and stamina points will be forcibly deducted from the limit. In her previous life, she lost points at a rate of 1 point per hour for 6 consecutive days, going from normal to fatigue and weakness. The maximum limit was reduced by half from 300, and even though she later switched to medicines and food that could replenish health and stamina points, the ongoing deductions limited her replenishment. This time, she must be fully prepared from the start. Without wasting time, she headed straight to the pawn shop at the street corner, taking out the gem-encrusted dagger she received from the Hu people. Although she knew the pawn shop wouldn't offer a high price, she didn't have much time, so she accepted the loss as long as she could achieve her goal. Looking at the 2 large rubies, the pawn shop offered 2 million gold coins, which was the highest price they could give. Anything higher would require approval from the headquarters. Chapter 14. Third match. City High Rise 1. Repair. 8 o'clock a.m. sharp. Disaster Survival Challenge. Day 1 begins. Fog appeared in the sky and gradually dispersed under the sunlight. With the 2 million gold coin card in hand, Qiao Yunfeng walked directly into the alley next door, retrieved her RV stored at her space, opened the map navigation to find the nearest pharmacy, and began to buy a large quantity of antibiotics, anti-allergy medications, anti-inflammatory drugs, masks, protective suits, oxygen masks, etc. Because she bought so much, and some medications had purchase limits. She had already thought of an explanation. We're a convoy planning to drive to the northern snow mountains for a trip. The reason for buying so much is that each person in the convoy needs to share some. The journey is long, and it will be useful when we get to the snow mountains. Our convoy has over 40 vehicles and about 100 people. It's better to stock up just in case we run short on the way. The pharmacy staff followed Qiao Yunfeng's direction to see her RV parked outside. After a brief discussion, several staff members happily began to help her load boxes of medicines into the storage compartment of the RV. They also recommended a few frostbite medications, which Qiao Yunfeng gladly accepted, making the staff even more cheerful. For the entire morning, she drove from pharmacy to pharmacy, repeating the above operation. Thus, various medications were categorized and stacked neatly in her medical shelf, bringing her great satisfaction. The next planned stop was the largest local produce wholesale market, where she needed to stock up on various meats, vegetables, fruits, and seafood. Using the same reasoning, she filled 3 large vehicles with food. If it was just for her, it would be enough for more than 2 years of consumption. Then she drove straight to the planned third stop, the night market snack street. From evening till midnight, she packed various foods, filling 2 vehicles completely. Exhausted, she found a parking spot, lay on the bed in the back of the RV, and immediately fell asleep. 8 o'clock a.m. sharp. Disaster Survival Challenge. Day 2 begins. The fog was denser than yesterday. In the city park, citizens were chatting and laughing while exercising, commenting that the fog made everyone look ethereal, which was quite interesting. Today, Qiao Yunfeng's plan involved continuing to stock up on supplies while also finding a safe place to stay. The fog would only get thicker, and having a good safe residence would reduce many troubles later on. Early in the morning, she went directly to a real estate agency, requesting a house that must have an air purifier, regardless of price or distance. The agency staff really liked this kind of wealthy client. Within 10 minutes, they contacted a property and immediately drove her to a large community on the outskirts of the city. The community had over 40 buildings, each 18 stories high, with excellent greenery and both above-ground and underground parking. The entrance had 24-hour property security, and each building also had separate access control. After the agency communicated, they entered the building. A man in his 50s was talking to a very beautiful girl. Seeing them, he immediately smiled and asked, "Are you the ones who called to see the house?" The agency staff quickly replied, Yes, this Miss Qiao is the tenant looking to rent. Let's go up then. I only have one unit available on the 15th floor, and I live on the 16th. It's very convenient for you to find me if you need anything. I'll tell you, my house is very nice. Everyone in this community says so. I specifically hired someone to renovate it. I don't use inferior materials. The agency immediately complimented. You really spare no expense. You have 3 units in this building. It must have been tiring to renovate them all. Not tiring. This building is all mine. The next one belongs to my wife. The man smiled, very pleased. Let me tell you, my wife is really nice and a great cook. The agency staff suddenly paused, unsure how to respond. Qiao Yunfeng couldn't help but smile slightly. Does the room on the 15th floor have an air purifier? The owner immediately nodded. Yes, it's all installed. I installed them throughout the entire building, and I also installed one in my wife's building. Each household has a separate one. You can turn it on as you like. It's very convenient. I tell you, the air isn't always good these days. Sometimes my wife suddenly coughs. The news says it's air pollution, smog. Anyway, it's not great. The agency really couldn't take it anymore. You installed it for the whole building? Isn't it enough to just install it in your room? The man explained seriously. I have 3 sons. If they want to live on any floor in the future, what if it's not installed? My wife said to install everything, so the sons can choose any room they like later. Let me tell you, my wife is very smart. At this point, the agency staff really didn't want to speak anymore. Qiao Yunfeng sighed. Yes, she really is very smart. The owner laughed broadly, right? I told you. The elevator stopped on the 15th floor, and the agency was the first to step out. Qiao Yunfeng exited the elevator and observed the layout of this unit. There were only 2 units on this floor, and stepping out of the elevator led to a marble entrance hall, with 1 unit on each side, each fitted with a secure electronic lock door. First, she checked the left side. Entering the door was a foyer, and further inside was a large door leading to the living room. The layout was a 3-bedroom, 2-living room configuration. The right side was identical in layout, and indeed, as the owner said, it was nicely decorated, fully equipped, and ready to move in. Take a look. Which one do you like? The owner asked happily. Qiao Yunfeng looked at the tall, beautiful, and spirited girl and said, Which side do you prefer? I'm fine either way. The girl glanced at Qiao Yunfeng and replied, I'm fine either way too. How about I take the left and you take the right? Are you going out? Yes, to buy some things I need. After exiting the elevator, they each walked toward different vehicles. The girl raised an eyebrow when she saw Qiao Yunfeng's RV, but didn't ask anything and drove away. Once she left, Qiao Yunfeng started the RV and drove off. Her destination today was solar panels and diesel generators. After searching several places, she finally bought everything she needed, including a good amount of diesel, kerosene, and charcoal. Then she went to a wholesale market for daily necessities, purchasing many cleaning supplies, clothes, hand warmers, and heaters. Worried about encountering challenges with restricted items again, she bought extra supplies that weren't too technologically advanced. To make organizing the space easier, she also bought over 10 shelves, several large water tanks, and storage boxes. After shopping around, she realized she still didn't have any water-related equipment. Excited, she rushed to check out yachts, but unfortunately, the ones she liked were too expensive, while the cheaper ones seemed no different from inflatable boats. In the end, she could only comfort herself by buying 2 sets of diving suits. The salesperson, seeing her purchase the diving suits, immediately asked if she wanted to stock up on oxygen tanks. So, she bought a few more oxygen tanks and also had the staff direct her to a place that specifically sells oxygen, where she stocked up on 100 large oxygen tanks. The staff were very cautious, repeatedly warning her to be careful as they could explode. After leaving the yacht store, she felt a bit reluctant and decided to make sure to get a small yacht for 3 or 4 people whenever she had the chance. She continued to stock up. With such a large space, it needed to be filled. Seeing it packed with supplies made her happy. She opened her notebook to see what she still needed to buy and planned to go out again. After enjoying freshly roasted pork chops with vegetable salad and chilled drinks, she felt very satisfied. Scrolling through the discussion area, she noticed that everyone seemed unaware of the fog issue. Today, she saw several people starting to cough on the road. Tomorrow, the fog would likely be thicker. Over the past few days, she had been running around frantically, and now her supplies were almost sufficient. From tomorrow on, she planned not to go out. She would seal all the gaps in the windows of her room. Just as she was about to close the discussion area to watch survival videos, a message suddenly popped up. Do you have an extra notification about inhaling fog? What's that for? I have it too, it says 1. Shouldn't be a big deal. The status shows normal. Status is normal. Mine is also 1. I think it's fine. The status hasn't changed, so it should be okay. Since it's noted, it must mean something else. I'm planning to wear a mask tomorrow. Yeah, I also think if it were useless, it wouldn't be mentioned. Are you guys overthinking it? For survival, thinking too much is better than not thinking enough. That makes sense. I'm going to buy a mask tomorrow too. There are so many cheap supplies here. You old challengers are just fooling around. The new ones are coming in every round. Every round has newcomers, and they all say the same thing for the first 3 days. I've gradually gotten used to it. At exactly 8 a.m., Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 3 begins. Thick fog enveloped the entire city, with visibility not exceeding 20 meters. Waking up in the morning and seeing the fog outside, Qiao Yunfeng took out transparent tape to seal all the windows. The air purifier had not been turned off since she moved in. After finally sealing all the windows in her room, to reward herself for her hard work, she had already put beef ribs in the oven, along with cherry tomatoes and potatoes. The rich meat aroma filled the air. While waiting for the meat to be ready, she took out downloaded outdoor survival videos to continue her learning. After lunch, she put fish in the oven, preparing it for dinner. She took out a machete to exercise. During the second challenge, she realized her stamina was lacking. If it weren't for the enhanced effects of the medicines in her first aid kit, she wouldn't have managed to hold on. However, in future challenges, she might encounter even more dangers, so she needed to strengthen her physical training and improve her combat skills. In her previous life, the challenge's difficulty lay in the fog. Too much inhalation would cause negative status effects. If she prepared thoroughly from morning till night, as long as she didn't inhale the fog or reduced her absorption, it wouldn't be too difficult. However, the fog is quite natural. Who would think to guard against it? That's why most people fell victim in her previous life, leading to shortages of medicine and chaos later on. In the past 2 days, she had done her best to gather the necessary supplies. Starting today, she would try to stay indoors as much as possible. This challenge had enough food and drink. It was best to stay secure until the end. However, events often unfold differently from our plans, and unexpected surprises can lead things in entirely unknown directions. Turning on the TV for news reports, she diligently swung the machete. The reports continuously played. Due to the heavy fog, there have been multiple car pileups. Please drive carefully. Many citizens are experiencing coughing. Cough medicine at pharmacies has sold out. Citizens are advised to purchase rationally and not hoard supplies. The city's supply is very sufficient. Please leave some emergency medicines for those in need. Subsequently, pharmacies posted notices limiting purchases to 2 boxes per person. In the discussion area, someone had already started asking for cough medicine. Who has cough medicine? I'll trade at a high price. What's the reason? My status shows normal. Why am I coughing? Yeah, I can barely stand with this cough, and my status is normal. Shouldn't that mean something is wrong? Have you checked your inhalation fog levels? Mine is 10. Mine is 20. Does that matter? It should, or else why would we be coughing? That's nonsense. If the status is normal, then it should be fine. Whatever. I'm stating my opinion. If you don't want to hear it, you don't have to. Who has cough medicine? It's sold out in pharmacies. Let's see some cough medicine in the trading area. Chapter 15. Third round. City skyscrapers 2 at exactly 8 a.m. Disaster Survival Challenge. Day 4 begins. Dense fog shrouded the entire city, with visibility less than 1 meter. While waiting for the elevator, the door across opened, revealing a girl dressed in a raincoat, paired with knee-high boots, a scarf on her head, and wearing a hat. She had a sun protection neck gaiter, a mask, and goggles on her face. The two exchanged glances at each other's outfits, feeling a bit awkward. Fortunately, the elevator arrived, and they stepped inside one after the other. The girl turned to look at Qiao Yunfeng several times, and finally couldn't help but ask, "Do you have any extra protective gear? Can you sell me 2 sets?" She doesn't plan to go out now, so she doesn't need the coins. She has already stocked up on the things she wants. So let's just consider it being a good neighbor. After all, this girl isn't a challenger. Where would a challenger get such an expensive private car in the last couple of days? The girl turned to Qiao Yunfeng and said, "My name is Xia Tian." "Thank you." Xia Tian is indeed a challenger, but her possession is very special, Lucky Koi, which can increase luck by 50. It has already leveled up to level 3, which means it enhances her intuition significantly. Now, when she meets someone, she can immediately sense whether the other person likes or dislikes her. If someone harbors malice towards her, she can feel it in an instant. For example, when she encountered the host this time, she sensed that the other person might need her help, and she followed him all the way, ultimately helping him. Therefore, the place she currently lives in is free, and the car she drives is also lent to her by the host for her to use freely. She can also feel the goodwill from Qiao Yunfeng and believes that the person in front of her is not a challenger. Because where would a challenger get an RV in the past couple of days? There isn't even enough space to store it. "My name is Qiao Yunfeng." After exiting the elevator, the two walked in different directions. The fog today is so thick that she can't see her hand in front of her face. Stumbling her way to the RV, Qiao Yunfeng felt like she bumped into something 7 or 8 times, unsure if it was a flower bed or something else. Back on the 15th floor, to avoid being seen using space in the surveillance videos, she specifically entered her home first, took out a set of protective gear, and went to place it at Xia Tian's door. "Oh no, my status is already showing that my body is unwell. The fog inhalation level is at 40. Me too. Yesterday, when my inhalation level was at 35, it was still showing as normal. Today, at 40, my status has changed. Why is it like this? If I had known it would change, I would have worn a mask. I've been wearing a mask, and now my inhalation level is at 15. This shows that wearing one has some effect. I need cough medicine. Who has cough medicine a trade? Who still has cough medicine? Just say what you need." A trade for cough medicine was posted, and it was immediately snatched up, with everyone continuously asking for cough medicine in the discussion area. The news channel on the TV is broadcasting that everyone should stay at home and not go out, as inhaling too much fog can cause coughing. Everyone is advised to close their doors and windows and avoid staying outdoors as much as possible. Then, there's a continuous scrolling message. City supplies are sufficient. Please purchase rationally and do not blindly follow the trend to stock up on goods. But right behind this scrolling text are scenes of people clearing out everything in the supermarket, which is quite ironic. The hospital then issued a statement saying they are operating at full capacity and urged the public not to come to the hospital because of a cough, as inhaling more fog would only exacerbate the cough. They advised everyone to rest at home, eat more fruits, and if possible, boil rock sugar pear water or white fungus soup to drink. Immediately, a person appeared on screen, starting to teach everyone how to make the recommended drinks at home. Qiao Yunfeng looked at the materials she had, tried to make a pot, and the taste was not bad. She kept a few bowls and put the rest directly in the trading area. Rock candy pear water, x 1 bowl, 10 portions for exchange, and it was quickly swapped out. For the next pot of tremella soup, she planned to keep it all for herself. During the remaining time, she took out a machete to continue her training. When she got tired, she would watch survival videos to learn, then continue training after a break. The TV was constantly on the news channel, all day long. Besides the increasing traffic accidents and the hospitals being full, there was no other useful news. Cheng Xiaoxiao was participating in her first challenge competition. In reality, she had a sensitive constitution and sometimes didn't know why she would suddenly have allergies. At the beginning of this challenge, she was afraid of having an allergic reaction again. So she rushed to the pharmacy and bought all the necessary items: masks, alcohol, allergy medications, vitamins, cold medicine, raincoats, etc. She spent almost half her gold coins. After leaving the pharmacy, she put on her mask and went directly to the market, spending the remaining half of her coins on food. It was only then that she remembered she and T found a place to stay. She wandered in the park for 3 days and almost got picked up by the police. Finally, yesterday, she set up a temporary shelter on the rooftop of a residential building using a piece of iron board, making do for the night, thinking she would leave if the property management found her. Until today, she had traded many items in the discussion area with the supplies she had. She even saw someone trading for supplies using pear water. This was too easy. She immediately set up a small pot to start boiling. Just like that, after trading 5 pots of rock candy pear water, she looked at the abundant supplies in her space and felt a bit incredulous. Was this challenge too easy? Unfortunately, reality would tell her that it was not the case. At exactly 8 o'clock a.m., Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 5 begins. Dense fog continued to envelop the entire city. When she woke up today, she heard the community announcement that the neighborhood was sealed off and everyone had to stay at home and not go out. The government would deliver a portion of supplies every day, one for each household, to be collected in the hall downstairs. This had no effect on Qiao Yunfeng at all. In the morning, she brewed a cup of coffee, paired with freshly toasted bread topped with cheese and cream. It was truly delicious. She planned to make more to store in her space, so she could take it out to eat whenever she wanted. Plus, she thought of adding a beef patty and some fruit, paired with yogurt. Perfect. During most of the daytime, she continued to train with her knife, a daily routine she was committed to. To survive until the end, she had to improve her physical strength and combat power. When her arms were too sore to lift, she would apply some medicated plaster, take a break to watch lifestyle videos, then continue. She took out the pistol with unlimited bullets and tested its accuracy. She could only say it was indeed spot on. Very powerful, and using it with one hand was no problem at all. After trying it out, she could only say that spending 400 source crystals was really worth it. In the evening, she opened the discussion area and saw that some people were still asking for cough medicine, while others were asking for masks. In the trading area, some had already started exchanging for antibiotics. Now her space was fully stocked, and whenever she saw something she wanted, she would trade for it. My God, why is the coughing so severe? I saw someone downstairs coughing up blood today. They want to go to the hospital, but they want to let them leave. They can't go. Isn't that going to cause a fight? Does anyone know what this inhaled fog level really is? It has already risen to 60. Although I don't know, seeing it keep rising makes me feel like it's not a good thing. Does anyone know how to stop it from rising? I feel like wearing a mask isn't enough. Wearing a mask just slows it down. It doesn't stop it. The problem is, it's rising even in my room. Do I have to wear a mask 24 hours a day? Who has extra cough medicine? Let us trade. I can't even stand up now from coughing. Shunfeng couldn't stand up anymore from coughing. He didn't know why he was coughing so severely. His condition still showed as normal. He was completely afraid to go out. The fog outside was too thick. He hid in his room, pulled the curtains, and wore a mask. He hoped to survive until the end. Hearing the continuous coughing from next door, his heart sank deeper. At exactly 8 o'clock a.m., Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 6 begins. Special reminder, inhaled fog level reaches 100. Every hour will deduct 1 permanent life value and 1 permanent stamina value. As soon as this reminder came out, all challengers went crazy. A chorus of curses erupted. You, damn it. Why didn't T remind us earlier? I'm already at 75, and you're just now telling us. There's still several days left. It's impossible not to breathe. This is too inhumane. It's in the air, and you expect us not to inhale it? Are you trying to make us buy gas masks? Who knows where to get them? Those upstairs who know about it have already bought them. Who is going to tell you? Masks are also okay. Although they're not as effective, it's better than nothing. If you can't buy a mask, make one yourself, so one from clothes. Don't scare yourself. They only start deducting at 100. It's not there yet, right? From now on, pay attention and wear a mask. It's better than waiting until it hits 100 before notifying us. Upstairs, I think you're toxic. Even though I feel like you're wrong, I can't argue with you. Have you been PUAD for so long that you're starting to self-PUA now? No matter how loudly you curse, does it help? Can it lower your inhalation level? You're amazing. I can't, but I feel happy after cursing. Who has extra masks? Let us trade a bit in the trading area. Qiao Yunfeng looked at the masks he had stocked up and posted a trade in the trading area. Masks X2 for 100 units in exchange for daily necessities. Soon, others also posted various protective gear, like hoods and some protective neck gaiters. Someone even posted a complete gas mask set, but wanted to exchange it for vitality potion, and no one was willing to trade. He periodically refreshed the page, and during the time Qiao Yunfeng was trading masks, he noticed that the person kept refreshing as well. Before noon, suddenly another voice burst out in the discussion. "Oh no, there are rats everywhere outside. Are they going crazy? I felt goosebumps all over. I see them too. Oh my, how could so many rats suddenly appear? I have them here too. They're starting to gnaw at the door. My goodness, this wooden door is about to break from their gnawing. What should we do? Could it be that they're also unable to tolerate the poison in the fog? Are we going to have to coexist with the rats? The rats are coming in. There are too many. I can't fight them off. Run to a higher floor. There's fog outside. Are you stupid? It might not be safe to go out now, but if you don't, you'll get bitten to death. It's terrifying. It's a dark mass. Who has rat poison? Run, I've been bitten. These rats can bite people. It's over. I've been bitten too. There are too many. I can't fight them off. Run. There's such a large area of them. What's the point of fighting? Hurry up and run to a higher place." Qiao Yunfeng didn't see the news report until the evening. There's a large-scale appearance of rats in the city. Please ensure your doors and windows are closed at home. The government will distribute rat poison as soon as possible. Please be cautious. The video doorbell of her community rang. It was the property security reminding residents that there are rats everywhere today, and they must keep their doors closed and not open them. If a rat appears at home, try to kill it. And rat poison will be placed in each building tomorrow morning. After hanging up the video call, Qiao Yunfeng sat on the sofa, thinking, there weren't any rats in her previous life, right? She couldn't be mistaken. She really hadn't seen a single rat before. In her previous life, she hadn't seen a rat until the 8th day. So why was it different this time? Since her rebirth, it seemed everything had changed. Was it due to the influence of her rebirth? Unable to figure it out, she shook her head and began to seriously think about how to deal with the current situation. What could a large number of rats bring? Infectious diseases? The plague? Suddenly, she recalled the plague. It was a terrifying infectious disease, and with the fog in the city, if she got infected at the same time, it would be uncertain whether she could last until the 10th day. No, she had to seal off all the rooms completely. It would be best to seal the corridors too, and the sewers, as rats could potentially climb up through them. After considering all this, she rushed to the bathroom and began to take out tools from her space, sealing off all the drains. She was grateful for her long-standing habit of hoarding supplies and found iron sheets and steel plates. She worked late into the night to seal off all the drainage points. The corridor could only be addressed tomorrow. Chapter 16, the third round, City High Rise 3, revised at exactly 8 o'clock a.m., Disaster Survival Challenge. Day 7 begins. The fog outside had not cleared, but the rats were becoming increasingly rampant, and people in the discussion area were constantly shouting for help. After breakfast, Qiao Yunfeng knocked on the door across from her and straightforwardly said, "I want to weld iron plates at the entrance of the corridor to prevent rats from coming in." "What do you think?" Qiao Yunfeng looked at Xia Tian in surprise after listening, thinking to himself that this girl is quick on the uptake. He nodded and said, "Wait for me a moment. The host already moved some materials to his house yesterday. I'll go get some. Otherwise, if you don't have enough materials, we won't be able to seal it all." Xia Tian turned and went upstairs to find the host. In no time, she came down carrying a lot of steel plates and electric tools. From upstairs, the host's voice could be heard reminding, "Xia, you two young ladies need to be careful. Don't get hurt." Turning to Qiao Yunfeng, she said, "Let's get started. I'll hold it while you nail it, and once it's nailed down, we'll weld it shut. Before closing the door, I put down some rat poison. I don't know if it will be effective." The cooperation between Qiao Yunfeng and Xia Tian started from complete lack of coordination to gradually becoming in sync. Both of them silently gave each other a thumbs up in their hearts, thinking to themselves, this girl is really smart, wearing protective gear and doing such high-intensity physical work. They were both drenched in sweat in no time. However, neither of them said anything or suggested taking a break. They both endured the discomfort and continued to push on. By the time the hallway door was sealed, 2 hours had already passed. With Xia Tian's strong insistence, They managed to seal 3 entire floors. Qiao Yunfeng sat on the ground, his face covered in sweat inside the hood. The most uncomfortable part was that he couldn't wipe it off, but he didn't dare to take it off because the mist was still there. Okay, thank you. Xiao Tian nodded directly, expressed his thanks, and then stepped into the house. Qiao Yunfeng walked into the foyer and disinfected herself from head to toe with alcohol twice. The bathroom drain was sealed, so she couldn't take a shower. She pushed the sofa aside in the living room to make space for the RV, took a good shower in the vehicle, changed her clothes, and finally sat down at ease. She checked her wristband, status, extremely fatigued, stamina, 100 health, 260, inhaled fog amount, 0. Whenever she went out, she always wore a mask from the medical kit, which now seemed very useful. Waking up and drinking ice water, she opened the discussion forum, where there was indeed a chorus of lamentations. Oh my God, I was bitten by a rat yesterday, and today my whole leg is swollen, plus it's oozing fluid. What should I do? Is there anyone who can share some medicine? I just got bitten by a rat. On one side, there's fog. On the other, rats. I might as well commit suicide. I'm running a fever. Is it because of some bacterial infection? Is it because I was bitten by a rat? What should I do? Does anyone have antipyretics? Oh my God, these rats have already climbed to the 5th floor and are gnawing at the outside door. What should I do? What door? The iron door should be fine. They generally can't break it. The security door is iron, but the bottom is a metal mesh. Will they gnaw through it? That's hard to say. If it's too fine, they might. Don't panic upstairs. Find something to pour oil outside, then set it on fire. I've already burned them once. Will the door catch fire? I don't know, but that's better than them gnawing their way in. What if they can't gnaw through? Then you just wait. I need antipyretics. I need rat poison. Rat poison is useless now. It's faster to burn them to death. What if the house catches fire? The main door is on fire. Oh my God, I should run. Watching the chaotic discussions in the forum, Qiao Yunfeng thought for a moment and posted a trade. Vitamins can increase body resistance. X10 for 50 units in exchange for daily necessities. Aspirin can reduce inflammation and increase body resistance. X2 for 30 units in exchange for daily necessities. As soon as these 2 trade were posted, countless people rushed to trade. By the time Qiao Yunfeng found the item she wanted and completed the transactions, it had already been 2 hours. She took out a packed snack, ate while scrolling through the discussion forum to see what other tradespeople were posting. At this moment, she received a private trade request. Shen Ranran proposed a trade. Ginseng chicken soup, buff, stamina limit 10, X1 in exchange for masks X10, vitamins X10, aspirin X10. Qiao Yunfeng's eyes went wide in an instant. The limit on stamina could be increased? This Shen Ranran was too impressive. She still remembered that in the last match, Shun had provided food that replenished health, and now she could already produce food that increased stamina limits. Shun's items were truly remarkable. Without any hesitation, she immediately clicked to agree. When she saw the stamina limit had really increased, Qiao Yunfeng felt a surge of excitement and quickly sent a friend request to Shen Ranran. It wasn't long before the request was accepted. Qiao Yunfeng didn't hold back and directly asked if there were any more. Shen Ranran looked at the message and fell silent. As a chef, her items weren't specific objects, but rather the dishes she could create each day. Such items were quite valuable in survival challenges, as she had never lacked food since the first match. Moreover, after leveling up alongside her, her dishes had a 20 chance of granting random buffs. However, a 20 chance didn't guarantee activation every time. Looking at the simple 3 items Qiao Yunfeng had sent, she genuinely wanted to say there were more, but unfortunately, there weren't any left. If there are any next time, prioritize trading with me? Sure. The transaction was completed with both parties satisfied. Zhao Kursin was following suggestions in the discussion area, pouring oil out through the small window of the security door. When the outside seemed ready, she directly threw out a burning piece of wood. Great, it really worked. Now she didn't have to worry. She needed to be conservative with the oil and check online for ways to save oil while burning faster. The internet said soaking cloth in oil could save oil and also burn faster because it was cloth. At exactly 8 o'clock a.m., the Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 8 begins. Today was the day Qiao Yunfeng died in her past life. After waking up in the morning, she sat on her bed, looking at her status and the abundance of items in her space, truly feeling that this time she would live well. She walked to the living room to turn on the TV to check the news, but found it wouldn't turn on. She reached to turn on the light, but that wouldn't work either. Realizing something was wrong, she immediately went to the kitchen, turned on the faucet, and there was no water. Trying to contact the property security through the access control system to inquire about the situation, she discovered that even that was unusable. She quickly turned to the air purifier, and indeed, it had shut down due to a power outage. She didn't know when it had turned off. So Qiao Yunfeng quickly took a mask from the medicine cabinet and put it on. Opening the discussion area, it was still filled with discussions about the rat problem. There were rats everywhere. What to do if bitten? The power and water are out. Do you have any? Medicine. Who still has medicine? Was there any aspirin left from yesterday? There are significantly fewer rats on higher floors. If there's a chance, run to the upper floors. There's fog outside, and the fog inhalation level is already at 90. I'm scared. We're out of power too. It seems the whole community is down. Did too many rats cause this? My fog inhalation level is already at 100. Now it indicates that I will lose 1 point each from stamina and health limits every hour. That's 24 points a day, and with less than 3 days left. If I could just hold on. But I was bitten by a rat and now have a fever, which is also causing me to lose health. Everyone, block the door with metal sheets. Rats can't get through metal, and then they want to enter the house. Really? How we block it? Upstairs. Just wait to be bitten. I want tea. How do we do it? Rats can't get through metal sheets. I'll lock myself in a container. So I'm temporarily safe, but I don't know if the air will last until the 10th day. Just breathe oxygen upstairs. You can definitely hold on, right? I'll make a trade, asking for oxygen. Don't listen to him. Just shoot a small hole in the ceiling. Too much oxygen isn't good either. Do you understand? With a hole, there will be fog. You want him to die. Just breathing oxygen means he is not far from death. Qiao Yunfeng looked at the person who had posted a trade request for oxygen. She thought about the oxygen she had stored in her space and sent a trade offer. It included 3 oxygen tanks, each about half a person's height. If used sparingly, they should last intermittently and be enough for him to last until the 10th day. As soon as the other party received it, they immediately sent a message back. Boss, what do you want? Qiao Yunfeng thought for a moment and looked at the spacious area. As long as it does not exceed 50 cm x 50 cm x 50 cm, anything is fine. Qiao Yunfeng blinked strangely and wondered why there were size requirements, but no requirements for what the item actually was. After thinking for a few seconds, he tried again and asked, "Don't you have any oxygen yourself? This size of oxygen won't last a day. Big shot, can I add you as a friend tomorrow?" Qiao Yunfeng raised her eyebrow, completely not expecting the other party to agree so readily. She sent a friend request, and the other party immediately accepted it. Big shot. Wait for me. I'll come find you at 8 a.m. tomorrow. You must keep it for me. He could be sure that he would have grenades tomorrow, which certainly meant they weren't already in his possession. If he had them now, given their communication, the other party would have definitely brought them out for trade. He mentioned in the discussion area that he had locked himself in a shipping container to avoid the hordes of mice outside, so it was unlikely he could go out to retrieve anything. This left only one possibility. His possession was very special. It could allow him to obtain grenades. But why not today? What if it was tomorrow? Was there a time limit? Or a location limit? Or perhaps a quantity limit? After thinking it over, Qiao Yunfeng shook her head. Forget it. She wasn't really interested in the other party's secret. As long as he could really produce a grenade tomorrow. That was all that mattered. He started wearing a mask only after the 4th day, by which time the effectiveness of the mask was already very limited. To prevent the inhalation of fog from increasing, he had to wear a gas mask, which was indeed effective. The inhalation level no longer increased. But the original inhalation level didn't decrease either. Moreover, the gas mask was thick, and wearing it made him sweat profusely, but he dared not take it off. Now, he was extremely cautious even while eating. His stamina was now below 100. His status indicated fatigue, all hot and stuffy. He initially planned to use another gas mask to exchange for a vitality potion. At first, he saw that the potion cost 600 source crystals and hesitated to trade. Wanted to see if anyone would come to exchange. Unfortunately, no one had come to trade so far. So, he had an extra gas mask taking up space. Sigh. Tears were welling up in his heart, but he didn't dare to say anything because there were plenty of people in worse situations than him. Chapter 17 in the 3rd round, City High Rise 4 today in the discussion area. A new item appeared. Ginseng Slices restores 2 HP. X10 for something that can kill a lot of mice. When Qiao Yunfeng saw this item, she was a bit curious. She had all sorts of medicines, including ginseng slices, but hers didn't restore HP. Wanting to figure out the difference, she tried sending a small can of kerosene, which could be poured on the ground and ignited to burn a bunch of mice, so it should meet the other party's requirements. The other party agreed, and she took out her ginseng slices to have a look. Indeed, they were just small pieces of ginseng, nothing special, and they looked no different from the ones she had stockpiled. A small piece restoring 2 HP was of no use to her now. She put the 10 ginseng slices away, thinking she would look for this kind of status-enhancing medicine next time there was an opportunity. However, unexpectedly, the other party immediately sent another trade. Holingji restores 50 stamina, X1 for 3 cans of kerosene. This stamina-restoring effect was quite good, so she had to agree. After the trade was completed, the other party sent a friend request. Sun Yuan. After it was accepted, the other party directly messaged her. Do you still have kerosene? Or you could put iron sheets on the door. Mice can't bite through iron sheets. Seeing that the traded items were quite good, she kindly reminded her. Well, my house's doors and windows are not good. It would require too many materials to seal with iron sheets. I'm planning to change places to store more for the journey. In fact, Sun Yuan's plan was to run all the way to the rooftop. When she first arrived at this community, she had gone up to the top floor once and knew there was an abandoned small iron house there, which looked overgrown now because of the hot weather. She wanted to quickly get up there while others hadn't thought of it yet, as that would be safer. I still have kerosene. What else do you have that enhances status? Qiao Yunfeng asked directly. Highly toxic venom, extracted from poisonous plants. Lethal in 1 drop. X1 bottle 100 milliliters for 4 cans of kerosene. Upon seeing the description of this venom, her brain hadn't even thought it through, and her hand had already clicked to agree. That unknown poison from the last round was incredibly useful. It could be said that she had narrowly escaped death thanks to that venom. So much so that now, seeing the words venom, her heart involuntarily started to leap with excitement. This was really a good item. After the trade was completed, Qiao Yunfeng specifically asked if you have this medicine. Why not use it on the mice? Diluting it for spraying would reduce its effectiveness, and I don't have much of it, so I can't use it on a large scale. The other party unexpectedly gave a very serious explanation. Qiao Yunfeng thought this person's things were quite good, and the shortcomings were clearly explained. If there are similar items next time, she can always be contacted for a swap. In her plan, she needed to climb from the 4th floor all the way to the 16th floor, then pry open the lock on the rooftop door to reach the roof. For her, a tech enthusiast, climbing 12 flights of stairs was already very difficult. Not to mention that there were groups of rats in the stairwell that could attack her at any moment. Although she felt anxious and knew this journey would be tough, she was even more aware that the door hadn't stopped the rats for long. If she didn't leave now, what awaited her later would be a tide of rats, and there would be no way to retreat then. After carefully checking all her protective measures again, she held up her homemade torch, took a deep breath, and resolutely opened the door. She stepped over the rat swarm and set off for the rooftop. Where she walked, the rats did not attack her. But as time went on, they gradually began to bite at her pant legs and shoes. The bitten rats fell straight to the ground, but there were too many of them, forcing her to squeeze into a corner to place a metal bucket, then pour oil outside and set it on fire to clear a batch of rats. She used this time to quickly apply powder to her pants and shoes again, then continued climbing the stairs. Again and again, she finally reached the rooftop, looking at the locked door. Without saying a word, she took out a bottle of sulfuric acid and poured it over the lock, which opened. She closed the door, blocked it with an iron gate from the outside, and entered the abandoned metal shed. Chu Tianqi, looking at his health points, helplessly took off his mask. After all, he had already inhaled 100 of the mist, and losing health points was inevitable, so there was no need to be so hard on himself. Feeling a pang in his heart, he raised his head and yelled at the ceiling, I have 300 health points. I can survive until the end, even if they decrease. You can't scare me. Just as his voice fell, the sound of rats outside began to squeak, indicating another wave was coming. His arrogant expression froze on his face as he sighed inwardly. Damn it. How can there be so many rats? He had already burned 3 waves today. This was the 4th wave. If he kept burning, he worried whether the door could withstand it. Who knew? He thought about it and decided this wouldn't work. He got up to continue burning this wave of rats, then walked to the door and shouted, "Who has any metal sheets? Bring them out so we can block the corridor together." The thicker the metal sheets, the longer they would hold. If they kept burning, the house might collapse and everyone would be finished. He didn't know if anyone would come out, but he couldn't care less at this point. He took out the remaining metal sheets and started sealing the door at the stairway. Before long, a man came over carrying a pile of metal sheets, and the two nodded at each other, continuing to seal. The third, fourth, with everyone's effort, the door was sealed, and everyone exchanged glances, wishing each other well. Today was a special day for Qiao Yunfeng. After today, it would be a day worth remembering for her. Candles burned on the dining table, which was filled with various foods. She especially took out a bottle of red wine and a set of crystal glasses, carefully pouring herself a glass, and raised it to the faint shadow illuminated by candlelight on the window. Qiao Yunfeng, you've lived through today in this life. Keep going. You will definitely live until the end. She downed the glass in one go, the sourness of the red wine filling her taste buds, a farewell to her past, yet also a nostalgia for her former self. In this challenge, she had not encountered the woman who killed her in her previous life again. She had thought about it, wondering if she would feel hate, seek revenge, or be unable to resist directly killing her if they met again. But until today, she had not encountered that person again. Sometimes things are like that. A small change can alter what should have happened, and the people she should have met merely passed by, putting aside those bothersome thoughts. She earnestly enjoyed a big meal, treating it as a celebration. Today was her rebirth. She would definitely strive to live until the end. At exactly 8 a.m., Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 9 begins. Due to the rampant rats in the city, a plague has broken out. People bitten by rats lose an extra health point every hour, which accumulates with other statuses. Qiao Yunfeng was checking messages when he received a trading request from Lu Haoshuan. 1 box of grenades, 50 cm 50 cm, in exchange for 3 large oxygen tanks. It's really happening. Qiao Yunfeng raised his eyebrows in surprise. It seems his possessions are indeed very special and quite useful. Thank you, big boss, you are so kind. If you need anything in the future, just come to me. As long as it's the right size, I'll prioritize you. Looking at this message, Qiao Yunfeng smiled. Kindness. That was her past life-esque trait. After being reborn, kindness is something she no longer wants to mention. Let's just have serious discussions about traits from now on. If I need anything else, I'll find you. Preparing to have a simple breakfast, she wasn't hungry since she ate too much last night. She poured herself a cup of coffee and casually ate a piece of bread, while scrolling towards today's discussion area. Is there anyone who has stamina-boosting medicine? I ran out after yesterday. If anyone has some, please put it out. I'll exchange it for supplies. It doesn't matter how much you add, just have some. Who else has it? Hurry up and bring out to trade. Let me know what you want to exchange. This challenge is too cruel for our first round. We only have 100 health points, and we have to deal with the caps, the fever state, and the plague. How can we pass? It feels like they want to make the newcomers die immediately. Upstairs, we went through the same thing in our first round. The train derailed, there was heavy rain and hail, and everyone was frozen in shock. There were wolves in the forest. You've had this thought since then, and yet here we are, still holding on. Instead of complaining, why not think of a solution? Yeah, who hasn't been a newcomer at some point? What else there to say? You guys who have been through 2 or 3 rounds have high health and stamina, so of course, you're not afraid. But I haven't seen any of you come out to help us newcomers. Oh wow, I thought I'd only see this kind of green tea bitch in real life. I didn't expect to see the same vibe in the challenge. Are you always asking for supplies from those who came out in the first 2 rounds? If they don't give you anything, you call them immoral. I'm not like you said, you're so malicious. Ha, upstairs you voice my feelings when I second that too, wow. The person upstairs is impressive. I must agree 101. Everyone, hurry up and blacklist that green tea bitch. From now on, don't trade anything with him. I support you, warrior upstairs, ID number. Yes, blacklisting is a must. Being too close will only get you affected. Qiao Yunfeng was eating fruit while browsing everyone's trades. This time, she decided not to exchange for items that increased health and stamina, looking for something different instead. The trading area was filled with interesting items. Fresh apple, health value 5 points x1, exchange for disinfectant 200 milliliters. It's interesting that fruit can increase health, but she decided against the exchange. A small snail, health value 10 points x1, exchange for masks x5. Is it alive? How do you eat it? Raw. Angelica slices, stamina value 10 points x10, exchange for cooked meat and rice, a total of 5,000 grams. Is it a lack of meat or just craving it? A bowl of unknown soup can eliminate fever status. X1, exchange for a weapon. This is interesting. It's unknown, a bit like that mysterious toxin. Seeing so many people posting these peculiar items, Qiao Yunfeng felt that she could come here more often in her free time. Everyone's items were really different. Perhaps she could find more of what she needed. Tang Xinyan, enduring the pain in her leg, swung her stick to ward off several rats and ran hard toward the metal shipping container ahead, opening the door and diving inside. When she heard the rats outside the container squeaking but unable to bite through, she finally relaxed her whole body and sat down. What the person in the discussion area said was true. Rats really can't bite through metal. That's great. After drinking water and treating her wound, she took out her flashlight and discovered a pile of cardboard boxes inside the container. Since she had time, she planned to stay there until the end. Opening the cardboard boxes, she found them filled with packaged sausages. This was good stuff. Her eyes instantly brightened, and even the pain from the bites seemed to lessen. She continued to unpack, not feeling tired at all. Even though her stamina had dropped by half, it still couldn't dampen her enthusiasm for opening boxes. Although her body was exhausted, her spirit was extremely high. In the discussion area, everyone was desperately seeking medicine, and new information kept popping up. Is there any disinfectant? My rat bite is swelling. No disinfectant? You can use alcohol, it just hurts a bit. High concentration white liquor is also fine. If there's really nothing, just use fire. Are you serious upstairs? How can you be so casual? Just heat the blade red and go for it. We shouldn't have to resort to that, right? Isn't this just asking what other methods there are? This counts as one. I think you have ulterior motives. Toilet cleaner? Your heart is really black, showing it so openly. Who has disinfectant? Come trade. Alcohol swabs? One exchange? Seeing everyone's needs, Qiao Yunfeng unconsciously traded many items from the medical supplies she had stored. The most commonly traded items were alcohol and iodine. It seemed many people had been bitten by rats. Chapter 18, third match. Urban High-Rise 5 at exactly 8 o'clock a.m. Disaster Survival Challenge. Day 10 begins. The challenge will officially end at 4 o'clock p.m. Due to rampant rats in the city, a plague has broken out. Those bitten by rats lose an additional 2 health points every hour, cumulative with other statuses. Finally, it was the last day. While others were dealing with various cumulative statuses, struggling through the chaos, Qiao Yunfeng was truly taking it easy. When tired, she would eat something. When sleepy, she would rest. She had been wearing a mask while watching recorded survival videos. Almost there. Hold on. All I want is to pass. As long as my health points don't drop below 0, I'll consider it a success. What the hell? Yesterday it deducted 1 point. Today, directly 2 points. You might as well say you just want to deduct everything. Why drag it out? While deducting the limit, health points are also being deducted. I want to replenish my health, but the limit directly prevents me from doing so. I just want to know how the inhalation amount is calculated. Why are some people high and some low? Because some wear masks, some wear face shields, and some wear gas masks. Naturally, it's different. Who thought of the gas mask? That person is amazing. I'm so envious. I'm just using a mask, which only reduces part of it, but it's still there. Yesterday, I reached 100, and today it starts deducting from both sides. Thankfully, my health is high. Go ahead and deduct. I still have some left until the afternoon. The number of rats in this city is so high. Don't the city administrators care? Who will save me? I'm about to die. Big shots. Who has any items that increase health points? Please post in the trading area. I'm begging you. Yes, as long as it can replenish, even if it's just 1 point. That's fine. Throughout the day, the demands for replenishing items never ceased, continuously posted by everyone. As long as something could replenish, it would be snatched up in an instant. All challengers were doing their utmost to try to hold on until the end. Qiao Yunfeng watched the situation in the discussion area with a sense of relief in her heart. Her rebirth had given her the advantage of early preparation, which spared her from the same fate as other challengers, who faced health point deductions and the embarrassment of being bitten by rats. However, in the next round, she would lose these advantages and, like other challengers, have to face the same unexpected situations. Looking out at the world still shrouded in thick fog, she quietly encouraged herself, telling herself that she could definitely survive until the end. At exactly 1600 hours, the challenger's current status is evaluated as good, rewards, 3 portions, health points 100, stamina points 100, space 1m x 1m, reward source crystal 300. The fourth challenge will start at 7 o'clock a.m. 3 days later. A light rain began to fall from the sky, as if crying for all of this. She took a deep breath of fresh, non-toxic air, feeling grateful. During the 3 days of rest, the rain outside the cave had not stopped. Wet wood produces smoke when burned, which is very irritating. In the following days, she rested in the cave, placing an empty bucket outside to collect rainwater. The discussion area was now in complete chaos, with many people getting blocked right after the challenge, being attacked by a group if they didn't produce supplies. No one believed their explanations for lacking supplies. Didn't you explain it to her? My family is fine. My mom hasn't told anyone. When others ask where I am, she says I'm sleeping. Is explaining useful? She just scolds me and forces me to give her things. I don't want to. She made my uncle take all the remaining food from our house. She even told me, if you want us to starve, then don't take anything out. Upstairs, you're not her biological child, right? Upstairs, why not sneak away? As a bronze player, you can't carry a group. If I leave, they will really starve to death. If you don't leave, you will die. Don't say that, just explain it well. Those who Haven T participated in the challenge don't know how hard it is. Haven't you encountered people trying to steal your rings? I've already left home. Before I left last time, I packed my things. Now I'm in the suburbs, preparing to go into the mountains tomorrow. You're too fast. I just left the city. People have become too terrifying now. They really don't care about anything for supplies. I took things out, but they insisted I take more. I really don't have any left, but no one believes me, not even my own dad. I plan to take my parents with me. Otherwise, the people in the community keep crying, and my parents are almost driven mad by them. They agreed to take turns sitting at my door, crying. I've already brought my parents out. No matter where we go, it's good as long as we are together. My family is large. My mom insists on bringing my younger brother and sister, along with 2 families. We can't go anywhere. Looking at the current situation in the city, and then at her quiet cave, Qiao Yunfeng casually tossed a piece of wood into the fire. Only 20,000 people could survive in the end. At 7 o'clock, the challenge began. Disaster Survival Challenge. 4th round. Icefield Town. This is a town that provides entertainment and leisure vacation services. It is backed by a snow-capped mountain bordered by an ice lake to the east and connected to a frozen forest to the south. The environment is beautiful, the air is fresh, and there are unique and rare scenic spots for guests to enjoy. In this town, as long as you pay the corresponding gold coins, the town will provide you with top-notch services. As a guest visiting here, please consciously abide by the town's regulations, or you will face severe penalties. During the challenge, you may act freely with no restrictions. Survival period, 10 days. Killing other challengers with your own hands will lower your level. If you drop to level 0, you will die automatically. The 4th challenge is about to begin. You will receive 5,000 gold coins. You have 300 source crystals. Please choose from the following items. There are randomly 10,000 items per round. 1. Health points 100, source crystal 150. 2. Space 1m x 1m, source crystal 200. 3. Universal antidote. After taking, your chance of poisoning is reduced by 50, source crystal 400. Seeing the effect of the universal antidote, Qiao Yunfeng's first reaction was so good, but unfortunately, she didn't have enough source crystals. She shook her head and continued to choose option 2, purchasing the space. Although her current space was already larger than that of other challengers, more space was naturally better, as storing more supplies would make her feel more secure. Name: Qiao Yunfeng level. Level 4 can upgrade. Each successful disaster challenge raises the level by 1. Gender: female. Number of challenges participated. For health points, 600 stamina points, 610 status. Good space. 16M x 16M can upgrade. Items held. Level 4 medical kit. The items in the kit will restore quantity daily. And the effectiveness of the medicines is doubled, replenishing 10 points each of stamina and health. The medical kit upgraded again, allowing it to replenish stamina and health. Although Qiao Yunfeng's current replenishment of 10 points was not much, having something was better than nothing, and since the quantity refreshed daily, it meant she would have it every day, making this function very practical. This time, the entry point was in a swaying, sightseeing cable car. Qiao Yunfeng was sitting in her seat as the entire train smoothly advanced forward. In front of the carriage, a short man wearing glasses enthusiastically introduced, "Dear guests, in 3 minutes, we will arrive at your destination, Icefield Town. Distinguished guests, you can enjoy your stay and activities in the town according to the package you selected. Please note that VIP guests receive the best service. Icefield Town is located in a unique geographical area and can currently only be reached by cable car. If any esteemed guests have needs, feel free to contact the staff in the town. They will solve all your problems for you. We are about to arrive, so please put on your coats and disembark in an orderly manner. The outdoor temperature is minus 20 degrees Celsius, so please be sure to keep warm. Your luggage will be delivered directly to your room after you choose your hotel. So please enjoy this pleasant and perfect trip with peace of mind." A beautiful woman in work clothes came out from the town and warmly welcomed everyone into the central hall of the town. Everyone was seated on comfortable sofas and each received a cup of hot beverage. "Welcome, esteemed guests. Hello, everyone. My name is Xiaomi, and I will now introduce the town to you. Our town has everything you need, so please patiently listen to my introduction, which will help you with your travels over the next 10 days. We provide all services for our esteemed guests through packages. Basic package, 10 days of C-Class double standard room accommodation, all C-Class meals in the restaurant, excluding drinks and alcohol. Enjoy access to all entertainment facilities. But hunting services and VIP single hot spring rooms are not included. The cost is 2,000 gold coins. Intermediate package, 10 days of B-Class single standard room accommodation, all B-Class meals in the restaurant, including drinks but excluding alcohol. Enjoy access to all entertainment facilities, but hunting services and VIP single hot spring rooms are not included. The cost is 3,000 gold coins. Supreme VIP package, 10 days of A-Class single suite accommodation, all meals in the restaurant available for enjoyment with room service. Includes all drinks and alcohol. Enjoy access to all entertainment facilities, and Supreme VIP guests do not need to queue for reservations. The cost is 5,000 gold coins. Everyone had a detailed document in hand, outlining the differences between categories A, B, and C. Qiao Yunfeng decisively chose the Supreme VIP package. In fact, through the previous events, she had noticed a pattern. At the beginning of each event, the introduction always revealed some information related to the upcoming disaster. This time, it had been emphasized from the start that VIP guests would enjoy the best treatment, which she believed would indeed be useful. Therefore, she was the first to stand up, select her package, and make the payment. "Thank you to our most distinguished VIP guest. I am Xiaoong, and I will be your steward during your 10 days of fun in this town. If you have any needs, you can call for me at any time. Please keep this wristband. It will fulfill all your needs when you show it. Now, may I take you to see your room?" After the payment was completed, another cute girl, who was not very tall, approached. Qiao Yunfeng followed Xiao Hong towards the east side of the town, where there was an orange 10-story building. This color was really eye-catching against the backdrop of the white snow, just like the orange bracelet on her wrist. After glancing at the nearby sky blue and black buildings, she called out to Xiao Hong, pointing at the blue 10-story building. "Is that a hotel too?" "Yes, esteemed guest, that is a single room in package B. And the black one is the double room in package C?" "Yes, esteemed guest." Each person's bracelet color corresponds to their package. She thought, what if my bracelet falls off? Actually, what she was really worried about was, what if someone steals it? "We have already recorded your information. If your bracelet is lost, you just need to tell me, and I will help you get a replacement," Xiao Hong said. Nodding, Qiao Yunfeng felt that the service here was indeed quite comprehensive. So it shouldn't be a problem of someone stealing her bracelet. The elevator went up to the 12th floor, and when she stepped out, she saw that there were only 2 rooms on this floor, making the environment quite peaceful. Her room was 1201. The bracelet opened the door, and a rush of warm air greeted her as she entered. The fireplace in the living room was already burning, but it didn't seem to be burning wood, as the whole room felt as warm as summer. After handing her a small intercom, Xiao Hong, the butler, smiled and bowed out of the room. Chapter 19, Scene 4. Icefield Town 1 at 8 o'clock a.m. sharp. Disaster Survival Challenge. Day 1 begins. Qiao Yunfeng stepped out of the elevator, ready to go out and observe the overall situation of the small town. Suddenly, she felt a slight tremor under her feet. She immediately tensed up and rushed to the street, just steadying herself when she heard a surprised shout from beside her. "Wow, look, it's so beautiful!" She looked up and gasped, instinctively holding her breath. It really was beautiful. Countless snow beads were floating in the sky, each tiny and shimmering in the strong sunlight, reflecting a rainbow of colors. Dear guest, it's your first day in the town? Isn't it? Don't worry, this is a unique spectacle of our town. Due to its geographical location, there are occasional small tremors that create this kind of wonder. Please rest assured, you are 100% safe. We hope you have a great time. After explaining, the person bowed and turned to leave, watching a few children on the street, who were laughing joyfully and jumping up to catch the snow beads. The people around them were also smiling, watching their playful antics. Everyone seemed calm and peaceful, but she felt an inexplicable sense that something was off, though she couldn't quite put her finger on it. The town wasn't large. Several inns were scattered around, and there were 3 restaurants located in the north, south, and east directions. Other various shops were clustered near the central hall of the town, which was 7 stories high. Next to it was a reservation desk for sledding and snowmobiles. You just needed to book a time in advance, and then you could go to the east gate at the reserved time, where someone would be waiting for you with the equipment. In the small town, visitors booking the ski resort were likely the most numerous, and the ski resort had even divided many types of slopes and activities. Qiao Yunfeng's goal was to find the highest point to view the overall location and direction of the town from above. She walked to the mountaineering reservation desk, wanted to book the cable car to the highest peak. The staff at the reservation desk first checked her wristband and, after clarifying her needs, immediately scheduled her for the first cable car ride tomorrow morning. Dear guest, we have arranged a single cable car for you, departing at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. With this departure time, you can be assured that you will reach the peak by 9 a.m., and for the next hour, under the sunlight, you can enjoy the most beautiful scenery without any obstructions. Following this, she walked out with a warm smile from the staff. Next to her was a magnificent ready-to-wear store, where the clothes required an additional payment, and each piece was paired with different accessories. Looking at a gray-white wolf fur cloak in the store, Qiao Yunfeng reached out to touch it. It should be real. The store clerk immediately approached her. Dear guest, this is made from local wolf fur, very warm and practical. Unfortunately, Qiao Yunfeng had no coins left on her, so she could only nod with a stiff face and left with the clerk's polite smile. Across the street was a hunting team shop. On the left side of the entrance hung wolf pelts and wolf heads, while the right side was filled with various firearms covering an entire wall. The staff warmly welcomed her. Dear guest, are you interested in booking a hunting trip? Where would you like to hunt? Qiao Yunfeng pointed to the wolf pelts. Can we still hunt wolves? Dear guest, we will have 2 professionals accompany you to drive deep into the southern mountains. After 8 hours of travel, you will reach a place where wolves frequently appear. Whether you can hunt a wolf will depend on luck. Will there be bears? If you want to see bears, you can book a snowmobile or a sled. Their route goes to the eastern glacier, where bears often appear across the glacier, and you can see them with binoculars. To ensure everyone's safety, the town's geographical location has been specially selected. Please rest assured. What about hunting equipment? As a distinguished VIP guest, you can freely choose any weapon from our store. Whatever you like, we will prepare it for you and place in the vehicle. The vehicle is a super off-road vehicle that can easily navigate the snow, and 2 professional and experienced staff will accompany you at all times to ensure your safety. After gathering the information she wanted to know, Qiao Yunfeng nodded and walked out as the staff bowed. A simple analysis of this information indicated that around this town, there were snow-capped mountains, glaciers, bears, and wolves. The natural environment for this challenge was indeed fierce. While contemplating what disasters might occur in such an environment, her gaze inadvertently passed by a vehicle repair shop, and out of curiosity, she walked in. Dear guest, Is there something wrong with your car since it arrived? The staff immediately approached her upon seeing her orange wristband. Qiao Yunfeng was taken aback by the question. Is it really possible to do that? What can you change? How do you charge? You can drive over directly, and we'll help you check. If your car can't start right now, we can also come over to take a look. You can call the butler directly using the intercom, and we will serve you together. The staff's explanation this time was really clear and to the point. Qiao Yunfeng stepped out of the store, unable to help but exclaim in her heart that the service here was too good, so good that she felt a bit unaccustomed to it. Noticing that it was almost noon, she walked into the restaurant to the east, where she was immediately welcomed by enthusiastic staff into a private room on the 5th floor. The large floor-to-ceiling windows looked out over the distant ice river, where many people were playing. Snowmobiles were racing across the ice, and dog sleds were dashing back and forth. She ordered several seafood dishes and a bottle of white wine on the automatic ordering machine, and soon, the automated lift beside her table delivered the prepared dishes. As she enjoyed the delicious food and took a sip of wine, soothing music flowed in her ears, and a sudden thought flashed through her mind. This must be the life that normal people should lead. Then she quickly reminded herself that this was impossible. She was currently in a survival challenge in the apocalypse, where she had to remain vigilant to survive for long. Shaking her head vigorously, she dismissed this unreal thought. She needed to survive until the end. The small town was too terrifying. Excessive comfort always made it easy for people to fall into complacency and gradually lose their sense of vigilance. She opened the discussion forum to see if other challengers had any other discoveries. Upstairs, you should go out first before talking. All right. You said what was on my mind. Go out first before talking. Is it really going to be like this for 10 days? I find it hard to believe. Trust your instincts. It definitely won't just be like this. I just went to the hot spring, and it even boosts stamina. It's great. Isn't the basic package upstairs not including the hot spring? It's not for a private hot spring. We can share. Really? Then I'm going too. The snowmobiles are so exciting. Come play. I'm standing on a snow mountain about to slide down. It's so much fun. The food in this restaurant is really free to eat. It's so delicious. I've already fallen 6 times on the snow slope, but I still want to keep playing. What should I do? I tried it. The food in the restaurant can be directly put into the space. No one is watching. Really? Then I'm going to fill my space first. It seems that everyone's reactions, even if they have concerns in their hearts, are quickly attracted by the environment here, distracting their anxiety and starting to seriously enjoy all the services offered. Outside the small town, she found a secluded spot to take out her RV and drove it to the repair shop, asking them to change the spare snow tires. The staff agreed without a word and even offered to check and maintain the entire vehicle. Thinking of the prestigious VIP service, Qiao Yunfeng tried. I want to drive my own car for hunting. Can you add a protective net to the windows and protective bars to the front and back of the car? Sure, but I must remind you, adding these will affect the aesthetics of the vehicle. The result won't look good. The staff smiled brightly. That's fine. How much will it cost? Qiao Yunfeng was worried about running out of gold coins. She wouldn't add them if the cost was high. You are our most distinguished VIP guest. Your request is our job. This is not a chargeable item, so you don't need to pay extra. The staff smile didn't change at all. Indeed, VIPs enjoy the best service, and even these things were included. That's really nice. After thinking for a moment, Qiao Yunfeng continued. I asked the hunting shop, and it takes 8 hours to drive into the woods to reach areas where wolves appear. If you can, please prepare some gasoline for me. No problem at all. Please rest assured, the staff accompanying you will also prepare all supplies in the trunk. When can I come pick up the car? I want to go hunting as soon as possible. You can kind of pick it up tomorrow afternoon. The staff maintained a polite smile as they bowed and left. The service attitude was truly excellent. Qiao Yunfeng had to say that on this day, even she felt a bit lost. Upon entering the hot spring center, she was immediately welcomed into a private hot spring room. The entire space was filled with soft music, and various fruits and drinks were placed beside the hot spring pool. A subtle fragrance wafted through the air, and within reach was a call button to summon service at any time. It was so comfortable. She lay back in the pool, watching her stamina slowly rise under the effect of the hot spring water. Indeed, this was a place that drained one's motivation. Suddenly, she sat up in the water, looked around, and quietly diverted some of the flowing hot spring water into her space. Before long, Her space was filled with 6 large barrels of hot spring water. Such a good thing that could replenish stamina. How could she not stock up on it? Before returning to her room, the little red butler waiting downstairs specially reminded her that if she felt any difficulty in breathing, she could use the oxygen available at the head of the bed, and she could call for assistance at any time. Oxygen? She still had a lot in her space. Could this also be a necessary resource? At exactly 8 o'clock a.m., Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 2 begins. Qiao Yunfeng had already boarded the cable car, beginning her journey to the summit. Before she got on, the steward Xiao Hong had specially brought her 2 portable oxygen bottles. Dear guest, as we ascend, the altitude will continue to rise. If you feel any discomfort in your breathing, please use the oxygen immediately. She smiled as she accepted the oxygen. By the time she got off, it was already 9 o'clock. The staff at the summit reception directly escorted her to the highest point and asked if she wanted to ski down. After glancing at the distance, she decided against it. After all, she really couldn't ski. The staff bowed and left, leaving behind a high-powered telescope, 2 portable oxygen bottles, and a thermos of hot coffee. Picking up the telescope, Qiao Yunfeng carefully surveyed her surroundings. The snow peak she was standing on was located to the north of the town, with the towering snow mountain further north, rising straight into the clouds. Only the snow-covered mid-slope visible, while the peak was completely obscured. To the west of the town was a sheer cliff, a deep ravine, with only the cable car line swaying as it transported loads of guests. To the south was a forest, becoming denser as it stretched further south, and the terrain appeared to be rising higher. To the east was a flat, large ice lake, long and wide, faintly connecting with the dense forest in the distance. Taking note of the terrain, she realized that, as the townspeople had said, this was indeed a specially chosen location, the lowest and flattest depression among several terrains. The same cheers and jumps came from another group of children. Entering the car dealership to pick up her vehicle, the RV had now been fitted with snow tires, fully serviced, and the entire vehicle had been equipped with protective nets and bumpers, as per her request. The vehicle was washed very clean, with all electric, water, and gas supplies fully charged, and additionally, 4 large water tanks and 4 oil barrels were placed in the storage compartment under the rear of the vehicle. Dear guest, if you wish to drive to the forest for camping, please park at the location shown on the map. There, we have installed charging and water replenishing devices. The campsite has a call device. Communication equipment may not work in the woods. Please do not stray too far from the designated camping site without staff accompaniment to avoid injury. The staff enthusiastically presented her with a map. Chapter 20, Scene 4. Icefield Town 2. Returning to the town, she wanted to book a snowmobile to check the conditions on the glacier. Thanks to the VIP queue jumping service, she was directly taken to the east gate, where staff provided instructions. Riding the snowmobile, she sped all the way to the ice lake, where she saw many people playing on the ice and summer ice fishing. Why are there so few fish today? When I came last year, there were so many. I asked the staff yesterday. They said they don't know what's going on this year. The fish are just fewer than in previous years. Right, when I came last year, the restaurant had all kinds of fish, and each kind had several ways to eat them. It never ran out. This year, it feels like not only are there fewer varieties in the restaurant, but even the portion sizes are less than before. I didn't even notice until you mentioned it. Let's ask at the restaurant tonight. How many did you catch today? I've been here all day and only caught one. What about you? I just came over at noon and haven't caught a single one. Are there fewer fish this year? Qiao Yunfeng pondered about the information given by the ice fishers and slowly walked towards the nearby work booth. Why are there so few fish this year? None of my favorite types are even available anymore. Dear guest, you can order directly from the restaurant. We will do our best to meet your requirements. This year, the quantity and types of fish have decreased compared to previous years, which may not allow you to enjoy the joy of ice fishing. But the joy of eating fish is still possible. The staff's face was full of smiles. Look over there, there's a bear. A surprised shout suddenly came from beside her. Qiao Yunfeng immediately turned to look, but saw nothing. When he looked at the others, everyone was using binoculars to gaze across the lake. He quickly took out the high-powered binoculars from the mountain and looked over. There was a polar bear catching fish on the ice across the lake. This year, even the bears seen were fewer than in previous years. Oh, I saw 2 bears fighting last year. This year, I've been here for 4 days and only saw 1 bear. Did you really see bears fighting? Yes, I saw it last year. They were really fierce. Why aren't there any this year? I've been here for 6 days and only saw one bear. There really are fewer this year. Last year, if I came every day, I could almost always see one or two. Fewer bears appearing too? Qiao Yunfeng listened silently to their discussion, and a thought flashed through his mind. After taking a large loop on the snowmobile outside the town, he noted several routes leading to different places. Returning to the town, he found the housekeeper Xiao Hong and directly asked, "Is it possible to go into the big snowy mountain to the north of the town for sightseeing?" "Dear guest, you can use binoculars to look, but people cannot enter. That is the legendary abode of the gods, guarded by the wind god and the snow god. We mortals cannot enter." However, he could sense that the little girl spoke sincerely. She probably truly believed that. All right. Qiao Yunfeng nodded with a blank expression, thinking it was better to go eat. He went to the restaurant to see if it was as he had heard today, especially in the first-floor restaurant. After circling around twice, he finally arrived at the separate VIP restaurant upstairs. The first-floor buffet was indeed not filling, and there would be notices about interruptions in supply. While in the upstairs restaurant, whatever was ordered was served without any supply shortages. It seemed that the VIP service was indeed as good as they said. He remembered that someone in the discussion area had mentioned that the food here could be directly stored in the space, and he immediately became energized. He ordered many different kinds of hot soup and various flavors of high-concentration alcohol, preparing to stock them in his space. While waiting for the dishes, he opened the discussion area to see if others had made any other discoveries today. "This is so great. I stored the food from the restaurant directly into my space. And it actually worked. Someone tried it on the first day. Everyone has stored quite a lot already. This session is so comfortable. Could it be that the previous session was too extreme? So this one is a welfare session, just for us to enjoy? Are you drunk or still asleep? Hurry up and get out of the water. Remember to keep your head clear. The bamboo shoots on the mountain have all been taken by you. You really said what I wanted to say. Important items like the brain should be kept with you. However, this session really hasn't shown anything so far. The last session even had hints about fog inhalation, but this one so far has nothing. Maybe there were hints, but we just didn't notice them. Whatever. Let's just stock up on food. It's free. Why not stock up? You're right. I'll go get some more. Yeah, you're right. Stock up while you can." Qiao Yunfeng silently nodded. This made sense, picked up the menu, and continued ordering. High-concentration alcohol could be stocked a bit more. It's drinkable and can help with burning and even disinfecting when injured. It's a good thing. A few more servings of hot soup would be nice. It's comforting to sip when it's cold. Some cold drinks, and a few more buckets of ice cream. Fruits are good, so let's get a few varieties. Vegetables must be included, so one serving of each. More meat too, some stir-fried, roasted, and braised. There are quite a few types of fish here, so let's get a few more servings. The seafood is truly abundant here, so it's a pity not to order more. Can't forget the staple food. Roasted bread smells good. The noodles are okay, and rice is a must. At exactly 8 o'clock a.m., Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 3 begins. Everyone hadn't finished breakfast when a small tremor came again, which lasted for 2 seconds before stopping. Everyone had already gotten used to it, and didn't find it strange. They happily watched the small snowflakes drifting down from the sky. Qiao Yunfeng was driving a borrowed snowmobile, following the map directly into the woods to the east, until she reached the outermost settlement of the campsite, where the road was no longer maintained. A huge and eye-catching safety warning stood in front of her. "For your safety, please do not leave this area without staff accompaniment." She continued to drive for another hour, the woods becoming denser, and she could see some small animals running east. After another half hour, the ground in the woods became uneven, with dirt slopes and depressions appearing. She almost lost control on one slope, but managed to brake in time. Along the way, all the animals she saw were running deeper into the forest. On her way back, the thought that had crossed her mind yesterday came up again. Sitting on the carpet in her room, she took out a survival knowledge book from her space and repeatedly searched for information, wanting to see if her suspicions were true. The small tremors, animals running in one direction, the decrease in fish and bears. These natural phenomena seemed like signs of an impending earthquake. The information she found confirmed her suspicion. There was indeed a possibility of this happening. Considering the geographical location, Qiao Yunfeng slowly narrowed her eyes, realizing that this small town was not safe. Based on what she had seen of the terrain, if an earthquake occurred, the area was too low. A minor tremor might be manageable. But if a strong one triggered an avalanche, there was only one possibility for this town. It would be buried in snow. Should she drive directly to the campsite on the edge of the forest to spend the night? Looking at the darkening sky outside, she planned in her mind that the terrain in the forest got higher as she went in, which should be safer, but there were wolves in the forest. Tomorrow would be the 4th day, and the danger level was increasing. No matter what happened tomorrow, she decided that she would drive to the campsite first thing in the morning. Having made up her mind, she forced herself to sleep, but that night her mind was restless and she did not sleep well. Early in the morning, before dawn, she was awakened by the sound of barking dogs. Not just her, many people were waking up too. The sound of sled dogs barking echoed throughout the quiet town. Where are the staff? Someone should check on this. What's wrong with these dogs? Are wolves coming? Why are they barking so loudly? Can't anyone get some sleep? It's only 5 a.m. The unusual behavior of the dog pack further confirmed Qiao Yunfeng's idea of an earthquake. Without any hesitation, she quickly packed her things, rushed out the east gate, and took out the snowmobile from her space, speeding eastward into the woods. By the time she reached the campsite, she had already felt a second minor tremor, each lasting 3 seconds. Without slowing down, she followed the route she had taken yesterday, bursting out of the outer campsite and heading into the depths of the forest. At exactly 8 o'clock a.m., Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 4 begins. Once in the dense forest, the ground became uneven, forcing her to slow down. At that moment, the third tremor struck, much stronger than the previous two, and also lasting 3 seconds. She moved down the slope, using her space to continuously gather earth, making the depression deeper, and then place the RV directly into the dug hole. This way, one side of the RV was pressed against the ground while the other faced an open space, with the wheels fitting snugly into the pit. Just as she finished positioning the RV, a strong tremor hit, causing her to fall to the ground. This tremor lasted 5 seconds, followed by a loud rumbling noise. She thought another earthquake was coming and quickly dove into the vehicle, buckled her seatbelt, and held her head with her hands, anxiously waiting for the earthquake to hit. In less than a minute, with a violent impact, she felt her body involuntarily tilt to one side due to the force, but thankfully, the seatbelt held her in place. After a strong shake, everything went dark, and she couldn't see anything. Fortunately, she was strapped in. Qiao Yunfeng sat in her seat, taking a minute to recover, feeling the tremors and noise cease before turning her head to look outside. It was pitch black, and she couldn't see anything. She took out a flashlight to illuminate the area and saw that it looked like snow outside the window. When she opened the window, snow rushed into the vehicle. Using her space, she cleared the snow outside the window and carefully crawled out, realizing she was buried in snow. It was an avalanche. The thick layer of snow clearly indicated the situation. She tried to contact the town center using a communicator, but it was always out of reach. Scrolling through the discussion forum on her bracelet, she was bombarded with messages asking for help. Oh my God, I'm on the 3rd floor. What should I do? I've been buried. It's terrifying. The elevator isn't working, and I can't find any staff. What should I do? I'm on the 6th floor, and I've been buried too. How could this happen? The staff said it was fine. What should I do? Am I buried alive? The power is out. It's too cold. We should move up and see if we can get out. The snow is too thick. I don't know how far up it goes. Our building is 8 stories high. If it's all buried, we can't get out. If everyone uses their space to gather some snow, we can dig a path out. But there isn't much room in my space. Can we really dig out with this much snow? But won't anyone come to rescue us? In such a big disaster, the staff should come to help, right? You're in the first group. Just wait patiently and good luck. I'm in the first group too. I don't understand why you all don't explain what's going on. Figure it out yourself. If you want to survive, think for yourself. I'm in the black building on the east side. I'm going to start digging. Anyone who wants to dig can join me. I'm in 2. I'm coming. I'm in the black building on the west side. Does anyone want to join? Let's all come up and dig together. I'm coming. While she was browsing through the messages, she saw Shen Ranran send a trade request. 10 complete nourishing soup, 30 max stamina and health, for oxygen or something that can exchange air x 1 day. Such a good item? She's willing to trade it. She must be in trouble. Considering the current situation, Qiao Yunfeng sent her a message. Buried in snow? Shen Ranran looked around her single room. Yes, she was buried on the 5th floor of her single room. I don't think help is coming. I want to climb up myself. Qiao Yunfeng took a look at the number of his oxygen tanks and placed 3 large oxygen tanks along with an oxygen inhalation device into the trade, as well as 2 small portable oxygen tanks. Be careful, don't let others see. Shenranzhan looked at these words, and though they were just a few short phrases, they made her heart ache. She knew that the implication behind these words was that if others saw, they would come to snatch it away. Seeing that Qiao Yunfeng immediately offered 30 small oxygen tanks for trade in the trading area, she thought to herself that he was afraid others would come to take them if they saw her using oxygen, and with her combat strength, she might not be able to protect it. So he offered the trade so that everyone could have some, which would make it so that no one would care if she had some too. After analyzing this in her mind, she was suddenly moved to tears. If Qiao Yunfeng knew about Shenranzhan's thoughts, she would definitely explain, I didn't, you were overthinking. She actually just hoarded quite a bit of oxygen, wanted to exchange it for something usable. However, beautiful misunderstandings arise like this. Chapter 21, Scene 4, Icebound Town 3. She couldn't contact the outside world from here, but the office in the town center should have tools to reach out, and there was also a wall full of guns in the town's hunting lodge. Right now, everything was covered in white snow, making it impossible to recognize where the town was. The entire town was almost completely submerged in heavy snow. Seeing a few staff members organizing rescue efforts, she walked over and directly asked, Can you still contact the rescue team outside? So we have to dig out the supplies ourselves, right? Qiao Yunfeng thought for a moment and then confirmed her question. Yes, the staff member's smile faded. This meant there would be no rescue. Seeing the staff member's forced smile, she didn't ask anything more and directly sent a message to Shenranzhan. Have you come out? Not yet, but should be soon. There are more than 20 of us taking turns digging with space. Is the oxygen enough? Yes, it is. Qiao Yunfeng sincerely hoped she could come out. After all, she was the only one who could provide food that could boost their status. She silently encouraged her and quickly sent a message saying, If it's not enough, come to me. After reading the message, Shenranzhan fell silent again. This person always moved her, yet at the same time, made her feel her self-esteem was hurt. Every time she brought out her best to trade. But it seemed that the big shot never lacked anything. In Qiao Yunfeng's heart, she was thinking about the wall full of guns in the hunting store. She had identified the general location, took out a rope, tied it around herself, and secured the other end to a thick tree branch before starting to dig down. To avoid being discovered by others, she made a special turn after digging 2 meters, blocked the top, and then continued digging down until her oxygen tank slipped off her back. Once she reached the bottom and took out her flashlight, she realized, I dug in the wrong direction. This isn't the store I was looking for. It's a clothing store. But since she was already there, she decided to collect a few thick clothes. Earlier, she had asked the staff, Do we have to dig for supplies ourselves? After taking all the clothes, she poured some snow from the space into the room and then continued towards the hunting house. Sure enough, all the guns and bullets were still in place, and there were also some gasoline barrels in the room, along with a hanging wolf skin, which she collected into her space. Remembering the off-road vehicle parked outside, she thought it was really nice. She brought 2 vehicles in. Such good opportunities might not come again after today. When she returned to the spot where she had come down, she looked up at the rope and realized that she seemed to have dug herself into a hole. Climbing back up? That was impossible. It was too high. Thus, an hour and a half later, she finally managed to dig herself out. Lying in the snow and gasping for breath, she thought to herself that she was quite determined for the sake of supplies. Regarding the fact that she had buried herself, she still felt a bit foolish, but thinking about the supplies filling her space made it worth it. Fortunately, her stored oxygen was sufficient. Being buried in such deep snow and feeling like she was alive underground was really uncomfortable. All the survivors were gathered in the Orange Hotel at this time. It was the only tall building in the entire town. Although the rooms were limited, at least there was a place to stay. With no water or electricity, they could only burn wood for warmth. Now, there were less than 10 staff members left alive, while most of the others were probably challengers. Humans buried for 2 hours without rescue have a very small chance of survival. Just the lack of air alone is already fatal, and with the current low temperatures, the human body would quickly suffer from hypothermic shock. Watching the people gathered in the hotel, several small groups began to form. Qiao Yunfeng had already decided that she would leave at dawn. She just wanted to find a quiet place to think about her future plans. Today was only the 4th day, and it was impossible for the challenge to end like this, since she had decided to leave. When the survivors strongly called on everyone to divide tasks to find supplies tomorrow, she did not participate or express her opinion. Qiao Yunfeng glanced at her, initially wanting to explain, but seeing the other person's eyes filled with inexplicable hostility towards him, he said nothing and stood up to walk away. She remained silent, walking to a corner of the wall, pulling out a blanket to wrap herself up. The corner was still very cold. She opened her wristband to check the discussion area, thinking that the number of challengers had probably decreased significantly. Would the pass rate for this round be so low? My God, this is terrifying. I'm completely unprepared. I'm buried under snow. Is there anyone coming to rescue me? Why is no one coming to help? I might as well dig myself out upstairs. If I wait any longer, I'll run out of oxygen. How long have you all been digging? About a dozen people have been digging for 2 hours. That's about right. We've been at it too. I'm all alone here. Can someone come to save me? I have supplies. Here, SA suggestion. You should change your oxygen tank and dig yourself out. How can I dig out by myself? Can someone please come and help me? What supplies do you want? At that moment, Qiao Yunfeng received a message from Shun Ranran. Where are you? I'll come out. Can we meet? I want to thank you. As soon as Qiao Yunfeng saw the 2 words meet up, she felt a strong sense of rejection. However, after a moment of reconsideration, she thought that Shun Ranzan's food could enhance her condition, which was really quite good. She might often trade with her in the future. Meeting face-to-face would also allow her to observe the other person up close, and if the meeting didn't feel good, she wouldn't have to trade with her again. I'm in 1201. Soon after, Shun Ranzan came over. Qiao Yunfeng saw a round-faced girl walk in and stood up to greet her. Shun Ranzan? It's me. Qiao Yunfeng? That's me. Thank you for your... Shun Ranzan was about to say oxygen, but then she noticed a bunch of people in the room were looking at them. She walked to the spot where Qiao Yunfeng had just been sitting and took a seat, sending her a message. Thank you for your oxygen. I managed to hold on until I got out. Also, thank you for exchanging oxygen in the trading area later. Everyone else got some, so no one thought about taking mine. Qiao Yunfeng then realized that this seemingly quiet girl might have misunderstood her. She immediately explained, I took the oxygen just to exchange for supplies. Shun Ranzan looked at her, smiled with her curved lips, and said, I know, thank you. But her tone didn't sound right. It didn't seem like she believed her. Narrowing her eyes, Qiao Yunfeng decided not to explain further and said, let's get some rest. It's been a long day. Okay, said Shun Ranzan as she lay down beside her, took out a blanket, and prepared to sleep. Qiao Yunfeng pursed his lips, about to say, you can go now, but looking at the girl's peaceful, sleeping face, and thinking about how everyone had been buried alive today and had just managed to get out, it could be considered a survival after a disaster. Sighing, he decided to wait until tomorrow to say anything. At exactly 8 a.m., everyone was called outside the building. A tall man stepped forward and asked everyone to go gather supplies. He shouted loudly that they had already lost many people, and the remaining ones should work together to get through the tough times. Qiao Yunfeng saw his direct announcement, completely giving no one a chance to refuse. She was ready to leave, taking a few steps forward and standing out. I'm leaving now. Instantly, everyone looked over, their expressions filled with surprise as they gazed at her. Are you crazy? Where are you going? Do you know a place? Do you want to go alone? The beautiful girl from last night, Cheng Yao, stepped forward once again. Today, she looked much neater than she did last night. If it weren't for the fact that her voice was just as sharp, Qiao Yunfeng might not have recognized her. After all, the woman from last night was quite disheveled. Qiao Yunfeng completely ignored everyone and turned to walk out. There was no need to waste time explaining, as they wouldn't believe anything she said. You all hurry and stop her. She must know where is safe. Otherwise, how would she dare to walk alone? Cheng Yao's sharp voice rang out again. Upon hearing safe place, everyone became excited, and a man immediately stepped in front of Qiao Yunfeng. At that moment, everyone was irrational, only hearing what they wanted to hear. The more she explained, the more troublesome it would become, and Qiao Yunfeng didn't want to waste her breath. She lifted her gun and pointed the dark muzzle at the man blocking her. Do you want to die? Just bury yourself. The man instinctively stepped back upon seeing the gun, clearing the way. Cheng Yao saw the man move aside and noticed the fearful expressions on everyone's faces. A surge of arrogance welled up inside her. She had been displeased with her since last night. Why was it that everyone else was exhausted from digging out the snow, while she was pristine? Cheng Yao firmly believed that Qiao Yunfeng was the type who did nothing while others worked hard digging snow, only to walk out with everyone once they were done. This blind prejudice made her voice extremely sharp at that moment. Don't listen to her. Does she dare to shoot? She doesn't. If she dared to kill someone, she would be demoted. She definitely wouldn't dare. After hearing Cheng Yao's words, everyone found them reasonable, and some already moved forward to block the way. Qiao Yunfeng turned to face the direction where Cheng Yao was standing, and without saying a word, he shot directly at her. A woman's piercing scream echoed, filled with despair. Cheng Yao looked at her leg in disbelief, blood pouring from her thigh like a fountain. The combination of blood loss and low temperature made her face turn extremely pale. Yet, she still couldn't understand how Qiao Yunfeng actually pulled the trigger. Why did he really dare to do it? She felt a bit dizzy as she looked at Qiao Yunfeng. Qiao Yunfeng squinted her eyes. I've always been accustomed to being alone, and my temper isn't exactly good. Who isn't afraid of death and still wants to try? The crowd was momentarily shocked by her brutal actions, and almost everyone took a step back. The man who had spoken earlier stepped forward. Don't be impulsive. If you don't want to, no one is forcing you. Just don't hurt anyone anymore. We just want to ask you if you know something. If there's a safe place to talk, wouldn't it be safer for everyone to go together? Qiao Yunfeng glanced at him and turned to walk towards the woods. A few people also stepped out from the crowd. Some took out a snowmobile, some pulled out a bicycle, and others directly retrieved a small car from their space. Everyone gradually left the area and entered the woods. Shinranzan caught up and said, Qiao Yunfeng, I don't want to stay here either. Can you recommend me a place? Qiao Yunfeng looked at her and thought for a moment, I want to go to the woods, but there might be bears and wolves there. I don't think this is the end. It's only the 5th day, and there may still be aftershocks or another avalanche. Leaving here is the right choice. Seeing Shun Ranran listening seriously, without any intention of following her, Qiao's impression of her improved somewhat. Do you know the direction and location of the hunting shop? Yes. It's across from the clothing store. I've been there. I dug a zigzag tunnel there, but the top 2 meters are sealed with snow. You can check it out. There's a snowmobile buried a bit deep below where we're standing. You might not be able to dig it out by yourself. Shin Ranran looked at Qiao Yunfeng gratefully. Boss Qiao, I really admire you. I have a snowmobile. Take care of yourself. Qiao Yunfeng nodded at her and took out the snowmobile, heading straight for the woods. Suddenly, a voice came from those left behind. They just left like that? Aren't they going to freeze to death in the woods tonight? Others quickly reacted. Yeah, exactly. How could they be so reckless? They deserve to freeze to death, right? There are houses here, and it's much warmer inside than in the woods. Exactly. Given the situation, why be so individualistic? I really don't understand their thinking. Cheng Yao glanced at the reactions of the crowd, quietly wrapped her legs, and curled up. She had already realized she had made a big mistake, and no one among those left would help her. Now she needed to avoid provoking the crowd as much as possible until her injury healed to survive. Some people just exchanged glances without speaking. In fact, more than just these few wanted to leave, others just weren't ready yet. Chapter 22, 4th round. Icefield Town 4 at noon. She felt 2 small tremors again, each lasting 2 seconds. Weighing it in her heart, she started looking around for a high slope. 10 minutes later, the tremors came again, this time much stronger than the previous 2. She immediately stopped on a slope, dug down 3 times to create a right-angle cut, then placed the RV against the dirt wall, and quickly climbed inside through the window, fastening her seatbelt. After a while, the tremor came again, this time lasting 3 seconds. She waited in the vehicle for half an hour, but there was no movement outside. Is there no more shaking today? She thought uncertainly. She considered that it wasn't safe. The last avalanche had buried her. What should she do? The process of building a small shelter in survival videos flashed through her mind. She didn't need to build a house. She just needed to create a sloped surface between the dirt wall and the ground using thick tree poles, perfectly forming a right triangle. The RV was placed underneath, so even if there was another avalanche, it wouldn't be completely buried. Afraid of another earthquake and avalanche, she didn't dare to go too far. Fortunately, the trees in the woods were robust. She took out the chainsaw and started working. By the time she finished building a simple shelter according to her plan, it was already evening. She lit a campfire and took a sip of hot soup. Opening her wristband, she saw a trade request from Shun Ranran, boiled beef X1, sauerkraut fish X1, spicy hot pot X1 in exchange for 10 liters of gasoline. It seemed she wanted to come out from the town, seeing she still had quite a bit of stock, and Shun Ranran gave her a good impression. She decided to help with a normal trade within her ability, casually putting up 2 large barrels of gasoline and clicking agree. Shin Ranran looked at the gasoline, exceeding her expectations, and secretly decided that next time she would definitely keep more cooked food to exchange for more for Boss Qiao. She filled up the snowmobile with gas and continued driving into the forest. Boss Qiao said to go deeper, so she went a little further. As night fell, the temperature in the woods dropped significantly. To prevent a sudden drop in temperature at night, Qiao Yunfeng turned on the RV's air conditioning, enjoying the warmth it brought, and fell asleep contentedly, confident she wouldn't wake up frozen in the middle of the night. Tomorrow, after dawn, she would use the solar charger to charge the RV and enjoy the comfort a little longer tonight. At 8 o'clock a.m. sharp, Disaster Survival Challenge. Day 6 begins. After breakfast, she continued deeper into the woods. In the morning, there were 2 more small tremors. This time, Qiao Yunfeng learned from yesterday's experience and decided to keep running. By noon, the terrain showed clear changes. The slopes were particularly undulating. She found a high slope, just like yesterday, and continued to create a small triangular campsite, taking out the solar charger to charge the RV. Just as she was about to eat and go chop wood, she suddenly felt the tremor again. This time, the shaking was very strong, and she immediately rushed into the RV, fastening her seatbelt. This time, less than 3 seconds passed before the aftershock came, bringing with it a second avalanche. Once the avalanche ended, Qiao Yunfeng found herself buried in snow once again. Fortunately, because of the triangular space, she didn't need to dig out the vehicle. She just collected the nearby snow into the space and dumped it far away. Looking at the thick snow, she sighed. It seemed she needed to go a bit deeper. The higher she went, the safer it would be, so she decided to go a little further. It was now afternoon, and she planned to leave early the next day. She lit a campfire and opened the boiled beef she had exchanged yesterday. Not to mention, Shun Ranran's cooking was really good. Opening the discussion forum, she found that once again, those who hadn't come out from the town had been buried. Is there any oxygen left for the one exchanging oxygen? Please exchange more. We've been digging, but the air is getting less and less. Please help us. Big shots, can you help us? We beg you. As long as you can save me out, you can take anything from my space. After finishing the exchange, she continued chopping wood. The campfire for outdoor survival couldn't go out, as the need for firewood was too great. Chu Pingxing lay in the snow for 2 hours before finally digging himself out again. The more than 10 people who had come out together were gasping for air, as if only this could prove they were still alive. Thinking of the challengers who had walked into the woods ahead, he got up and took out the snowmobile, preparing to head into the woods. Where are you going? A man who had come out with him grabbed him. Don't go. This place has already been buried by snow twice. There shouldn't be any more. There are wolves in the woods. Aren't you just delivering yourself as food to them? The man looked at him, sincerely advising him. No, I still want to go into the woods. Those who are willing to leave can go in early. Those who aren't, take care. Chu Pingxing pushed away the man's hand that was blocking the handlebars and sped into the woods. One after another, a few others also headed into the woods. You will regret it. There really are wolves in the woods. The man shouted stubbornly. At 8 o'clock a.m. sharp, Disaster Survival Challenge. Day 7 begins. After Qiao Yunfeng had advanced for an hour, she felt the tremor again and continued to search for a high slope to stop. She constructed another triangular campsite, becoming increasingly skilled at setting it up. Just as she finished, the tremor came again, and she quickly secured herself in her seat. This time, the tremors were shorter but stronger each time. The last tremor lasted the longest for 10 seconds and was much stronger than the previous ones. However, no snow came down, and even after 10 minutes of shaking, nothing happened. Could it be an earthquake? Checking the discussion area, it turned out it wasn't an avalanche. It was a glacier lake that had ruptured, with all the water and ice rushing out, flooding the town. Remembering the terrain she saw from the peak, it was indeed correct to run deeper into the forest. Who can help me? I just got out, and I'm already in floodwaters, my goodness. My stamina is about to hit 10. I need wood and materials to start a fire. Is there any expert who can point me in the right direction to safety? Experts, please advise. It's not that I don't want to say anything, but it wouldn't help. Once you're in the woods, you're fine, but there are not only wild animals. It also gets very cold at night. Can you handle that? After carefully observing the surroundings, this place seems decent enough. I'll set up a temporary camp here. After eating and resting for a bit, Qiao Yunfeng took out the chainsaw to chop wood. Living in the dense forest requires caution. The campfire must not go out at night, and having a protective barrier would provide some peace of mind, not just against animals, but also against people. Surrounding this slope, I constructed a fence with wood and wire, digging a 2-meter wide and 2-meter deep pit 1 meter outside the fence, and set multiple animal traps near the camp. This device can catch both humans and animals. Sitting by the campfire at night, continuously sharpening wooden stakes, I was thinking this challenge is really too much. The first 3 days were so comfortable. Good food, good drinks, fun, and happiness. Looking back, it was truly heaven and hell. It seems I have to be fully alert no matter what situation I enter in the future, or it's too easy to fail. Lu Jingwei was chopping branches while constantly cursing, saying that when they said there would be an earthquake, there was one. When they said there would be an avalanche, there was one. Is there any hint? It feels like they're deliberately trying to make it impossible for people to survive. If it weren't for my boldness and attention to detail, I would have been done for in this situation. Huh, you think I would give up? That's impossible. Just watch. I'll definitely survive and make it to the end. You can't kill me. The swinging arm never paused. All the anger seemed to be vented through the continuous chopping and cursing. When he returned to his camp, it was a complete mess. The recent tremor had collapsed the cave he had dug. As someone who has loved wilderness survival for years, Lu Jingwei decided he needed to dig a bunker this time. I don't believe it. Can a bunker collapse? Huasisi was struggling through the icy water. When the first wave of people left, she hesitated. Although she wanted to leave too, others persuaded her, and she felt that surviving in the wild was too difficult. When the second wave of people left, she followed them to the edge of the woods, but hesitated again. Today, reality gave her a resounding slap in the face. She finally understood that fear and cowardice wouldn't allow her to survive. Those who once shared her thoughts had already drowned in the icy water. She still had a third chance. Even though she was still afraid, she had to enter the woods. Only by going in could she have a hope of survival. She now faced only 2 paths, death or life. She didn't want to die, so she had to strive to live, no matter how difficult it was. The icy water was getting shallower. She was almost reaching the shore. Great! At exactly 8 a.m., Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 8 begins. She inserted all the sharpened wooden stakes into the deep pit she had dug, covered them with small branches, and sprinkled snow on top. You really couldn't see them unless you looked closely. After doing this, she started to chop wood, preparing to make some torches and stockpile some wood for the campfire. A vehicle stopped 50 meters ahead, and a tall man walked down. He didn't approach, but stood at a distance, raising his hands to indicate he had nothing in them. Hey, I mean no harm. I just see you have a lot of wood and wanted to trade for some, or perhaps for a tool to chop trees. The trees here are so thick that I've broken 2 machetes already. Qiao Yunfeng glanced at the wood in the space and asked, how much do you want to exchange? I don't have much either, and I can't just give it all to you. How about you give me a tool instead? Do you have a battery-powered one? He took out a chainsaw and shook it. Girl, you're ruthless. I'll trade you for wood. Qiao Yunfeng exchanged a half pile of wood for a large bucket of solid alcohol with a burly man. The man looked at her camp, predicted something, and then walked away without saying anything. After lunch, while she continued to chop wood, a sudden gunshot rang out. Bang! She felt a sharp pain in her leg and collapsed to the ground, looking down to see blood gushing from her leg. She had been shot. Don't move. If you do, I might just shoot you again. Raise your hands so I can see them, and don't try to grab anything. A harsh male voice came from above, followed by the sound of someone jumping into the camp. The gun was pressed directly against her back. Little sister, your camp is well built. I'll reluctantly accept it. Now, take out all the supplies from your space, and I'll let you go. You know, challengers killing challengers will get their levels deducted. I'm not going to kill you. I just want to rob you. The malicious voice came from behind, laced with a hint of mockery. Qiao Yunfeng carefully discerned that there were no other sounds. There should only be one person. However, she still wanted to confirm it with her own eyes. Can you let me stop the bleeding first? She deliberately softened her voice, making it sound like she was in unbearable pain. That's not possible. The way you are now is safer for me. You don't need to waste time. The longer it takes, the worse it is for you. The gun behind her pushed against her back again. It seemed that pretending to be weak wouldn't work. So she decided to confront him directly. If I take it out, won't I just die faster? Even if you let me go without supplies, I would still die here. In any case, it's all death. It doesn't make a difference. Why should I make it easy for you? You don't look very old. You really are just a little girl. I can make it so you can't even die if you want to. Do you want to try? The man's voice was filled with amusement, but it sent chills down Qiao Yunfeng's spine. Okay, I'll give it to you. But how can you guarantee that you'll let me go? Oh dear. Right now you can only hope that I will let you go. I told you. I want to kill you. I don't want to lose points. All right, where should I put it? That's right. Stand up and slowly turn left. Just put it on the left side. If you want to make any small moves, think about whether you could be faster than my bullet. Qiao Yunfeng slowly stood up, took 3 steps to the left, and caught sight of the man holding a gun. Just one person. She released some food and water, along with some medicine. The other party seemed startled and didn't speak for a moment. She immediately turned to look at him. Is it okay? A sinister smile appeared on the man's face. There's still more medicine. Quite a lot of stuff. What a pity. Chapter 23, Scene 4, Icefield Town 5. Before he could finish speaking, Qiao Yunfeng's right hand quickly took out a powerful flashlight and shone it directly into his eyes. He was forced to close his eyes and tilted his head slightly, subconsciously pulling the trigger of the gun in his hand. Prepared, Qiao Yunfeng had already bent down to dodge this attack, then drew out a dagger coated with an unknown poison in her left hand and thrust it viciously into his abdomen. The man fell to the ground before he could finish his sentence. Qiao Yunfeng sat on the ground to tend to her wounds first, disinfecting, applying medicine, and wrapping bandages, then dragged the man on the ground out of the camp. She took out a chain to strip him of his clothes and tied him to a tree, blocking his mouth. She didn't know if he would wake up. If he screamed too loudly, it could attract wild beasts, which would be bad. With the current outdoor temperature at -20 degrees Celsius, combined with the bleeding state, he would freeze to death in less than an hour. Indeed, in this challenge, to survive, one must continuously grow stronger. You may not want to harm others, but there are many who want to harm you. The man's gaze clearly indicated that he had no intention of letting her go. Killing and robbing was his goal. If he succeeded, her only ending would be death. With no second possibility, Qiao Yunfeng sat tiredly in the RV, checking his current condition, light injuries. The items taken from the medical kit had excellent effects after upgrading, and these injuries should heal completely by evening. While tidying up the campsite, he was still pondering that the person had jumped down from the top of the slope. So it seemed necessary to find a way to reinforce the slope as well. His lack of experience was evident. He extended the protective barrier up the slope, dug a trench, and set up traps and wooden spikes. It was indeed inconvenient to defend a campsite in such a location. And next time he should find a more defensible area. Looking at the fortified barrier and thinking about the 2-meter-deep trench traps, he finally felt a bit of a sense of security. Torches were lit around the campsite, and there were 2 large bonfires inside and outside. He had already seen quite a few animals moving around during the day, and perhaps other animals would come at night. The flames had a certain deterrent effect on wild animals. Suddenly, the sound stopped abruptly, leaving an eerie silence. Unfortunately, it was too dark to see anything beyond the firelight. Qiao Yunfeng stood at the entrance of the camp, looking in the direction of the sound, as if someone was running towards her. After waiting for a moment, it turned out to be someone she knew, Shun Ran. However, she was running in a very disheveled manner. Seeing her condition, Qiao Yunfeng's vigilance immediately rose to the highest level. She raised her gun towards the direction Shun Ran was coming from and said, "Come this way. Don't come any closer. There's a trap over there. Stand behind the fire." Qiao Yunfeng pointed to the bonfire at the edge of the camp. Shun Ran quickly turned and ran toward the fire, her face filled with fear and anxiety. "Can I make it?" I saw the firelight and ran over, thinking the bear might be afraid of fire. As she spoke, a huge white bear charged into Qiao Yunfeng's line of sight. The bear was enormous. If it stood up, it would be over 2 meters tall, charging straight at her like a small tank. It paused for a moment when it saw the fire, but then disregarded it and continued to charge forward. The gunshot rang out, and Qiao Yunfeng steadied her nerves, calmly starting to shoot. The bear was hit, but, as if it hadn't been wounded, it maintained its speed and showed no signs of stopping. Qiao Yunfeng fired 2 more shots in quick succession, without any pauses in between. She was very sure that all 3 shots had hit, but the bear still did not slow down, charging right up to the edge of the camp until it fell into the trap that had been dug out. The impact, combined with the bear's weight, caused it to be pierced by the wooden spikes buried in the pit, and it let out a loud roar that shattered the quiet night, piercing through the eardrums. Even in this situation, it still tried to escape the trap, struggling and roaring continuously. If the pit hadn't been dug so deep, it might have already climbed out. With its relentless struggles and thrashing, the nearby fence had already been broken. This won't do, Qiao Yunfeng thought, preparing to move forward. If it kept making such loud noises and commotion, it might attract other ferocious beasts, which would be even more troublesome. She took out a long knife laced with deadly poison and approached, aiming to strike at the bear's thrashing paw. The bear's strength was overwhelming. If it hit her while struggling, she would either be dead or severely injured. She cautiously moved closer and swung 3 times, but missed each time. By now, the bear's roars had grown louder, expressing its anger. This isn't working. I need to end this quickly. With a firm resolve, she stepped forward 3 more steps and swung the knife, finally hitting one of the bear's flailing paws. Feeling the impact, she immediately retreated 5 steps to create distance. Even though she had retreated quickly, she was still grazed by the bear's sharp claws from another paw that came swinging at her. Blood poured from a deep wound on her left arm. If she hadn't retreated in time, she would have been directly struck, and her arm would have been severely injured. Pressing on the wound, she continued to step back 5 more steps, increasing the distance between herself and the bear, waiting for the effects of the potent poison to take hold. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, and the white bear stopped struggling. Qiao Yunfeng let out a breath, sat down, and began to treat his wounds. "Are you okay, big brother Qiao?" When Shen Ranjan saw Qiao Yunfeng was injured, she wanted to rush over, but she remembered that he mentioned there were traps. Looking at the bear that fell into the trap, she stopped in her tracks. "Don't move yet. I've dug traps around. If you come over, you'll fall into one." Qiao Yunfeng explained to her, worried that one careless move would lead to another injury. "Are you all right? Do you need any medicine? I have soup that restores stamina and health." Shen Ranjan looked at the bleeding Qiao Yunfeng, feeling very guilty. After all, the bear had been chasing her. Cleaning, disinfecting, applying medicine, and bandaging. She felt like she was getting more and more skilled at this process and even wanted to praise herself a bit. With a self-deprecating smile, Qiao Yunfeng stood up, nodded at Shen Ranjan, and said, "Show me, send a trade request. Ganoderma essence drink 100 milliliters, stamina 70. Angelica ginseng goji chicken soup, 100 milliliters, health 100 for any item." Upon seeing the substantial recovery values, he couldn't help but be amazed. Wow, this girl is not only skilled, but now it seems she's incredible. He placed a barrel of gasoline down, thinking about how she had abandoned the car and run over on foot while being chased by the bear. The car either crashed into a tree or ran out of gas. Since he didn't hear any crashing sounds, it was likely the latter. After accepting the soup, he drank it immediately to boost his stats, collected the white bear's corpse, and worried that the strong smell of blood might attract other wild beasts. He realized that he couldn't rest today and would have to fight all night. Shen Ranjan felt a pang of regret when she saw the gasoline that was traded over. "Thank you. My car ran out of gas. I wouldn't have stopped earlier. I saw the fire and ran over without thinking." "I'm sorry." Qiao Yunfeng looked at her, took a breath, and said, "You go bring the car over. Let's stay by the fire for the night and plan for tomorrow. It is indeed much safer to have a campfire at night." Shen Ranjan looked at Qiao Yunfeng very seriously and sincerely. "Qiao Yunfeng, thank you. I know the competition has caused some distrust among everyone, but I believe in you. Let's get to know each other again. My name is Shen Ranjan, and I'm a chef. My possession allows me to obtain the food I have cooked every day, and there's a certain chance to gain random bonuses. Thank you for saving me. If you need anything in the future, feel free to come to me. As long as I have it, I will definitely trade it with you." Qiao Yunfeng looked at Shen Ranran. Up until now, she was still unwilling to have too much real contact with the challengers. After all, the failures of her past life were too devastating. Perhaps this is what people often say: once bitten by a snake, 10 years afraid of a rope. Well, in the future, if there are any items with enhancement effects and you have extras, just come to me. If I have what you want, I will definitely exchange it at an equivalent value. Our common goal is to survive. Shun Ranran smiled and nodded, took out a torch, and walked in the direction she came from. Qiao Yunfeng began to repair the damaged traps and fences. Indeed, having protective measures is beneficial. If there hadn't been a trap earlier, confronting the bear head-on would have resulted in serious injuries, if not death. She planned to continue strengthening the surrounding defenses tomorrow, doing as much as she could. At exactly 8 a.m., the Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 9 began. After having breakfast, Shun Ranzan came to bid farewell to Qiao Yunfeng. She was preparing to drive to another location to set up a camp for the last 2 days. Just as she was about to get in the car and leave, she suddenly heard a series of wolf howls, which seemed to be from a pack of wolves, and there were quite a few of them. Qiao Yunfeng shouted immediately, "Put away the car. Come in quickly. There's nothing to worry about now." She took out a thick door plank and placed it over the trap, and Shun Ranran quickly ran into the camp. Qiao Yunfeng immediately poured oil into the pit, pulling Shun Ranran up the slope. He took out a pile of wood from his space, and the two poured oil into the trench and set it on fire. "You stay up there. Don't let the fire die down. If it starts to weaken, add more wood and pour more oil. I'll go down below. Remember, we must not let the wolf pack surround us. Do you have any weapon for defense?" Watching the situation, although Qiao Yunfeng appeared calm on the surface, he was actually quite anxious inside. There were too many wolves. It looked like there were nearly 50 at a glance. "I have a knife, but I'm not good at fighting. What should I do?" "Here, take this for now. If they charge at us, you might need it. Keep your stamina and health items in an easily accessible place and take care of yourself." Qiao Yunfeng handed over the electric baton. "You know how to use it, right?" "Yes, don't worry. I'll make sure the fire stays strong." Shun Ranjan gripped the electric baton tightly. "Remember, add more wood and fuel." After half an hour of holding off the wolf pack, the fire had gradually diminished compared to before. With a loud howl from the massive lead wolf, 6 or 7 wolves charged forward. Qiao Yunfeng did not dare to step out to finish off the wolves. She raised her gun and shot each wolf 3 times, ensuring they would not get back up. Then she lit a torch and threw it over. The flames caught on the wolf's fur and immediately ignited. The wolf pack, fixated on the camp, temporarily halted their attack, with all the wolves spinning around, their eyes gleaming with ferocity. Half an hour later, the howling of the lead wolf rang out once again, and 6 wolves charged forward. Qiao Yunfeng immediately opened fire, hitting all 6 shots perfectly. However, she only killed 2 and injured 4, one of which, despite its injuries, leaped over the fire circle and charged in. It was on fire, pouncing on Qiao Yunfeng, its weight and momentum knocking her to the ground. The wolf opened its jaws wide, revealing its razor-sharp teeth, ready to bite down on her. Qiao Yunfeng quickly drew out a dagger coated with poison in his left hand and stabbed it directly into the wolf's belly. A second later, it stopped moving. Feeling the wolf on his body cease its attack, Qiao Yunfeng immediately pushed it to the ground and got up to continue attacking the other 3 wolves. He fired his weapon, accurately taking down the already burning wolf, then turned and stored the wolf's corpse on the ground into his space. He quickly turned back to the ditch to add more wood, while keeping a close watch on the movements of the wolf pack. After another defeat, the wolf pack still did not retreat. They simply stopped their attack again and began to circle around Qiao Yunfeng, watching him closely. Chapter 24, 4th Match, Icefield Town 6. Qiao Yunfeng did not dare to relax for a moment, focusing intently on the movements of the wolf pack, while continuously adding wood to the ditch to keep the fire blazing. After another 10 minutes, the howl of the lead wolf rang out again, and after countless wolf howls echoed in response, they gradually retreated. It wasn't until there was not a single wolf in sight that Qiao Yunfeng felt able to breathe a sigh of relief half an hour later. "Should we just run? Run a bit farther. Maybe they won't chase us," Shun Ranjan said, drenched in cold sweat, finally realizing how soaked her clothes were. "It's terrifying. It's a pack of wolves." She'd been dumbfounded watching the wolf pack's attack from the slope, her whole body trembling, repeatedly muttering that they couldn't let the fire go out. We can't outrun the wolf pack, and wolves are very vengeful animals. As long as we're still in this area, they will definitely come looking for us again. Instead of wasting time, we should come up with a good plan on how to buy some time and wear them down. Either they all die, or they get scared and retreat, or we just run out when the time is up. Given how vengeful wolves are, as long as the two of them are still in the woods, they will definitely be caught. The thought of what would happen if they were targeted by a wolf pack without any protective measures is terrifying. They could charge one by one until they exhaust your strength and you fall, becoming a feast for the wolves. After eating something, the two immediately started action. Qiao Yunfeng used a chainsaw, which sparked as he quickly made a half-person-high wooden fence, securing it in place and adding another circle outside the ditch. After tearing the sheets and soaking them in oil, he connected them to the wooden fence. The slope was piled high with wood and oil, and the entire camp was surrounded by 2 circles of fences. Once they finished, they checked the time and sat down in the middle of the camp to rest and eat, recovering their strength. Shenranzhan took out some food for replenishing energy and handed it to Qiao Yunfeng. You keep it. It might come in handy later. Okay, thanks. Qiao Yunfeng looked at it and put it away. Indeed, it might be a fierce battle tonight, so it was good to be prepared. Do you have any left? Yes. Don't worry. My fighting ability isn't high, but I won't hold you back. Actually, I wasn't that good either, but I met a good person who taught me a lot. Shenranzhan said, looking at the fire. Even though she knew it was a challenge and might be fake, Uncle Lin's concern for her and the moving feelings in her heart felt very real. I also need to find a way to fight. Otherwise, the challenge will get tougher, and I might not survive. Shenranzhan expressed her thoughts as she looked at the fire, realizing a lot from today as fierce battle. Come on, your possessions are good. If you find a good attack method and coordinate well, you should be able to survive until the end. Qiao Yunfeng glanced at Shenranzhan, wondering why she thought of a weak person again. Sigh. Those painful moments would always flash before her eyes unexpectedly. The wolf pack did not pause to observe. Even faced with the roaring flames, they showed no signs of retreating and charged forward fiercely. 8 wolves rushed over, 5 crashing directly into the fence, the flames igniting their fur in an instant. The excruciating pain of being engulfed in fire made them howl and roll on the ground. The other 3 wolves leaped over the outer fence and rushed in. Qiao Yunfeng shot 1, and 2 wolves fell to the ground, while another lay on the ground whimpering. The outer fence, ignited by the oil and cloth, burned fiercely, and after the wolf pack's first attack failed, they did not immediately launch a second assault. Led by the alpha wolf, they continuously howled at the camp, the wolf howls rising and falling without pause. The 2 sides remained in a stalemate for half an hour. The wooden fence outside began to crack and diminish under the intense fire, causing the flames to gradually weaken. Under the alpha wolf's howling, the wolf pack launched another assault, with about 10 wolves leaping over the outer circle and charging straight toward the pit. Cover your mouth and nose. Qiao Yunfeng threw out the last remaining tranquilizer. The wolves that rushed in began to fall one by one after inhaling the drug. Seizing the opportunity, Qiao Yunfeng quickly shot again, ensuring that all the wolves that charged and were killed. On the slope, Shenranzhan watched 2 wolves with fierce eyes staring at her from outside the fire circle, baring their sharp teeth and growling at her. She felt truly terrified at that moment, her whole body trembling uncontrollably, drenched in cold sweat. However, she was also very clear that Qiao Yunfeng was fighting below and couldn't turn back to help her. She could only deal with these 2 beasts herself. Forcing herself to keep adding wood and oil to the fire pit on the slope, she made sure the flames burned brightly. Yet even so, the 2 wolves still charged at her, leaping high over the fire line, their bodies aflame as they pounced toward her. As soon as they landed, the 2 wolves let out 2 heart-wrenching howls. Seeing their feet caught in the traps, Shenranzhan took a deep breath, steadied herself, and moved forward to stun them with the electric baton, then delivered the finishing blow to store them in her space. This was the tactic they had discussed during their rest. The slope behind the pit was filled with traps, so if wolves really jumped in, most would be caught and unable to move, significantly reducing the danger. Qiao Yunfeng placed all the traps in the space here, just in case, and he didn't expect they would actually be used. Qiao Yunfeng didn't hesitate at all to take out the grenades, dividing them into 3 directions and throwing 3 of them. The explosions, bang, 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 startled Shun Ranyin, who was on the hillside, her eyes wide open. My God, what did I just see? After the grenade bombardment, the wolf pack was basically wiped out, with only a few lying on the ground, whimpering woo-woo. Qiao Yunfeng raised his handgun and finished off the last fight with a shot for each wolf, then collected all the wolf corpses into his space. He looked up at Shun Ranyin, indicating she could come down now, as it should be safe this time. After all, the Wolf King had already been taken care of by her. Seeing Shun Ranyin staring blankly at him, not speaking or moving, he called out to her again. This time, she finally responded, but with a hesitant look on her face. Qiao Yunfeng thought she must be scared. After all, the girl had never held him back, and had even dealt with the wolves herself. He smiled at Shun Ranyin to comfort her, saying that there shouldn't be any more tonight, and they could leave tomorrow. There was no need to worry too much. Shun Ranyin's lips quivered, but in the end, she didn't say anything. She actually wanted to ask if she could exchange for a few grenades, but she understood in her heart that such a powerful weapon. Even if Qiao Yunfeng was willing to trade, what could she offer in return? She couldn't just let the big shot give her something for free. It would be better to wait until later when she produced some good food with added effects to exchange. Once she had thought it through, she no longer felt conflicted. She took out the wolf she had killed and placed it on the ground, saying, "This is the wolf that came down from above. It got caught in the traps you set, and after I stunned it with the electric baton, I killed it. It's all for you." Qiao Yunfeng looked at the 2 wolf corpses on the ground and thought about how hard her day had been. She raised her head and comforted. "Keep your spoils to yourself. Go check up there to see if there are any more. If there are, collect them all. I'll go outside and see if there are any injured ones that got away." The 2 separated, each taking a torch, and carefully checked the surroundings. After confirming it was safe, Shun Ranyin released her vehicle outside the camp and said to Qiao Yunfeng, "I'll rest here. You should rest early too." Throughout the day, Shun Ranyin realized that Qiao was a good person with a good heart and great abilities, but she didn't like to interact with others. Once someone got too close, she would become tense all over, so Shun Ranyin consciously stepped back from the camp. Lying in the car, she thought to herself, it turns out that even big shots have some unknown habits. I wonder if what I did today will improve her impression of me. Qiao Yunfeng was really happy with her actions, thinking to herself that next time she comes to exchange something, as long as there is enough stock, she would give her more. At exactly 8 o'clock in the morning, Disaster Survival Challenge. Date 10 begins. The challenge will officially end at 1600 hours. After yesterday's extreme fatigue, both of them slept in late today. After getting up, Shenronzan asked what else they could do. They could stock up on some wood and snow. Freezing it into ice blocks would also be good for convenience later. Qiao Yunfeng gave some suggestions, so they divided their tasks. Shenronzan boiled snow water outside the camp and froze it into ice, while Qiao Yunfeng continued to act as a lumberjack. They only sat down to eat at 2 in the afternoon, organizing their belongings and restoring their state. The 2 talked about some small experiences from the first 3 rounds and also complained about the start of this round. During the conversation, Qiao Yunfeng realized that not all challengers were in the same scene. Everyone experienced the same challenge, but not necessarily in the same place. What could be seen in the discussion area were all from one location, and if they were in different scenes, even trading messages would be impossible. How do you know this? Qiao Yunfeng curiously looked at Shenronzan, who hadn't noticed this issue until now. There was someone who traded food with me in the first round and added me as a friend. In the 3rd round, he was trapped in a room by rats without food and wanted to contact me to exchange for some. But no matter how he tried, he couldn't send messages or trade requests. At that time, he thought I had failed the challenge. Who knew that in this round? He saw me posting trades in the discussion area, and that's when he asked me for more food to regain stamina. After he explained, I finally understood. I thought, with 3 million people in one round, how could there be that many challengers in this scene? This information was something Qiao Yunfeng, a solitary individualist, couldn't have figured out. It seemed she should communicate with other challengers appropriately. Perhaps she would discover new information or findings. The current state of the challengers is rated as good. Rewards: 3 portions, 100 health points, 100 stamina points, space 1M x 1M. Reward source crystal, 300. Special reward: the challenger successfully eliminated the Icefield Overlord Grey Wolf clan. receiving the following rewards. 1. You can have a response to the malice of all creatures that surpasses instinct. 2. You can quickly find the fatal weakness of your opponent. 3. All animals' fear of you has increased threefold. The 5th challenge will start at 7 o'clock 3 days later. Sitting by the campfire in the cave, watching the small snowflakes falling outside, the temperature had noticeably dropped. Enjoying hot pot, thinking about the special rewards received. Animals' fear increased threefold meant that any animal would be scared upon seeing her. If she wanted to attract a cat or tease a dog, she probably wouldn't have much hope. However, aside from that, she felt quite good about everything else. Eating hot pot, while the only sound outside was the falling snow. She couldn't help but reminisce about the original sounds of insects and birds. It was truly too quiet now. Chapter 25, 5th round. Zombie World. 1. Shinranzan looked at her last special reward and self-deprecatingly chuckled. Was this what they called leeching experience from the big shots? Because she helped to successfully eliminate the Ice Field Overlord Grey Wolf clan, the random trigger rate had increased. Although her pride made her a bit hesitant about relying on others, her smile could not hide the fact that it felt great. On the second day of rest, Qiao Yunfeng seemed to hear some sounds and took out her binoculars to observe carefully. In the hollow of the opposite mountain, someone was chopping wood. It seemed that people from the city had entered the mountains and were preparing to stay there. After this rest, should she move away? She took out the map to study it carefully, thought about the current weather, and realized it was snowing and would likely get colder if she stayed in the mountains. As the temperature continued to drop, outdoor living would inevitably become increasingly difficult. From now on, people would decrease, and with more vacant houses, it should be possible to find a place to live that is unoccupied. Tomorrow, they would enter the 5th round, and after coming out, she would tidy up and head towards the city to find a suitable house to live in. Returning to the cave, she continued watching survival videos while drinking coffee and occasionally snacking on jerky and little snacks. Outside, the snow was fluttering down. The time for the 5th challenge had arrived. At 7 o'clock, it was time to enter the challenge. Disaster Survival Challenge. 5th round, Zombie World. This used to be a prosperous and beautiful coastal city, but unfortunately, due to the spread of an unknown virus, it has become a paradise for zombies and a hell for survivors. The virus has been rampant for 3 weeks, and the government has set up a human shelter 50 kilometers outside the city, and all citizens need to go there on their own. As a survivor of this city, it is your responsibility to eliminate zombies. In this round of the challenge, you must reach the human shelter to register your identity. Survival period, 10 days. Killing other challengers personally in the challenge will result in a level drop. Dropping to level 0 will lead to automatic death. The 5th round of the challenge is about to begin. Receive 6,000 gold coins. Holding 400 source crystals, please select from the following products. All items are randomly 1,000 pieces per round. 1. Space 1M x 1M. Source crystal 200. 2. Space 1M x 1M. Source crystal 200. 3. Universal antidote, after taking, reduces the chance of poisoning by 70. Source crystal 400. Seeing that this time 2 spaces were available, she hesitated for 3 seconds between the spaces and the universal antidote. Watching the number of spaces continuously decrease, she decisively opted for 2 spaces, perfectly spending all her 400 source crystals. Name: Qiao Yunfeng level. Level 5, can level up. Each successful disaster challenge raises 1 level. Gender: female. Number of challenges participated: 5 health points, 730 stamina points, 740 status. Good space: 19mx19m, can level up. Held items: level 5 medical kit, maintains original effectiveness. Double space, and will randomly produce 1 type of medicine daily. After the medical kit upgrade, not only did it increase in size, but it would also randomly produce 1 type of medicine daily, which was fantastic. If it randomly produced a vitality recovery agent, that would save a bit of source crystals, but she knew that was just wishful thinking. Qiao Yunfeng found herself sitting on a dirty mat, surrounded by about 20 young men and women scattered around her. The environment looked like a supermarket, and a large backpack leaned against her leg, stuffed full. A male voice rang out, deliberately kept very low. Classmates, in an hour, we will set off. Everyone be careful. Don't make loud noises. The zombies will come if they hear us. Stay close together. Once the vehicle starts moving, the noise will definitely attract the zombies. When you see them approaching, don't scream or shout. If we stick together, we can reach the shelter safely. Qiao Yunfeng looked up to see a young male student, and then glanced around at the people, all of whom were nodding excitedly and quietly agreeing. The boy walked over, looking at the few girls in the group, especially noticing the backpacks that were stuffed full. Although we were driving, if the road was blocked, we would have to get out and run, so pay attention to the weight. If you can't run later, you'll fall behind. A few girls changed their expressions in unison, and some pouted, completely unconcerned. Someone immediately opened their backpack and took out a large bottle of mineral water. Another person walked over to the boy and grabbed one of the other boys, saying something to him. Qiao Yunfeng opened her bag and took a look inside. It was indeed stuffed with various food and water, making it quite heavy to carry. She gently turned to the girl next to her and asked, "Do you know where the shelter is?" The girl raised her eyebrows and glanced at her, saying, "Isn't it that new government school built outside the west of the city? We talked about it before. Didn't you forget? Just take out the map we were given and you'll see." Qiao Yunfeng really didn't know. She had only been there for less than 3 minutes. She opened a small pocket on the outside of her backpack and found a map inside. After unfolding it, she saw a circle drawn in red ink with the word shelter written next to it. "It should be here." She asked the girl again, "Where are we now?" The girl took the map and carefully searched for a moment, then pointed to a location slightly northeast. "It should be around here. We've been walking for a day now. We're about to enter the city area. It would be best to get out of the city today. There are too many zombies there." Qiao Yunfeng studied the map carefully and thought about the initial hint. This is a harbor city. Their location was relatively close to the port, which was directly north, while the shelter was located in the southwestern part of the city, requiring them to traverse the entire urban area. Looking at the cargo area, ferry section, and private boat parking near the port on the map, she remembered that she had admired but could not afford. She secretly pondered whether they should go check out the port. "We took so much food. Are we really not going to pay anything?" She lightly asked while touching her bag. The girl next to her turned her head and whispered, "Who would you pay? With things being like this, if we weren't burdened, who would want to take more? We don't even know if there will be food later." It seemed that they could take things freely. That reassured her. Now she needed to plan how to leave this group without attracting attention. Should she intentionally walk at the back during the operation later? She opened the map and carefully studied how to get to the port conveniently. At the same time, she quietly listened to the conversations around her, which are all soft and light. "Do you think these boys will really not care about us? We all came from the same school. Will they really ignore us? Who knows? But you saw it too. The boys are up front fighting zombies. They probably don't have the energy to help us anymore. I'm so scared. Why is this happening? We finally got out of school. I thought everything would be fine once we were out. Stop crying. What if zombies come over? Be strong. Crying doesn't help right now." He's right. If we don't cut through the city center during the day, those zombies will come out at night. And we might not be able to get out at all. The big malls in the city center used to have so many people. Now, they have just as many zombies. Why isn't the military coming to rescue us? If we could hitch a ride with a military vehicle, we would be safe. Stop thinking about that. Pack your things and get ready to move out soon. Yes, everyone be strong. If we can escape from school, we can definitely reach the shelter safely. At exactly 8 a.m., Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 1 begins. The leading boy secured the supplies on his back, holding a baseball bat in hand, and quietly called out, "Classmates, let's go." One by one, everyone got up from the ground, secured their backpacks, and carefully followed him down the stairs, gently walking out of the supermarket's entrance. Outside was a scene of chaos, with discarded items scattered everywhere. 2 zombies were aimlessly wandering without a target. The 4 boys, split into pairs, moved forward, using their sticks to strike forcefully at the zombies' heads. After repeated blows to the head, the zombies fell down and stopped moving. The first time Qiao Yunfeng saw the zombies, he felt that their fatal weakness must be the head, and the actions of the boy confirmed this point. There were still 4 or 5 people in line to get on the bus, when suddenly a zombie appeared from behind a nearby wall and walked straight towards them. Although it was not moving fast, it still scared a girl in line, causing her to scream. The scream immediately attracted more zombies. Seeing this, the others hurriedly squeezed into the vehicle, which had already started and begun to move. The sound of the car drew even more zombies, and one car accelerated and rushed out, leaving Qiao Yunfeng behind, forgotten by everyone. Since she was alone now, she decided to head north to the port to see if she could really find a yacht and then go to the shelter. Driving? The roar of the car would attract a horde of zombies. Now that she was alone and unfamiliar with the roads, and the road conditions outside didn't seem good. If the car got stuck, she would likely be surrounded by zombies, which was too dangerous. No, she couldn't drive. She could only walk. Loud noises would attract zombies. So she couldn't use her handgun for now. As they burst out of the car, surrounded by zombies, everyone was tense, urging the driver to go faster. Hurry up. Go faster. There were too many zombies behind them. They needed to speed up. The boy driving was already showing signs of stress from everyone's urging, saying, "Stop pushing me. If I go any faster, we'll flip the car." Suddenly, a zombie appeared on the road ahead. Just as the driver was about to turn, someone grabbed his arm, causing him to crash into it. The boy, in a moment of determination, slammed on the gas and drove straight into it, resulting in a loud thud as the car's windshield was splattered with dark blood. Finally, one of the girls couldn't hold back and started to cry. "Stop crying, it's annoying," one of the boys shouted angrily. The crying girl buried her face in her backpack, tightly biting the straps, silently expressing her fear. The car rushed out of the zombie circle, speeding past, and no one in the vehicle noticed that one classmate was missing. Qiao Yunfeng took a few sips of iced coffee and continued walking outside. Wearing leather armor in this hot weather was indeed uncomfortable, but the zombie virus was no joke. If he accidentally got bitten or scratched, he wasn't sure if it would directly drain his health. Carefully turning onto the main street, he saw zombies wandering everywhere. They were moving slowly now, and as long as he didn't get too close, they wouldn't actively attack. Qiao Yunfeng had already conducted several experiments in the alley. She was sure that these zombies used sound and smell to identify their prey, being more sensitive to sound, while they would only react to smell at a distance of about 2 meters. Walking north along the main street, she occasionally saw some survivors, who were mostly moving south in groups, with most of them walking. Among them, a group of young people rode bicycles, with their rear loaded with supplies, and they were moving quite fast. Bicycles made little noise, making them a good mode of transportation. Inspired by this group of cyclists, she specifically searched for bicycles and finally found 2 mountain bikes that were still rideable in a bike shop. She continued towards the port on her bike. After confirming her direction twice and changing at 3 intersections, she finally arrived at the private boat docking area. She was now hiding in a second-floor room across the street, observing the situation through binoculars. The zombies on the main road were not too dense. The private boat docking area was enclosed by walls. An entry required passing through the service center's gate. The service center's gate was wide open, and there were about a dozen zombies wandering nearby, but it was impossible to see clearly inside. If she rushed in directly, there could easily be more than a dozen zombies inside, and she could be surrounded, which was not a good idea. Chapter 26, The Fifth Scene, Zombie World 2. Qiao Yunfeng observed the terrain around her and retrieved the alarm clock she had collected from the supermarket. She went downstairs and placed the clock about 100 meters behind the road, setting a 3-minute timer. Hiding around the street corner, she watched as several zombies emerged from the service center across the street. With the entrance now clear, she quickly crossed the road and dashed into the service center. At the moment she entered, she collided head-on with 3 slow-moving zombies. The zombies raised their hands and opened their mouths wide, trying to bite her. While using her shield to protect herself from being grabbed, she swiftly dispatched the 3 zombies and quickly ran towards the dock area behind. Various yachts were docked here. Moving quickly along the dock's passage, she searched for the yacht she had admired but couldn't afford to buy. She cautiously approached it, confirming there were no zombies around, and immediately boarded the vessel. After checking the entire boat and ensuring there were no zombies on board, she promptly stored it in her space. Turning around, she exited quickly, as the zombies that had been drawn away by the noise were now starting to wander around again. She took out her bicycle and rushed out of the area. Her next plan was to head to the gas station. After all, the zombie outbreak had just entered its 3rd week, and there should still be plenty of fuel available. With her increasing need for fuel, she had to stock up to feel secure. As she rode her bike forward, she killed any lone zombie she encountered and avoided groups of them. By the time she could see the gas station, it was getting dark, and she remembered that zombies would be more active at night. It was better to find a safe place to spend the night first. Reluctantly turning away from the gas station that was so close, she rationally headed towards a nearby residential complex. After quickly clearing the zombies in front of the accommodation building, she took the stairs all the way to the 5th floor, finding an open room and ducking inside. After confirming there were no zombies in the room, she quickly closed the door and blocked it with her off-road vehicle. She shut all the windows and finally sat down, letting out a sigh of relief. Having worn leather armor all day, she was indeed tired. She cleared a space in the living room, set up her RV, and enjoyed a nice hot bath with the spa water. After changing into fresh clothes, she felt rejuvenated. Sitting comfortably in the RV, eating cold noodles, she opened her wristband and checked the discussion area. Suddenly, a new notification appeared on her wristband. Zombie kills, 89. Was this a new addition? When the challenge started, the prompt said, eliminating zombies is your responsibility, which meant that killing zombies was also part of the mission for this challenge. She opened the discussion area to see if others had the same notification. Help! I'm trapped in the building. There are zombies all downstairs. What should I do? I'll trade supplies for help. Do you all see the zombie kill count? Does anyone know what it's for? I don't know, but I have it too. Just save yourself. No one is coming to help you. I have it too. Not sure what it's for, but every time I kill a zombie, the count goes up by 1. This challenge is disgusting. I'm terrified of zombies. It depends on whether you're more afraid of dying or of zombies. Then you'll know what to do. I was surrounded as soon as I came out. If it weren't for the army passing by, I think I'd be dead. Does anyone know where the shelter is? I came alone, and after fighting all the way, I haven't seen anyone. Wow. You upstairs have incredible luck. The shelter is in the southwest part of the city, about 50 kilometers outside the city. As long as you get out of the city, there will be signs along the road. How do you know that? You're not there already, are you? Yes. I had good luck today and followed the army. I'm already at the shelter now. There's food, drink, and rooms. I can even shower and sleep. Good luck, everyone. You upstairs are just showing off. That is so cruel. I got bitten. What should I do? It shows I'm in a poisoned state. Will I turn into a zombie? On the first day. How did you get bitten? They move so slowly. You could have just run faster. I saw someone run into a crowd of zombies and got bitten to death. Now everyone is scared. Someone help me. Qiao Yunfeng looked at this information and then glanced at his medicine box. The random medicine he received on the first day was cough medicine, which showed that just 1 sip would stop coughing. It was very useful, but unfortunately, it couldn't be used right now, so he decided to keep it for later. At exactly 8 o'clock a.m., Disaster Survival Challenge starts on the 2nd day. Qiao Yunfeng was diligently clearing the gas station, and there weren't many zombies inside. She finished cleaning up in half an hour. Excited, she walked over to the parked fuel tanker. Today was her lucky day, as it was completely full. Without hesitation, she immediately stored it in her space. Then she took out an empty barrel and continued to fill it with fuel, all the while remaining vigilant to prevent new zombies from wandering over from other areas. After filling 10 barrels with fuel and storing them, she noticed that her space was almost full. She looked regretfully at the fuel nozzle and sighed, wondering why her space couldn't hold more. Just as she was thinking of organizing her space to make some room, she saw that her wristband displayed the number of zombies killed, 128, with an option to redeem. Confused, she wondered what it was for. After clicking on redeem, she was notified that she had obtained a piece of land, level 1, that could be planted on. Surprised, she read the prompt about the land and realized that the number of kills was used to redeem land. Since this land was marked as plantable, did that mean she could grow things herself in the future? She immediately looked at her space. The piece of land was only 1 mx 1m in size, sitting lonely outside the range of her space. Looking at the plantable land, Qiao Yunfeng's mind raced with thoughts of various fruits, vegetables, and rice. No plants could grow on Earth anymore, but this piece of land could still be cultivated. Excited, she pulled out a map to re-examine the route to the shelter. Originally, her plan was to collect gasoline and then directly cut through the city center to the shelter like everyone else. But now, since she knew how useful zombie kills could be, she decided to find a place with more zombies, plan carefully, and increase her kill count before proceeding. The map showed that there was a commercial center to the south, which would have a denser population and wasn't far from her current location. Qiao Yunfeng immediately pedaled her bike over there. As she got closer to the commercial center, she took out her binoculars, found a high spot. and carefully observed the terrain and the distribution of zombies. Indeed, there were a lot of zombies there. Rationally, she told herself that if she charged indirectly, she might end up dead before the zombies did. So, she needed to plan carefully to ensure her safety. After checking her available weapons, she marked 2 potential retreat routes on the map, then cleared all the zombies on those 2 routes. She also blocked the front and back of these 2 routes with abandoned cars to prevent zombies from other streets from wandering over. With her binoculars, she found a position she thought was decent, a second-floor restaurant across from the mall. The main entrance on the ground floor faced the commercial area, the door was open, and she hadn't seen any zombies on the second floor for now. One of the windows on the side was open. If she started clearing zombies here, they would definitely gather downstairs, and if too many zombies accumulated and she couldn't handle it, she could retreat through the window, landing on a street she had just cleared. Calculating the distance, she threw a grenade right at the mall entrance. Boom! The sound of the grenade attracted the attention of the surrounding zombies, who all slowly moved towards that direction. After waiting a minute, she threw another grenade. This time it killed quite a few and also drew in more zombies. The 2 explosions attracted a lot of wandering zombies, and taking advantage of this moment, she immediately rode her bike into the shop she had her eye on, pulled out her handgun, and closed the door. After confirming there were no zombies on the first floor, she locked the door from the inside, pushed all the cabinets against the entrance to block it, and then went upstairs. The frantic sounds of battle attracted several nearby challengers, who saw the intense firepower and the zombies being killed one after another. The onlookers were really itching to jump in and kill too. Most of the challengers who dared to stay in the city center and kill zombies already knew the benefits of redemption. They remained in the city to try and rack up as many kills as possible in the limited time. And since the zombie numbers were high in this area, they all gradually gathered nearby, hoping to kill more zombies. The people drawn oversaw the crazy kill count in front of them and were envious, wanted to rush in, but the sheer number of zombies held them back, and reason reminded them that if they charged in and got surrounded, they wouldn't be able to escape. While this group of people looked on with envy, yet hesitated to charge in, suddenly a man burst out from around the corner and directly attacked a solitary zombie, taking it down in a few moves before immediately turning to the second one. The zombie's attention was completely drawn to the gunfire coming from Qiao Yunfeng's side, and when the man charged in to attack, the zombies didn't react in time and were killed without any resistance. The onlookers saw that the man not only successfully killed a zombie, but was also continuing to attack, having already taken down 5 zombies in just a short time. This pushed the others over the edge. Disregarding reason, they charged in. Luckily, even in their impulsiveness, the challengers retained some rationality. None of them charged deep inside. They all focused on clearing the perimeter. Meanwhile, the battle on Qiao Yunfeng's side was incredibly intense. If she hadn't set up the barricade of abandoned cars in advance, the horde of zombies would have likely breached the first floor by now. She threw 5 grenades in different directions to relieve some pressure. If it weren't for her infinite ammo gun and her perfect aim, she wouldn't have dared to be so reckless. Fortunately, she was now standing by the window on the second floor, accurately shooting zombies in the head, each shot taking one down with precision and speed. After 2 hours of relentless fighting, she was utterly exhausted. Even with over 700 stamina points, she felt like she was struggling. Her arms were sore, and her muscles were protesting for being tense for so long. She took out a medicated patch from her first aid kit and slapped it on her aching body. After taking a stamina-boosting medicine, she continued to fight. These were all land resources. They couldn't go to waste. She had no idea what her current kill count was, nor did she have time to check. So, she kept shooting and occasionally threw grenades. Finally, after 3 hours of continuous attacks, the zombies in the commercial plaza stopped pouring in frantically. Those that could come from a nearby area had already arrived. Seeing this, she breathed a sigh of relief, began to prepare to wrap things up, and followed her pre-planned route to leave and find a place to rest and check how much she had gained today. The challengers who had been fighting on the outskirts all afternoon also noticed that the number of zombies had decreased and eagerly rushed into the shops on the commercial street to start gathering supplies. Their wave of dispersed attacks had inadvertently drawn away some of the zombies that had been clustered together. Qiao Yunfeng quickly cleared the zombies at the entrance and rode her bicycle away from the area. What she needed most now was a quiet place to rest. In front of a residential community, she took out her machete and dealt with a few wandering zombies. She went upstairs into a room, parked her off-road vehicle to block the door, closed all the windows, and eagerly opened her bracelet. Zombies killed, 2789. Chapter 27, 5th scene, Zombie World 3, Zombies killed, 389. The exchange feature had been extinguished, likely because she had reached the exchange limit, but the count was still continuing. There must be some other use for it. After she rested, she would continue killing to see if there were any other uses. She didn't know if it was because they didn't see each other or because they were not in the same scene this time. Her attention was drawn to the newly received land. Seeing it empty felt like such a waste, so she decided to try planting something. After rummaging through her space, she couldn't find any seeds to plant, so she washed a peach, ate it, and buried the pit in the ground. The plot showed it was occupied, with a growth time of 10 days. Seeing this prompt filled her with satisfaction. This was truly wonderful. From now on, she would never lack food, and she certainly wouldn't lack fruit. The space was now rich in supplies, completely full, with hardly any empty space left. There was one RV, 2 off-road vehicles, and a yacht, all taking up considerable room. She took out several large bags and prepared to make a few emergency supply packs, which she then placed in the RV, yacht, and both off-road vehicles. The RV storage compartment contained 6 barrels of gasoline, and the fridge and the overhead cabinet were stuffed with food and daily necessities like drinks. Several thick blankets and mattresses were also placed by the bed. The yacht also had 6 barrels of gasoline and daily supplies, with the cabin sofa cupboard filled to the brim with materials. The trunks of the 2 off-road vehicles were also filled with various categorized supplies, freeing up some space in her storage. Organizing supplies was probably her favorite thing to do since her rebirth. Looking at the full space made her feel secure, and she was certain she could survive until the end. Bao Xianming was really enjoying himself today. He discovered that after killing over 100 zombies, he could exchange for health restoring medicine, which was amazing. It could restore 50 health points at once, and if he exchanged for more, it would be a lifesaver. Didn't he know where that big shot would go to farm tomorrow? If he could follow the big shot, he would definitely be able to farm like today, getting a good amount of kills in one go. He also wondered how many kills the big shot had today. At exactly 8 o'clock a.m., Disaster Survival Challenge. Day 3 begins. Armed from head to toe, he went downstairs to retrieve his bicycle, following the route planned yesterday, directly bypassing the main city area. Once out of the urban area, the road conditions improved significantly, and he took out the off-road vehicle to speed ahead. When he reached the outskirts of the city, the sign indicated that he was only 35 kilometers away from the shelter. Qiao Yunfeng discovered on the map that there was a road leading south for 10 kilometers, where there was a farm. Thinking that she had 25 plots of land, but no usable seeds, she figured the farm might have some seeds. So she decided to check it out. However, because the streets of the farm were narrow and each house had a large yard, the zombies were too scattered and did not gather as densely as they did in the commercial street. After some thought, she realized that using yesterday's method might not work. So she decided to try luring them out with sound first. If too many came at once, she would drive away on the road, as these zombies weren't very fast and couldn't outrun an off-road vehicle. Moreover, being on the outskirts, the area around the road was flat with no obstacles, making it easy to drive. After a day of busy work akin to flying a kite, she finally killed all the zombies in the farm, took a few gulps of ice water, and thought that if she weren't trying to save some grenades, she wouldn't have exhausted herself like this. Driving into the farm as dusk approached, she found a house, checked inside and out, and locked the yard gate. She planned to rest there for the night. "Big boss, I'm here. Are you there? Can I exchange for gasoline? Still exchanging? Yes, I'm here. How many liters do you want to exchange? All right, send a trade request." Looking at her pile of car barrels, the other party quickly sent a trade request, offering 300 liters of gasoline for a box of grenades. She clicked agree, received the grenades, and looking at the box, she thought about going to find another place to farm zombies. "Big boss, I want to ask, are you the one discussed in the forum who spent the whole afternoon blowing up zombies in the commercial street with grenades?" "Huh?" Qiao Yunfeng was a bit surprised. "Yesterday? Commercial street?" "Yes. Everyone in the forum is talking about wanting to gather to farm zombies. but they are afraid of being surrounded by too many zombies and not being able to escape. Then someone mentioned that a big boss soloed an entire area of zombies in the commercial street yesterday, and the bullets and grenades just kept coming. Was that you? It should be me. Big boss, I just want to ask, how did you farm them? Can you teach me? I can give you another box of grenades. I also want to farm zombies like that. It seemed everyone now knew that killing zombies could be exchanged for rewards, and they were all eager to farm quantity. Offering another box of grenades is a good proposal, but unfortunately, even if I told you, without an infinite pistol and perfect accuracy, you might not be able to make it out unscathed. You might not be able to use my method. First, you need to be able to hit every shot, targeting the zombies' heads. Then grenades are just an auxiliary, only used when there are too many zombies gathered. Big boss, sorry for the interruption. I'll take my leave. Qiao Yunfeng was speechless for a long time. A box of grenades just disappeared like that. It's a bit of a pity. Looking at her zombie kill count, 1483. The redeemed portion still hasn't lit up. What could be the reason? Is it all redeemed? Timed out? Or not enough quantity? She opened the discussion area to see if anyone had other opinions. She wanted to go into the city tomorrow to farm zombies. Anyone interested in teaming up? How to team up? Whoever kills it gets it. There will definitely be someone stealing kills. Plus, zombies have excellent hearing. Just a little noise can attract a group. I mean, everyone wants to score more kills. Who doesn't envy the big shot who can solo the entire commercial street? But they must really have that capability, right? Is it really just one person? Did anyone see the big shot yesterday? With so many zombies, how could one person handle it? I was nearby. It really was one person. The sound of gunfire was one shot after another. If there were two people, there should be at least two guns. Let's talk about it. How'd they do it? Can we learn some methods and farm a bit too? Yes. Please explain the process in detail. One person can't do it, but we could try with 3 to 5 people together. Everyone can learn some methods. I was on the outskirts yesterday. The big shot farmed for over 3 hours straight. I had already replenished my stamina twice on the outskirts, and the big shot was still solo farming, so I couldn't figure out why their stamina could last so long. Could it be that using a gun consumes less stamina? We are afraid of the noise attracting zombies, so we are all using knives or sticks, swinging nonstop, which must consume much more stamina than using a gun. I see it now. I don't have the conditions to solo farm. It's better to find a safer spot to fight. If we gather 10 or so people, with 5 people in a group taking turns to attack, can we achieve the solo farming effect of the big shot? We can give it a try, but the consumption of bullets and grenades should be significant. And once we start shooting, the zombies will gather quickly. All right, I'll go tomorrow too. Really farming together? When a bunch of zombies comes out, is it just a matter of who runs faster? Is that the idea? You farm solo, and when a bunch of zombies comes out, you have to run too. Cooperation? I don't know if they can really achieve the desired effect in the end. If there is mutual distrust among people, the cooperation effect is unlikely to be good. Let's go look for seeds. The first task when coming to the farm is to plant all 25 plots of land with various vegetables and fruits. After searching up and down in this room, she finally found seeds for corn, potatoes, and various vegetables in the basement of the backyard. Different seeds were planted in various plots of land to see what would grow. At exactly 8 o'clock a.m., Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 4 begins. After 2 hours, she searched through all the houses in the farm and found quite a few usable seeds, which she sorted and stored in her space. It feels like these 25 plots will be full in the future. She allocated 10 plots for fruits and the other 15 for rotating various vegetables and grains. She drove smoothly to the shelter, and at the moment she completed her identity registration, a voice echoed in her mind, "Arrival at the human shelter, identity registration completed." She rushed into the city, switched to a bicycle near the snack street, and found that there were already challenger teams clearing zombies there. When she walked over, this group only glanced up and had no reaction. She found a second floor, took out her binoculars, and carefully observed the surrounding situation and positions. The spot they chose for kills was really good. It was the narrowest entrance among several exits of the entire snack street, only allowing pedestrians to pass through, so they set up several S-shaped iron barriers in the middle of the road. This way, even if zombies surged over, they would be obstructed by these iron barriers, giving them time to counterattack or escape. Sure enough, challengers who could persist until the 5th round and dare to run into the city to farm zombies still had some skills. Her goal was to find a suitable place to start repeating yesterday's strategy, with the additional factor of not wanting to be too close to these challengers. After searching, she found a relatively suitable entrance at the back of the snack street, next to a building by a river. If too many zombies gathered, she could jump directly from the second floor into the river and escape by boat. Once she set her target, she quietly moved closer, using only a machete to eliminate all the zombies that approached, being very careful to avoid attracting more zombies. Chapter 28, 5th round, Zombie World 4. Just as Qiao Yunfeng reached the small building according to plan, blocked the first floor, and climbed to the second floor, preparing for a big fight, there was a sudden loud bang not far away as someone threw a grenade into the zombie horde. The loud explosion attracted the nearby zombies. Qiao Yunfeng felt instantly depressed. After driving for so long and rushing in, she finally arrived at the spot, only to find that the zombies had been taken away by someone else. Sigh. Her mood couldn't be worse. She picked up her handgun and immediately started shooting. No matter what, she couldn't let all her time be wasted, right? Forget it, she thought. Whatever she could eliminate would be good enough. She was angrily thinking that tonight she would definitely find another place, no, 2 places just in case. First thing, tomorrow morning, she would go straight to secure a good spot. This feeling of frustration slowly faded away as the number of zombies falling kept increasing. It seemed that others had also noticed the zombies and were attracting them with 2 grenades, drawing even more zombies over. Qiao Yunfeng kept shooting with her pistol, taking down 1 zombie with each shot. After less than an hour of this combat, the zombies in her area had mostly been cleared, and the rest had been lured away by those in the front. Just as she was about to prepare for withdrawal, she suddenly heard someone shouting for help. Looking out the window, she saw a mass of zombies blocking her view, making it impossible to see what was happening. However, the sound of grenades from that direction came again, and it was getting faster. Surrounded by zombies? Qiao Yunfeng speculated in her mind. That shouldn't be the case. It was easy to escape in that direction with the help of the iron railing. 3 or 5 grenades could clear a path. Unless this person was on the second floor like her, trapped on the first floor and unable to get down, she took out her binoculars and looked towards the second floor. And indeed, she saw 3 men by the window, frantically shouting for help while throwing grenades down. Qiao Yunfeng felt utterly speechless, her lips involuntarily twitching. Are you really calling for help? Or are you just shouting to attract more zombies? She still believed that keeping a distance from other challengers would help her survive longer. Quietly, she went downstairs and walked out of the snack street without the caution she had when entering, as most of the zombies had been drawn away by those few people. As she walked, she could still hear those 3 people frantically shouting for help, but none of the challengers outside intended to rush inside. After all, there were too many zombies gathered downstairs because of the 3 of them. When she rode away on her bicycle, the sounds of gunfire and grenades continued to echo behind her. Back in her single room at the shelter, it truly felt like a school dormitory, with the restrooms located outside on each floor. 1 kilogram of food costing a day's rent was already quite expensive in the apocalypse. However, at least she could sleep soundly, and the expense was worth it. She opened her wristband to check today's zombie kill count, 1894, but the exchange option still hadn't lit up. After taking a good shower in her RV, she carefully marked a few places on the map that she thought she could go to, preparing to set off early the next morning. At exactly 8 o'clock a.m., Disaster Survival Challenge Day 5 begins. Qiao Yunfeng, all geared up, was directly stopped at the entrance of the shelter by the military personnel. Although their tone was polite, their attitude was very firm. Please cooperate with us to clear the hospital and contribute to the survival of humanity. Since she had to go hunt zombies anyway, her own plan included the hospital as well, and by following the military, they would provide guns, bullets, and grenades. However, other weapons, like flamethrowers, would not be provided. Deep down, she really wanted to get a flamethrower. Although its attack range wasn't too far, it was practical. 1 sweep could burn a whole area. Along with the military, there were other challengers from the shelter, all being transported by military vehicles to the entrance of the city hospital. The hospital was divided into 5 sections, with the military personnel each leading a team responsible for 1 section. Qiao Yunfeng was assigned to the laboratory section, led by the main force, and they began to clear the entrance together. As soon as the gunfire of the army rang out, the zombies in the hospital erupted, rushing forward with various screams accompanied by the foul odor of the zombies. Everyone had clear divisions of labor, and after clearing the zombies at the entrance, teams of people entered the building one after another, starting to clean continuously. Qiao Yunfeng followed behind the soldiers towards the laboratory. Everyone was being very cautious. Each person began to clear the floor, and there were a total of 7 rooms on her half of the floor. The first 3 rooms were already empty, with their doors open. The 4th room was locked, and the windows were sealed, making it impossible to see inside. The only option was to force the door open. Fortunately, there were no zombies inside. However, as she broke down the door, the sound of zombies' roar came from next door. She raised her gun and kicked the door open, ready to take out the zombie with a shot. Suddenly, a girl wearing glasses appeared in front of the gun muzzle, her hand trembling slightly with the gun, but thankfully she didn't fire. The military personnel were cleaning the hospital. If you still need this zombie, I should inform them. No need. The result has already come out. After saying that, the girl drew a dagger and directly dealt with the zombie she had tied to the chair. Let's go. How did you manage to tie it up? Qiao Yunfeng was really curious. Zombies would actively attack within 2 meters upon smelling a human. How could this girl manage to tie one up alone? I thought you would ask me why I'm here alone and what I'm doing. The girl glanced at Qiao Yunfeng. You must have your own reasons. I'm just curious about how you managed to tie it up. If it's inconvenient to say, you don't have to. Everyone has their little secrets. I tried to poison it to death with drugs, but unfortunately, it's already dead, and the poison doesn't work on it. I couldn't let it die again. It just lost its mobility for 10 minutes, so I tied it up. After 10 minutes, it recovered, and I experimented with many methods here, but couldn't kill it. Isn't it supposed to die from a heavy blow to the head? That's a barbaric method. I don't like barbarism. Looking at this girl with glasses, who appeared delicate yet serious, Qiao Yunfeng felt she was right, but still thought that as long as something was effective in solving a problem, it didn't matter if it was barbaric or not. Is this perhaps the difference between scientists and ordinary people? However, everyone has different thoughts. There's no need to force it. Just respect each other. Then I hope you find it. Thank you. The girl glanced at Qiao Yunfeng. You're welcome. She took her downstairs and reported everything to the military personnel. They were arranging people to go in and retrieve supplies when suddenly loud explosions were heard from the other side. A soldier rushed over. Hurry and help. There are too many zombies in the inpatient area. They charged out all at once, and many people have been bitten. Thus, the defense line retreated again and again, causing the other 2 areas to be impacted as well, and now everything was in chaos. In less than 30 seconds, the zombies from behind had already charged up, and the soldiers in front had retreated, leaving the 2 of them isolated in the horde of zombies. With no time to hesitate, Qiao Yunfeng immediately turned and rushed towards the nearby building, preparing to find a room to safely wait out this wave of zombies. Once the military came in again, they would be safe. Follow me. Let's find a place to hide from this wave of zombies. One held a machete and the other held a dagger. Quickly rushing to the front of the building, just as they were about to go upstairs, 3 grenades were suddenly thrown down from above, and a loud blast attracted a large number of zombies. Who the hell is this idiot? Qiao Yunfeng couldn't help but curse. Hurry up, more zombies will come soon. She really wanted to turn and run to another building, but behind her was a mass of zombies, leaving her no choice. They could only quickly run upstairs, where they saw 2 men on the 3rd floor, still throwing down grenades. Stop throwing. You're going to attract all the zombies here, and we're all going to die. Qiao Yunfeng couldn't hold back any longer. If you throw down 2 more, the zombies you've killed won't be as many as those attracted by the noise. Another man grabbed the blonde. She's right. Zombies will come when they hear the noise. Are you a challenger? The girl, thousand.While, finally caught her breath, gripping her dagger tightly in her right hand, looking extremely tense. Qiao Yunfeng turned around and raised an eyebrow. You too? His hand tightened around the handle of the machete, cautiously watching thousand.While, unsure what to do next. He then heard the increasing roars of zombies downstairs, along with the sound of gunfire and grenades from the blonde guy. Qiao Yunfeng closed his eyes, feeling frustrated, and gritted his teeth, wondering how there could be such stupid people. When a person is extremely scared, they often lose control of their emotions. thousand.While stared at Qiao Yunfeng. Let's wait here for a while. As long as we don't make any noise, the zombies 2 meters away won't notice us. When the army comes in again, we can get out. Qiao Yunfeng kindly explained everything, worried that this person beside him might do something foolish out of fear. I'm afraid we won't be able to wait for the army to come back. Sun Yuan pointed downstairs, where the sounds of people screaming for help and the explosions of grenades were incessantly coming from. I don't want to die here. Listening to the gunfire and grenade explosions below, Qiao Yunfeng couldn't help but feel irritated, his eyes twitching. Some people always manage to complicate simple matters, making them more troublesome. The downstairs should be crowded with zombies by now. There was no way to get out from the front. He took out binoculars to find a possible escape route. But unfortunately, all he saw were zombies. This time, he was really going to be dragged down by these two brainless kids. Thinking about the route he took to get in and his current position, Qiao Yunfeng glanced at the off-road vehicle and gasoline in the space, planning how to rush out. He completely overlooked Sun Yuan's hesitant demeanor. 1 minute is usually very short, but in this situation, it felt extremely long. The blonde guys shouting from downstairs continued. You bunch of sons of bitches, how long are you going to hide? If you keep hiding, we'll all die together. Get out and fight the zombies. Qiao Yunfeng's temples were bulging with veins, all provoked by this yellow-haired guy. He couldn't take it anymore. If this continued, he would really fall asleep here. He pulled out a long rope from his space and took an axe to smash the rear window. I'm leaving. What are your plans? How are you leaving? Can you share the plan? Sun Yuan looked up. We'll go down from here, drive to the area where we came from. There are fewer zombies over there. Let's rush there first. We definitely can't stay here now. While speaking, she had already tied the rope to the window ledge and secured the other end around herself with a tight knot. Chapter 29, the 5th scene. Zombie World 5, can you take me with you? I can pay. In this situation, I can't get out alone. Sun Yuan quickly walked over. In the trade, there's the most complete description. You can rest assured. I want to live. Tell me your name, and I'll send you the trade. Qiao Yunfeng. Just after he finished speaking, he received a trade request. Homemade health potion, 500 health points for any item. Sun Yuan raised her head in surprise when she heard her name and glanced at her. So it's you. Seeing the potion and its effects, Qiao Yunfeng's face was filled with rejection, and the word no almost came out but was held back. If you have other thoughts, I want to be polite. What a strange name. Qiao Yunfeng looked confused, wanting to ask where such an unpleasant name came from. Unfortunately, while they were talking, the zombies downstairs seemed to have started coming up. She heard the yellow-haired guy's shouts getting closer. He was actually shouting while running up, definitely attracting the zombies. If they didn't leave now, it would really be too late. With the rope sliding down, it stopped 2 meters above the ground. She jumped down and cut the rope behind her, landing on the ground. She immediately rushed towards the nearby zombies, swinging her machete to attack. After taking care of the 3 closest zombies, she quickly took out the off-road vehicle, got in, and, as the engine roared to life, several zombies were attracted over. Seeing that Sun Yuan was already in the car, she immediately stepped on the gas and charged out, crashing into the zombies ahead, sending them flying. Qiao Yunfeng could only slam the gas pedal and keep rushing forward. There were too many zombies in front. As soon as she stopped, they would be surrounded and could never get out. She charged forward, and after knocking a zombie away, a wall suddenly appeared in front of her. There was no time to slow down, so she immediately turned the steering wheel with all her might, making an emergency right turn. With a loud crash, Sun Yuan's entire body slammed heavily against the right car window, and a muffled groan came from her. Qiao Yunfeng was fully focused on driving, unable to spare a moment to ask if Sun Yuan was hurt. Sun Yuan's pale face said nothing. She silently buckled her seatbelt. They were about to reach the building they had come out of when Qiao Yunfeng suddenly slammed on the brakes, stopping the car. Get out and run straight into the building, to the top floor, she instructed, then drew her handgun and began to attack and eliminate the zombies that were chasing them. Without a word or question, Sun Yuan got out of the car and started running at full speed towards the building. As she reached the 2nd floor, the scene below made her pale face reflect the flames, and her heart involuntarily shuddered. Watching Qiao Yunfeng rush up the stairs, she said nothing and continued to push herself to run upwards. Qiao Yunfeng strode up the stairs, grabbing the weak girl and rushing directly to the 5th floor. They found a room, closed the door, locked it, and went to the window to observe the situation below. The fire blocked some of the zombies' pursuit, and the flames were fierce, The zombies that came in from behind were all engulfed in flames. She wondered to herself if the ones burned by the fire could count as her kills. Seeing that no more zombies were rushing over, she finally felt relieved and prepared to rest. As long as they were careful not to make any noise and waited for the army to make adjustments before coming in, they could safely get out. Watching Qiao Yunfeng take out water to clean herself and then drink iced coffee while resting on the sofa, Sun Yuan let out a long sigh and said, "Thank you," to the pale-faced girl in front of her, who appeared somewhat fragile. Qiao Yunfeng's vigilance had never been lowered. "You don't have to run with me to avoid the zombies. Why take the risk to follow me?" Since she met this girl, she had been aware that the girl only seemed weak. Before the army invaded, she had been alone in the hospital, even tying up a living zombie as research material. This clearly indicated that she had something that could ensure her safety among the zombies, allowing her to survive without being detected, or at least guaranteeing she wouldn't be attacked. "I think those two in the building are too foolish. I wonder if they'll cause any other trouble. If they bring zombies over to me, I wouldn't be able to handle it," Sun Yuan explained with an honest gaze and sincere attitude. "I know you don't trust me much. Challengers generally don't trust each other. But I really have no ulterior motives. I just feel that following you would be safer than going alone. You just said this isn't our first transaction?" Qiao Yunfeng recalled their conversation before they jumped out of the window. "Yes, kerosene boss. We even added each other as friends. You can check for yourself. My name is Sun Yuan." Sun Yuan smirked and pointed at her wristband. "What kind of nickname is that?" "It's really ugly." Qiao Yunfeng frowned and couldn't help but complain. "During the rat incident in the city, if you hadn't traded me a bunch of kerosene, I wouldn't have had the courage to climb to the top floor and hide in that tin house until it was over." Sun Yuan seemed to recall something and smiled. "With your stamina, you climbed to the top floor?" Qiao Yunfeng thought of how she was panting just going up to the 5th floor. "Yeah, I climbed for over 3 hours, took countless stamina recovery pills, and burned rats 10 times in between." Sun Yuan seemed quite pleased with her ability to accomplish this. "I didn't even know I had such stamina and determination. At that time, I was just thinking about staying alive." Qiao Yunfeng sighed. "Yeah, we have to stay alive." After this reminder, she remembered who the girl was. The toxic venom? That's me." Sun Yuan nodded with a smile. "You mentioned last time that if there's another chance, I could come to you for a trade." She nodded. Although they had interacted before, trading in the discussion forum and face-to-face interaction were two different things. Qiao Yunfeng momentarily didn't know what else to say. "This building is temporarily safe. Let's rest for a bit and wait for the army's actions. As long as we don't make any noise, we should be safe." Fortunately, Sun Yuan wasn't a talkative person either. The two sat quietly in their corners of the room, starting to clean themselves, drink water, and eat. Half an hour later, there were intense sounds of attack coming from outside the building. It seemed the army had finished adjusting and had resumed their cleanup. "I'm going downstairs to join the army and rack up some zombie kills. What about you?" Qiao Yunfeng stood up and looked at Sun Yuan. "I want to go with you, is that okay?" Looking into the girl's sincere eyes, a hint of reluctance crossed Qiao Yunfeng's gaze. She really wasn't used to having someone follow her. "I'll offer a reward." Sensing Qiao Yunfeng's resistance, the girl sent another trade request. "Unknown growth agent, stamina limit 30 for any item." Qiao Yunfeng's heart, which had been hesitant, swayed once again as she reluctantly nodded. "Then be careful, watch out for zombies. If a fight breaks out, I may not be able to save you." "All right, no problem." The girl held her dagger tightly and followed Qiao Yunfeng down the stairs. After returning to the room, Qiao Yunfeng specifically opened her wristband to check the number of zombies killed, 2854. The exchange option lit up. Finally, she could exchange it. After clicking, a prompt appeared. Land upgraded to level 2. Planning cycle is 7 days. The number of zombies killed, 854. The 2,000 kill points exchanged for 25 pieces of land had indeed reduced the growth time. It now displayed as 7 days. If she continued to upgrade, could the planting cycle be further reduced? She decided that tomorrow she would not go out with the army. She wanted to head out early to the city and farm for more zombie kills. At exactly 8 a.m., Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 6 begins. Qiao Yunfeng drove out of the shelter early in the morning and quickly rushed to a university she had marked on the map to the east. Across from the university was a street full of snacks. and she had already observed the advantageous terrain and cleared the debris on her retreat route. Now she was standing in the designated position, starting to shoot, and with the sound of gunfire, zombies fell one after another. The loud gunfire attracted zombies like a tide, and she instantly found the feeling of farming zombies from that day in the commercial street. It was simply refreshing, and she felt invigorated. The speed of her attacks, taking down one zombie with each shot, was a significant improvement compared to yesterday's experience. Sipping on iced coffee, she kept attacking without pause, repeatedly praising herself for being smart enough to get up early. She aimed to farm more today, hoping to level up the land again. The zombies here were not clustered together and were too scattered. She changed locations 3 times, and the battle continued until the afternoon, barely managing to clear them out. Checking her zombie kill count, 1989, but the exchange hadn't appeared yet. When she returned to the shelter, she heard soldiers chatting at the entrance, mentioning that the army had taken people to clear the power plant today. She sighed inwardly, grateful for leaving early and not being discovered by the army. Although it was risky to clear zombies alone, it was manageable. Following the army, even with provided weapons, if she encountered someone like Huang Mao again, she would not only be exhausted but could potentially lose her life. She decided to leave early again tomorrow. Mo Xiao had been following the army for 2 days. This was her first time in the challenge. She thought that after being rescued by the army on the first day and entering the shelter, she would be free from worries. However, she had no food, no water, and her gold was in the shelter, making it impossible to buy any necessities. She could only squeeze into a large room with more than 10 people, waiting daily for relief porridge, receiving only 1 bowl a day. She saw everyone as comments in the discussion area and wondered why others could live so well. She kept telling herself that it was just how newcomers were. Those were all veterans who had a foundation, until she met another newcomer, Tang Yuzhao. Tang Yuzhao was also entering the challenge for the first time. But before coming to the shelter, she had already started killing zombies in the city and found a lot of supplies in the supermarket, filling her small space to the brim. She killed zombies and even exchanged for medicine. Although she also lived in that big room with more than 10 people, she would go out every day to kill zombies. It was from her that Mo Xiao realized that life was not difficult just because one was a newcomer. It was because she attributed her lack of effort to being new. From that day on, she worked hard to go out with the army to kill zombies, overcoming her initial fear and screams, and now she could act on her own and complete tasks. Watching the gradually filling supplies, she finally understood that the sense of security in the challenge could only come from herself. At exactly 8 o'clock a.m., Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 7 begins. Looking at the soldiers saluting at the door, Qiao Yunfeng really wanted to close the door immediately. When she wasn't in the room, she hoped they would hurry downstairs. With a salute, a soldier walked towards the lower room. They had registered their rented rooms, so the army clearly knew which rooms had people. That area was the most severely infested with zombies. Researchers in the underground safe room were trying to find a solution for the zombies, but unfortunately, they had not succeeded. This time, the army could be said to be bleeding heavily. Everyone participating could choose 3 weapons. Qiao Yunfeng chose a box of grenades, a flamethrower, and a rocket launcher. She thought the army wouldn't agree, but to her surprise, they handed them to her without a question. The people behind her saw that they could also choose grenades and rocket launchers and immediately picked the same. However, the army directly refused them, and one man, particularly unconvinced, asked why she could have them, but he couldn't. He was heard shouting, "Impossible! How many has she killed? Tell me, I want to hear. How could she possibly have more than me? This is unfair." Chapter 35th Match. Zombie World 6. Everyone gathered at the entrance of the shelter, and after the army made arrangements, they set off together. During the journey, small groups of zombies appeared continuously, but with the army's strong firepower support, the convoy quickly reached the vicinity of the research institute. The reason they could not advance further was that there were simply too many zombies here. Looking at the dense horde of zombies through binoculars, Qiao Yunfeng finally understood why the army insisted on blocking them in their rooms one by one today. The gathering of zombies was truly overwhelming. Without enough manpower, it would be impossible to clear them out. Once the army was organized, everyone began to attack according to plan. continuously eliminating zombies and pushing forward. Under the army's command, everyone responded and moved up, all engaging in frontal kills. At this moment, there was no need to worry about being surrounded by zombies. With handguns and grenades combined, it was a race to see who was faster. Qiao Yunfeng fired one shot after another, completely eliminating the need for follow-up shots, which drew the attention of everyone around her. After 2 hours of full-scale attack, they had only advanced 200 meters. However, they had cleared out nearly half of the zombies outside the research institute, and the army stated that they could ignore the zombies enclosed by the iron net for now. The primary goal today was to get in and rescue people. They all focused their efforts until noon, managing to clear the area around the main gate, but they still hadn't entered the building. Most of the challengers were exhausted, sitting on the ground, taking medicine or resting, and could no longer continue fighting. The army had to reorganize a few small teams with the goal of entering the research institute, and due to her earlier attack speed, Qiao Yunfeng was assigned to one of them. To her surprise, Sun Yuan was also among them. When she saw Sun Yuan walk directly over and stand in front of her, she said, "There are things inside the research institute that interest me. Can you protect me when we go in?" Qiao Yunfeng refused outright, saying no. Unknown supplement life, 300 for any item. Looking at the trade offer sent by Sun Yuan, Qiao Yunfeng felt tempted, but still rationally declined once again. "No, I don't know the situation inside, and I don't know what you want to do. No matter how good the items are, you need to have your life first. I know you have something that can keep you safe, so you should be able to get out safely." Qiao Yunfeng knew in her heart that this girl could stay in a hospital filled with zombies because she must have some unknown method. If she still wanted others to protect her, it could only mean that what she was about to do was too dangerous. Or perhaps she herself was unsure if she could make it out unscathed. As the door to the research institute opened, zombies roared out in waves. Everyone quickly cleared them out and, organized by the military, began to enter and clear the floors by zones. Just like in the hospital, Qiao Yunfeng swiftly cleared her team's floor and followed the team out, seeing the researchers who had already been rescued. There were too many zombies. "If we don't leave now, the iron fence 1T hold them back, and we will be surrounded," the military personnel explained helplessly. In this operation inside the research institute, apart from the soldiers, no one else participated. An hour later, the soldiers who had gone and rushed out in disarray. 3 teams entered, but only 5 people came out alive, with the leader tightly holding what was supposedly a sample. On the way back, everyone noticed that the number of zombies had noticeably increased, and unlike the wandering zombies before, this time, as soon as they appeared, they charged straight at them in waves, continuously impacting the convoy. It wasn't until they reached the base entrance that this relentless assault finally stopped. They weren't drawn by sound. It was as if they had a target and charged straight at it. Opening her wristband, Qiao Yunfeng saw the zombie kill count. 3276, but no exchange had appeared. She checked the discussion area and found that all challengers were surprisingly consistent. Everyone was out fighting zombies. Many had gone out with the military in the past few days, and the discussion area was unexpectedly harmonious. Today, as harvest was good, her kill count was almost sufficient. Yes, the military issued weapons and ammunition, and she could also earn kill counts. This was so satisfying. I think the previous round was too hard, and too many people died, so this round became easier. You're overthinking it. The challenge can only accommodate 20,000 survivors. Going out with the military to clear zombies is safe and secure. The shelter is also very safe, so I think this round will be easy to pass. Yes, these past few days with the military, my kill count has also reached the target. Those upstairs, it's easy to talk when you're standing. Let us see if you can still say that when you make it out alive. Sigh, new arrivals are all the same. Don't mind them. Those who can pass will know it themselves, and those who can't, what's the use of your words? Exactly, I think it's okay. Except for the zombies being a bit disgusting. Overall, the difficulty isn't high. I found a supermarket in the city today and filled my space to the brim. It's just awesome. The military has been dragging us along these days, which has prevented me from going to the city for supplies. Why didn't you come to the shelter? Still in the city? I don't want to be dragged by the military, so I stayed in the city. I think it's quite good. Who are you trying to scare? I'm not someone who gets scared easily. Just stating the facts. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Honestly, I think going out with the military to clear zombies is safe and fast. I still prefer to go with the military. Me too. The supplies are still enough. I can find time to gather some before we leave in a couple of days. For now, it's faster to go with the military for kills. I wonder where the military will go tomorrow. Looking at the information in the discussion area, a strange sense of crisis suddenly surged in Qiao Yunfeng's heart. She recalled that the last time all challengers experienced such harmony was in the first 3 days of the Icefield Town round. At that time, everyone felt that this round was truly comfortable, with everything one could want, and then suddenly there was an earthquake and avalanche, burying everyone alive. So, what big move is about to happen this time? What could it be? Abilities? Zombie mutations? Aliens? Zombies besieging the city? She suddenly sat up in bed. Zombies besieging the city was very likely. Today, as zombies had chased the convoy with a clear target. However, if she spoke out without evidence, the people in the shelter would definitely not believe her. After seriously checking the situation of the off-road vehicle in her space, she had already decided that if things went wrong, she would charge out of the shelter first. At 8 a.m. sharp, Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 8 begins. Qiao Yunfeng bit into a bun while shooting at the zombies surging towards them. Early in the morning, the military came to knock on the door once again. Directly explaining the situation, a large number of zombies have been discovered gathering towards a shelter 10 kilometers away, so they asked everyone to help intercept them. Their team had already been fighting for a while. Today, the military divided everyone into 4 wedge-shaped teams, and they were the first team with 3 more teams behind them. Everyone was to eliminate as many zombies as possible, while another team was stationed at the entrance of the shelter for final defense. As members of the first team, Qiao Yunfeng's group faced the most pressure. They originally thought that as soon as their guns fired, all the zombies would rush towards them. However, today's situation was completely different. As long as the zombies didn't T-fall, it was as if they were being drawn towards the shelter, advancing relentlessly. They were initially worried about being surrounded by zombies and had prepared for a timely retreat. But this anticipated scenario did not occur at all. Everyone stood on military trucks, continuously firing their guns, throwing grenades, and using flamethrowers without stopping. Even so, large numbers of zombies kept surging forward. This situation was completely wrong. Qiao Yunfeng was already very certain that there was something wrong with yesterday's sample. The supply truck arrived, and a soldier raised a rocket launcher and fired directly at the zombie horde. Instantly, a wave of zombies fell, but before anyone could laugh, the gap was quickly filled by a mass of zombies. The incoming zombies completely disregarded the corpses on the ground, simply stepping over them. Some zombies that stumbled were directly trampled by those coming from behind, continuing to move forward one after another. This scene made not only the challengers uneasy, but even the soldiers felt a sense of dread, sensing that something was off. The ammunition on the supply truck ran out in less than half an hour, yet the number of zombies did not decrease. Seeing the continuous bombardment and fire, yet not seeing any reduction in the number of zombies, everyone had become numb, mechanically shooting and throwing grenades, constantly wondering, how are there still so many? Everyone was taking recovery medicine, their stamina was almost depleted, and no one paid attention to the kill count anymore. Finally, as the sun set, the number of zombies began to decrease, and no new zombies surged in. People cheered, saying it was great. They finally retreated, looking at the piles of zombie corpses outside the city gate. The military quickly dispatched several snowplows to push them aside, and then swiftly set them on fire. There were too many zombies today, and the retreat at night was very strange. Zombies were supposed to be very active at night. Why did so many zombies keep coming during the day, only to retreat at night? This situation was too unreasonable. Opening the wristband, the zombie kill count showed 4866. The exchange appeared, and after clicking to exchange, it prompted land upgraded to level 3. Planning time cycle is 5 days. Zombie kill count 866. For 1,000 points of kill value resulted in another upgrade of the land. Upon entering, they saw that the growth cycle had indeed shortened once again. The first upgrade required 2,000 kills. The second required 4,000 kills. What would the next one be? 6,000? 8,000? Qiao Yunfeng was pondering this value as he entered the discussion area, seeing many challengers who also had doubts about today's situation. Isn't it strange? Does anyone feel the same as me? Even if we win, there's this weird feeling. Right, I feel that too. It just doesn't seem right. I thought I would be up all night tonight, but as soon as the sun set, they retreated. Shouldn't the night be when the zombies are most active? They retreated. Isn't that good? Why do you say that? Newcomer? As long as you think it's good. But they should still come back at night. Like last time in the border town, right? Come back again in the middle of the night? The person upstairs has rich experience, but this is only my second match. I don't have much experience. Can you elaborate? Everyone, stay alert tonight. It really doesn't seem right. The retreat today is too strange, and I still can't figure it out. Do you think it could be that the zombies have been defeated? You're overthinking it. That can't be the reason. Is it possible that they're preparing to gather and attack again? Zombies don't think. How could they prepare? This is just a speculation, right? Could they be holding back a big move? I always feel like this situation looks quite odd. Has anyone spent the night in the urban area? Are there still many zombies in the city? We won't get surrounded, right? Qiao Yunfeng noticed that no one else had proposed any other ideas. And after thinking about what Sun Yuan said about the sample being somewhat incorrect. Chapter 31, Scene 5, Zombie World 7, 8 o'clock a.m. sharp, Disaster Survival Challenge. Day 9 begins. Seeing the tightly closed shelter doors and holding the recently issued supplies, Qiao Yunfeng stood in the crowded hall, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. Just as he was about to inquire for more information, he heard the shelter's broadcast announcing that zombies had entered a 100-meter radius and asked everyone to prepare. Qiao Yunfeng looked up, preparing for something. No one knew what it was, and the people beside him had a confused expression. The broadcast continued to announce 50 meters range, 30 meters range, 20 meters, 10 meters. The first batch of zombies has reached the wall. The subsequent ones are advancing. Please prepare all teams. Prepare at the 3-kilometer position. Prepare at the 2-kilometer position. Prepare at the 1-kilometer position. Boom! As a command from the broadcast rang out, a ground-shaking explosion sounded from outside. Qiao Yunfeng, standing indoors, felt the earth tremble. Many people were stunned by the violent shock, with some sitting directly on the ground. As the explosion noise faded, the military personnel stepped forward, following yesterday's team divisions, leading everyone out of the shelter to continue the battle from yesterday. Qiao Yunfeng was still in the first team. This time their defensive point was the location where the explosion initially occurred, 3 kilometers away from the shelter. As they charged forward, they found that the subsequent waves of zombies were still increasing, and the intense battles continued throughout the morning, just like yesterday. However, Qiao Yunfeng's sense of unease grew stronger, enveloping him in a state of anxiety. Although the series of landmines set by the military had significantly reduced the pressure of being surrounded by zombies, the sudden appearance and disappearance of the zombies felt wrong. With such a loud noise, how could the zombies still retreat? Qiao Yunfeng walked to the military supply area, wanting to gather some information from the soldiers, but unfortunately, they were too busy and tight-lipped. Let's cooperate. I have a drug that can be applied to your clothes, making it undetectable to zombies. However, from now until we leave for this challenge, I need to stay by your side, Sun Yuan stated directly and straightforwardly. You should be able to find a place to hide and survive with this drug until we leave. Qiao Yunfeng thought for a moment, not understanding why this girl was so confident that following her would ensure survival. You're right, but there is another possibility. More zombies might come and surround the shelter, and it's very likely that it won't hold up in the end. Sun Yuan looked at Qiao Yunfeng honestly. You are the person I've met so far with the strongest sense of danger. Following you, my chances of survival are greater than if I were to hide alone. Qiao Yunfeng did not agree. Although she also felt that something was off in the shelter, she hadn't considered leaving just yet. Sun Yuan saw that Qiao Yunfeng did not directly refuse and immediately continued. You don't have to worry about me. You don't have to save me. Just let me follow you, and you don't have to take responsibility for anything else. If you agree, I will give you this medicine right now. Qiao Yunfeng raised her eyes in disbelief, looking at the serious-faced girl in front of her, and asked curiously, Aren't you afraid that I might just grab the medicine and run away? With your stamina, it will be hard for you to catch up with me. You won't. You're not that kind of person. Looking into the girl's trusting eyes, Qiao Yunfeng pressed her lips together, feeling a bit of a headache. She really didn't want to team up with other challengers, and she still hadn't figured out what might happen next. You don't have to think too much. I'm just following you. I won't affect any of your decisions. Besides, this medicine is very effective. If you ever get surrounded by zombies, it can at least help you walk out of the zombie encirclement safely. Then you can use it yourself. Why do you have to stick with me? Qiao Yunfeng replied weakly, her voice filled with helplessness. Why was this girl so persistent about following her? Because what's truly frightening isn't the zombies, but people. Sun Yuan looked at Qiao Yunfeng and explained very seriously, I'm afraid of people. Afraid that they will force me to hand over the medicine and then throw me into a crowd of zombies. Okay, no problem. I really think the shelter is unsafe. And this feeling has been very strong since the sample appeared. Sun Yuan emphasized once again, if we judge based on the direction of the zombie tide, it seems that all the zombies in the city have come out. What should we do? Is there anywhere else we can go? Yes. Qiao Yunfeng immediately thought of the farm she had visited alone last time. She had lured a farmer zombie all by herself. It was about 10 kilometers away from the main road, so there would be fewer zombies. If things got really bad, they could go there. The area was spacious and easy to run in. If all else fails, she could drive, lure zombies, and increase her kill count. She had a car, fuel, and grenades, with supplies from a military that she hadn't used much. Right now, she had 5 boxes of grenades, 3 rocket launchers, and 2 flamethrowers. As long as she wasn't surrounded by a large number of zombies, escaping and surviving wouldn't be a problem. Just as the two were preparing to go into the room to rest, a sudden frenzy of shouting erupted from downstairs. There's zombies! There's zombies in the shelter! The two immediately turned to look, and the street outside was in chaos, filled with cries and shouts, as zombies pounced on anyone they saw, biting those they caught. The cries and screams mixed with the roars of zombies created a cacophony. Let's go. We can't afford to think about where these zombies came from or why they are in the shelter. Qiao Yunfeng's first reaction was that survival was the most important thing. She immediately jumped down the stairs, took out her off-road vehicle, and rushed straight to the military supply area. On one hand, she wanted to collect more weapons, and on the other, she wanted to see if the military had any countermeasures in place. Upon arrival, she found the place in chaos. Many soldiers had turned into zombies and were attacking their former comrades. She wielded her machete and quickly dispatched a few zombies, then immediately collected 5 boxes of grenades. Seeing that many challengers were rushing and looking for guns and ammunition, she dashed out of the building and drove directly to the shelter's main gate. She couldn't stay there any longer. The more living people there were, the greater the attraction for zombies, and once fighting broke out, the gunfire would attract even more zombies. It would be even harder to escape then. The roar of the vehicle also attracted quite a few zombies. Qiao Yunfeng crashed her way towards the gate, continuously praying. The gate is open, the gate is open. Unfortunately, it was too late for last-minute prayers. The heavens did not heed her. Watching the tightly closed gate ahead, her heart tightened. The iron gate of the shelter had been specially reinforced to fend off zombie attacks. With her current off-road vehicle, trying to crash through would only lead to destruction for both the vehicle and herself. We need to open the shelter's main gate to escape. You first apply your medicine. Then after getting out of the car, go straight to the gate and see if you can open it. I'll hold off the zombies behind us and come over right away. After saying this, Qiao Yunfeng slammed on the brakes, deftly maneuvering the vehicle to a stop in the middle of the road, while simultaneously throwing out 3 grenades from the window. Looking back at Sun Yuan, who safely passed between 2 zombies without drawing any attention or attacks, Qiao Yunfeng silently praised the medicine several times in her heart. Unfortunately, she also needed time to apply the medicine, but the incoming zombies would not give her that time. While retrieving the medicine, she saw a wolf corpse that had been collected after the last round in the space. A flash of inspiration crossed her mind. Zombies were attracted to fresh blood and flesh. Living humans drew them in because of their blood and flesh, so wolf blood and meat should work similarly. Since she thought of it, she decided to give it a try. She immediately took out a wolf corpse, sliced it open, and threw it far away. As soon as the body hit the ground, the fresh blood drew the zombies straight towards it. Sure enough, the strongest attraction for zombies was still fresh blood and flesh. After throwing out more than 20 wolf corpses, she finally had a chance to catch her breath. She quickly took out the medicine and applied it to herself, then ran towards the gate. She had to leave the shelter quickly. If she waited any longer, other challengers would rush in, and try to leave the shelter would inevitably attract even more zombies. Once fighting broke out, the situation would become chaotic and uncontrollable, ultimately leading to the zombie horde blocking their escape. By this time, Sun Yuan had already unlocked the gate and was pushing with all her might against the heavy iron door. However, the door was indeed too heavy for her. She used all her strength and had only pushed it halfway open when a car came rushing from behind, speeding past her without slowing down. She was knocked down to the ground. When Qiao Yunfeng caught up, she immediately pulled her up, took out the off-road vehicle, and shoved her inside, speeding all the way to the entrance of the farm. The number of zombies on the way was increasing, all heading towards the shelter. The vehicle coated with the medicine sped past the zombies, and even if they were hit, the zombies didn't seem to care at all, as if they couldn't feel it. This medicine was truly effective against zombies, and she silently praised it again in her heart. Qiao Yunfeng stepped on the gas pedal all the way down, rushing straight to the farmhouse without slowing down, then grabbed Sun Yuan and entered the house where she was resting, closing and locking the door, blocking the yard gate. There were cars behind us, following us. Sun Yuan sat down on the ground without caring about her image and let out a big sigh of relief. I saw this and thought it was fine as long as we didn't attract a horde of zombies. We didn't need to worry about them. Qiao Yunfeng took out an iced coffee and gulped down a few mouthfuls. "You've been here before? Are we resting here today?" Sun Yuan curiously looked around the small courtyard. "Yeah, I came here to clear out the zombies in the first 2 days after arriving, and I also rested at this house." Qiao Yunfeng explained after thinking for a moment. "If you're tired, you can take a break. The zombies in this farmhouse have been cleared out by me last time. I'm just worried that those who came behind us will attract the zombies outside." Sun Yuan thought for a moment and voiced her concerns. "Let's rest for a bit. As long as they still have their wits about them, they should know that making no noise is the best thing to do right now." Qiao Yunfeng sighed. She didn't say the second half of her sentence, fearing the ones without brains, like the blonde guy. The two quietly walked into the small building, and in the room on the second floor, they each took out their belongings and sat down on the sofa to rest. It seemed that this time, the challengers who came with us were all thinking clearly. At least so far, there hadn't been any major commotion outside. Occasionally, 1 or 2 zombie growls could be heard. Qiao Yunfeng opened her wristband. Zombie kill count, 1564. "If you need any medicine in the future, just come to me. I'm a doctor. I can provide restorative medicine. But more often, I provide poison." Sun Yuan took out some cold water and started wiping her face. Upon hearing the word poison, Qiao Yunfeng immediately perked up. After all, many times she had managed to stay safe because of poison. "How can you provide poison?" She was genuinely curious. "Before I entered the game, I was involved in pharmaceutical research, and I particularly liked studying toxic substances," Sun Yuan said casually. "Does this undetectable medicine work on other things?" "It probably won't have any effect. This medicine was developed by me in the hospital." "All right, if you need any supplies, you can ask me first. I should have most of what you need, but no need to mention that last part." "Okay, thank you. Get some rest early." That night, the two separated into their rooms and rested. Neither of them slept soundly, as the discussion area was filled with those who hadn't left the shelter, constantly posting for help. Chapter 32, the 5th round, Zombie World 8 at exactly 8 o'clock a.m., Disaster Survival Challenge. Day 10 begins. The challenge will officially end at 4 o'clock p.m. A quiet morning began amidst the roar of cars and the growls of zombies. Yesterday, Qiao Yunfeng thought that the group of people who came with her were sensible. Even she was planning to go out and look for stragglers to boost her kill count. However, who would have thought they would throw grenades directly onto the main road? Now, nearly half of the zombies turned towards them. When the zombies surged over, they realized they couldn't fight back and turned to run, which was understandable. Standing on the second-floor balcony, looking at the situation outside with binoculars, Qiao Yunfeng's mind was filled with curses. She wished she could throw a grenade directly at that group of challengers. Having a brain is a good thing. It's important to keep it with you. Seeing that today was the last day, they had to stir up trouble at this moment. What should we do? Should we go out and clear some zombies? Sun Yuan stared at the zombies wandering in the alley below, tightening her grip on her handgun. "How's your shooting skill?" Qiao Yunfeng looked at her hand. which was gripping the gun so tightly that it was starting to turn white. Then you should practice more. You'll need it in the future. Qiao Yunfeng took out her handgun and gave a candid suggestion. Just like herself, practicing with a knife every day. Can we shoot from here? Qiao Yunfeng turned her head to look at Sun Yuan, who had walked to the side. Although she didn't quite understand, she still raised her arm and began to clear zombies, shooting one by one. The gate downstairs had been filled with items by Qiao Yunfeng yesterday, so the zombies couldn't rush into the yard for a while, allowing the two to shoot steadily from upstairs. However, the nearby buildings weren't so lucky. With a scream, a car burst out of the farm amid the continuous sound of grenades. The sound of the car and the grenades attracted a wave of zombies. However, there were still plenty of zombies left behind. As more and more zombies surged in, Qiao Yunfeng went downstairs and blocked all the doors and windows on the first floor. At the same time, she piled up oil-soaked sheets and wood in the small yard, preparing to ignite them if the zombies really broke in. With the firepower of the two reduced, especially the loss of Qiao Yunfeng's one-shot kills, the other teams soon realized it. A young voice shouted frantically, "Don't slack off. Shoot faster." After calling out several times with no response and realizing it was completely useless, the zombies in their area surged even more. It seemed they understood everyone was recovering their stamina and waiting for the end, so they simply stopped firing. "If you're slacking off, I'll shoot. I won't do it anymore. The more zombies there are, the more we'll all die together." Opening her wristband, she checked the zombie kill count, 1738. There was no hope for leveling up the land again. The fruits planted at the beginning had already been harvested, and the vegetables planted later were almost ready. She had experimented and found that if the fruits were not picked, they would continue to grow. If a tree was stripped of its fruits without being cleared, it would prompt a message to harvest in 5 days. She silently praised, "Great. I won't have to worry about lacking fruits and vegetables anymore." She had stockpiled a lot of meat from previous rounds, which was more than enough for her to eat alone. Unfortunately, she had initially planned to go out today to kite some zombies. Now, looking at the zombies continuously pouring into the farm from outside, she vowed to stay further away from other challengers next time, because you never know who is sensible and who isn't when they venture out. If she encountered a few more senseless ones, she would surely be doomed. The two quietly recovered their stamina. When the zombies broke through the yard gate and surged into the small yard, Qiao Yunfeng ignited the sheets in which he had prepared. Instantly, a sea of fire engulfed the front of the small building, and the two exchanged a take care as they faced the flames. At 4 p.m. sharp, Challenger's current status evaluated as good. Rewards, 3 portions. Health 100, Stamina 100, Space 1M x 1M. Reward Source Crystal, 300. The 6th challenge will begin at 7 a.m. 3 days later. A campfire was lit in the cave, and the temperature outside had dropped significantly. Fortunately, today there was no snow, rain, or wind. However, it could be seen that those who stayed outside were not safe either. The weather was getting colder, and if a blizzard appeared later, the cave's insulation would still be inferior to that of a house. Qiao Yunfeng looked outside the cave, experiencing an extreme silence with not a sound to be heard, only the crackling of burning wood in the campfire. The next day, she had thought it would take a long time to walk out of the mountains, but when she actually reached the small town at the foot of the mountain, she realized it only took a day and a half. Her stamina had significantly increased compared to before, so her walking speed and time consumption were much less than they used to be. In the small town at the foot of the mountain, she found an empty little house. Along the way, she hadn't seen anyone. She only occasionally heard the sound of cars speeding by on the road outside, not knowing if they were heading into the mountains or coming out like her. After tidying up a bit, she locked the main door from the inside, set traps in the yard, piled up some junk at the entrance of the first floor, locked all the doors and windows on the second floor, and drew the curtains. She took out the stove and lit a fire, slowly warming up the room. Tonight, she planned to have hot pot, taking out ingredients from her space. Slices of fatty beef, lamb rolls, tripe, shrimp paste, fish paste, potato slices, white radish, cabbage, lettuce, and baby bok choy. She had eaten a little of each vegetable grown in her space. The portions were not much, but paired with a fragrant and spicy beef tallow hot pot base. The aroma was simply irresistible. The spiciness and fragrant spices blended with the food's aroma continuously stimulated her taste buds, and the steam from the hot pot dispelled the cold in the room. After enjoying a delicious hot pot meal, she couldn't help but sigh how simple happiness could be sometimes. Nestled in the comfortable bed of her RV, with the warm air conditioning blowing, Qiao Yunfeng quietly fell asleep. At 7 o'clock, the time arrived to enter the challenge. Disaster Survival Challenge, Round 6. Island Horror. The cruise ship you were on has unfortunately sunk after experiencing a typhoon. All passengers are scattered across the vast sea. Find an island and survive for 10 days. All survivors in this round are challengers. Special requirements for this round. Apart from the items held by the challengers, only 3 items from the space can be selected for use. All challengers' current spaces will be sealed at the start of the challenge. Challengers can use a temporary space, the same size as the current space, to store supplies. Killing other challengers by hand during the challenge will drop you down 1 level. Falling to level 0 results in automatic death. Countdown begins 10-9. Qiao Yunfeng had not reacted after reading the prompt when she heard the countdown begin. She quickly selected a handgun, a machete, and a yacht in the space. The handgun was a must-have, and the machete, which wouldn't get lost or damaged, was also essential. The prompt indicated that the person was at sea, meaning she would need to swim to find an island, so the yacht was necessary. Fortunately, she was used as stockpiling supplies and had stored many resources on the yacht. She didn't know if they could be considered part of the yacht and brought along for use. Just as she finished her selections, the countdown reached 1. The 6th challenge is about to begin. Reward, 7,000 gold coins. You hold 300 source crystals. Please select from the following items, with each item randomly available in 10,000 per round. 1. Stamina 100, source crystal 100. 2. Crossbow, unlimited shots, source crystal 400. 3. Life recovery agent 800 health points, source crystal 500. She sighed internally, regretting that she couldn't afford the crossbow, unlimited shots, and the life recovery agent. The 800 health points were excellent. It was like having an extra life. She decided to save her source crystals to buy them next time. Name, Qiao Yunfeng level. Level 6 can upgrade. 1 level for each successful disaster challenge. Gender, female. Number of challenges participated. 6 health points. 830 stamina. 870 status. Good space, 20mx 20m, can upgrade. Items held. Medical kit level 6. Maintains original effectiveness. Will randomly produce 2 types of medicines daily. The medical kit upgraded again, and now it could randomly produce 2 types of medicines daily with the quantity doubled, increasing the chances of randomly producing vitality recovery agents. Qiao Yunfeng subconsciously rubbed his hands, feeling delighted as he thought that he hadn't encountered any problems in the last 10 days. And this time he had 20 chances in 10 days, which might actually be possible. Opening his eyes, he saw a vast ocean with scattered debris floating around, and there was no one in sight. He quickly took out the yacht from his space, boarded it, and immediately checked the storage area to confirm that all the supplies were on the yacht. He felt a wave of happiness, and an involuntary smile appeared on his face. Upon entering the space, he saw that both the handgun and machete were there, and the cultivated land could still be used, which made him even more at ease. Glancing at the debris on the sea surface with so much open space, he decided to start collecting them first. At exactly 8 o'clock a.m., the Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 1 started. He drove the yacht forward at high speed. But after a long time, he still hadn't seen any islands. All he could see was the vast and calm sea. Qiao Yunfeng's expression darkened. She had to speed up. The warning clearly stated that the reason for the shipwreck was encountering a typhoon. If they couldn't find an island to land on soon, this small yacht would truly be in danger if it faced a typhoon. Suddenly, a small island appeared in her line of sight. From a distance, it didn't seem large. But as she rushed towards it, she realized that the island was entirely composed of towering reefs. After circling the island, she found no place to land and had no choice but to abandon it. She accelerated again, searching for another island, when the wind picked up on the sea, and the sky grew dark, creating a palpable sense of pressure before the storm. Qiao Yunfeng couldn't help but feel nervous as the yacht sped forward, skimming over the surface of the sea and jumping up and down. She vaguely saw an island ahead and rushed towards it without a second thought. Upon getting closer, she realized that the island was not only very large, but also had a stretch of beach where she could land. With no other choice, Qiao Yunfeng followed the wind direction, charged onto the beach, and quickly secured the yacht before sprinting into the woods behind the beach. Just as she reached the edge of the woods, she felt a tremendous force pushing her from behind, and then she was thrown forward, tumbling head over heels. As she got back up, she heard the howling wind beside her, and she knew that the typhoon had truly arrived. Even with utmost caution, she was tossed around by the fierce wind, rolling and falling countless times, her body aching from the impacts. Finally, she was blown against a mountain wall, and upon hitting it, her head spinning, she used her spatial abilities to dig out a cave, specifically carving it into a C shape to minimize the wind blowing in. Leaning against the mountain wall, Qiao Yunfeng let out a long breath. She was finally safe. However, her body felt like it was falling apart, with bruises and aches all over. She opened her medical kit, but couldn't find any useful medicine at the moment. She tore open a pain relief patch and applied it to herself, slowly alleviating the pain. She could only comfort herself this way. There was no wood on the yacht to start campfire, so she could only continue to enlarge the cave. She then took out things she had salvaged from the sea at the beginning, sat in the cabin of the yacht, applied a few heat packs to herself, closed the doors and windows of the yacht, and began sorting through what she could use now. Chapter 33. Scene 6. Island Horror 1. Qiao Yunfeng was drinking water boiled on the alcohol stove and silently praised herself for her good habits. She had packed gasoline, grenades, and outdoor supplies box, along with organized food and an emergency kit on the yacht. Under the seats in the yacht's living room, there were plenty of daily necessities. Wrapped in her sleeping bag, she lay on the yacht's long sofa, thinking to herself that if the RV were here, she would definitely be able to sleep more comfortably. She opened the discussion forum to check on other situations and, unsurprisingly, found that the start was too tough. Everyone's circumstances were not good. Who started the fire? Someone should throw a spark in the trading area. Without a lighter, she couldn't start a fire and was freezing. Who has extra warm clothes? She swam out and was soaked. It was too cold now. Does anyone have an extra machete to trade? She didn't bring one and had to break branches by hand today, which was exhausting. What did you bring? Didn't you bring a knife? Who knew it would only give 10 seconds? She hadn't even reacted when it ended. She only took one item, and the other two were randomly assigned. Oh my God. A bowl and a bottle of water. How am I supposed to live? You're not doing too badly. At least you have a bottle of water. I'm just waiting for it to rain to drink rainwater. Why don't you climb a tree? There are coconuts up there. There are no coconut trees on the island I'm on. It's all rocks. The island I landed on is quite large, with plenty of things. And I found a lot of wild fruits. Has anyone encountered other challengers? No, I've been alone the whole time. Yes, there's several people on my island, but everyone is busy with their own things. I want to trade for wood. I came to the island late today, and now I'm shivering from the cold. Which big shot can trade something? Big shots, bring out some items to trade. This round started in a pitfall. Grateful for her possessions, she had a clothing bag that, after 3 upgrades, now allowed her to pull out her desired outfits 5 times a day. When she fell into the sea, she took out a life jacket, which allowed her to safely reach the island. Now wearing outdoor adventure clothing, she didn't feel cold at all. Looking at the 3 items she chose, she felt a bit down. 10 seconds was too short. She had just grabbed a knife and lighter and hadn't picked the 3rd item yet when time was up. The 3rd item randomly assigned was a box of instant noodles. She was initially happy to get food randomly, thinking her luck was good. But now, sitting in front of the campfire and preparing to cook the noodles, she realized she had no pot. The instant noodles were in a bag, so she could only chew them dry. Luckily, she found a coconut when she got ashore. Otherwise, she wouldn't even have water. This was pure wilderness survival. She slapped her face and thought she could still pull out 3 outfits today. First, she took a long, thick down jacket for sleeping at night. Then she got a thick set of warm pajamas, and finally a long raincoat, just in case it rained. She couldn't afford to get sick without medicine. Tomorrow during the day, as soon as it gets light, she would go out to look for food. There must be some supplies on the island. At exactly 8 o'clock a.m., Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 2, the typhoon had stopped. Qiao Yunfeng's eyes lit up as she looked at the vast seafood on the beach. The frustration she felt from the typhoon yesterday was strong, and now she was just as happy. These seafood were all abundant food. Who could complain about having too much to eat? Besides seafood, there's also a lot of garbage and debris on the beach. She spent quite a while sifting through it all, If she wasn't worried about having to chop wood to stock up, she wouldn't want to leave. This beach was long. After walking for almost an hour, she still hadn't reached the end. This island was indeed big. This was good for her to avoid the typhoon. Once she entered the woods, she realized she had rushed through yesterday without observing her surroundings, having been blown around by the typhoon. Today, she carefully observed the woods. The trees here were exceptionally tall, and she found some shrubs to chop, which would speed things up. Just as she was busy chopping trees, a few rabbits quickly ran past her, prompting her to speed up her actions. She kept in mind that after chopping the trees, she would set a few traps. Where there were rabbits, there must be others, and she should be able to have a good harvest. Around noon, she checked the wood she had collected and, following yesterday's plan, headed up the mountain to find a high point to observe the terrain. While walking, she collected some dead branches that had fallen along the way. Hearing the sound of flowing water, she found a pond, washed up, and filled some water. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted a sheep leisurely walking above her water source, lowering its head to drink slowly. Qiao Yunfeng curved her lips, feeling pleased inside. A prey delivered right to her door. How could she not take it? She swiftly rushed over and swung her knife, and with a bah, the sheep fell to the ground. As the sheep's blood gushed out, it struggled on the ground, and the blood inadvertently splattered onto her hands and body. Suddenly, a chill ran down her back, a wave of cold rushing to her head, and an instinctive sense of danger made her body subconsciously retreat 5 steps quickly. Her eyes fixed on the surface of the pond, as if something was coming from the water. With her right hand holding the knife horizontally across her chest, she continued to back away, not daring to blink, staring intently at the pond's surface. With a splash, a crocodile emerged from the water, biting into the sheep and starting to devour it. The moment she saw the crocodile come out, Qiao Yunfeng's body tensed up, and a dangerous alarm rang loudly in her head. She immediately quickened her pace to retreat far away, and even now, she felt it wasn't far enough. Because after a ripple on the pond's surface, several more crocodiles emerged, some pouncing on the sheep to fight for the food. 2 crocodiles turned toward her, locked their gaze on her, and quickly charged over. Taking out her handgun, Qiao Yunfeng fired 3 shots at the crocodiles, confirming that each shot hit its mark. But the injuries did nothing to slow the crocodile's advance. She could only keep retreating, her mind racing for a solution. Running away was impossible since the crocodiles were much faster than her. She pulled out a grenade and threw it at the crocodiles. After a loud bang, one of the 2 crocodiles stopped advancing, while the other shook its head, completely ignoring its bleeding body, and continued charging at her. Just as Qiao Yunfeng was about to throw another grenade, her hand froze in midair, shocked by the scene before her that made her forget to run. She wondered if she was seeing things and blinked hard, looking again, but the scene remained unchanged. She slapped her head with her left hand and shook it vigorously, but when she looked again, the scene was still the same. A group of adorable, long-eared, short-tailed little white rabbits charged fiercely at the injured crocodile, leaping on it and starting to bite and claw. The sounds of tearing and biting filled the air, and in just a few seconds while she was stunned, the 2 crocodiles on the ground had already been nearly consumed by them. Then, several rabbits in the group turned their heads to look at her. Qiao Yunfeng saw a few rabbits with red eyes, their long ears twitching, revealing sharp teeth, and she was suddenly startled. Her whole body shook, and she immediately turned and began to run. Although it was already a bit late, she had to escape. The group of rabbits behind her chased after her. Qiao Yunfeng glanced back and felt a chill rise from her feet to the top of her head. This group of rabbits was running on all 4s, occasionally emitting fierce growls. If it weren't for their rabbit-like appearance, she really wouldn't believe that these ferocious animals were actually rabbits. Have you ever seen a rabbit bite a crocodile to death? Although it was a crocodile that she had injured, it was still a crocodile. The speed of the pursuing rabbits was also very fast. Qiao Yunfeng ran forward quickly, tossing 3 grenades into the group of rabbits, which reduced the number of those chasing her. After running for almost 3 minutes, Qiao Yunfeng began to gasp for breath, realizing that if she continued running, she would really be caught by the rabbits. She thought about finding a high ground to confront the rabbits directly. It might not be impossible to fight them. She kept looking around, trying to find a suitable place to battle these rabbits. Suddenly, with a whoosh, A giant snake as thick as a bucket sprang out from behind her right side, biting a rabbit that was bleeding from the grenade blast. The unexpected attack from the giant snake gave Qiao Yunfeng a brief moment of respite. At this moment, she didn't care about anything else and quickly ran forward, cursing herself for running too slowly. Another snake sprang out from her left behind, this one much thinner than the previous one, but it also had a clear target, charging towards the injured rabbits. With these two snakes on either side, they suddenly intercepted the pursuing group of rabbits. This brief moment of obstruction was enough for Qiao Yunfeng to quickly run out of the combat range, but her running pace did not slow down. She only thought about getting farther and farther away. Suddenly, in her line of sight ahead, a building faintly appeared. Without thinking, her legs carried her towards the building. When she got closer, she could see clearly that it was a two-story small building with a flower bed at the entrance. And the iron gate of the small courtyard was not closed. Qiao Yunfeng dragged his somewhat weak legs, holding his breath and rushing forward. As soon as he entered the small courtyard, he immediately turned around to close the door, lock it, and secure the courtyard gate. He quickly dashed into the room, closed the main door on the first floor, locked it, and crouched by the window on the first floor, secretly looking outside to observe the battle situation of that group of animals. A gun had already been set up on the open window, and a box of grenades was placed nearby for easy access at any time. Qiao Yunfeng was ready for a direct confrontation. As soon as any animal charged at her, she would fight back. However, for some reason, the animals outside were gathering in greater numbers, all seemingly crazed with bloodlust, becoming bolder and bolder. And none of them paid attention to her anymore. In her line of sight, she saw chickens, pigs, dogs, cats, rabbits, foxes, snakes. Was that a wolf? And a tiger? How could there also be a bear? She blinked hard several times and looked again. It was still the same. She wasn't mistaken. How could there be so many different kinds of animals? Was this island a zoo? Her hand instinctively reached for a grenade, her heart racing rapidly, and she felt an incredible sense of strangeness at the scene before her. But now, she was so tense that she couldn't think about why this situation was occurring. The chaotic battle among the animals outside was escalating, both in number and in area, and it was about to spread close to the small building. She focused all her attention on the fighting outside, praying in her heart that these animals would not come her way and would finish their fight quickly. Unfortunately, the laws of events often develop in the opposite direction of what you expect. The more you wish for something not to happen, the more likely it is to occur. In the midst of the battle outside, a robust rooster took off into the air, flapping its wings and diving onto the head of a giant snake, viciously pecking at its eyes. No matter how the giant snake thrashed its head, the rooster held on tightly, and despite the snake's wild twisting and shaking, which knocked several smaller animals away, the rooster remained firmly attached to the snake's head. Ultimately, the giant snake endured, smashing its head against a nearby tree once, twice, 3 times. The rooster was tossed around violently by the giant snake, but finally, the snake flung it away, and the large rooster soared high into the air before crashing down into the flower bushes outside the yard. Qiao Yunfeng shivered all over, immediately raising the gun, ready to shoot as soon as the rooster rushed into the yard. What happened next was even stranger. The rooster flapped its wings twice, calmly turned around, and walked into the woods, disappearing shortly after. It was as if the heroic battle it had just fought, single-handedly battling the giant snake and pecking out its eyes, had nothing to do with it at all. After witnessing the entire fight, Qiao Yunfeng was left in a daze, her mind filled with question marks. What was going on? Why did this happen? What was wrong? She slapped her forehead, feeling a bit of pain, then fiercely pinched her thigh, wincing from the pain. The sharp sting confirmed it wasn't a dream. It was real. Chapter 34. The sixth scene, Island Terror 2. A gust of wind blew in through the open window, carrying the damp, fishy sea breeze, mixed with a hint of floral fragrance. She focused intently on the battle outside. Aside from the rooster that had been thrown over, no other animals approached the house. The wind grew stronger, and some smaller animals were lifted off the ground. Qiao Yunfeng had no choice but to close the window, as the wind made it hard for her eyes to stay open. After shutting the window, she still anxiously stared outside, when several branches were snapped by the gale. Larger animals finally began to disperse, leaving a scene of chaos outside. Qiao Yunfeng turned around, leaned against the wall, and sat on the ground, letting out a long sigh. Only then did she realize that she was drenched in cold sweat, her clothes completely soaked. After the intense tension, her body felt weak and sore. She forced herself to stand up and checked all the doors and windows in the room, confirming that everything was securely closed. After checking all the doors and windows upstairs and downstairs, she understood the situation of the house. In this small building, the first floor was a laboratory, while the second floor contained a study and a bedroom. Although it looked like it hadn't been used for a long time, with dust everywhere, the house was still very safe and comfortable. She diligently tidied up the bedroom and lay down on the bed, falling asleep peacefully. It was truly a comfortable sleep. The raging storm outside did not affect her good rest at all. She got up and stood by the window, watching the lightning and thunder outside, thinking how wise her decision to stock up on wood was. Taking out a small stove and lighting the wood, the temperature in the bedroom began to rise slowly, gradually warming up. The storm outside had been going on for 2 days straight, and since she couldn't go outside, Qiao Yunfeng could only stay in the study and read books. During her 2 days in the study, she roughly figured out that the previous occupant was likely a scientist. The research room downstairs was filled with research data, and in the study upstairs, there were written summaries and ideas. Unfortunately, Qiao Yunfeng completely understood none of it. She could only gather from intermittent notes she read that the owner of the room had been improving the flowers in the garden outside. The records left in the study stated that this type of flower was a new variety cultivated by the owner, which could alleviate physical pain. The owner of this house was dedicated to researching this flower with the goal of developing a new medicine to relieve the suffering of terminally ill patients during treatment. Qiao Yunfeng kept rolling this information in her mind, always feeling that something was off, but she couldn't pinpoint what it was. Just as she felt she was grasping a clue, a sudden storm broke out outside, accompanied by a tsunami. The fierce wind and towering waves came crashing in with a devastating force, instantly capturing all her attention. Everything else seemed trivial in the face of life and death, and she could no longer care about anything else. The entire island was trembling as the tsunami generated monstrous waves that continuously battered the shore. Fortunately, the small house was surrounded by mountains, and the high rocks blocked most of the tsunami's massive waves. Occasionally, some waves would crash in, but they did not cause significant damage. Qiao Yunfeng could only anxiously huddle in her room, counting the days and waiting for the tsunami outside to recede. As a result, it was already the 10th day. By the end of the 10th day, she was secretly grateful that she had found this small building and had prepared food and firewood in advance. Otherwise, without food or water for 10 days and unable to leave the room, she might have starved or frozen to death. Her habit of stockpiling supplies at any time and place really proved to be beneficial. Thank you, self. Congratulations to the challenger for completing the challenge and becoming one of the last 20,000 survivors. Challenge successful. Qiao Yunfeng stood on the small balcony, staring blankly at the little flowers in the vase in front of her, feeling a light and unreal sensation. She succeeded. She really made it to the end of the challenge, becoming one of the last 20,000 survivors. She was already laughing so hard she'd bent over, unable to stand straight. Yet she couldn't stop, her whole body filled with ecstasy, but a hint of bitterness inexplicably rose in her heart, and tears began to flow without her realizing it. So great, so great. She finally did it, feeling the warmth of the sunlight on her body. She looked up at the dazzling sun, the sunlight bright and strong, making it hard for her to see. Instinctively, she raised her right hand to shield her eyes. Looking at the glass vase reflecting the sunlight on the balcony, she saw the vibrant flower inside, gently swaying its petals in the breeze. So beautiful. She enjoyed the warmth of the sun with satisfaction. She reached out her right hand to touch the swaying petals. Halfway through, her hand suddenly stopped in midair, her smile freezing on her face. No, this isn't right. Everything is wrong. Just finished the 6th challenge and became a victor? And this flower? All the animals and plants on Earth are dead. So why is there still a fresh flower? Where did this flower come from? Why does it look so familiar? Yet she can't name it or remember where she has seen it. But looking again, even under the bright sunlight, it exuded an indescribable eeriness. The fresh flowers in the vase on the balcony twisted their petals at her, and she raised her right hand and slapped herself hard across the face, the pain instantly radiating from her right cheek, fiery and sharp. Forcing herself to sit on the sofa in the living room, she took deep breaths to calm down. What was wrong? What was the problem? At this moment, her mind was flooded with images, but the more she tried to grasp them, the more she couldn't hold onto the important parts. Ah, she shouted in frustration, her foot kicking the table in front of her, her whole body leaning back on the sofa, her gaze aligning with the balcony outside. The flowers under the sunlight danced gracefully in the gentle breeze, presenting a warm and serene beauty that was truly captivating. Qiao Yunfeng took a breath, squinted her eyes, and when she looked at the flower again, the more she looked, the stranger it seemed. She drew out her machete and swung it. With a loud crash, the vase fell to the ground and shattered into a pile of glass, while the fresh flower lay quietly on the ground with no change around it. She opened her eyes wide, looked at the flower on the ground, and took out a lighter to burn it. The edges of the petals only turned black without catching fire. Qiao Yunfeng took out a small branch and started a small fire on the ground. When the fire grew strong, he threw the flower into the fire. The flower was gradually ignited by the flames, and as a plume of black smoke rose, the flower was finally burned to ashes. Qiao Yunfeng felt that her breathing was very labored. Her eyes couldn't open, and her hands couldn't move. She tried hard to make a sound, but could only produce muffled noises. After several attempts and adjusting her breathing, she finally used all her strength to open her eyes. What she saw was the first floor of the place she had hidden in, still sitting on the ground with her back against the wall. Struggling to support herself against the wall, she managed to stand up. She needed to get out. Something in this house was affecting her. Feeling completely weak, she had already fallen twice in the less than 3 meters from the window to the front door. No matter what, she had to get out. She couldn't stay in this house any longer. With her body feeling soft and her limbs powerless, she could no longer stand. After falling once more, she simply stopped trying to stand and crawled forward with all her strength. Panting heavily, she crawled out of the small courtyard. Outside, the ground was a mess, littered with branches broken by the strong wind, and the ground was muddy, indicating that it must have rained heavily yesterday. She crawled to the base of a large tree and finally stopped, leaning against it to sit up. She took out some water from her space and drank several large gulps. Why was her body so weak, devoid of any strength? After drinking, she felt extremely hungry. She took out some biscuits from the emergency pack and gobbled them down, eating 3 packets and drinking a bottle of water before feeling a little better. Looking at her muddy hands and body, she took out a yacht and entered the cabin to clean herself up. Feeling her strength gradually returning, she opened her wristband to see if anyone else in the discussion area had encountered a similar situation, only to discover something even more astonishing. Today was already the 5th day of the challenge. Her stamina was only 50, and her health was at 70. She stared straight through the yacht's window at the house, her mind a complete mess. What kind of place was this? How could there be such a place on a deserted island? Then she noticed the circle of flower beds in the courtyard. Despite experiencing strong winds and heavy rain, the flowers were still blooming beautifully and vibrantly. Looking closely, those flowers seemed to resemble the one she had seen on the balcony before becoming conscious. In that instant, everything connected in her mind, and she quickly took out a mask from the medical kit and put it on. The upgraded mask provided undeniable protection. Although she didn't know how these flowers were affecting her, it was always better to be prepared. She took out a pair of windproof glasses and put them on, checking her status, which showed that her stamina and health were slowly recovering. No wonder she felt so weak when she woke up. She had gone 2 days without food or water, and it was already a miracle that she was still alive. If it weren't for her high health, she might have starved to death. Those flowers looked beautiful, but they had almost caused her death in this challenge. A surge of unnamed anger welled up inside her. The first floor was just a laboratory, and like her previous experience, the second-floor bedroom was empty. Walking into the study, she saw a person sitting by the floor-to-ceiling window who had likely been dead for a long time. This might be the owner of the house, but there was nothing to determine their identity. Beside them was a piece of paper filled with writing. After Qiao Yunfeng finished reading what was recorded on the paper, she finally understood who this person was. This person was named Zhang Tianqing, a pharmaceutical researcher. His daughter had been ill since childhood and constantly needed blood transfusions to stay alive. Each blood transfusion was excruciatingly painful, and seeing his daughter's pained little face made him wish he could bear all her suffering himself. To spare his daughter some pain, he wanted to develop a new pain-relieving drug that would alleviate her suffering without side effects. After countless experiments, he finally improved a new drug, using the flowers of this plant as the main ingredient to lower human perception. After using it, a person would feel as if they were asleep and would no longer feel pain. His research was very effective and soon caught the attention of investors who offered him a high price and promised to set up a dedicated laboratory for him to continue his research. They also promised to provide the best medical conditions for his daughter. He was filled with hope that his research could give his daughter a perfect and normal life. However, the outcome was completely different. The investors used the flowers to produce various hallucinogenic drugs without side effects, allowing users to fulfill their most desired wishes and dreams, with the sensations in those dreams feeling incredibly real. By the time he realized this, it was too late. He was trapped on this small island, unable to go outside, with a group of people watching him day and night. He couldn't contact the outside world and had no idea what had happened to his family. He felt so much hatred, yet he was also cowardly because he didn't dare to resist. A year later, he accidentally overheard the guards talking and learned that his daughter had already died quietly after taking the new drug he had developed. She fell asleep and never woke up. He completely fell apart in despair, unable to understand why things had turned out this way, why his intention to save his daughter led to her death, why the world was so unfair to him, and why he should continue living in this world. Chapter 35. The sixth scene, Island Horror 3, filled with hatred. He was no longer afraid of anyone or anything. His overwhelming hatred made him incredibly clear-headed at that moment. He deliberately improved a new variety. This time, all the flowers would produce a hallucinogenic effect as soon as someone smelled their fragrance. The cowardly him was dead. Now, he wanted to take revenge on everyone. He wanted everyone to enjoy the results of his research. As the guards fell one by one, as if falling asleep, none of them opened their eyes again. Looking at the many people in the yard lying quietly on the ground, he trembled with joy and couldn't help but burst into tears, feeling a deep sorrow and pain that only he could truly understand. Even at this moment, he did not feel the satisfaction of revenge because he knew that the one who truly caused this event, the one who controlled everything, the one who trapped him here and kept him from seeing his daughter, was someone he could never meet. He could never walk out of this island alive. It was a cage specially set for him, arranged as his final grave. 3 days had passed without anyone coming to collect the flowers. It seemed his scheme had been discovered by these people. This time, the flowers were different from before. Unfortunately, it was all too late. He understood too late, and he realized too late. These flowers were the source of evil and should be destroyed completely. He clearly understood this principle in his heart, but he couldn't bring himself to destroy them. He was unwilling to. These flowers had consumed his entire life as energy, just like a child, and he had an emotional attachment that was hard to sever. He wanted to stay here and watch these flowers, as if he were seeing his own daughter. Let everything disappear beneath the waves of the sea. If they truly shouldn't exist in this world, let nature destroy them. When the sea drowns all evil, and our children can still survive beneath the waves, then my child, please be sure to live well. Qiao Yunfeng silently looked at the corpse after reading the letter, feeling a mix of emotions swirling within her. Pity, sadness, and a sense of lament that made her want to hate, yet she couldn't bring herself to do so. However, the flowers that nearly caused her demise were ones she genuinely did not want to let go of. She took a blanket from the bedroom and covered the body with it, then resolutely went downstairs, tightened her mask, and, feeling uneasy, took out an oxygen tank to prepare herself. Then she walked towards the flower bed, which was surrounded by piles of branches. She sprinkled gasoline on them and finally set them ablaze. The fire quickly caught. Standing from a height, she watched the small house below engulfed in flames, roaring fiercely as the strong wind fanned the flames even higher. I hope you find peace in your next life and can reunite with your daughter. You must be a very good father, and she will be a healthy, happy child, Qiao Yunfeng murmured to the small house. Having finished all of this, the sky gradually began to darken. Once the sun set, another fierce storm might be on the way. Qiao Yunfeng quickly found a spot and dug a cave. To prevent any further animal attacks, she used the soil she had dug out to block 2/3 of the cave entrance, leaving only a small opening at the top for ventilation. Finally, she found the source of the problem. When she first arrived on the island, the animals did not attack her. While she was cutting bushes and collecting wood, 2 rabbits that passed by did not attack her. They simply ran away. When she was washing her hands by the pool, a sheep walked over to drink water without attacking her. The turning point came after she killed the sheep. Immediately after killing the sheep, she attracted a crocodile, which began to chase her, leading to a series of subsequent events. Killing the sheep was the most crucial turning point in the whole incident. Was it the act of killing the sheep that attracted the crocodile? But why did those 2 crocodiles continue to chase her afterward? And later, why did the group of rabbits charge at the crocodile instead of attacking her directly? All the scenes connected in her mind, and suddenly, she opened her eyes wide and understood. It was the blood when she killed the sheep. The sheep's blood splattered onto her hands and clothes. When she bent down to wash her hands in the water, she noticed the crocodile in the water and began to retreat. Therefore, these animals were very sensitive to the smell of blood. If there was no bleeding, they would not attack. To verify if this conclusion was correct, she planned to go out tomorrow and experiment on an animal to see the reaction. The animals on this island were behaving very strangely. Rabbits actually ate meat? The rooster's wings could fly so high. Moreover, how could there be so many animals on a deserted island surrounded by the sea? If those controlling scientists lived on the island and raised animals for meat, then why were there also wolves, snakes, tigers, and bears? Were they also for meat? There were too many strange things, and her mind felt a bit dizzy. She still couldn't figure out. Qiao Yunfeng patted her forehead, took a deep breath to calm herself down, and decided not to think about it anymore, as there was no way to figure it out at the moment. She would go out to take a look tomorrow. Perhaps she could find more useful information. However, she had to climb to the top of the mountain tomorrow. After all, she had already wasted 2 days on those flowers, and today was already the 5th day of the challenge. She had organized her supplies, and her stock seemed sufficient. The most important thing left was to find a suitable location. On the island, the biggest dangers might be typhoons and tsunamis. If it came to worst, she could only find a cave to hide in. She opened the yacht's storage compartment, which contained gasoline, diving suits, oxygen tanks. And one of the 2 emergency kits had already been taken out along with 2 outdoor gear bags that had been used. She counted the oxygen tanks and felt that she had not brought enough. At the time, she had only prepared for 2 days' worth. So she had packed 10 small oxygen tanks and only 2 large ones. Whether these supplies could last until the end, if she really got buried, was uncertain. Tomorrow, she must find a high place to carefully observe the terrain and environment, looking for a location that could block a tsunami. Qiao Yunfeng felt a vague sense of foreboding in her heart, wondering if this island would eventually be completely submerged by the sea. If that really happened, what would she do? Drift on a yacht in the ocean? But there was a typhoon, and yachts were not safe. At exactly 8 a.m., the Disaster Survival Challenge. Day 6 began. While quickly climbing the mountain, Qiao Yunfeng encountered several animals, none of which approached her to attack. On the contrary, their behavior left her feeling quite incredulous. Qiao Yunfeng had a fleeting illusion that she had not entered a survival challenge, but had stepped into a fairy tale. At first, she saw a dog ahead, a very ordinary land dog. Remembering her speculation from yesterday, she deliberately lowered her body and quietly approached in that direction, holding a pistol in her hand. Feeling a bit nervous inside, she was mainly afraid that if too many animals were attracted and another animal battle broke out, she would have to find a way to escape the attack range quickly. Before her internal struggle was over, she was already about 10 steps away from the dog. The dog turned its head, noticed her, and looked at her with fear and trepidation. With a low bark, it suddenly turned and leaped toward a nearby tree. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes and heard it bark, Qiao Yunfeng would have thought she was seeing a cat. She stood still, stunned for 5 seconds before realizing that the dog had run away, showing no intention of attacking her, and immediately turning to flee upon seeing her. Shaking her head, She dismissed the strange thoughts in her mind and continued to climb quickly. She had to reach the mountaintop today. When she finally stood at the summit, she discovered that the highest peak was still ahead. There appeared to be a cliff there, topped entirely with rocks, and at the highest point stood an antenna tower. It seemed that those who lived here needed to communicate with the outside world, which was why it had been installed. In any case, she needed to go up and take a look. With a goal in mind, her motivation increased, and without even taking a break, Qiao Yunfeng rushed towards that peak. She continued walking until the wind picked up again, persisting for a while longer. Unfortunately, the wind was growing stronger, and she had to stop her plans to advance, starting to dig a hole to prepare for an overnight stay as a heavy downpour was about to begin. Turning quickly, her right hand raised the pistol, the dark muzzle aimed at the direction of the sound. Who was it? A girl emerged from behind the bushes, hands raised beside her, a smile on her face. And her cheerful voice revealed her good mood. Qiao Yunfeng, it's really you. I'm Shun Ranyan. Do you remember me? You helped me back in Icefield Town. No, I have two other teammates. We collaborated during the zombie incident, and we unexpectedly ran into each other again. So now the three of us are working together. Shun Ranyan explained to Qiao Yunfeng. Just then, the heavy rain of the day arrived early. Qiao Yunfeng looked up at the heavy rain pouring down and felt really unhappy. Now, he had to dig a hole in the rain. Come with me, our hole is already dug. You don't need to dig in the rain. If you stay out too long, you'll get sick. We still have to hurry and climb the mountain later. Shinranzan took out a hat made from a thin branch and handed it to Qiao Yunfeng, putting on one for herself. She didn't come over, just extended the hat towards him. Qiao Yunfeng looked at the girl, recalling their exchanges over the past 2 or 3 days. She had a good sense of propriety and didn't come across as annoying. However, she was alone now. She was teamed up with others, and Qiao Yunfeng felt a strong sense of rejection towards the idea of joining them. I know you're not used to being with others. I'll make it clear to them. Don't worry, they're both great. I've worked with them before. Shinranzan looked at the increasingly heavy rain. We should hurry. The typhoon is coming soon, and it will be even more dangerous then. She was right. Qiao Yunfeng took the hat from her hand and put it on his head, suppressing his discomfort as he walked with her. Today, as strong winds and heavy rain had come too quickly, and it was much earlier than yesterday. She wouldn't be able to dig the hole in such a short time, and if she got sick from the rain, it would be even worse. The cave dug by the others was not far from her. They just turned a corner and could already see it. The entrance was built up with stones to about half a person's height, and inside the cave, there was a makeshift door made of thick tree branches tied together. It seemed there was someone in their group who was very skilled, able to weave hats from thin branches and make door panels from tree trunks. In this challenge, everyone was limited in space and could only bring very few items, making it a time for everyone to showcase their strengths. Shinranzan led her inside. The cave was quite spacious, and hot water was boiling over the campfire. 2 men were sitting by the fire, chatting, and, as soon as they saw the girls enter, they stood up and stared directly at Qiao Yunfeng. Just as Shinranzan was about to introduce her, one of the men walked up, looked at Qiao Yunfeng, and smiled. What a coincidence! We meet again. Qiao Yunfeng looked at the man's face, then turned to another man. With the 2 faces combined, she recalled that she had only interacted with these 2 men once and didn't know much about them. She could only nod, acknowledging the coincidence. Chapter 36, Scene 6. Island of Terror 4. The man walked over from the blazing fire and smirked at Qiao Yunfeng. You're still the same as before, all on guard when facing challengers. Looking like you're ready to combat a flood or a beast. But with others, you're incredibly nice, giving out medicine and water. Qiao Yunfeng was momentarily taken aback by his blunt words. They treat me pretty well, at least they are honest and sincere, not scheming against me. As for the challengers, that's hard to say. He chuckled. Yeah, it seems that one must think clearly like you to live a long life. After hearing this, the man gave a self-deprecating smile. My name is Mengwen Rue, and this is Nia Gaoyang. You can call me Mengzi. We used to be soldiers. How should we address you? I'm Qiao Yunfeng. I always heard the captain call you Little Qiao and thought it was a pseudonym. I didn't expect your real surname to be Qiao. So we have met before, that's great. It started raining heavily outside, so suddenly today. She was pulled over by me to chat, and the hole isn't dug yet. Tonight, we can stay here, is that okay? Shinranzan looked around happily. All right, I have no objections. As long as little Qiao is willing. Meng Wenrui nodded with a cheerful expression, his tone carrying a hint of teasing. Qiao Yunfeng, hello. I know that relationships among challengers aren't very harmonious right now. We have no ill intentions. If you're willing to rest here for a night, we welcome you. Yeah, Gaiyang pointed to a spot by the campfire. Qiao Yunfeng looked up at Shun Ranran and suddenly felt a bit envious of her, always having food to eat anytime and anywhere, plus being able to boost her status. This kind of possession felt almost like cheating in the face of the apocalypse and natural disasters. However, thinking of her own medical kit, which had also been continuously producing medications in recent days, she felt a bit more balanced. Well, hers wasn't bad either. It's just that she hadn't randomly gotten any vitality potions yet. These days, all she had produced were some alcohol, iodine tablets, vitamin C, and some calming and heat-clearing medicine, which made her feel both amused and exasperated. Well, having something was better than having nothing. Maybe it would come in handy someday. She saw Shun Ranran point to her wristband and opened it to take a look. Qiao Yunfeng opened the message and saw Shun Ranran had posted a trade for hot ginseng chicken soup x 1 bowl in exchange for any item. Boss Qiao, I knew you wouldn't know how to use this. Shun Ranran secretly smiled at Qiao Yunfeng. You must be trading food or other items all by yourself. If someone adds a negative status, it will show up immediately. Let me show you. Delicious beef rice bowl. Have the user's stamina for 10 minutes x 1 bowl in exchange for any item. She immediately looked up at Shun Ranran. Her eyes filled with surprise. She could actually make food with a debuff effect. This was incredible. Having stamina for 10 minutes could be lethal. Seeing Qiao Yunfeng's astonished expression made Shun Ranran particularly happy. This effect is thanks to you, Boss Qiao. After we defeated the Wolf King, I received this reward for my support. Haha. Mentioning this reminded Qiao Yunfeng of the Wolf King's reward. Animal fear increased threefold. That must be why that dog ran away the moment it saw her today. When she went up the mountain earlier, she thought if she hadn't gotten sheep's blood on her, the crocodiles would have gone straight for the sheep instead of chasing her. She also received a malice perception increase. If someone had ill intentions towards her, she would be alerted, which is why she could quickly feel danger and retreat when she sensed something swimming in the pond. Looking at the three challengers by the campfire, they posed no threat to her, at least not for now. She couldn't help but mock herself in her heart. Indeed, someone who's been hurt tends to be more fearful. Once bitten by a snake, 10 years afraid of the rope, that perfectly described her. Boss Qiao, you actually have apples. Shun Ranran exclaimed, handing an apple to each of the two men. They accepted them and started eating right away. Wow, this apple is really sweet. You didn't bring a fridge among your 3 items, did you? Meng Wenrui laughed while biting into the apple. I brought a yacht, Qiao Yunfeng replied, raising an eyebrow at him. Seeing Meng Wenrui's stunned expression while biting into the apple made Qiao Yunfeng chuckle. The other two couldn't help but laugh as well. Meng Wenrui glanced around at everyone and continued eating with a smile. If you don't mind, let us exchange information about the island, Nie Gaoyang said, looking at Qiao Yunfeng as he tossed a piece of wood into the fire. Okay, let's eat and chat over there. I have some beef jerky and rice today, Shun Ranran said, taking out the food and placing it on the ground for everyone to share. Since I've used your cave, I'd like to express my sincerity and gratitude, Qiao Yunfeng said as she took out the yacht, relieved that the cave was large enough. The moment the 3 of them saw the yacht, their expressions changed, filled with surprise, confusion, and a sense of unexpected astonishment. You're serious? Meng Wenrui pointed at the yacht, incredulous as he turned to her. I thought you were joking. Of course it's real. Why would I lie to you? Qiao Yunfeng walked over and opened the hatch. Come on, let us go up and sit down to eat. After a flurry of activity, everyone settled comfortably on the yacht. The table filled with food. Qiao Yunfeng took out some seafood, and on the small stove beside her, a steaming seafood soup was cooking. As they grilled and ate, the atmosphere became increasingly harmonious. Nie Gaoyang first recounted their Group S experiences, and after listening, Qiao Yunfeng calmly swallowed a mouthful of hot soup, finally feeling balanced inside. Oh, it turned out she wasn't the only one who was confused on this island. Now it seemed that while everyone's experiences were different, their encounters were the same. Their itinerary and experiences after arriving on the island, when talked about, were quite similar to Qiao Yunfeng's, also marked by ups and downs. Meng Wenrui and Nye Gaiyang couldn't resist their hands when they saw animals in the woods, and after hunting several prey, they attracted a herd of pigs, which then crazily chased after them. With their skills, they continuously attacked the herd while escaping, easily clearing them out, thinking that they wouldn't lack food now. However, their actions led to more and more animals gathering, with an increasing variety. It was then that they realized something was off and immediately began to retreat. At that time, there were already a lot of animals behind them, with more and more other animals gathering. The two of them threw grenades while fleeing like the wind, trying to exit the battle zone, their stamina quickly depleting. When they saw the entrance of a building, they didn't think twice and directly hid inside, as the animal army behind them was quite terrifying. Despite their messy escape, their fighting instinct remained strong. Before entering the building, they launched a series of grenade attacks, killing most of the pursuing animals. Outside, the blood attracted a new wave of animals, and thus, a chaotic battle began. They later understood the reason behind this. At the time, they had no idea why the animals were attacking each other indiscriminately. Their state at that moment was the same as Qiao Yunfeng's, completely bewildered, not knowing what was happening or why it was happening. They instinctively locked the door tightly, quietly hiding and waiting for the situation outside to calm down. At that moment, they encountered Shun Ranyin, who rushed out from inside upon hearing the noise. Shun Ranyin was the one among the four of them who had the most peaceful experience on the island. Her possessions ensured that she never lacked food, so she never thought of hunting animals and thus never encountered these events. The three had collaborated once during the zombie challenge, and this unexpected reunion allowed them to explain their current situations and discoveries since arriving on the island. After some discussion, the three decided to search the building together to see if they could find anything useful. The entire building looked like it had been abandoned for a long time, and most things were no longer usable. They spent quite a bit of time without finding any particularly useful information until they discovered several bodies in a locked room. Next to one of the bodies lay an open journal, and after reading it, the three finally understood the ins and outs of the entire matter. This building was a research institute dedicated to animal gene modification and transfer. Researchers transferred genes between different animals to let them naturally grow and merge. This process was quite difficult, primarily because the animals as living beings could not endure the pain caused by gene changes, and many died from the pain. The reason they conducted experiments there was that the island had a very rare medicinal material that could serve as an important aid, allowing animals to undergo genetic mutations without dying from excessive pain, thus slowly waiting for the genes to merge autonomously. This would greatly reduce the failure rate, and they kept experimenting, hoping to start human trials once they achieved innovative results. Just when they thought their research had succeeded, they were inadvertently discovered. These genetically modified animals were extremely sensitive to the smell of blood and became unusually aggressive upon smelling it, completely losing control. As a result, their experiments were declared a failure. All progress was forced to halt, and they were notified to prepare to evacuate the island. They needed to retreat to the high tower at the mountain's peak by noon the next day, where a helicopter would come and pick them up. Although reluctant, everyone had to begin their retreat. In the chaos, someone accidentally fell to the ground and scraped their forehead, and the blood attracted a dog. Qiao Yunfeng sipped on the steaming seafood soup and recounted his experiences from the beginning. The three people opposite him listened, wide-eyed and incredulous. When they heard Qiao Yunfeng mention setting fire to all the flowers, they all gave him a thumbs up. Such things were too dangerous. Just accidentally catching a whiff almost led to Qiao Yunfeng's demise, which truly left a lingering fear in their hearts. It seemed that no matter what, they had to go up to the antenna tower at the cliff top to take a look. Nye Gaiyang glanced at the others. We should hurry to the cliff. I feel that the last words in that letter carry deep meaning. If the sea should drown all evil, and you still survive beneath the sea, this makes me think there's a possibility that this island will be completely submerged. Qiao Yunfeng said solemnly, expressing his guess. It's not impossible. These past few days, the wind starts every afternoon, and it rains heavily when it gets dark. But today, it started raining before dark. Meng Wenrui thought for a moment. Indeed, the heavy rain came early today. Tomorrow, along the way, we should collect some more wood. If there's a storm in the next few days, it will definitely get colder, Shinranjan added. Yes, that's right. Qiao Yunfeng never opposed stockpiling supplies, so he wholeheartedly agreed. Hearing Qiao Yunfeng agree with her, Shinranjan smiled brilliantly. If she had a tail, it would surely be wagging furiously. At exactly 8 o'clock a.m., Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 7 begins. The four of them had been on the move since morning without resting, but when they reached the peak, they had to stop because it was all rock from there on. They needed to dig a hole to spend the night, as the wind and rain were about to arrive. With their combined effort, the cave was completed in no time. As Qiao Yunfeng turned around, her foot slipped, and she fell to the ground, her thigh hitting a protruding rock, causing her to gasp in pain. Just as she was about to get up, she suddenly felt someone approaching from behind. She quickly drew her machete and swung it behind her, rolling and turning to face the threat, holding the knife horizontally in front of her. This series of movements was purely instinctive, with no thought involved. But when she saw Nie Gaoyang reaching out to help her up, she realized she was not alone. There were others around her. I'm sorry. Before she could finish her awkward apology, she noticed Nie Gaoyang's hand was bleeding, and she instantly jumped up from the ground. Blood could attract wild animals. Qiao Yunfeng immediately took out the hemostatic medicine and slapped it on Nie Gaoyang's arm. But a squirrel had already been attracted by the smell of blood and was baring its teeth at them, letting out a low growl. Chapter 37, Scene 6. Island Horror 5. Take off your clothes, hurry. Seeing the blood on the clothes, Qiao Yunfeng shouted immediately. Nie Gaoyang also reacted at this moment, quickly stripping off his clothes and throwing them down the mountain. But unfortunately, it was too late. The squirrel kicked off with its hind legs and leaped into the air, its short front paws revealing sharp claws. Qiao Yunfeng drew his pistol and immediately began to attack. The squirrel was hit twice and fell to the ground, with blood gushing from his wounds, quickly staining the ground red. At this moment, several snakes nearby slithered over, winding their way toward him. Qiao Yunfeng shot back the attacking snake with a single shot and immediately entered the cave. Nie Gaoyang sidestepped and threw a grenade into the encircled animals. With a loud bang, the grenade injured several animals, and the blood that flowed from them prompted them to start attacking each other. Once the attack began, the blood increased rapidly, attracting even more animals. Wherever there was blood, there were animals. The four of them nervously watched the battle outside the cave. And then the rain began to pour down, washing away the blood and diminishing the stench. Only after the bloody smell faded did the animals gradually disperse. After blocking 2/3 of the cave entrance and covering it with branches, they finally sat by the campfire to rest. Everyone was exhausted after a whole day. I'm sorry. It's my fault. Qiao Yunfeng immediately apologized to Nie Gaoyang again, handing him a box of hemostatic medicine. Nie Gaoyang looked at the hemostatic medicine. He originally wanted to say it was fine, but the word no was stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say it. He stared blankly at the box of medicine, truly wanting it because it was very useful. Seeing the struggle in his eyes, Qiao Yunfeng placed the medicine directly beside him. This is my sincere apology. I'm not used to having someone around for a long time. Meng Wenrui glanced at Nie Gaoyang without saying anything, sitting on a stump and starting to chop wood to throw into the fire. Shinranjan also looked over but said nothing, only taking out a pot to start cooking porridge. Seeing everyone's reactions, Nie Gaoyang put away the hemostatic medicine. I'm fine, so don't take it to heart. I'll accept this medicine. Thank you. It really is useful. Shinranjan smiled and called out, Come eat. We've been tired all day. Drinking the warm porridge, everyone felt much better. I think your worries might be valid, Nie Gaoyang said to Qiao Yunfeng. If this island gets completely flooded, we need to think about how to survive on the sea until the 10th day. I have a boat. We could just take the boat. Qiao Yunfeng frowned slightly. Are you worried the boat will capsize? Yeah, I think the boat might capsize. Nie Gaoyang took a sip of hot porridge and seriously explained that the reason they ended up here was because their ship had an accident after encountering a typhoon. I have that concern too. Qiao Yunfeng lowered his gaze and sighed. Tomorrow we should chop more wood and each make a raft. Meng Wenrui pointed to the branch door. Make a smaller one with thicker branches, tie them together. As long as they don't scatter, they'll definitely float. Qiao, here's one for you. Now, we all have one. Shinranjan handed over a buoyancy vest. This was found in the Research Institute. It should be what they prepared at the time. Accepting the buoyancy vest, Qiao Yunfeng felt a wave of warmth in his heart. You each take 2 bottles of these. Hopefully, you won't need them. She took out 6 scuba oxygen tanks and placed them in front of them. The 3 of them again looked at her with surprised eyes, and no one spoke or moved. What's wrong? Is something off? Qiao Yunfeng looked at them in confusion. Can't you use them? That shouldn't be the case. Ha! Actually, I've been wanting to ask. I wanted to ask back in the ice field. Shen Ranjan laughed as she picked up 2 bottles of oxygen. I feel like no matter what I want to exchange, you have it. The oxygen you exchanged for me in the ice field helped me survive and dig my way to the surface. This oxygen will definitely help me survive and swim out of the water. I have a habit of stockpiling supplies. I just want to stockpile everything. Qiao Yunfeng explained a bit shyly. So how did you bring these things in? At the beginning, wasn't it just 3 items in 10 seconds? Meng Wenrui also put away the oxygen, his face full of curiosity. These things were already in my cabin. When I chose the boat, they came over with me. That's the truth. There's nothing to hide, Qiao Yunfeng explained. You put everything in the cabin? Nie Gaoyang was also puzzled. Yes. I usually organize supplies when I have free time, categorizing them for convenience when taking them, and I also made emergency kits so I can use them directly when needed. Qiao Yunfeng looked at the 3 people, each with a look of agreement, and couldn't help but smile slightly. Everyone continued discussing the plans for tomorrow, while the storm outside roared incessantly. Chao Tian, watching the wild wind and rain outside the cave, felt a wave of unease wash over him, and despair slowly crept onto his face. He hadn't found anything to eat for 2 days. Should he leave the island tomorrow? But within the range of his vision, there were no other islands at all. If he couldn't find another island before the typhoon arrived in the afternoon, would he have any chance of surviving while drifting on the sea? Not leaving, this island was full of rocks and had no food. He had spent the whole day in the seawater and hadn't caught a single fish. Unable to bear the hunger, he drank a few gulps of rainwater and stared blankly outside the cave. At exactly 8 a.m., Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 8 begins. 2 men went directly to chop down trees to make a raft, while Qiao Yunfeng climbed to the top of the cliff to assess the situation. Shen Ranran stayed in the cave to prepare more food, hoping for something that could increase health and stamina. The cliff wasn't too high, but it was very slippery after the rain. To avoid injuring herself, she climbed very carefully. The top of the cliff was a flat area, and it was unclear whether it was naturally formed or artificially cleared. A communication tower stood lonely on the cliff, with nothing particularly special about it. Standing at the top of the cliff and looking out at the sea gave a feeling of humility and tranquility, and birds occasionally flew by over the water. She sent a message to the other 3, inviting them to come up and see the view together. Soon, the other 3 arrived, and they all sat at the top of the cliff admiring the sea, each exclaiming how beautiful it was. Suddenly, a massive wave appeared unexpectedly, rushing toward them. In the panic, everyone could only cling tightly to the communication tower to ensure they wouldn't be swept off the cliff by the giant wave. The sea water crashed violently, and Qiao Yunfeng could only try her best to close her eyes, bury her head in her arms, and breathe through her mouth. After the giant wave passed, she lifted her head without opening her eyes, but another giant wave came crashing down. Forced to swallow a mouthful of water, she quickly lowered her head, tightened her grip, and started to cough. Before long, the seawater had risen to her waist. Qiao Yunfeng immediately took out the yacht, and as everyone boarded, she quickly started the boat and dashed out. However, the waves were colossal, and during the 4th onslaught of a giant wave, the yacht was completely overturned. She retrieved the yacht, put on her oxygen tank, and prepared to swim to the surface to look for the others. Just then, a shark set its sights on her and swam directly toward her. She immediately turned around, using all her strength to swim upward, trying to evade the shark, her hands and feet frantically paddling. But in the water, it was impossible to swim past the shark. No matter how hard she tried, it quickly caught up to her. She felt a sharp pain and tugging on her calf. The shark had bitten her leg. Turning around, she swung her machete wildly at the shark. She struck with all her might, hoping the shark would release her out of pain, but unfortunately, it did not let go. Around them was a pool of blood, and she couldn't tell if it was hers or the shark's. In this standoff, she felt herself growing weaker. The force behind her strikes diminished, and gradually, the machete slipped from her hand. She had no strength left to struggle. She knew she was going to die. This feeling was exactly like the one she experienced before dying in her past life. Would she really not make it to the end? Her eyelids grew heavier, and her body felt lighter. Just as she was sinking completely into darkness, she suddenly felt a sharp pain on her face, and a voice rang in her ears, as if someone was calling her name. But she had no strength to open her eyes. Another pain hit her face, as if someone was hitting her. Qiao Yunfeng, wake up. Was someone calling her? How could anyone come here with a shark around? She struggled to open her eyes. In her vision appeared Shen Ranran, with a worried expression, calling her name and raising her hand as if to hit her again. Seeing her open her eyes, Shen Ranran let out a long breath. Helped her sit up and asked, "Are you okay? Are you awake? Can you see me?" Qiao Yunfeng looked quickly. "Isn't that the flower you mentioned?" Nia Gaoyang stood on the other side of the cliff, pointing downward. Qiao Yunfeng took a deep breath, supported Shen Ranran's arm, and walked over. On the other side of the cliff, there was a platform with a row of flowers outside a small house. Qiao Yunfeng closed her eyes, trembling with anger, and immediately took out masks to distribute one to each of them. The three of them saw Qiao Yunfeng's actions and quickly took the masks, removing the cloth strips covering their mouths and noses. Watching Qiao Yunfeng, who was furious, take out branches to pile up in the flower bed, she soaked it with gasoline. When she tried to light it, she was so angry that her hands shook, and it took 3 attempts before it finally ignited. Seeing the black smoke rising from the flower bed, Qiao Yunfeng retreated to a distance. The other 3, fearing she would feel embarrassed, consciously walked away to another place. It was then that they discovered a stone chamber on the side of the cliff, as if it had been carved into the rock. It was not easy to notice without a careful look. The 3 of them went in to check, and found that the space inside was not small. But it was a bit cold, and it looked like someone had lived there before. Qiao Yunfeng waited for the fire to burn out, and her mood calmed down a bit. Falling the same place twice, it seemed she really had a connection with this flower, a fateful connection. Shen Ranjan pulled Qiao Yunfeng into the stone chamber, and everyone discussed spending the night there. Swinging the machete, chopping at the branches one by one, Qiao Yunfeng still felt a bit gloomy inside. "How did you notice something was wrong with me? I felt something was off. We agreed that you would tell us what you saw when you went up, but you just sat there for ages, doing nothing, not even moving. This isn't like you." "Qiao, no one knew this flower was here, you too." Seeing Shen Ranjan's comforting expression, Qiao Yunfeng nodded. "I'm Fine, just unsure if this flower still exists on the island." Qiao Yunfeng sighed. "This flower is too terrifying. Thank you for today." A gentle warmth rose in her heart. It turned out that having someone to accompany you feels quite nice. "Dinner is ready. You all come over to eat first, and after eating, we can continue to make the wooden raft. Today, the heavy rain has come early again." Shen Ranjan placed 4 bowls on the table. Qiao Yunfeng took out 4 apples and placed them neatly. 2 men walked over, and everyone started to eat. "I think the weather might get worse tomorrow," Shen Ranran complained. "I made some food to replenish our energy today. Let's all share a bit, just in case we need it." Shen Ranran placed some food on the table. Qiao Yunfeng glanced at the crowd and took out a pile of medicines. Although the medical box had been replenishing randomly every day since the start, it unfortunately had never produced the vitality potion. In Chapter 38, Scene 6, Island Horror 6, looking at the pile of antipyretics, cold medicines, vitamin tablets, alcohol, and hemostatic agents on the table, the other 3 people watched her with expressions that had shifted from strange to gradually calm. Were all these prepared on the ship? Meng Wenrei looked at the pile of diverse medicines pushed in front of him, almost all of which were usable. "This isn't it." Facing the puzzled gazes of the 3, Qiao Yunfeng maintained a calm expression, but internally she was tumultuous. "My possession is the medical box." After saying this, Qiao Yunfeng, feeling anxious, waited for the others' reactions. She was afraid, worried that events from her past life might replay. However, there was also a feeling that it wouldn't happen this time. In this contradictory feeling, only she knew that while she appeared calm, her heart was racing, and her entire body was tense and stiff. "Qiao, you are amazing. Doesn't that mean you've never run out of medicine?" Shen Ranjan's surprised voice was the first to break the silence. "No wonder, it's only the second challenge. and your hemostatic medicine is already astonishingly good. Yet Gaoyang waved his arm and quickly stored the pile of medicines in front of him. Is there more? I can trade you for something else. Come on, our two possessions are weapon boxes. What do you want? After putting away the medicines he received, Meng Wenrui immediately took out a pile of weapons and displayed them one by one for Qiao Yunfeng. How about this? A military knife, top quality, can chop and slice. Incredibly sharp, and most importantly, it's light. Girls find it very handy. You should try it. This, a bulletproof vest, must have one to ensure safety. It's the top priority. It protects against guns and knives, although it can be a bit hot to wear in high temperatures. Grenades, this consumable is definitely needed. Should we stock up? Look at this submachine gun. It was invincible during the zombie scene. Watching him promote like a vendor, Qiao Yunfeng suddenly laughed. A hint of bitterness rising in her heart, unsure if it was for her current self or her past self. Let us go with the grenades. I'll stock up on these. You probably don't have many left, right? Not many now, but after this round, when you find us, it will definitely be enough for what you need. You should check out the bulletproof vest. I think you must have one for safety. That makes sense. I'll take one. What do you want in exchange? Hemostatic medicine. My feelings for it are unwavering. How about adding some aspirin? If you need hemostatic medicine, there must be wounds, right? Iodine for disinfection, bandages to stop bleeding, and recovery speed doubled. Do you want it? Yes, definitely need them all. Come on, look at this. You'll definitely find it useful. Shinranjan, sitting nearby, watched the back-and-forth exchange between the two, occasionally chiming in with suggestions. Gaoyang, sipping hot soup. Listened with a smile, casually offering some professional advice. Actually, you can tie this with a knot like this, connecting them with ropes. So you can set it up as a chain of protective zones. Then when you pull it, they all explode together. That's too fierce. It could easily hurt yourself. Indeed, then adjust it, reduce the quantity, just use two, split left and right, or up and down, depending on where you need it. This method is good. I'll take it. How many do you have left? Xiao, you definitely have some, but I think you can also try this. For a moment, the entire stone chamber was warm under the flickering campfire, and no one felt cold. At exactly 8 o'clock a.m., Disaster Survival Challenge. Day 9 begins. The two men continued to chop wood in the forest. The rafts were already made, one for each person, and storing more wood was also to facilitate warmth at night. Qiao Yunfeng stood in front of the stone chamber, looking at the shimmering sea surface in the distance, calm and serene. However, the uncomfortable feeling in her heart was becoming more and more apparent. This scene seemed familiar. Hold her breath. She focused her gaze on the sea surface and suddenly saw a huge white wave rise at the edge of the sea. Qiao Yunfeng turned and entered the stone chamber, quickly using stones to block the small window in the wall. What's wrong? Shinranjan asked anxiously. It's nothing. I slipped while climbing the rocks and fell, Meng Wenrui said, applying hemostatic medicine to the wound and immediately changing into clean clothes. Gaoyang picked up the blood-stained clothing and quickly walked out of the stone chamber to throw it down the mountain. But in that brief moment, several snakes had already slithered up the cliff wall. These snakes had thin wings and raised their heads, hissing as they flicked their tongues. Hearing gunfire from outside, Qiao Yunfeng rushed out and saw the snakes beginning to gather on the cliff. He immediately drew his handgun and started shooting. The cliff face was too wide, and soon more and more snakes were coming over, their hissing growing louder. Bang! Meng Wenrui threw down a grenade, and Gaoyang took out a flamethrower, continuously scorching the cliff face, filling the air with the smell of roasted meat. Shinranjan took out a long rope soaked in gasoline and directly hung it on the cliff, lighting it, but just as she was about to hang a second one, she was stopped by Qiao Yunfeng. The tsunami is about to hit. The fire won't catch. As soon as the words were spoken, seawater surged towards them, drenching everyone from head to toe, and they involuntarily choked on a mouthful of seawater. The three of them entered one after another, but before they could close the door, a massive tsunami crashed in with a roar, and the huge wave surged inside. Qiao Yunfeng was standing at the door, ready to close it after everyone came in, when suddenly a wave hit her directly, causing her to fall backward hard. With a thud, her back and the back of her head slammed against the stone floor of the room, and her mind instantly went blank, her vision darkening. She choked on a mouthful of seawater, lying on the ground and struggling to breathe for a moment before starting to cough violently after 3 seconds. A cry of despair escaped from Shen Ranran. Turning to look, she saw 2 snakes slithering into the room with the seawater biting her. Nie Gaoyang and Meng Wenrui worked together to close the door with difficulty, then turned around and drew their knives to kill the 2 snakes. "How is it? Are you poisoned?" Qiao Yunfeng asked in a hoarse voice. "No, the status doesn't show any poisoning," Shen Ranran replied, glancing at her status and letting out a sigh of relief as she applied hemostatic medicine to herself. "I'll wrap it up to help it heal faster." Qiao Yunfeng tried to calm her breathing, saying, "If the seawater keeps rising, we might end up submerged in it, with wounds on our bodies. It won't be good if we soak in the seawater." Hearing this, Shen Ranran shivered all over. Yes, I'll bandage it right now." She quickly took out the bandage that Qiao Yunfeng had given her yesterday and carefully applied medicine to her wound, wrapping it up. Due to the impact of the giant wave, the entire stone room was now filled with seawater, making it impossible to light a fire. The dampness in the room made everyone feel cold. Qiao Yunfeng took out the yacht, and everyone got on board. After changing their clothes, they sat down. The sound of the tsunami outside grew louder and louder. Fortunately, they had inadvertently discovered this stone chamber embedded in the cliff, which was arguably the highest point on the island. Given the current situation, unless the entire island was submerged, they would still be safe here. Even the largest waves couldn't break the cliffs or damage the rocks. However, the temperature had begun to drop rapidly, and the 4 of them kept drinking hot water. A stove was lit in the cabin, but the feeling of cold in their bodies still hadn't improved. On the yacht, there was only 1 outdoor folding stove stored. If they ignited it directly on the deck, it could potentially set the boat on fire. She found all the warm supplies on the boat and put 2 heat packs on each person, but everyone was still shivering from the cold, their lips turning blue. "Let's use this to start a fire," Shen Ranyan said, taking out an iron pot that they had used to cook porridge in the past few days. Multiple fire pits should warm them up a bit. Looking at the pot, Qiao Yunfeng clapped her hands and took out an oil barrel from the storage room in the cabin. After pouring all the oil inside into the yacht's fuel tank, the empty metal oil barrel could be used to ignite another fire pit. She carefully wiped the remaining oil inside, mainly to prevent the flames from getting too large and igniting the boat. "Your boat is really useful. Otherwise, even if we were in the stone house right now, we could avoid the tsunami, but we definitely couldn't withstand this cold," Meng Wenrui sighed. "Let's drink some hot soup. I received hot and sour soup today. It's quite fitting and will warm us up a bit," Shen Ranyan said with a smile, distributing 1 bowl of soup to each person. "There's only 1 sleeping bag, so let's take turns sleeping tonight." Qiao Yunfeng had prepared the sleeping bag just for herself, and the blanket was already wrapped around everyone. "You all can sleep first. I'll keep watch over the fire," Nie Gaoyang said, looking at the 2 burning fires. These 2 stoves were not large and needed constant wood to maintain the flames. "Let us take turns keeping watch. We don't know what will happen tomorrow. Everyone needs to rest and conserve energy," he added. "Okay." At exactly 8 a.m., Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 10 begins. The challenge will officially end at 4 p.m. The tsunami had stopped during the early morning, but the gloomy sky clearly indicated to everyone that a major storm was about to arrive. The 4 sat quietly in the cabin, finishing their breakfast without speaking. The atmosphere was very tense. The roar of thunder shattered the silence, and the storm came roaring in. Hearing the storm outside, which is no less than yesterday's. "Let's put on our life jackets first," Shen Ranyan said, forcing a smile as she looked at everyone. "The sea is still some distance from us. Maybe it won't flood over here." "Don't be so anxious," Meng Wenrui tried to smile. "Mengzi is right. Even if it floods over, we have oxygen tanks. Once the seawater completely submerges the stone room, we can just swim out," Nie Gaoyang added. "Tie up the raft. As long as we cling tightly to it, we will definitely float to the surface." "Yes," Meng Wenrui continued. "Don't worry, we all have food and medicine to replenish our energy and health. We will definitely last until 4 p.m. At noon, the seawater began to pour into the stone room. By 2 p.m., the air in the cabin was running out, and everyone strapped on their oxygen tanks. At 3 p.m., the first oxygen tank ran out, and they switched to the second one. Nie Gaoyang signaled to Qiao Yunfeng, and they swam out of the cabin. Qiao Yunfeng secured the yacht. The four floated in the stone room, looking at each other, and someone reached out a hand, followed by another hand reaching up. When all four hands were together, Qiao Yunfeng smiled. Although no one could see each other's expressions in this situation, everyone knew they were saying the same thing. Survive, keep going. The four of them secured the rafts and swam out one by one. As soon as she exited the stone room, Qiao Yunfeng immediately felt a powerful current of water, a force she could not resist, sweeping her far away. Under this force, the only thing she could do was hold tightly to the raft and slow her breathing to avoid being thrown off by the current. She didn't know how long it had been, but when the impact of the water began to subside, she felt herself starting to float upwards. When she completely surfaced, it was still pouring rain around her. She looked around. There was nothing but seawater, and she had no idea where she was, drifting alone on the ocean. Although the heavy rain continued, the strong winds and huge waves had ceased. Leaning by the stove, feeling the heat from the flames, she slowly ate food to replenish her energy and health. Turning her head to look at the pouring rain outside the yacht, she couldn't help but worry about the other three. She wondered how they were doing now and hoped they were safe. Chapter 39. The 7th Challenge. Desert Oasis 1 at 4:00 p.m. sharp. Current status of the challengers evaluated as good. Reward: 3 portions. Health 100, Stamina 100, Space 1M, X 1M. Reward source crystal 300. Special note: the challenger burned all the dream flowers, receiving the reward. Dream Real Potion can eliminate all negative states. Health 1000, Stamina 1000. The 7th challenge will begin at 7:00 a.m. 3 days later. Real population 3 million. Qiao Yunfeng looked at the Dream Real Potion, and her first reaction was not joy at how powerful the drug was, but rather she immediately slapped herself hard across the face. Oh, that hurt. The intense pain instantly reached her brain, causing her to gasp. Just as she wanted to laugh, she froze. No, she realized that even in an illusion, she could still feel pain. This method wouldn't work. For a moment, she felt foolish for her actions. She pinched her furrowed brow and glanced around. It was still the same messy little house she had left, so she found a random spot to sit down. She needed to calm down and sort out her thoughts. Had she been tricked by the flower again? Was she still in an illusion? What was real and what was fake? Her mind raced, but she still couldn't make sense of it. She couldn't think of any method to determine the truth. That flower was too terrifying. After half an hour of contemplation, she still had no answers. Qiao Yunfeng stood up, decided not to think about it anymore, and followed her original plan to head into the city. If she was still in an illusion, she would surely find a flaw later. She couldn't let fear of being in an illusion stop her from taking action. She needed to find a place to live. Driving her SUV, she followed her memories to a suburban community, a new development that was currently for sale. The entire area was eerily quiet, with not a single person in sight. Qiao Yunfeng chose a building that had already been topped out and climbed directly to the 18th floor. She pried open the door and walked in. The 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment was empty, with cement walls and a cement floor, but at least the windows had been installed. Before the challenge ended, she planned to settle down here. She lit the stove and prepared to enjoy a lavish barbecue feast for dinner. The sound of the meat sizzling on the iron plate was truly wonderful. And combined with the aroma of the food, her tense emotions gradually began to ease, allowing her to relax. After 3 days of good food and restful sleep, she prepared to enter the 7th round. At 7:00, the time had come to enter the challenge. Disaster Survival Challenge, Round 7. Desert Oasis. You are a tourist determined to conquer the desert, but you have lost your way in the vast sea of yellow sand, unable to tell direction. Finding the oasis is your only hope for survival. Reach the oasis as soon as possible. Survival period, 7 days. Killing other challengers with your own hands in the challenge will drop you a level. If you drop to level 0, you will automatically die. The 7th challenge is about to begin. Reward: 8,000 gold coins. You hold 600 source crystals. Please select from the following items. Each round randomly includes 10,000 items. 1. Stamina 100, Source Crystal 100. 2. Life Recovery Agent, restores 800 health, Source Crystal 500. 3. Health limit increase by 300. Source crystal 600. Increasing the health limit was a must. Without any hesitation, she chose option 3. The higher her health, the safer she would be. Name: Qiao Yunfeng level. Level 7 can be upgraded. 1 level for each successful disaster challenge. Gender: female. Number of challenges participated: 7 health, 1230 stamina, 970 status. Good space: 21m x 21m can be upgraded. Held item: Level 7 medical kit can designate one type of medicine as a common medicine, receiving one of the same type daily. After maintaining its original effectiveness, 2 random types of medicine will appear daily. With the medical kit at level 7, designating one type of medicine means she can receive one of the same type every day, so she would have a continuous supply available. This function was really considerate. She took out the dream reality potion obtained from the last round. It could eliminate all negative statuses, restoring 1,000 health and 1,000 stamina. She decided to see if she could designate it as a common medicine. This potion was even better than the vitality recovery agent she had always been thinking about. If she could really designate it as a common medicine and receive one daily, she would basically be free from life-threatening situations. Feeling a bit excited, she unconsciously rubbed her hands together and clicked confirm. Success. With her brows raised, she looked at the medical box where the second dream reality appeared. Identical to the first one, Qiao Yunfeng took a deep breath after half a minute, finally relieved that the suffering from the last round had not been in vain. Qiao Yunfeng was overjoyed because of the potion, and immersed in happiness. She had completely forgotten that her adventure began in the desert. After being blown by the sand for a while, she finally came to her senses when she got a mouthful of sand. Looking around, she saw nothing but a sea of yellow sand. She glanced up at the sun overhead, took out her off-road vehicle, found a direction, and drove straight ahead. The yellow sand filled the air, occasionally hitting the windshield of the car. In her eyes, all the passing scenery seemed to retreat as the off-road vehicle sped forward, showing no signs of change. At exactly 8 a.m., Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 1 begins. Qiao Yunfeng gulped down several large mouthfuls of iced coffee and slapped her face hard to wake herself up. 2 hours had passed, but the scenery outside the car window had not changed. It was still a barren expanse of yellow sand. The only change was that the fuel gauge of the SUV kept dropping, the continuously consumed gasoline indicating to her that she was indeed moving forward, not stuck in place. For a moment, she even doubted whether she had fallen into some kind of illusion again. She shook her head vigorously, finished the iced coffee, and poured all the ice cubes into her mouth, crushing them with force. The stimulation from the ice helped to calm the heat and restlessness within her. The temperature in the desert continued to rise, sometimes reaching as high as 50 degrees during the day. After another hour of driving, the scenery outside still showed no signs of change. She was contemplating whether she should set up a sunshade to take a break. Looking out from the car, she noticed the shimmering heat rising from the sandy ground. With such high surface temperatures, continuing to drive might cause a tire blowout. She took out a bottle of ice water and sipped it slowly, letting the water slide down her throat. Just as she was preparing to stop and rest, something suddenly appeared in her line of sight. Looking far ahead, she saw creatures lying motionless on the ground, spaced not too far apart but densely clustered together into a large group. Qiao Yunfeng slowed down and carefully observed through the car window. It was plants, not animals, which made him feel somewhat relieved. After walking all morning, he surprisingly felt a bit of fondness upon seeing these plants. His first thought was that he finally saw something other than yellow sand. The leaves of these plants resembled orchids, covered in sand, appearing dull and gray. The 2 leaves grew particularly robustly, and although they were wide, the entire plant was not tall. There was some distance between each plant, densely packed yet arranged in an orderly manner, forming a large area. As he drove around the plants slowly, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He turned his head, focused and thought carefully. Turning again to look closely at the plants outside the window, he wondered uncertainly if these plants could be the 1,000-year orchid. It is said that the 1,000-year orchid is extremely drought-resistant, with a strong life force that allows it to survive for 1,000 years, which is why it is called the 1,000-year orchid. However, its 2 leaves do not undergo metabolism. From birth to death, it only has these 2 leaves. Therefore, in the desert, Many toxic fungi can attach themselves to its leaves, making it a genuine poison. He recalled the previous encounter, tormented by that dream flower. The scene of suffering between life and death. Qiao Yunfeng quickly took out a mask and put it on, stepping on the gas pedal hard, gripping the steering wheel tightly, and immediately distancing herself from the flowers, further and further away. If she hadn't remembered that all the survival materials mentioned that in desert walking, the biggest taboo is constantly changing direction, she would have really wanted to turn the car around and drive in another direction. Because as far as she could see, the area of the Millennium Orchids was indeed too vast. Now, she could only tightly close the car windows, secure her mask, and speed away from the Millennium Orchids, keeping a distance of 100 meters, hoping to leave this area quickly. She kept praying in her heart, hoping not to get a flat tire. Fortunately, this time her prayer was finally effective. After 20 minutes of the off-road vehicle speeding, she finally escaped that area. In front of her was another scene of yellow sand flying everywhere, and this time she didn't mind at all. Instead, she thought as long as it wasn't toxic. Yellow sand was pretty good. She didn't dare to stop the car immediately to rest, maintaining her speed and continuing to drive for half an hour before daring to stop and set up a shade tent. The first thing she did after getting out of the car was to take out alcohol and spray it all over the off-road vehicle. Regardless of whether it was effective or not, disinfection had to be done first. She really didn't want to suffer another torment. It was better to be cautious. Under the blazing sun, even with an ice pack and a sun hat, she set up the shade tent on the scorching sand before putting the RV inside. After doing all this, she was already drenched in sweat, feeling completely dehydrated, and her throat was extremely dry. The weather was really too hot. As soon as she got into the RV, she immediately turned on the air conditioning, slowly drank some water, and lay down in bed for a nice sleep, preparing to set off again in the afternoon when the temperature would drop a bit and it wouldn't be so hot. The temperature in the desert varies greatly between day and night. It's scorching hot during the day and incredibly cold at night. After resting, when the weather wasn't too hot in the afternoon, Qiao Yunfeng had already packed up and continued her journey. By the evening, facing the sunset, when she encountered another sea of ghost flowers, she was already very calm, at least much calmer than in the morning when she encountered the Millennium Orchids. She gripped the steering wheel tightly and drove 100 meters out, continuing to circle around. She drove like this until it got dark, with only yellow sand flying outside the car window. Qiao Yunfeng let out a long sigh, feeling the temperature rapidly drop. She stopped the car to set up the large tent and took out the RV. It seemed she would have to spend the night in the desert. To prevent challengers from sneaking up on her after dark, she specially dug traps around the campsite and placed animal traps around the tent, just to see if anyone really wanted to attack her. Lying on the bed of the RV, wrapped in a blanket, she opened a discussion forum to see if everyone was still looking for an oasis. Had anyone found it yet? Maybe someone had a good method to quickly find the oasis. After all, no pain, no gain. Who still wanted to trade for ice water? Hurry up and make a deal. Bring supplies. Your price is too high. Can you lower it a bit? Can your life be cheaper? How did you guys get to the oasis so quickly? I opened my eyes and was already at the oasis. I arrived after walking for half an hour. I've been walking in the desert to the point of questioning my life. If I hadn't seen a camel, I really wouldn't have been able to move anymore. I'm still stuck in the sand and can't move. Can anyone suggest a way to get out? Quicksand? Just lie flat and move slowly to get out. I'm stuck with both person and vehicle. I can't lie flat. Just get up and run. The car door and windows won't open. Dude, take care. Don't listen to him. Break the car window with something, lie on a board, and you can get out. It's easy to say, but if he had that brain, he would have gotten out by now. Haha, you guys are taking this too seriously. This is the 7th round. If he were that stupid, he wouldn't have made it this far. The night market at the oasis has so much delicious food. Who still wants to trade for food? It turns out that many people have already reached the oasis. Could it be that I really went the wrong way? At this moment, Qiao Yunfeng felt a thought surge in her mind again. Should she change direction tomorrow? Was her direction really wrong? In fact, if it weren't for encountering 2 different poisonous plants during today's journey, she might have thought she was going in circles. But changing direction might not necessarily be right, either. Forget it. Thinking of the person stuck in quicksand, she felt a little comforted. She decided to continue in this direction. After all, Didn't they say that when walking in the desert, it's best not to change direction? She would have to be careful of quicksand when driving tomorrow. Getting stuck with both person and vehicle was indeed dangerous. Chapter 40, 7th round, Desert Oasis 2 at exactly 8 o'clock a.m., Disaster Survival Challenge. Day 2 begins. The off-road vehicle sped through the morning, just like yesterday, with yellow sand still swirling all around. In Qiao Yunfeng's mind, there would occasionally be a thought bursting forth. Why not change direction? Maybe by changing direction, she could find the oasis. She suppressed this tempting thought and resolutely continued forward without changing her course. Sun Yuran, at the start of this challenge, found herself in the oasis. After a good day exploring the oasis and fully resupplying, she rented 2 camels today and slowly left the oasis, stepping into the desert. Among all the challengers eager to rush into the oasis, she was the only one walking out of it. Why? Naturally, it was because the desert held the things she desired, loved, and longed for the most. Those toxic things that only exist in the desert and cannot grow elsewhere: medicinal watermelons, millennium orchids, wolf poison grass, venomous scorpions, horned vipers, and so on, were all her reasons for leaving the oasis and entering the desert. If she could find one or several of them, she might be able to concoct new medicines. Sun Yuran was filled with anticipation, hoping to encounter some poisonous varieties. Riding on the camel, she swayed into the desert. While others avoided such things, she yearned to see and find them. Perhaps this is the difference between people. Zheng Keqing, entering the challenge for the first time, was extremely nervous. Upon entering, she realized she was now in the desert, surrounded by yellow sand as far as the eye could see, with no one around. The little girl was so frightened that she immediately burst into tears. With nothing at all, she put on a piece of clothing over her head and continued walking under the scorching sun. 2 hours later, sweating and without water, she was dizzy and unable to continue. Just as she was about to faint, a cactus appeared before her. After being pricked countless times, she finally endured the pain, drank the juice flowing from the cactus, and took a bite of the cactus fruit, grimacing at its bitterness. Nevertheless, leaning against that cactus, she persevered all the way to the oasis, lying on the big bed in the inn, enjoying the air conditioning, and finally falling asleep peacefully. Before the hottest part of noon arrived, Qiao Yunfeng set up a shade canopy and tent and took out her RV to rest. Just as she was about to take a nap, she suddenly heard a scream from outside. She immediately walked to the tent entrance to look outside and saw a man whose foot was stuck in a trap she had dug, and when he was pulled out, he still had an animal trap clamped onto his foot. She drew her pistol and pointed it at him before she could even ask a question. The man, sporting sunglasses and a scarf that obscured his features, immediately shouted fiercely, "Are you crazy? Setting animal traps?" Looking at him, she raised her pistol and fired a shot directly beside him. "You think you can sneak into my tent without any reason? I just wanted to ask for directions. Isn't that too much? Ask for directions? You could have shouted from outside. No need to come into my tent. Whatever you want to ask, you're not welcome. You can leave now." The pistol she held remained unmoving. "You're being unreasonable. You hurt me and expect me to leave. You should at least compensate me for some medicine." The man sat there, extending his injured leg toward Qiao Yunfeng, his voice full of vigor, showing no sign of weakness despite the injury. After all, this was the 7th round, who had low stamina. A little injury, as long as it wasn't bleeding continuously, was no big deal. Qiao Yunfeng raised an eyebrow and smiled when he heard his words, shaking the gun barrel at him. "Leave 10 liters of water, and you can go. If you're unwilling, I'll make sure you get hurt a bit more. You're being unreasonable." A shot fired, hitting the ground next to the man, closer than the previous shot. Qiao Yunfeng interrupted him directly with action, clarifying his attitude. "All right, I admit defeat. I'll give it to you." The man looked at the gun's muzzle and said, "Can you at least take this off my foot and apply some medicine? Move now. I'll give you 3 seconds. "Fine. You're ruthless." The man stood up, stumbled a bit, steadied himself, and when he stood up again, he suddenly turned and fired a shot, hitting Qiao Yunfeng's hand that was holding the gun with a bang. Qiao Yunfeng was shot in the right hand, and the intense pain made her instinctively release her grip, causing the gun to fall at her feet. With another bang, she felt a sharp pain in her leg as she was shot again. Kneeling on one leg, she turned her head to look at the man. The gun in the man's hand, like her earlier movement, was pointed directly at her as he shook it. "Take out the supplies, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, I'll shoot you one bullet at a time." Qiao Yunfeng glanced at the gun on the ground, thinking about how to quickly pick it up when he heard the other party's sinister voice saying, "Don't even think about moving. If you make a move, I'll shoot. Wherever it hits, it hits. Anyway, right now, everyone's stamina is high, so dying won't come that easily. Hurry up and get the supplies." Qiao Yunfeng suppressed his anger, took out 2 boxes of water, and the other party tilted his head slightly. "Continue. I know you have more. Don't think you can fool me. I really don't have any more. That's all. Little girl, you'd better recognize the situation a bit. Even if I kill you, it would only be a drop to level 6. I'm already at level 7, so dropping a level doesn't matter. But you're different. You can only choose between supplies and your life. I really have nothing left. All the stuff is in the car behind. You can come and see for yourself." As he spoke, he stepped aside. The man tilted his head, the gun barrel steadily pointed at Qiao Yunfeng, and upon seeing the RV in the tent, an involuntary satisfied smile appeared on his face. "Come out." Qiao Yunfeng propped herself up and stood up, but as soon as she got up, she fell down again. While picking up her gun, her left hand quickly reached outside the door and threw a grenade. At the same time, she rolled to the side and quickly moved out of the man's line of sight. Within a second, the spot where she had just fallen was hit by bullets. Rolling to the back of the RV, Qiao Yunfeng first applied a hemostatic powder to her wound, packed up the RV, and quickly moved outside the tent, throwing out a piece of clothing while preparing to dash out of the tent 2 seconds later. In her plan, the clothing would distract the opponent's line of sight, giving her 2 to 3 seconds to escape the tent. However, the man was not fooled at all. He stood right at the tent entrance, waiting for her to rush out, and threw a punch that directly hit her. Qiao Yunfeng was struck by a punch and immediately drew out a dagger coated with poison, swiftly thrusting it backward. The man quickly sidestepped but was still hit by the dagger. However, at the same time, he delivered a heavy blow that slammed into Qiao Yunfeng. In close combat, relying solely on strength, the girl was at a disadvantage. Qiao Yunfeng was forced to fall to the ground, and the man quickly stepped forward, placing a foot on her wrist and kicking the dagger away. Qiao Yunfeng tilted her head. Just now she was sure that she had hit the man's body. So why didn't he fall down? Through the torn outer garment, she saw the bulletproof vest underneath. Qiao Yunfeng suddenly understood that although he had been stabbed just now, he was not injured because the bulletproof vest had stopped it. The man held a machete in his hand, the tip of the knife lightly tapping Qiao Yunfeng's face. His tone filled with malicious mockery. "Little girl, pretty tough, but unfortunately you ran into me. If it were someone else, you might have succeeded. Now, if you don't hand over all your supplies, I will chop off your legs and arms one by one." As he spoke, he bent down slightly, looking at Qiao Yunfeng's face full of rage, his voice laced with pleasure. "Hurry up. In this hot weather, I'm losing my patience, you." Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes suddenly widened in shock as he looked down at the electric baton in Qiao Yunfeng's hand. "You." Qiao Yunfeng stood up, picked up the dagger on the ground, and without hesitation, slashed at the man's arm. The moment blood gushed out, the man collapsed to the ground. She continued to strike him 3 more times with the electric baton, and seeing that he had truly fainted, she finally sat down on the scorching sand, letting out a big sigh of relief. This man was too cunning. It was truly dangerous. She stripped him of his clothes, tied his hands and feet, and directly tossed him onto the sand, where the wound she had inflicted was still bleeding. Killing a challenger with one's own hands would result in demotion, but the desert, high temperatures, and lack of water were all acceptable. Because of this incident, Qiao Yunfeng felt somewhat depressed, even after gulping down 3 mouthfuls of iced coffee. She didn't feel much relief. Now, even driving felt a bit distracted. In a daze, it seemed like an oasis appeared in her sight. Blinking and looking carefully, it really was an oasis. At the entrance of the oasis, many people were coming and going with cars and camels. From a distance, it looked like a large area of greenery amidst the yellow sand. At this moment, no bad emotions remained. Nothing else mattered. Rushing into the oasis was the most important. She stepped on the gas with all her might and charged straight towards the oasis. This run lasted for 2 hours, but the oasis was still ahead. After 2 hours, all excitement had faded, and she realized that something was off. The visibility was so clear, yet the car shouldn't have been able to travel this far. However, the oasis was truly right in front of her, clearly visible to the naked eye. Even after blinking and rubbing her eyes, she could still see the oasis. The entrance was still bustling with different people coming and going, and various caravans occasionally entered, making the entrance lively and crowded. Holding back her strange feelings, she continued to drive forward. Another hour passed, and as the sky began to darken, just after she tiredly blinked, the oasis in front of her suddenly disappeared. She slammed the brakes, blinked hard 3 times, and looked again. In the scene of swirling yellow sand, where was the oasis? Closing her eyes, she rubbed them vigorously, and upon reopening them, all she saw was yellow sand, nothing else. A wave of exhaustion washed over her, and she finally realized that she must have encountered the legendary desert mirage. Unable to hold back, she sighed deeply and slumped against the steering wheel. Today had truly been too difficult. Qiao Yunfeng leaned on the steering wheel for a minute, mocking himself harshly in his heart. How could he forget the most famous spectacle in the desert, the mirage? Everyone knows about it. How could he be so foolish to have run for so long? He slapped his face hard, tidied up his emotions, got out of the car, and set up a tent. He would spend the night first, no matter what. The temperature would drop soon, so he needed to prepare a place to stay overnight. He would look for the oasis tomorrow. Sitting in the RV, he laid out a table full of sumptuous food, barbecue, hot pot, fruits, yogurt, everything one could desire. He indulged in a hearty meal, and his mood gradually improved. Sipping hot soup, he opened the discussion forum, wanting to see if there were any new messages about how to find the oasis. Why was the air conditioning in the hotel still time-limited? That's because you didn't choose well. The biggest one in the East has no restrictions, just a bit more expensive. Is it a bit more expensive? It's 3 times the price. The roasted whole lamb in the market is really delicious and cheap. I stocked up on 10, and the boss even gave me a discount. How did you all find the oasis? I've been walking for 2 days, and all I see is sand. Nothing else, not even a cactus. Follow the camels, and you'll find it. I haven't seen any camels. Oh my God, all I see is yellow sand, just yellow sand. Keep going. Don't change direction, just go straight. Not change direction? I've changed 3 directions already and still can't find it. I wonder if I'm going the wrong way. I saw a camel. Oh my God, it's running too fast. I can't keep up. I can't see it anymore. What should I do? Follow its footprints quickly. If the wind covers them, you won't be able to catch up. Change water. Big shots in the oasis. Can you bring out some ice water? Yes. Is there anyone who can exchange ice blocks this morning? Bring some more. Has anyone exchanged ice blocks? That's good. Qiao Yunfeng waited for the ice block trading to come out and wanted to stock up some more. It's really too hot in the desert. The good thing is that she has 2 off-road vehicles that she can switch between. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to last this long, and the tires would overheat. Before long, amid the calls from everyone, ice blocks really came up. Ice block, non-edible. 1mx1m can be exchanged for 10 liters of gasoline or an item with 100 health points. To be honest, this cubic meter of ice block, although it takes up some space, does emit a really comfortable coolness. Tomorrow during the day, she can place it in the passenger seat, and when resting at noon, she can put it in the RV. Chapter 41. The 7th scene, Desert Oasis 3 Sun Yuan was really happy today. She found a large patch of medicinal watermelon, and this discovery excited her greatly. The medicinal watermelon, with its vines, roots, and watermelon-like fruits, is all toxic. For others, it's a deadly poison, and they should stay as far away as possible, fearing they haven't gone far enough. But in Sun Yuan's eyes, it was like treasure. For her, these were the best research materials. While she was carefully processing the toxic vines and roots of the medicinal watermelon, she saw 2 people rush into the patch, slicing open a medicinal watermelon to eat. You can't eat that. It's poisonous, Sun Yuan tried to remind them as best as she could. The 2 people turned to look at her, pouted, and immediately started eating it, saying, "You picked a bunch and won't let others eat a couple. What's your intent? This stuff isn't yours." "Exactly. If we eat a few more, what will happen? It's toxic? I see you the most toxic one. It's such a large patch. Do you want to go pick more?" Sun Yuan was speechless, pursed her lips, and tried to explain again, believing them or not was up to them. "I'm collecting the poison from medicinal watermelon. This isn't watermelon. It's really poisonous." After hearing this, The two laughed scornfully and completely ignored her. In the time it took to say those few words, they had already finished one medicinal watermelon, and although they found the taste unpleasant, they continued to open the second one and kept eating, showing no signs of stopping until they were full. Less than 20 minutes after she left, the two people who were cutting watermelons suddenly felt a severe headache and nausea, uncontrollably kneeling on the ground, trembling all over, and continuously letting out painful cries. Why does it show that I'm poisoned? At that moment, the two remembered Sun Yuron's warning and turned to look in the direction she had just been, but unfortunately, there was nothing there but yellow sand. Perhaps because they had eaten too much, they were now in so much pain they couldn't stand up, and soon they didn't even have the strength to speak. Thus, the two lay in that patch of medicinal watermelon and could never get out again. At exactly 8 a.m., Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 3 begins. Qiao Yunfeng drove through the yellow sands, and today marked the third day. The scenery before her was nothing but yellow sand. An involuntary thought crossed her mind. Perhaps she really was lost in the desert. If it weren't for the ample supplies in her storage space, she might have been driven mad by this endless, monotonous desert. A persistent question kept surfacing in her mind. What if she couldn't find an oasis? While she was lost in thought, a cluster of dilapidated buildings suddenly appeared ahead. She thought she was seeing a mirage again and mocked herself for being so klitsch, charging forward without a second thought. As the off-road vehicle approached, the buildings became clearer, and she couldn't help but smile. This time it was real. Entering the ruins, although they were of little use. Resting here at noon was certainly more comfortable than being out in the sandy expanse. She watched the sand lizards quickly scurry away from her. She recalled the effect of the animal fear increase by 3 times she had, and couldn't help but curl her lips in disdain. Looking back, it was probably because of this that she had been racing through the desert for 3 days without seeing a single camel. It was too hot at noon, and there were no intact houses here. She tried to dig a hole in the sand using her storage space, but it collapsed as soon as she started digging. The sand was too loose. Initially, she thought about taking out her RV to rest. But the thought that had been spinning in her mind all morning resurfaced. What if she couldn't find an oasis? The disasters of the desert, aside from lack of water, sun exposure, daytime heat, and nighttime cold, also included poisonous creatures. She had already experienced most of these in the past few days. However, the most terrifying disaster in the desert was the sandstorm. If she didn't have a suitable place to hide, encountering a sandstorm while driving in the desert could bury her and her vehicle within an hour. If the sandstorm lasted 3 or 4 days, she could very well end up trapped beneath the sand. This was likely why the challenge at the start emphasized the importance of finding an oasis. After much thought, she decided to find a place where she could take refuge. She circled the ruins and identified a remaining wall, digging a large pit next to it. She then placed the remnants of 4 walls around the pit and covered it with 2 relatively sturdy wall pieces, leaving only a small opening for her to enter and exit, concealed by the wall. Thus, a makeshift cellar was created, with ample supplies in her storage space. She could easily manage alone. Since there were no other challengers around, it felt relatively safe, even if a sandstorm did hit, as long as she stayed underground. She would have some protection. At noon, she set up her RV in this temporary sand pit to rest, with occasional sand falling being blocked by the vehicle. After covering the entrance with a few pieces of debris, she prepared to continue her journey to find the oasis. Just then, the sound of a car braking reached her ears. Someone was coming. She quickly hid behind the wall, watching as a group of over a dozen people entered the ruins. They looked like a merchant caravan, and a man was shouting, "Hurry, fill up the fuel, and check the vehicles. The oasis is 20 kilometers west. There's meat and wine at the oasis. We can rest well there, so stay alert." Finally, she heard news of the oasis, and Qiao Yunfeng couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. After searching for 3 days, there was finally a lead. Just as she was feeling happy, a shout rang out from the group. "Ah, scorpions! Run!" Qiao Yunfeng turned to see a swarm of scorpions rushing towards them. The people who were checking the vehicles immediately jumped inside, and the sound of engines starting filled the air as they sped away, causing chaos outside. "Hurry, get in. Wait for me. Don't leave. Brother, get on. I'll help, I've been stung. Pull him up, let us go." She immediately took out her off-road vehicle, ready to escape. No one could withstand a swarm of poisonous scorpions. She regretted not being able to run faster. She noticed that all the scorpions were avoiding the spot where she stood, keeping at least 5 meters away. Trying to take a few steps forward, she watched the swarm retreat quickly and couldn't help but self-deprecate with a laugh. Well, this is actually useful. Scorpions are animals too. As she got in her vehicle and drove westward, she could only faintly see the merchant caravan as tiny black dots in the distance. She followed closely behind, afraid of losing them and missing the oasis. Upon entering the oasis, it was bustling with people. By this time, it was nearing evening, and the market stalls had opened. The entrance and exit of the market were crowded with people, lively and bustling, occasionally filled with shouts from vendors. After driving around the oasis looking for a rental house without success, she parked her vehicle and walked into the largest inn, booking a room for the night. Qiao Yunfeng still felt reluctant in her heart to live too close to other challengers. She planned to look for a rental single room or a small courtyard during the day tomorrow, or even a basement would do. Sure enough, the largest hotel was just as described in the discussion forum. Although it was expensive, it was really not bad. At least the air conditioning was available for use. And there were 2 liters of drinking water provided for free. The shower was limited to 15 minutes, which was already considered very good conditions in the oasis, given that water resources were the most scarce in the desert. After a tiring day, Qiao Yunfeng cleaned herself up and lay on the bed scrolling through the discussion forum, preparing to first find a place to stay tomorrow and then go to the market to collect some supplies. Is anyone ordering roasted whole sheep? The owner said if you order 30 at once, you could get a 20% discount. Anyone want to team up? Really? Wait for me. I'm coming. I'm in 2. I want 5. Wait for me. I want 4. Don't come anymore. We have enough people. Wow, that was fast. Let us team up ourselves. Anyway, 30 can get a discount. Let us form a group to split the cost. Big shot changing ice cubes. Throw in some more. How to cure the poisoning status. It loses 10 health points per hour. It's so annoying. It seems the oasis has a medical station. It should be able to cure it. I'm still in the desert and can't find the oasis. Can someone buy medicine and trade with me? Useless, I've been there. You have to get shots for 2 consecutive days, plus take medicine to cure it. Just taking medicine won't work. Damn, where exactly is the oasis? I heard thunder, but it hasn't rained after waiting for so long. Am I hallucinating from the heat? Hey, upstairs, you must have encountered singing sand. It 1T rain. Hurry up and find the oasis. Am I the only one still in the desert? I feel like I can't get out. It's hot during the day and cold at night. I'm going to die here. I saw a patch of watermelons, but there were 2 corpses lying in the middle. I want to go pick a watermelon, but I was a bit worried. That is a medicinal watermelon. It's good that you didn't go in. You'll get poisoned if you go in. Hurry and walk far away. I entered an ancient city, and now I can't find my way out. Did I encounter something dirty? Is there such good fortune? Hurry up and tell me. Mao Xinfeng felt that he would definitely die in the desert this morning. Since the beginning of the challenge, he had a flat tire. His feet were worn out from walking, and after drinking all the water he had, he began to see hallucinations. But just when he wanted to give up, he heard the sound of camel bells, which sounded like heavenly music to his ears. Struggling to open his eyes, he saw a group of people coming from afar. Overjoyed, he chased after them and exchanged a stash of gems for a spot. When he rode into the oasis on a camel, he cried, "It was so good to be alive." At exactly 8 a.m., Disaster Survival Challenge, Day 4 begins. Qiao Yunfeng wandered around the oasis for half a day, stocking up on various supplies, buying a bunch of food and seasonings, but she just couldn't find a house to rent. When she returned to the inn, she had no choice but to extend her rent again, comforting herself that it would be over in just a few days. She had just renewed her rent when she heard someone behind her asking, "Boss, can I get a room?" There are no vacant rooms. Not even one. Will there be more? None. They're all full. One room will be available in 2 days, but I don't know if the tenant will renew. Upon hearing this, the person immediately leaned on the counter and whispered to the boss, "Boss, ask if anyone is willing to share a room. I can help you ask, but why do you want to share? There are also inns 2 streets back. The air conditioning over there is broken and can't be used. In this hot weather, isn't that deadly? Oh, it's hot every year. This year, it's just hotter for a longer time. At 4 p.m., according to usual. It should have started to cool down, But today, the outdoor temperature was still 50 degrees, with the heat wave still surging strongly. After wandering around the night market, several arguments were noticed, mainly because the food had gone bad, causing everyone to get into a scuffle. The temperature today only dropped until 9 p.m. Qiao Boiji couldn't remember how many times he had gone to the bathroom after eating barbecued meat tonight. He had been feeling unwell and had run to the bathroom countless times. At this moment, he realized that the barbecue he had eaten might have gone bad. He recalled that the taste felt a bit off when he ate it, but the boss insisted it was due to different seasonings. At the time, he thought the difference wasn't significant and didn't pay much attention, finishing it with a cold beer. Now, thinking back, that meat should have been spoiled. Just wait. Tomorrow I will tear down your barbecue stall. He cursed bitterly in his heart, but his body couldn't help but slump down in the bathroom. He kept rummaging through the medicine cabinet in his space, trying to find diarrhea medicine. Chapter 42, Scene 7, Desert Oasis 4 at exactly 8 o'clock a.m., Disaster Survival Challenge. Day 5. This morning, the outdoor temperature had already reached 50 degrees. At this temperature, no matter who it was, standing in an air-conditioned room made them completely unwilling to go outside. Qiao Yunfeng stood by the window, looking out from the second floor. Outside, the street was filled with rising heat and smoke. With such high temperatures, could there be a fire? This thought was spinning in Qiao Yunfeng's mind when he suddenly noticed that the sky outside was rapidly turning orange. A massive cloud of dust was rolling in, blocking out the sun. It was a sandstorm. He quickly put on a mask and turned away, closing his eyes. When he opened them again, he saw a layer of yellow sand inside the room. "Boss, this window is useless." "Boss, is anyone there to check?" "The window is broken." Various voices quickly rose from upstairs. Qiao Yunfeng pulled the bed sheet off the bed and quickly sealed the window. The strong wind whipped the yellow sand past, and he heard a loud bang, as if something had collided. Outside, the street was completely obscured by the swirling sand. In such conditions, just opening one's mouth would fill it with sand. Eating dirt was the most accurate description. After sealing the window, Qiao Yunfeng took out his RV and quickly sat inside, tightly closing the doors and windows, barely managing to finish a meal. He opened the discussion forum and saw everyone complaining. The oasis was too enjoyable for the past few days. How did the sandstorm suddenly come? Is anyone still in the desert? Not yet at the oasis? In this weather, if you're outside, just take care. I'm in the desert, and there's no sandstorm here. Where are you all? Really? Are you still not at the oasis? No, I haven't seen the oasis at all, but I saw camels running, so I just followed them. You're pretty lucky. There are actually people who still haven't found the oasis. It seems everyone is stocked up on supplies. Otherwise, by now, they would be desperately searching for water and wouldn't have the leisure to chat. The high temperatures persisted all day without dropping, and in the evening, the hot water in the hotel suddenly stopped. "Boss, there's no water." "Yeah, boss, there's no water. The wind outside is too strong to go out. I don't know what's broken, just bear with it for now. But I'm halfway through washing. How can I bear it?" At 8 o'clock a.m. sharp, Disaster Survival Challenge. Day 6 began. The sandstorm outside had not stopped all night, and the first floor was already covered by yellow sand halfway up the calves. The residents on the first floor had repeatedly communicated with the owner, and the second floor could only hear faint sounds. By the end, it seemed there was a physical altercation, and after a commotion downstairs, it fell silent. Qiao Yunfeng's heart sank. Trouble was coming. Sure enough, before noon, there was a loud knocking at the door. "Little girl, open the door. We know you're living alone. And the room on the first floor is buried in sand and can't be occupied now. Everyone is squeezed together. Just open the door." A man's voice came from outside. "No way, you should leave. Little girl, let's talk this over. If you're going to be like this, we won't negotiate." As he spoke, there was the sound of a key turning in the lock. "This woman has blocked the door. It won't open." Another man's voice sounded from outside. "Get out of the way," followed by a loud shout as they began to forcefully crash against the door. Qiao Yunfeng took out her handgun, staring at the entrance. The moment the door was about to burst open, she fired a shot. "Ah!" A man's sharp voice rang out. "You damn woman! How dare you shoot me? Stop! Are you crazy? If you use a grenade to blow up the house, we'll all be stuck outside." Listening to the voices from outside, Qiao Yunfeng touched her already worn ballistic vest, keeping her gun pointed at the door. "Girl inside, you're being too domineering. We're all under the same roof. The downstairs can't be occupied now, and we're going upstairs with the shopkeeper's consent. Why did you have to resort to violence?" As soon as the words fell, the shopkeeper suddenly appeared at the door, hands raised, trembling in fear, his voice filled with panic. Don't shoot. We're just negotiating. If you don't want to, we'll find someone else." Bang! Qiao Yunfeng shot the shopkeeper in the leg without any hesitation. "It's because you told them I was living alone that they came here so quickly." The shopkeeper clutched his leg and stepped back. "I was forced by them. They insisted I bring them here. I had no choice." Just as the shopkeeper was retreating, a gun extended from the doorway, quickly firing 3 shots in the direction where Qiao Yunfeng stood, and, at the same time, a person bent over and entered the room. The man who entered the room charged directly at Qiao Yunfeng, knocking her to the ground and swatting her gun away. He then tightly gripped her neck with both hands, squeezing hard, leaving her no chance to breathe. As Qiao Yunfeng looked at the man's bulging eyes from the effort, she desperately pulled out a dagger, aiming to slash at his ankle. Suddenly, the man's eyes rolled back, his body went limp, and he fell to the side. Qiao Yunfeng propped herself up, coughed a few times, and gasped for breath. Seeing another person in the room made her vision a bit blurry due to lack of oxygen. The person took a couple of steps forward and stood in front of her, but didn't come any closer, only asking, "Qiao Yunfeng, how are you? Are you okay?" After coughing several times and catching her breath, she looked over and realized it was a familiar face, Sun Yuan, with whom she had interacted in the zombie world. "What are you doing here?" she asked hoarsely. "I've been living here," Sun Yuan replied, reaching out a hand to help her up. "Wait a moment." Qiao Yunfeng pulled back the curtain on the window and opened it, letting the wind and sand blow into the room. The man who had been shot on the ground was nowhere to be found, and apart from the bloodstains at the door, there was no one else around. Qiao Yunfeng stood at the door and shouted loudly, "If you want to die, come on." He closed the door, turned to Sun Yuan, and said, "Thank you for helping me just now. How did you get in? You would have one even without me, right? I saw your dagger. Don't forget. The poison was still provided by me. I heard the noise and came out. This group of people looks numerous, but they're all quite cowardly." As soon as the man outside fell, the shopkeeper ran away immediately. The others saw the situation and all retreated without a moment's hesitation. Looking at Sun Yuan, who was still the same as last time, Qiao Yunfeng smiled and said, "I should thank you for that. These people will still look for those who are alone. Can I stay here with you?" Sun Yuan was still straightforward. "I'll pay you for it." Qiao Yunfeng recalled the 3 people he experienced the last time on the island, then looked at Sun Yuan in front of him, nodded, and said, "All right, help me block the door first." The 2 pushed the cabinet to the door. "I think you're not bad. Is this explanation okay? I feel like you're just being perfunctory." Sitting in the RV, Sun Yuan looked around and asked, "Why do you have everything? We're both participating in the challenge, and sometimes I feel like comparing myself to you makes my confidence disappear." Seeing Sun Yuan's serious expression and thinking about how he looked when he died in his past life, Qiao Yunfeng grinned and smiled at her. "We just have different things. Your poison is particularly useful. Many times, I've escaped thanks to that. Then what else do you need? Thank you for letting me stay here. Let's swap. Have you developed any new poisons recently?" "Yes, look at this." After igniting, within 5 seconds, it can knock out a crowd. But the duration of unconsciousness is a bit short, only 3 minutes, so it's only suitable for escape. This one is similar to a tear gas grenade. It makes people cry and cough incessantly. I think the lethality is insufficient. This one, when ignited, directly reduces life points by 500. The effect is pretty good, but I haven't found a way to defend against it, so I can't use it now. This is the one you used before. It must cut the opponent to take effect. If you can't get close enough to create a wound, it's pretty much useless. And this one, if ingested, can permanently reduce life points by 600, but the problem is you have to make the opponent eat it. Looking at the bottles of poison on the table, Sun Yuan kept pulling them out one by one across from him. Every time she took one out, there was always a sigh about what was lacking. In just a short while, the small table was already piled high with various small bottles. Qiao Yunfeng's eyelids have been twitching. What kind of girl is this? Listening to her one complaint after another. This isn't good. That isn't satisfactory. Qiao Yunfeng was filled with regrets about letting her in. She felt that the girl's destructive power was more terrifying than that group of scorpions. The two sat together in the RV, with the air conditioning on, eating ice bowls, and chatting about their experiences in this round. You actually saw such a large area of millennium orchids? Sun Yuran's eyes revealed envy, jealousy, and a hint of sadness, as she hadn't encountered any. Understanding this look, Qiao Yunfeng had become more composed. She knew that this girl had no control over toxic things at all. Yes, not only the millennium orchids, but I also encountered a large group of scorpions. Where? The millennium orchids? They were too far away on the first day, even without a sandstorm. It would take 3 days to drive there. Ah, that's so far. Even if the sandstorm stops, I still can't make it there. What a pity. Her face showed disappointment and sighs. Raising her eyebrows, Qiao Yunfeng said nothing, constantly repeating to herself that everyone has their own aspirations. Where did you encounter the scorpions? Sun Yuran was a bit depressed, stuffing a piece of ice in her mouth. It shouldn't be far, just 20 kilometers east from here. There's a piece of ruins where I encountered them. That's good. When the sandstorm stops, I can go check it out first. The scorpions shouldn't still be there. After all, they're living creatures that need to move around to forage. How could they stay in one place? Hard to say. What if that's south their gathering place? Anyway, it's close. Let us check it out first. You haven't encountered any toxic creatures since entering the desert? There should be quite a few in this desert. I found an oasis as soon as I entered. Later, I searched for a long time before I found a patch of medicinal watermelons. Looking at Sun Yuran's expression of misfortune and regret for not encountering anything, Qiao Yunfeng thought that without comparison, there would be no harm. In reverse, she realized that Sun Yuran hadn't found anything she was looking for. While she had seen everything, well, I should have also seen ghost flowers, a particularly large patch. The smile on her face masked her bitterness. Come on, let us hurt each other a bit. Where? Indeed, seeing Sun Yuran's envious face made her feel much better. It was on the very first day, not too far from the millennium orchids. A particularly large patch. I deliberately detoured 100 meters and still didn't miss it. I really want to go. Why was I placed at your starting position? The two continued to eat their ice bowls and chat happily. The atmosphere inside was natural and harmonious. While outside, apart from the sound of the sandstorm, everything else was relatively quiet. The entire inn had temporarily quieted down, with no one moving about. However, in other inns, chaos had already begun. People were occasionally thrown out of windows onto the sandstorm-filled streets. Some had enough strength to get up, while others were completely still. Those who got up quickly found the nearest room to hide in, while some were blown far away. Chapter 43, 7th Round, Desert Oasis 5 at 8 o'clock a.m. sharp. Disaster Survival Challenge. Day 7 begins. The challenge will officially end at 4 o'clock p.m. The sandstorm finally stopped, but the high temperature outside remained unbearable, with outdoor temperatures reaching 60 degrees, far beyond what a normal person could endure. Ah, scorpions, there are scorpions. The two, who were enjoying their meal, suddenly heard screams from outside. They lifted the blanket covering the window to look outside, where the streets were densely packed with scorpions, constantly trying to crawl into the house. Everyone downstairs ran upstairs, and gunshots echoed everywhere. The sounds of screams and calls for help instantly filled the air. Open the door, please. Hurry and open the door. Sun Yuran, who was filled with joy and wanted to go downstairs to catch scorpions, was furiously rummaging for tools to catch them, grabbing one thing after another to take outside. Suddenly, she heard loud shouts at the door. Quick, look, there are scorpions. Hurry over. Stand back a bit. Don't crowd, or there will be scorpions. Is there something in this room that scorpions are afraid of? Knock, knock. Is anyone there? Open the door. Instantly, loud knocking sounds came from outside. Qiao Yunfeng turned a glance at Sun Yuran. It's not me. I didn't develop this kind of medicine. Sun Yuran shook her head in confusion. I know, she replied to Sun Yuran's puzzled gaze. It's me. I received a reward that triples the fear of animals. Seeing Sun Yuran's disbelieving expression, she felt exhausted and didn't want to explain further. This reward had always left her speechless. However, it was indeed quite suitable for the situation here. Just at that moment, the front door was once again slammed open, and the cabinet blocking the door was pushed down by the crowd. Why aren't you opening the door? There's so many people outside. Are you just going to watch everyone get stung to death by scorpions? Someone shouted angrily as they rushed into the crowd. This shout drew agreement from everyone. Yes, exactly. You're not opening the door inside. You're so selfish. The two girls were so young. How could they be so heartless? We've been shouting for so long. You can't have not heard us. Do you have something in there? Otherwise, why aren't those scorpions coming over? Yeah, do you have something? Take it out. So many people are about to be stung to death by scorpions, and you're just thinking about saving yourselves. How selfish. Qiao Yunfeng's expression darkened as he directly pulled out his gun, pointing at the crowd. You barged in my house and are causing me trouble. What a bold group you are. No, you misunderstood. We just wanted to hide here for a bit. We knocked for a long time, and you didn't answer. And many people outside got stung. Everyone was anxious. That's why we acted like this. A woman named Zhang Qingqing stepped forward 3 paces. A gentle smile on her face. Please don't misunderstand. We don't mean to cause you trouble. You all charged into my house, questioned me right away, and then tell me not to misunderstand? What? Are you trying to use your numbers to force me to let you stay here? Qiao Yunfeng raised an eyebrow, looking at the woman who spoke. What is it to you? We have so many people. Are we afraid of just you 2 women? We will force you if we have to. So what? A male voice came from behind the crowd, completely obscured by those in front. Step out. I don't talk to people who hide. Qiao Yunfeng pointed his gun at the crowd. Bang! Without paying any attention, Qiao Yunfeng shot directly at a man's leg. You'll find out if you try. Ah! The man screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground as blood instantly soaked the floor. Everyone was shocked by Qiao Yunfeng's actions. No one expected her to confront them all so boldly. She has done for. She can't take us all on. Let us all go at her. A voice rang out from the crowd. Wait. Zhang Qingqing immediately stopped the others, cursing inwardly. What a bunch of brainless fools. This woman is definitely a challenger. Daring to take us all on alone must mean she has some backing. If we provoke her and she throws a grenade or something, we'll all be dead. We're all just trying to avoid scorpions. Your actions are too extreme. Look at how many of us there are. Even if a fight breaks out, it would be you 2 who suffer, right? You should just leave. Zhang Qingqing spoke softly, her eyes revealing a hint of pity. Qiao Yunfeng found it amusing that this group of people didn't even understand why the scorpions weren't coming and yet let her leave. She initially just wanted to drive them out, but suddenly her thoughts changed. As soon as she stepped out, the place would be filled with scorpions. Zhang Qingqing looked at Qiao Yunfeng and the others with some surprise, her expression calm, but inside she felt something was off. This was already her 5th challenge match, and she had relied on her strength to get to where she was today. Qiao Yunfeng gave her an unsettling feeling. Just a moment ago, she had shot without hesitation, giving everyone no room for negotiation, clearly stating, "This is my territory, you all get out." But now, she actually agreed to leave without saying a word, which was abnormal, too abnormal. Zhang Qingqing unconsciously clenched her clothes, narrowing her eyes. The opponent must have a backup plan. Just then, as Qiao Yunfeng was about to leave the room with Sun Yuan, the man Qiao Yunfeng had shot in the leg glared at her fiercely, saying, "Leave the water behind. Since you hurt me, you should at least give me some compensation." Yes, leave the water behind. The others seemed to suddenly react and immediately echoed. Yeah, why should you hurt someone for no reason? Leave the water as compensation. Exactly, a little girl like you is so ruthless. Leaving the water means you acknowledge your mistake. That's right, a little girl comes up and injures someone. She can't just be allowed to leave like this. Grabbing Sun Yuan and holding her arm that was clutching the poison powder, Qiao Yunfeng looked at the group without explaining and directly took out 3 grenades. What do you want? No. Zhang Qingqing couldn't hold back and shouted loudly upon seeing the grenades, her sharp voice painfully piercing to the eardrums. We have so many people and we didn't use grenades. It's not that we can't, but we are afraid of blowing up the house. How can you be so reckless? Qiao Yunfeng glanced at Zhang Qingqing, sarcastically curling her lips. If anyone comes over again, don't blame me for being rude. She quickly ran downstairs, and as soon as they reached the bottom, they heard a scream for help coming from upstairs. It hurt so much. Qiao Yunfeng was preparing to find another room when a loud explosion suddenly came from a distance. I need to. He quickly took out the off-road vehicle and immediately started to escape. It was urgent. The outdoor temperature was 60 degrees, and there was no water. This oasis would soon be completely engulfed in flames. If they delayed any longer, they might lose their lives in there. Where are we going? Sun Yuan, sitting in the passenger seat, fastened her seatbelt as soon as she got in the car and turned her head to look back. The oasis was already ablaze, and many vehicles were rushing out one after another. Go to the ruins I mentioned earlier, 20 kilometers east, where I encountered scorpions. Qiao Yunfeng thought of the underground hole he had dug. He never expected he would actually need it on the last day. Are the ruins big? Sun Yuan looked at the cars behind them, her face showing concern. There were too many vehicles following them out. Qiao Yunfeng immediately understood what she meant. Some people couldn't help but take action. It's fine, I dug a hole in the ground. It should be enough for the two of us to hide. You must be the legendary big shot. Sun Yuan looked at Qiao Yunfeng for a long time and suddenly laughed. My luck is really good. Huh, what you said makes sense. Sun Yuan couldn't help but laugh. If it weren't for that group of people just now, I could have caught a few venomous scorpions. What a pity. With me by your side, you won't be able to catch any. Qiao Yunfeng added leisurely. Sun Yuan looked at her with a helpless expression. Her eyes curved in a smile. You see, humans are also a type of animal, but I don't feel afraid of you. So, does that make you feel a little better? I think you're actually making fun of me. Qiao Yunfeng shot her an annoyed glance. Just as the two were talking, the off-road vehicle sped in without slowing down, crashing into the ruins. The vehicles behind followed suit and gradually drove over. Qiao Yunfeng pulled Sun Yuan left and right, then stopped at the entrance of the cave, opened the door cover, let Sun Yuan go down first, and cleared the surroundings before going down herself, not forgetting to sprinkle 2 layers of sand on the cover. When digging, because she was afraid of instability and collapse, the entire space of the cave was not large. The two stood close to the wall to make room for the RV. After entering the RV, Qiao Yunfeng signaled Sun Yuan to be quiet. Soon, they heard someone approaching, circling above them several times as if searching for something. Brother, we clearly saw them running over. How did they disappear as soon as they entered here? They must be hiding somewhere, one voice said. Probably, let's search around. That vehicle drove straight here without slowing down. It must have been here before. They definitely know a place to hide. Okay, then let's split up the search. Hearing the voices, the two walked off in different directions. Just as Sun Yuan was about to speak, Qiao Yunfeng immediately shook her head at her and pointed upwards. After a while, the two voices continued from above. Brother, they're really not here anymore. We clearly saw them running over. How could they just vanish? Forget it, I'm too hot. Let's set up a tent over there. Cool off for a bit and sunbathe for a while. We might get heat stroke. It's such a pity. They must have supplies on them, and they definitely know a more comfortable place. Let's go, it's too hot. Brother, do you think there will be another sandstorm? It shouldn't happen again. Let's find a spot with a higher wall and set up the tent. Listening to the two walk away, Qiao Yunfeng shook her head, signaling Sun Yuan to keep quiet. Then she used her hand to type a message. The sand here can't be dug. It will collapse as soon as you dig. They might still be nearby, so we should stay in the car until it's over. Why not go out? There are only 2 of them. I have poison. We can win 2 against 2. How do you know there are only 2? The cars that followed had more than 10. Then let's stay in the car. Sun Yuan thought seriously and realized there were indeed too many cars following them, taking out a large ice block from the space. The temperature inside the RV immediately began to drop. Without the ability to use air conditioning, the ice block made it really comfortable. Are we staying here until it ends? Unless something special happens, it's about time. It's too hot outside, we can't go out. Okay, sounds occasionally came from above, but neither of them showed any intention of going out. Inside the small RV, they leaned against the ice block and ice water, holding on until the end. Zhang Qingqing pushed away the woman who was pulling her, and amidst the woman's frantic screams, she leaped from the second-floor window. Although she was injured, she escaped the scorpion's attack and saved her life. She finally understood what felt wrong, but unfortunately realized it a bit too late. However, she had escaped. As long as she was alive, there was still hope. Seeing the huge fire blazing, she immediately took out her car and rushed out of the oasis. She didn't know where to go, but she definitely couldn't stay there. Following the car in front, she seemed to see the 2 women from the room rushing into the ruins, but they vanished too quickly for her to see clearly. It was really hot in the ruins. Watching so many challengers come into rest, she knew it wouldn't be peaceful for much longer, but for the moment, there was nowhere else to go. She quietly shrank into a corner, hoping no one would notice her. Unfortunately, when she saw 4 men walking in her direction, she knew it was impossible. She couldn't fight them with her strength. She quickly got up and drove away from the ruins, not knowing where to go. But it couldn't be worse than staying there. At exactly 1600 hours, the return time arrived. Chapter 44. The 8th round, Jungle Survival 1, Challenger's current status rated as good. Rewards, 3 items. Health 100, Stamina 100, Space 1M x 1M. Reward Source Crystal, 300. The 8th challenge will start at 7 o'clock 3 days later. Real population, 1. 5 million. Qiao Yunfeng looked at the current population, noticing that there were still 3 million people at the start of the 7th round. But by the end of this round, only 5 million were left. The challenge was becoming increasingly difficult, and the final moments were approaching. She first prepared a hearty dinner for herself, ate it quietly, and then sat in her room, organizing her belongings and categorizing everything neatly. The empty room was silent, yet it brought her immense peace. On the large bed in the RV, she quickly fell into a deep sleep. Over the course of 3 days, aside from checking the hallway daily, she continuously exercised and rested. Occasionally, she chatted a bit with a few others. Everyone felt that the last few rounds would likely become more challenging, although it seemed that none of the earlier rounds had been easy. After resting well and preparing thoroughly, she put on her bulletproof vest and stood in the empty room, waiting for the 8th challenge to begin. At 7 o'clock, the time was up and the challenge started. Disaster Survival Challenge, Round 8. Rainforest Survival. You are lost in a primitive tropical rainforest where the climate is hot and the rainfall is abundant. Countless animals and plants thrive in the jungle, presenting both opportunities and dangers, both medicine and poison. Survive in the rainforest. All participants in this round are challengers, totaling 300,000 with 30,000 survivors needed for this challenge to end. Special reminder, there is no time limit for this challenge. Special reminder, killing other challengers by hand in this challenge will not result in demotion. Special requirement for this round, aside from the items held by the challengers, only 3 items from the space can be selected for use. All challengers' existing spaces will be sealed at the start of the challenge. Challengers can use a temporary space of 1 meter x 1 meter to store supplies. Countdown begins 10-9. As soon as Qiao Yunfeng saw the countdown begin, she hesitated not at all and selected a pistol, a machete, and an RV in the space. Huh? The RV is not selectable? Looking again, the off-road vehicle and yacht were also not selectable. Is it because she was too comfortable using the yacht last time? So this time, it's directly sealed off? Countdown, 3, 2. There was no time to think more. She immediately grabbed an outdoor gear bag that she had organized, and the time was up. The 8th challenge is about to start. No coins will be provided for this round. In this challenge, 10,000 supply boxes will randomly appear every morning at 8 a.m. with random items inside. Holding 300 source crystals, please select from the following items. All items are randomly available in 10,000 pieces each round. 1. Stamina limit 100, source crystal 100. 2. Stamina limit 100, health limit 100, source crystal 300. 3. Vitality recovery agent. Removes all statuses, fully restores health and stamina. Source crystal 600. Looking at the vitality recovery agent and recalling her beautiful dream reality, she sighed, realizing she had no fate with this medicine. After hesitating between options 1 and 2, she decided to choose 1 and selected it 3 times in a row. Name, Qiao Yunfeng level. Level 8 can level up. Each successful challenge allows for 1 level up. Gender, female challenges participated. 8 times health, 1330 stamina, 1370 status. Good space, 22M x 22M can be upgraded. Items held, level 8 medical kit can add 1 type of medicine as a regular item, receiving 1 each day. After maintaining the original effect, 2 types of medicine will randomly appear each day. Now that the medical kit is level 8, she can add another type of medicine. Without hesitation, she took out the beautiful dream reality potion. It can eliminate all negative statuses, restoring 1,000 health and 1,000 stamina. She placed it back in and confirmed the success. Finding herself in the rainforest, Qiao Yunfeng checked her bulletproof vest. silently relieved that what she was wearing before the challenge began counted as clothing. Now, checking her items, she found the pistol and machete were both there, and the outdoor gear bag was lying at her feet. She took out a few ice packs from the medical kit and placed them inside her clothing, secured the cuffs of her jacket and pants, tightened her collar, and stored the gun and backpack in her space. This 1M x 1M space was too small. After placing in the backpack, it had already taken up nearly a third of the area. Her mind quickly flashed through the characteristics and precautions of the rainforest while swinging the machete to move forward, first looking for a water source. In the tropical rainforest, everywhere is damp and hot. The towering trees and dense vegetation blocked air circulation, making walking in the rainforest feel like walking in a steamer, wet and stuffy. In this high-temperature, high-humidity environment, the ground was covered with a layer of decaying leaves, making it very slippery. Qiao Yunfeng felt her feet slipping as if they were coated with oil. She had to be careful with each step. The most important thing now was to find a water source first, if she saw any animals along the way. She also needed to hunt. Additionally, she needed to gather some firewood. It rains easily in the rainforest, and if she wasn't prepared in advance, starting a fire would be even more difficult when it rained. Planning in her mind, she took steps forward, with the surrounding plants growing more and more lush, and the vegetation above her head also becoming particularly dense. At exactly 8 o'clock a.m., Disaster Survival Challenge. Day 1 begins. Special reminder, 10,000 supply boxes have randomly appeared. All items inside are random. Most of the sunlight was blocked by the tall trees, making the light very dim, and it wasn't easy to see clearly. The rules of this challenge had changed. There were no restrictions on killing among challengers. So many people would likely be unable to wait and start causing trouble. However, the dangers in the rainforest were numerous, from plants to animals, coupled with the climate and scarcity of resources, and given the large area, it was very likely that challengers wouldn't find anyone before they themselves perished. The forest was extremely quiet, with only a few rays of sunlight occasionally breaking through the branches and falling to the ground. The most dangerous creatures in the jungle were small ones like scorpions, centipedes, venomous spiders, and snakes. One moment of inattention could lead to a bite from an unknown source. After walking for a while, Qiao Yunfeng strangely discovered that there were no small bugs around her. This situation was unusual. The rainforest was typically full of small insects, so how could there be none? Furrowing her brow, she looked further away and noticed many insects crawling outward. Remembering her animal fear increased threefold, she instantly felt that this reward was truly wonderful. She would never dislike it again. Using it at this moment was simply marvelous. With the threat of small creatures reduced, Qiao Yunfeng quickened her pace, moving forward rapidly while carefully observing her surroundings, hoping to find more usable resources. She had brought no supplies this time, and her now empty space needed to be filled with items to feel secure. A smile unconsciously crept onto her lips, and she felt a wave of joy. Her luck today was quite good. Following the sound of water, she moved forward. Before she could see the stream, she heard the chorus of frogs croaking. A cold sweat broke out on her back as Qiao Yunfeng stopped alertly, slowly taking 2 steps forward, using her machete to clear the vegetation ahead. By the clear stream, there was a group of small frogs hopping on the stones at the water's edge, each about 3 to 4 centimeters in size. They were red, blue, and golden, their croaking blending with the sound of the flowing water. They were called the most beautiful frogs in the world, but they were also famously poisonous and lethal. The poison from one poison dart frog could paralyze an adult, leading to death with no time for rescue. Stepping back, Qiao Yunfeng let out a long breath. This rainforest was too fierce, and encountering such lethal creatures right at the start meant she had to be increasingly cautious. This challenge was indeed set in a harsh environment, fraught with danger. A moment's inattention could mean leaving her life here. Instinctively, she wanted to take a cup of iced coffee from her space to calm down, but upon opening it, she found the space had been sealed this time. Sigh. The damp heat made her clothes cling tightly to her body, which was very uncomfortable, but she had to endure it. Continuing forward, she crossed a few fallen dead trees, collecting some dry twigs for firewood when she noticed something moving among the branches ahead. Alertly raising her eyes, Qiao Yunfeng immediately froze in place. Raising her machete quickly in front of her, her eyes fixed on what lay ahead, a tree python hanging there. She had no idea how long it was. She could only see it coiled on the tree, its gray-black skin blending in with the color of the trees in the dim light, making it nearly indistinguishable unless examined closely. Qiao Yunfeng thought to herself, how careless of me. She had assumed that all animals would keep their distance out of fear. But unexpectedly, she had walked right into a dangerous situation. This type of tree python could swallow a person whole, and she now felt a chilling sensation, her scalp tingling as if electrified. She steadied herself, knowing she couldn't tremble or run. On one hand, she knew she wouldn't be able to outrun it. On the other hand, if she turned to flee, the python would sense her fear and undoubtedly pursue her. The outcome of that was something she didn't even want to think about. Qiao Yunfeng gritted her teeth, displaying the fiercest expression, staring intently at the tree python without blinking. Her entire body was tense and stiff, and she could only believe that the fear emanating from her would triple, making the tree python hesitate to charge at her. At this moment, she couldn't show even a hint of fear. The tree python moved its head hanging from the tree, flicking its tongue and blinking its eyes, looking at her with a strange and scrutinizing gaze. It didn't rush over, but it didn't leave either, its head swaying slightly, as if weighing something. This standoff was pure torment. Every second felt like a minute. Just as the tree python was about to turn its head after flicking its tongue, a loud shout suddenly came from the right front. Wow, what a big snake! With this shout, the tree python turned its head towards the direction of the sound, then swiftly slithered its massive body and darted away. At this point, it became clear just how long it was. The entire python slid down from the coiled tree, and in the blink of an eye, its body, over 2 meters long, had disappeared into the bushes ahead. At this moment, the faster and farther one could run, the better. Before she could run 30 meters, a scream came from behind, and after a couple of cries, there was no more sound. Qiao Yunfeng was running while fully alert, observing the surroundings. The rainforest was too dangerous. It was really hard to guard against everything. After running at full speed for a while, and stumbling 3 times in between, feeling a tightness in her chest, she finally dared to stop and rest. Taking deep breaths to adjust her breathing, she opened her backpack, which contained only 3 bottles of water, and knew she had to conserve it. The morning was almost over, and she still hadn't found a water source. If she couldn't find one, she would have to wait for rain. She took small sips to slowly recover her heartbeat and continued her search for water. When something caught her peripheral vision, she tensed up and turned to look. It was a metal supply box. She glanced around and didn't see any other challengers nearby. The supply box was casually placed under a large tree. Opening it instantly brightened her mood, alleviating much of the morning's fatigue. Inside the box were a bag of flour, a lighter, a 2-liter bottle of purified water, a clean set of clothes, 5 packs of instant noodles, and 3 red apples. She took out an apple and bit into it, sweet juice flowing into her mouth. The faint aroma of apple easing her tense mood with each bite. Meng Youxiang had already made a plan as soon as he entered the game. He just needed to find a place to dig a hole, store his supplies, and hide until the other players outside finished fighting. Then he would be able to clear the level. So he directly dug a cave in the spot where he entered, then began to store wood and food. He had just caught a rabbit and now discovered a mango tree, secretly sighing that this game wasn't too difficult. After cutting open the green mango, a milky liquid flowed out, and he took big gulps. He still hadn't found a water source, so he couldn't waste this. He enjoyed eating 3 green mangoes. He planned to go out and set a few traps to see if he could catch more animals. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his stomach and checked his status, realizing he was severely poisoned. There was no time for him to react, and his health plummeted to 0 in an instant. In the last second, he couldn't figure out why. This wasn't a green mango, it was a sea mango, which looked like a mango, but was highly toxic. Eating too much would result in acute poisoning and death. Chapter 45, The 8th Match. Rainforest Survival 2. Qiao Yunfeng was still searching for a water source. On the way, she discovered a few edible palm trees, and she cut the tender heart of the palm. Taking a bite, it was crunchy, and the taste in her mouth was sweet with a hint of bitterness. This was her lunch for the day. After eating, she took a few sips of water and once again heard the sound of flowing creek water nearby. She quickly determined the direction and walked over, hoping to wash herself properly. It was just too stuffy in the rainforest. Before she could get close to the water's edge, she heard voices. Were they challengers? Qiao Yunfeng quickly bent down and quietly approached. By the stream stood 4 people, 2 in a team, facing each other with knives or crossbows pointed at the area. The atmosphere looked tense as everyone wanted to fetch water. So, one person from each side could go down. That should work, right? All right, don't try any tricks. You're thinking too much. One person from each side stepped into the stream to start filling water. One of the men took a few big gulps of the stream water and let out a satisfied sound, which made the 2 people on the bank look over at the same time. That man splashed water on his face while laughing at his companion on the opposite bank, saying the stream water was really refreshing and that there were fish in it. Before the other 3 could react, they saw the man suddenly shake as if electrocuted, then collapse into the water, motionless. The companion on the bank shouted, "What are you doing?" swinging his long knife to chop at him. The man rushed to the bank in shock and yelled, "Run. That thing in the water isn't a fish. It's something long like a snake." "What is it? How do I know?" "Didn't you see? I told you it's long like a snake. I don't know anything else. Are you 2 trying to trick me? Are you crazy? If you don't run, don't block my way. If you want to die, go down yourself." Qiao Yunfeng ignored their argument and quietly left the place again, just as she had come, unnoticed by anyone. The long, snake-like thing swimming in the water? It was very likely the electric eel, known for its ability to generate a current strong enough to stun a person and kill small animals with ease. Even when encountering larger animals, the electric eel can first incapacitate its target in the water before launching an attack. This dangerous creature lurks silently in the stream, and anyone who goes to fetch water from the creek should be careful. Otherwise, the unfortunate one could only be the challenger. Qiao Yunfeng once again felt that the rainforest was truly full of dangers. A question lingered in his mind. With such ferocity, how long could everyone endure? No wonder, in this time-unlimited ordeal, the number of people had already dwindled to 30,000. Quietly leaving, he restarted his search for a water source. Today's search for water was particularly unfruitful, and his frustration only began to ease when he discovered a large cluster of wild banana trees. The heart of the banana stem is rich in moisture, which can quench thirst and stave off hunger, and its taste is sweet and refreshing. Although wild bananas have very little pulp and a slightly bitter flavor, they are still acceptable when roasted. With insufficient food storage in his space, he had to stock up on anything edible he encountered. When Shivering opened his eyes, he found himself submerged in a swamp. Looking at the water that reached halfway up his body, alarm bells rang in his mind. He disregarded everything and scrambled toward the shore. If a crocodile showed up, he would be done for. After falling 3 times, he finally made it to the bank, only to be stunned. Before him lay a dense reed field, with exceptionally thick reeds towering over 3 meters high, completely surrounding the shore. Not even 5 meters in, his face and hands were already covered in small wounds. The leaves of the reeds were quite sharp, slicing into any exposed skin. The countless tiny cuts made him gasp in pain, forcing him to stop and think carefully. This wouldn't do. He needed a better plan. Turning around, he moved backward, using his back and backside to push through, which slowed him down but greatly reduced his injuries. When he finally emerged, he saw a rabbit darting past him. Dinner? He immediately chased after it, drawing out his crossbow and shooting at the rabbit, releasing 10 arrows in a row, successfully securing his meal. By the time Qiao Yunfeng spotted a bamboo grove ahead, the sky was beginning to darken. He needed to prepare a shelter for the night. It was likely to rain or get cold in the rainforest at night, so he had to be fully prepared. Next to the bamboo grove, he dug out a small cave. Taking advantage of the remaining daylight, he gathered small twigs, dry leaves, and thatch along the way, carefully igniting a spark. It was difficult to start a fire in the damp rainforest, so he patiently waited for the small flame to dry out some of the thinner twigs. Once he built up a circle of thicker branches around it, the bonfire finally began to burn steadily. Turning around, he swung his machete and rushed into the bamboo grove, cutting bamboo while also digging up several bamboo shoots. Tonight's vegetables were secured. Qiao Yunfeng quickly rushed over, took a few big sips, and the water was sweet with a hint of bamboo's fresh fragrance. When she turned to look at the bamboo forest again, her eyes lit up. She was not only completely unexhausted, but also full of energy. Before the sky turned completely dark, she wildly chopped down about 10 bamboo stalks and dragged them to the cave entrance. Just as she was busy with her work, a man suddenly rushed out of the darkness. Upon seeing her raise her head, he immediately shouted, "I've been poisoned. Do you have any antidote?" Qiao Yunfeng quickly stood up, took out his pistol, and aimed it at him. "Don't come any closer. I don't have any medicine." The rainforest after dark is extremely dangerous. A normal person would set up a shelter to spend the night before it gets dark. In this situation, the man still dared to run around alone, as if he had "I'm up to no good" written all over his face. Perhaps he was tempted by the glow of her campfire, which is why he rushed over. The man didn't listen at all and continued to move forward quickly. "Please, just give me some medicine. Even something that restores health will do." A shot rang out, hitting the man's leg directly. Qiao Yunfeng sneered, "You don't even sound a bit weak from poisoning. Your excuse is quite half-hearted." The man let out a howl of pain, kneeling on the ground, looking at Qiao Yunfeng with hatred, still wanting to move forward. "You're too cruel." Qiao Yunfeng, holding the gun, didn't want to waste words and prepare to shoot again. The man, seeing the situation, cursed and turned to run, completely unprepared for encountering such a tough opponent, which was entirely different from what he had anticipated. Before Qiao Yunfeng could fire that shot, they heard the man's extremely tragic screams echoing in the darkness. Qiao Yunfeng didn't know what he had encountered. Outside the campfire, the rainforest was pitch black, and he couldn't see anything. The man's screams were chilling in the quiet night sky. Hearing about ants made Qiao Yunfeng think of a special species in the rainforest, the bullet ant. These ants are 5 times the size of regular ants, about 3 centimeters long, and are one of the most venomous animals in the world. The pain from a bullet ant bite is equivalent to breaking 20 ribs at once. The agony is unimaginable. No matter the reason, the man's cries were too tragic, and if they attracted other beasts, it would be problematic. Just as he was considering whether to go over, a rustling sound came, followed by the man's loud shout, and then the forest fell completely silent in the darkness. Su Yanqing was preparing to do something big, set the forest on fire. He remembered the rules of this challenge. It would end when only 30,000 people were left. Reflecting on today's experiences, he had been robbed near a supply box, but successfully counter-killed the attacker. Since then, the thought had been persistent in his mind. If he eliminated the others, he could end this challenge. Setting the forest on fire was the most effective way he could think of to clear out the competition. A person's legs could never outrun a raging fire. This thought excited him, and throughout the afternoon, he carefully prepared and planned for it. The time to ignite the fire had to be at night, when everyone was tired and the dark jungle was hard to see. Once the fire started, people wouldn't be able to escape quickly. He excitedly prepared, stacking the chopped wood and gathering smaller twigs to place under the woodpile to ignite it faster. As night fell, he was fully prepared to start the fire. He took a burning stick from the campfire at the cave entrance, his hands trembling with excitement, and placed it among the prepared small twigs, eagerly waiting. 1 minute, 2 minutes passed, but the burning stick's flame dwindled and eventually went out, failing to ignite the twigs. Frowning, he took out another stick and tried again, but after 2 minutes, the flame extinguished once more. Forget it, he thought, and boldly moved all the burning sticks from the cave entrance over to his pile, adding plenty of dry grass to ensure the fire wouldn't go out again. Finally, this time the fire caught, growing larger and larger as it followed the fire line he had set up, engulfing the trees. He quickly retreated to stand behind the fire break he had arranged. Watching with joy, he saw the intense flames rush into the forest. The fire snakes began to consume the trees, spreading uncontrollably, while thick black smoke rose into the air. Su Yanqing covered his mouth and nose with a wet sleeve, excitedly watching the flames spread, trembling with exhilaration. He had succeeded. He heard the anguished cries of animals, likely suffering from the fire, unable to contain their pain. Soon, different animal screams filled the night sky alongside the sound of the raging fire, creating a haunting atmosphere. Listening to these sounds and watching the scene of the fierce flames, Su Yanqing wore a satisfied smile, murmuring, "Burn, burn." Soon the challenge will be over. Suddenly, a flash of lightning startled him, followed by a torrential downpour that came without warning. He looked up at the sky, which was dark, and suddenly unleashed a heavy rain that intensified in an instant. Turning back to look at the fire, he saw the once furious flames beginning to fade. Soon, they might be extinguished by the rain. A surge of mad anger rose in him. No. Why did it have to rain? At that moment, a fierce howl made him tremble. In his terrified gaze, a massive leopard slowly emerged from the flames of the jungle, the rain pelting down on its body and soaking its burned fur, the wounds emitting a burnt smell. It looked at Su Yangqing with a vengeful stare, as if it had found its mortal enemy, and without any hesitation, it pounced at him through the pouring rain. Su Yangqing barely managed to dodge. At that moment, images of his previous 2 failed attempts to ignite the fire flashed through his mind. Was it somehow warning him not to proceed with this? But it was too late to reconsider now. Even if he tried to hold on, he was no match for the leopard. As the leopard bit down, he felt his leg snap, his face turning pale as he gasped in pain. In the end, he could only helplessly lie on the ground, watching as the leopard lunged at him again, finally unable to hold back his curse. You bastard. Chapter 46, The 8th Match. Jungle Survival 3. He took out clean clothes from the supply box, changed, and hung his wet clothes by the campfire to dry on a bamboo rack. For dinner, he decided to have instant noodles, taking out a small folding stove from his backpack to boil water while roasting wild bananas next to it. He chopped some bamboo shoots to add to the noodles. Watching the heavy rain outside, he recalled the various difficulties he faced while searching for water sources earlier. He took out items from a supply box and placed the empty box outside to collect rainwater. No matter what, he wanted to store at least 1 box of rainwater, even if it was just for bathing or washing clothes. Qiao Yunfeng took a hot bite of noodles and then sipped some soup, feeling incredibly comfortable. He casually opened the discussion area to see what new discoveries everyone had today when he suddenly received a trade request from Shun Ranran. 1 bowl of hot ginseng chicken soup for 100 stamina points in exchange for a full set of long sleeves and pants. Should I get some cold medicine? Qiao Yunfeng thought for a moment and sent an inquiry. He took out 10 packs of cold medicine from the medicine cabinet and sent a trade request, which was instantly accepted by the other party. Qiao, if you need food, just look for me anytime. All right, if I run out, I'll find you. If I need medicine, I'll look for you. Okay, sure. The two chatted for a bit more, and Shun Ranran continued to change clothes in the discussion area. Qiao Yunfeng also browsed the discussion area and found that everyone was unanimously complaining. A rare show of solidarity. This is clearly not meant for people to survive. I can see that now. Yeah, I got bitten by a flower today and ended up poisoned. Can you believe it? What are the effects of the poison? Every hour, it deducts 10 points from my health. That's not too bad. The problem is I don't know how to detoxify. At least you know it was a flower that bit you. I have no idea what happened to me. I have rashes all over. I saw someone by the water today, and they got bitten by a crocodile and pulled under. They screamed and then disappeared. I saw a herd of elephants. Can you believe it? How are you still alive? I'm fast at climbing trees. Oh my, I saw a python as thick as a bucket swallow a person whole. I saw it with my own eyes. Does anyone know what here is edible? I'm scared to eat anything. There are plenty of edible things. Most of the animals you hunt are edible. I just want to know how to start a fire. I've been trying for an hour and still can't get one going. Did anyone find any boxes today? What was inside? I have diarrhea, but the problem is I haven't eaten anything. Who has medicine? The box I found had a bunch of food in it. Nice. Hey, everyone come out and trade. Today I saw someone counting people again for people attacking too, but they were all wiped out by a giant python that suddenly came out. Need medicine. Need cold medicine. Need fire. 3 burning logs. Qiao Yunfeng looked at his medicine box, which was well stocked, picked out a few items he needed, and began to exchange them little by little. At exactly 8 o'clock a.m., a notification appeared. Disaster Survival Challenge. Day 2 begins. Special reminder. 10,000 supply boxes have randomly appeared. All items inside are random. Special reminder. Current survival population is 100. 000. Did 200,000 people drop out on the first day? After reading this notification, Qiao Yunfeng felt a heaviness in his heart. It seemed he needed to be even more cautious today. He tidied up the cave, tied up all the remaining bamboo with vines, and stored it in a space. The 1mx1m space was completely packed. Gripping his machete, he changed his clothes and set off again. This location was still somewhat close to yesterday's small creek. If it kept raining heavily, it could potentially cause a rapid rise in water levels. And at that time, considering the electric eels in the water, this area would become very dangerous. He quickly left this area and continued deeper into the jungle, hoping for better luck today in finding a clean water source. Sun Yuran sat by the campfire, preparing to take a break and eat something. She truly loved this challenge. She liked everything that appeared, and her whole face was glowing with happiness. However, she couldn't stop complaining in her heart that this 1m(x)1m space was too small and couldn't hold more poisons. She was currently roasting a bird, and there were 5 bird eggs roasting beside the fire. Just as she was about to start eating, 4 men emerged from different directions in the jungle, subtly forming an encirclement around her. "Hey girl, I want to trade some food with you," one of them said with a grin as the other 3 blocked her escape routes from 3 other directions. "No trade." Sun Yuran narrowed her eyes, her tone calm and her expression composed. One person immediately clicked his tongue, sarcastically mocking, "I've never seen anyone so calm, even when surrounded. Do you want to die before the challenge ends?" Sun Yuran raised her head, her gaze serious as she looked at the man in front of her. The 4 exchanged glances and then burst into laughter. "Girl, your joke is so funny, I could laugh until the challenge ends." Watching the 4 men draw their machetes and gradually close in, Sun Yuran's expression darkened. Her good mood was ruined by these people. "I don't like killing," she exclaimed, quickly throwing a small object that flew straight into the fire. The 4 men saw this action, and before they could react, they suddenly felt their bodies weaken, and they all collapsed to the ground involuntarily. Seeing that the others had all fallen, they finally understood what had happened and shouted in fear. "What did you do?" Sun Yuran looked down sideways. "I really don't like killing. This is the 3rd wave this morning." She then bent down to pick up the roasted bird eggs and bird meat, tossed another medicine into the fire, and quickly turned to leave. The 4 men lay on the ground, unable to move, looking at each other in panic. "What's your status?" "Normal, but our stamina is at 0. "What are you afraid of?" "Our health is fine, and our status is normal. We just need to rest a bit, and our stamina will recover." "Yeah, you're right. What if it doesn't recover?" "You jinx, shut up. Don't talk, listen. Do you hear that sound?" The 4 held their breath. Indeed, there was a rustling sound in the jungle, as if something was slithering through the bushes, coming in their direction. "Centipede," one man shouted, his face turning pale, and the fear in his voice made the other 3 tremble in fear. But they were helpless and couldn't move at all. A centipede, about 40 centimeters long, slowly crawled towards the closest person, biting down on the back of his neck and injecting venom. The man barely had time to scream before he fell silent. Sun Yuran was extremely annoyed. She just wanted to find some useful items, but she didn't know why she had been ambushed 3 times in just one morning. She had planned to walk slowly by herself, looking for things to collect, but from yesterday to today, no matter where she went, challengers actively attacked her. She was truly fed up. With so many challengers, why did it feel like they were all targeting her? Was it because she looked easy to deal with? So other challengers thought they could take her out first to gather numbers? Sun Yuran sat by the newly rekindled campfire, her mood growing more irritated. After thinking for a while without coming up with a solution, she suddenly realized she had wasted time looking for poisons. She immediately stood up and continued deeper into the jungle. She couldn't waste any more time. The resources in this jungle were too abundant. She had to collect as much as possible before leaving. Qiao Yunfeng smiled as she gathered the wood milk fruits from the tree trunk. They looked like clusters of grapes hanging from the trunk, so they were also called tree grapes. She popped one into her mouth and chewed it, enjoying the sweet and sour flavor that was simply irresistible. Looking at the vast expanse of wood milk fruits filled her with joy. She took out a bundle of bamboo from her space to make room, and then placed all the collected fruits into her space. As she walked and ate, she faintly heard the sound of flowing water again. There was plenty of water in the rainforest, but she wondered if it was safe this time. Following the sound of the water, she soon came across a pristine waterfall pool. Water cascaded down the towering cliffs, creating a deep pool. With her 2 previous experiences in mind, Qiao Yunfeng quietly waited on the side and did not approach immediately. Standing there, she carefully observed her surroundings. The water in the pool was very clear, and she occasionally saw a few fish swimming around. There were no other animals around the pool. But whenever she got close to the edge, that feeling persisted. She paused, thought carefully for a moment, and slowly took 3 steps back, preparing to turn and leave. Just then, a male water deer emerged from the jungle on the opposite side of the pool. It was easy to recognize because of its distinctive features, especially the large inverted triangular antlers on its head. It leisurely walked to the front of the pool, where the water was shallow, bent down, and started to drink. In a flash, 4 fish leaped out of the water and bit into the deer's lowered head and neck. The pool water was instantly stained red with the flowing blood. The male water deer let out a roar and turned to run towards the shore, but a group of fish quickly surged out, swimming rapidly towards it. The deer struggled desperately, making its way up to the shore, completely ignoring the fish still hanging onto it, and dashed quickly into the forest. Qiao Yunfeng looked at the group of fish in the pond. No, they should be called piranhas, and secretly felt relieved that he hadn't gone closer just now. With such a large group, if they surrounded him, he would have no chance to escape. Piranhas have very sharp teeth that can bite flesh directly off their prey. Although a single bite may not be fatal, they quickly swallow the flesh and continue biting, with the entire school attacking their designated prey from all angles. In just a few minutes, the whole school could devour their prey completely. It was truly a stroke of luck that the male deer managed to escape today. If it had taken a few more steps into the pond when it first entered the water, it would have been surrounded by the rushing piranhas behind it, and it would have become lunch for them. He couldn't help but wonder, could it be that all the ponds in this jungle are this dangerous? Of course, not all of them are like this. Li Weizhu had been chasing a mountain chicken all the way but still couldn't catch it. Not only did he fall, but he fell pretty hard, injuring his palm and leaving a large bruise on his knee. Sitting on the ground and cursing in the direction the mountain chicken had fled, he said, "Just wait until I catch you. I'll skin you alive and eat you." Just as he was about to get up, he heard the sound of flowing water. When he walked over, he was greeted by a blue pond that looked magical, filled with many fish swimming back and forth. However, he didn't know how to catch fish, so he quickly came up with a plan. He whittled a wooden spear with his knife and stood on a large stone by the pond, waving the spear to spear the fish. After struggling for a long time, he hadn't caught a single fish, while some swam right by him, flicking their tails and swimming away, as if to say, "You can't catch me. It would be great to have a fishing net." As soon as this thought crossed his mind, he came up with a solution. Looking around, a mysterious smile appeared on his face. He took off his long pants, tied a knot at the bottom of each leg, and then tied them around his waist. He quickly threw them into the school of fish and rapidly pulled on the vines. When he turned to look at the fish in the river again, his face was beaming with joy. With his homemade fishing tool, he really had a bountiful harvest today. Chapter 47, the 8th scene. Jungle survival for Shen Ranjan was clearly aware that she was in trouble. She always knew that her combat ability was lacking, so at the beginning of this challenge, when she saw the rules had changed, she had already decided to quietly hide and be extra careful to survive until the end. She had been very cautious coming in and out of the camp, fearing being discovered. She wanted to quietly make it to the end of this round, but someone didn't want to let her have her way. While fetching water by the creek, 2 men, one holding a crossbow and the other a knife, boldly blocked her path, cornering her by the water. "Hey girl, hand over all your food," said the man with the knife, raising an eyebrow with a reckless look in his eyes. "You can't eat all that by yourself. Just give it to us. If I get it to you, will you let me go?" Shen Ranjan lowered her head, deliberately softening her voice. To make it more convincing, she even took a few steps back and trembled a bit. Her fearful appearance pleased the 2 men who wanted to rob her. The man with the knife whistled and said with a lewd grin, "That depends on whether what you give us is enough. I don't have much. The jungle is too dangerous." Shen Ranjan timidly raised her eyes. Looking pitifully at the 2, "I promise I'll give you all my food, but can you not kill me?" In reality, she was mocking them in her heart, thinking how brainless they were. Once they got her food, she would personally send them on their way. Tears glimmered in her eyes as she bit her lip, hesitating for a moment before taking another 2 steps back, as if after much internal struggle, she finally pulled out a bulging backpack from her space. Just as she was hesitating, the man with the knife shouted fiercely, Hurry up and throw it over, and took a step closer. Shenronjan seemed frightened by his actions and immediately shook her hand, throwing the backpack over. The man with the knife caught the heavy backpack that was full, his eyes filled with malice. Now that they had the goods, they could let her go. The two exchanged glances, excitedly opening the backpack to see what was inside. However, as soon as they opened it, before they could even see clearly, there was a loud bang, and the backpack exploded, scattering the fish inside all over the ground. Shenronjan had already retreated 10 steps when she threw the backpack. Now, she lifted her lowered eyelids, a faint smile on her lips, revealing a hint of mockery. Did they really think she was easy to bully? Remembering Qiao Yunfeng's method of organizing supplies, she silently thanked him. "Thank you, Qiao. Your method is indeed useful." This time, she had brought in 3 full backpacks worth of supplies, nearly filling up her space. It was just grenades. She had brought in a whole large backpack full of them. Meanwhile, Qiao Yunfeng, who was silently being thanked by Shenronjan, was intently watching his prey, a wild boar. If he could successfully take it down, it would provide enough food for the next 3 days. To avoid scaring the wild boar away with his animal fear increased 3-fold skill. Qiao Yunfeng stood about 5 meters away from the boar, quietly following behind it, holding his pistol, waiting for the right moment to take a shot. Just as he was concentrating on aiming at the wild boar, a tree python's head descended from a branch above. This black tree python appeared in a flash and bit down hard on the wild boar's neck. The wild boar let out a series of grunts, thrashing left and right, trying to shake off the python on its back. Unfortunately, within 5 seconds, the entire python slid down from the tree and tightly coiled around the wild boar. He lost his food for 3 days, but if he didn't leave soon, he would also become the python's meal. Bai Nianjing came out of the cave, ready to go to the water's edge to check on the prey he had just caught and to see if there were any gains from the traps he had set up by the water yesterday. If there were, today's food would be sufficient. Before he even reached the water, he heard splashing sounds and animal roars, which immediately put him on high alert. He quickly climbed up the nearby tall tree using the vines and perched on a high branch. From there, he witnessed a thrilling life-and-death battle between the kings of the jungle, showcasing the true survival law of the jungle. The weak are preyed upon by the strong. In a clear creek, a massive jaguar was fiercely battling a nearly 4-meter-long black caiman. Each attack was deadly, and both sides understood that this was a fight to the death. The jaguar could almost be considered the top predator in the food chain. Its bite force is greater than that of tigers and lions, and its attacking characteristic is to bite wherever it can, without needing to choose its target. As long as it bites, it can crush even a skull. The caiman can be called a predator, and its attack power is quite fierce. This particular caiman is no longer in its juvenile stage. Although it hasn't reached the strongest state of its species, it still appears incredibly fierce. Bai Nianjing sat on the tree, witnessing a complete showdown of the jungle's strong contenders. He was so tense that he tightly hugged the tree trunk, completely captivated by the battle in front of him, to the extent that he didn't even notice a bushmaster snake quietly sliding towards him from a branch behind him. When he saw the jaguar fiercely biting the caiman and refusing to let go, he knew that the victor of this battle would definitely be the jaguar. Sure enough, in less than half a minute, the caiman stopped struggling and was dragged by the jaguar from the water to the opposite bank, disappearing into the jungle. He let out a long breath and realized that he had been so tense that his whole body was stiff. Relaxing his body, he moved his arms and turned to prepare to slide down from the branch. Instinctively, he pulled out his long knife and swiftly severed the snake at its midsection, quickly extracting the embedded fangs along with the snake's head, throwing it away in a fit of rage while cursing loudly. He immediately checked his condition, normal. Blinking his eyes, he looked again, still normal, and whispered in disbelief, "Could it be that I saw it wrong? Wasn't he that a bushmaster snake?" Looking at the campfire, he finally realized that he definitely didn't see it wrong. This was 100 a bushmaster snake. As for why he wasn't poisoned, it was because he had taken a universal antidote, which reduced the chance of poisoning by 70. Today, he just happened to be lucky. Recalling it now made him break into a cold sweat. Turning to look at the snake's body on the ground, anger surged in his heart. He skinned it, cut it into pieces, and added a few more logs to the campfire to make the flames burn a bit stronger. Now he could roast it and eat. He fiercely stuffed the roasted snake meat into his mouth, eating it bite by bite. Afterward, he packed up his things and prepared to leave. This place was a bit too close to the water source, and he wondered if there would be other caimans in the creek. He needed to find a relatively safer place to set up camp. Qiao Yunfeng looked up at the sky, which had begun to darken. To prevent being caught off guard by another sudden rain at night, she needed to find a safe place to spend the night. The usable space this time was really too small. She put all the existing wood and the wood milk fruit she found today, along with the rainwater collected yesterday, into the cave before turning to walk into the jungle. Not far into her walk, she spotted a mountain chicken, pecking at the ground for insects. Without a second thought, she immediately took aim and fired. After plucking the freshly hunted chicken, chopping it up, and placing it into a pot, she monitored the cooking, added a bit of salt from her backpack, stirred it evenly, and tasted it, feeling extremely satisfied. She took out some flour, mixed with bamboo water, stirred it into a batter, and gradually dropped it into the chicken soup to cook. That would be her dinner for the night. The jungle was dark and the night long, making it nearly impossible to move in the pitch black. Looking out at the inky darkness outside the cave, Zhang Yibai sat inside, roasting the game he had caught today. He had planned to set some traps at the cave entrance, but before he could dig them properly, the sky had completely darkened. Now, he stared at the meat roasting over the fire, contemplating whether he should move to a different location tomorrow. As there was no water source nearby, if he hadn't found a supply box today, he would have run out of water. Before long, he heard sounds approaching, and nervously took out his pistol, seeing a wild boar crashing around in a frenzy. Upon closer inspection, it seemed that there were some flying creatures attacking it. It was too dark to see clearly what kind of animals they were. He could only make out some shadows flitting up and down. He left a narrow gap for breathing and, to maintain more air inside the cave, removed several pieces of wood from the fire, keeping a small flame burning. He sat tensely at the entrance, quietly listening to the noises outside. Unfortunately, the cave entrance was sealed too tightly. He couldn't hear anything from outside, only the sound of his own rapid heartbeat pounding in his ears. Recalling the flying creatures he had just seen, he thought they must be vampire bats, and a large group of them at that, which was truly terrifying. Vampire bats are genuine nocturnal animals. Nighttime is their foraging time, with sharp teeth as keen as knives. They can easily pierce the skin of animals or humans and begin to suck blood. They only consume blood, not flesh, and their saliva contains anticoagulants, which flow into the bite wound, causing the prey to bleed profusely and unable to stop. This challenge was confined in space, without medicine or weapon supplies, relying solely on his one remaining pistol and a few bullets to face such a large swarm of vampire bats was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. It was better to just survive. At least survival meant he was still alive. Mao Chunyi had been disturbed by insects on the ground all night long and hadn't slept well. She deeply felt that this challenge was more difficult than any previous ones, having been thrown into the rainforest without anything. Fortunately, she had always loved outdoor adventures. Otherwise, she would have been caught by poison dart frogs as soon as she entered. Today, she absolutely couldn't sleep on the ground again. Before dark, she selected a spot between several large trees, gathered many vines to use as ropes, and chose a pile of broad leaves to bundle up, preparing to pull them up into the trees later. Using the trunk of a large tree and the vines growing alongside it, she painstakingly climbed to the overlapping branches she had chosen. The bark of the trees in the rainforest was very slippery, so she climbed cautiously. When she reached the middle, the vine she was holding suddenly snapped, causing her to stabilize her body in shock. Fortunately, while climbing up, she had grabbed two vines simultaneously, quickly adjusting her position to avoid falling from the air. Once she reached the intended spot, she used the vines to tie several branches together and quickly built herself a shelter. She placed the large broad leaves she had pulled up from the ground into the gaps between the branches, so even if it rained tonight, there would be 3 or 4 layers of leaves to shield her from the rain. Sleeping in the trees was much better than digging a hole in the ground. Although it was smaller, there were no pesky insects, allowing her to quickly fall into a deep sleep. Chapter 48. The 8th match, Rainforest Survival 5 tonight. It didn't rain. In the pitch dark outside the cave, where one couldn't see their hand in front of their face, various animal sounds echoed. especially pronounced in the silent night, with occasional animal calls heard. Qiao Yunfeng sat by the campfire, sipping fragrant hot chicken soup and chewing on sweet and sour wood milk fruit. She opened the discussion forum to see what everyone was talking about today. I'm poisoned, and I don't even know why. It now shows that I'm in a moderate poisoning state. Does anyone have an antidote? Who knows what poison you're infected with? Is it even useful? Yeah, as long as it's not fatal, just hang in there. I'm looking for something to restore my health. As long as I can restore my health, it's fine. After all, poisoning just deducts health. I was actually chased by a group of monkeys today. Oh my God. I dug a hole. And how come there are a bunch of bugs? It's terrifying. How do you all sleep? I sleep in trees. There are too many bugs on the ground. You can still sleep in trees. That's impressive. The trees here are particularly tall. As long as there are no snakes, it's fine to sleep. Why am I having diarrhea? I'm not poisoned, but it hurts so much. I need something for heat stroke, something that can relieve heat stroke. Upstairs, did you drink from the creek? Right. Can't creek water be drunk? Does anyone want to trade food? Does anyone have anti-diarrheal medicine? This creek water in the rainforest is best boiled for over 5 minutes before drinking, or else it's easy to get diarrhea. I'm looking for medicine. I need a hemostatic medicine. I need 3 pieces of burning firewood. A pile of requests for medicine, the most common being for poison, diarrhea, heat stroke, disinfection, and hemostatic. Qiao Yunfeng scrolled through all the medicine trading requests, exchanging for what she thought she needed, like this one grenade for hemostatic medicine. This would be perfect if she had 10 grenades today when encountering a tree python. She might not have to run so fast. Realizing that there was too much supply, which might become a burden, she felt frustrated. For a hoarder like her, not being able to stockpile supplies made her feel uncomfortable all over. At exactly 8 a.m., Disaster Survival Challenge. Day 3 begins. Special reminder. 10,000 supply boxes have appeared randomly. All items inside are random. Special reminder. Current number of survivors is 50,000. Last night, after calm and thorough thinking, she believed that the current water storage was still sufficient. If it really wasn't enough, she could exchange for medicine. So it was necessary to find a place close to a water source. Of course, she would never admit that it was because every time she looked for a water source, none were usable, and every time it was extremely dangerous. It was tiring for her, both physically and mentally. She didn't want to search anymore, since she had decided not to look for a water source anymore. As soon as she stepped out today, she headed straight up the mountain, looking for a high terrain with a wide view to set up a camp. This would also solve the problem of limited space and the need to keep throwing supplies away. Wu Tian was hiding behind the bushes. She had just been walking nearby when she was startled by the sound of a grenade explosion, quickly hiding away. Then she heard 2 men furiously cursing at each other. You son of a bitch, you only know how to play dirty. Why don't you come out? You're the son of a bitch. Just wait and don't run, I'll be out soon. She quietly peered out, looking at the supply box between the 2 men. The man on the left was hiding behind a big tree, having been hit by 2 arrows. He pulled out the arrows while cursing and drinking medicine. But his face was pale and his lips black. It was clear he was poisoned. The man on the right was bleeding profusely, looking like a blood-soaked person, surrounded by a mess of branches and grass that looked like it had been blown up. Although they were exchanging harsh words devoid of nutrition, their voices sounded weak and breath unstable. Suddenly, a daring thought surged in her mind. Should she take a risk? 1 second later, she quickly dashed out from her hiding place, sprinting between the 2 men, grabbing the supply box on the ground and leaving at lightning speed. All while the 2 men looked on in surprise and disbelief. In less than 5 seconds, the 2 men had no idea that a third person had just taken advantage of the situation, quietly and swiftly taking her medicine. The 2 men glanced at each other and began to retreat from the area. Sunlight filtered through the dense leaves, illuminating the rainforest, casting varying shades of light in the jungle. Qiao Yunfeng was carefully searching for a suitable spot to set up camp when her foot suddenly seemed to catch on something. In an instant, 3 arrows flew toward her. She blocked one with her machete, but another struck her arm and one hit her chest. She endured the pain and immediately turned around, rolling behind a giant tree. At the same time, another arrow shot toward her, embedding itself in the ground where she had just been hit, with the arrowhead buried 3 inches deep, its tail still quivering. The arrow aimed at her chest was blocked by her bulletproof vest, but her chest felt like it had been hit hard by something, and it still hurt quite a bit. Quietly turning around from behind a tree, she peeked toward the ambush point in the front jungle. It was silent on that side now. While she was applying medicine, she had been listening intently to the surrounding sounds. But up until now, there had been no further attacks or sound from the other side. She couldn't remain in a stalemate forever. She took out a piece of clothing and threw it to the side, trying to lure the other side to attack to determine their hiding spot. However, the clothing landed quietly, and there was no movement from the other side. Squinting her eyes, she recalled the last time in the desert when that man had ambushed her. He hadn't been fooled then either. She took out her backpack and threw it out. Bang! The backpack landed heavily on the ground, but there was still no response from the other side. Qiao Yunfeng held her breath, hoping to hear some sound, but everything remained quiet on the other side. She fired another shot in the direction where her opponent had been, but apart from the gunshot, there was still no other noise. She quickly rushed to her backpack to pack her things, while the other side remained eerily silent. Qiao Yunfeng raised his eyebrows in surprise. What? They ran away? Weren't they attacking fiercely just now? How could they retreat after just one shot? Qiao Shanxian was running while regretting. The traps he set were meant to catch prey, and indeed, he had caught several over the past few days. However, he never expected to encounter a challenger today. He thought that even if it was a challenger, they had already been hit by 3 arrows, so their health must be down by at least 2/3. He just needed to deliver a finishing blow, and it would definitely be an easy win. The challenger was just unlucky for running into him, but reality slapped him hard in the face. Who would have thought that the challenger would be so tough, not only armed, but also ready to counterattack immediately after being hit by 3 arrows? Holding his chest where blood was pouring from the gunshot wound, he cursed in his heart. Is this even human? How can someone still fight back after taking 3 arrows? If it weren't for my good luck, that bullet could have hit me right in the chest, and I would have dropped dead on the spot. After cursing, he started to regret again. Now that he was shot and injured, he didn't know how long it would take to heal. The rainforest lacked medical supplies, and the environment could be considered harsh. If he developed any other symptoms, he might really end up dying here. After noticing that the opponent had run away, Qiao Yunfeng snorted and didn't even consider wasting time to chase after them. Instead, she continued with her plan to head up the mountain to find a spot for a campsite. She found a place on the high slope with a wide view and dug a cave. Since it was meant to be a campsite, she had no intention of leaving. She dug a trench around the cave entrance for defense. A commotion came from the jungle below, sounding like a herd of animals running. She stood up, walked to the trench, and raised her handgun, looking down the slope. For people were running ahead, followed by about 7 or 8 wild boars chasing them. Seeing this scene, Qiao Yunfeng couldn't help but smirk, her expression instantly turning serious. When fleeing, one should run as fast as possible. Yet this group was struggling up the mountain instead of rushing down. They must have seen the smoke from her campfire and realized there were people here. So they came over, likely planning to divert the wild boars to facilitate their escape. The 4 individuals with the wild boars charged towards her with clear intent, shouting loudly, "Help!" Squinting her eyes in disbelief, Qiao Yunfeng steadied her gun. "You can't handle a group of wild boars and expect me to save you?" The intention to use someone as a scapegoat was blatantly obvious. Without saying another word, she fired a shot in front of them. With the crisp sound of the gunshot, all 4 of them momentarily halted, realizing that if they brought the wild boars over here, she would shoot them. Upon hearing this, the 4 immediately turned and ran without a moment's hesitation. Their brief pause allowed the wild boars to close in. 3 wild boars charged at Qiao Yunfeng, and she raised her hand and fired 3 shots, taking down the one at the front. The other 2 reached her quickly, falling directly into the trench she had dug. Qiao Yunfeng swiftly shot and killed one of them, while the other managed to climb out of the trench and charged at her fiercely. Qiao Yunfeng quickly turned and narrowly dodged the wild boar's charge. She jumped out of the trench and continued shooting. This wild boar was wildly thrashing about, and it took a while before she finally killed it. Looking around the mess the wild boars had made at the cave entrance, she felt both happy and frustrated. The space was too small and completely insufficient. She dug a hole beside the trench, placed the 3 wild boars inside, covered them with leaves, cleaned up the blood at the entrance, and nailed sharpened wooden stakes into the trench. She started processing the wild boars, thinking about having roasted meat for dinner. Suddenly, she recalled the hot pot base she had exchanged for yesterday. She pursed her lips and decided it would be better to cook hot pot. While she leisurely planned her dinner, the 4 individuals she had chased away were not so relaxed. One of them shouted, "Look, there's smoke over there." They ran in that direction, thinking there can't be another gun, right? It can't be that unlucky to encounter challengers with guns. By the time they could see the campfire, they noticed only one person sitting there, seemingly a girl. The 4 immediately perked up and rushed over, completely forgetting that the previous gun-wielding challenger was also a girl. They shouted loudly for help as they ran towards the campfire, while Sun Yuan, who was resting by the fire, irritably closed her eyes and threw something into the fire. Remaining still, the 4 charged straight towards her, planning to run past her quickly. When the wild boars caught up, they would surely see her and stop chasing the 4 of them. Unfortunately, as soon as the 4 rushed into the fire's radius, they felt their legs go weak. Their bodies drained of energy, and they collapsed to the ground in an instant. Why did you all fall? It's not falling. My stamina is at 0. My stamina is 0 too. You little brat, did you do this? Chapter 49, 8th Match, Rainforest Survival 6. In this brief moment, the herd of wild boars behind them also rushed forward. Sun Yuan, feeling irritated, closed her eyes again and threw something into the fire. The 5 wild boars charging in, with a loud thud, fell to the ground just like the 4 men, making grunting noises. Only then did Sun Yuan open her eyes, let out a long sigh, and slowly get up. She walked around the fallen wild boars, picked the smallest one, killed it, and tried to store it in her space. But it was too full and couldn't fit. Irritated, she chopped off the pig's head and tried again, managing to fit it this time. Looking around, she wrinkled her nose in disdain and was about to leave. The 4 men lying on the ground saw her about to leave and immediately shouted anxiously, "Beauty, please don't go. We're still down here. Thank you for saving us. Please let us get up." "Yes, thank you, Beauty. You truly are beautiful and kind." Sun Yuan looked down, turned her face slightly, and smirked, a hint of mockery flashing in her eyes. "Aren't you the little brat?" "No, how could that be?" One man quickly replied insincerely, trying to force a smile, but his face completely disobeyed him and couldn't smile. In 5 minutes, the effect of this medicine will wear off, and you can regain your stamina. However, the wild boars will also recover, and whether you can outrun them is no longer my concern. Sun Yuan glanced at them nonchalantly, her tone utterly carefree. Upon hearing that the wild boars would also get up, one of them changed his expression instantly. "Does that mean it will be just like before?" "Beauty, can you help us kill the wild boars before you leave?" The others quickly chimed in, recalling how exhausted they had been while running. "Yes, little fairy. Please help us kill the wild boars before you go." "Yes, we appreciate your hard work. Thank you." Sun Yuan turned around to look at the 4 people on the ground, raising her eyebrows in surprise. "Are you sure?" "Sure, absolutely sure." "All right." A strange smile appeared on Sun Yuan's face. This time, she didn't say anything and completely followed their requests, killing the remaining 4 wild boars with 4 strikes. The 4 people lying on the ground breathed a huge sigh of relief, joking cheerfully, "This woman must really be an idiot." "An idiot? But she is more capable than you. Look at her. She took down all 4 of us." "That was because I wasn't paying attention. I was careless." "Do you know what she used?" "No need to think. It definitely wasn't anything good." "She'll listen." The other 3 fell silent. From the distant jungle, they heard something scraping against the ground, but they couldn't move at all and couldn't see anything. The 4 of them regretted it so much that they turned pale, but their stamina had just risen to 10 points, and they still couldn't get up. Watching helplessly as the forest giant python swallowed the wild boars on the ground one by one, shaking its head as it turned to look at them, they now cursed the wild boars for being so few, wishing there were more so that the forest giant python could eat more. Maybe if it was full, they would be safe. As Sun Yuan walked over, she saw Qiao Yunfeng outside the cave dealing with the wild boars. At first, she intended to turn and leave upon seeing someone, but after realizing it was Qiao Yunfeng, she walked over. "Qiao Yunfeng." Sun Yuan looked at the wild boar in her hand and took out her own. What a coincidence, found by the same group of people. Sitting by the small stove, smelling the rich aroma of the hot pot base, she used chopsticks made from twigs to pick out the cooked. sliced wild boar meat from the pot, stuffing it into her mouth with a burst of food fragrance, paired with bamboo shoots and wood milk fruit, as well as the wood ear mushrooms and mushrooms Sun Yuan had brought out, along with some wild vegetables that Qiao Yunfeng didn't recognize at all. The two of them enjoyed their meal immensely, filled with happiness. Yes, if it weren't for some people always trying to cause me trouble, it would be even better. Sun Yuan's happiness was evident in her tone, her face written with satisfaction. What have you found? Let me show you. It's really amazing. Saying this, Sun Yuan put down her chopsticks and was about to start taking out the poison she had collected. Qiao Yunfeng's mind instantly flashed to the table full of poison, and he quickly spoke up to stop her. Don't take it, just tell me. Sun Yuan didn't mind Qiao Yunfeng's swift rejection at all. While continuing to eat meat, she excitedly said, the first thing I found was a piece of arrow poison wood, which is famously lethal. The white sap inside the trunk is highly toxic. I collected 10 bottles in total. If it weren't for the limited number of bottles I had this time, and other uses later, I would have definitely collected more. Not long after, I encountered a highly venomous king cobra. Do you know how deadly its venom is? I carefully worked for a long time to extract the venom from the glands located diagonally above the back of its head. I also found castor beans, water hemlock, and even encountered a bird-eating spider. The best was the poison dart frog. I thought of several methods and only managed to catch 10 of them. After this hot pot meal, the two of them enjoyed themselves greatly. After finishing, they continued outside the cave to process their spoils, the wild boar. In this challenge, participants can kill each other, so be careful, Qiao Yunfeng reminded her, thinking that in close combat, she could use poison and would be fine. However, if there were crossbows or guns involved, she wasn't sure if her stamina would hold up. Don't mention it. I've encountered several waves already. It's so annoying. Sun Yuan thought about the constant interruptions during her rest, and her whole demeanor was almost crumpled. I don't like using knives, so I just threw a few pills at them, draining their stamina to 0. Qiao Yunfeng couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, feeling that his worries were truly unnecessary. This girl alone was comparable to a group of scorpions. She was like a weapon of mass destruction. Whoever encountered her would surely be the unfortunate one, and it definitely wouldn't be her. Looking at the heavy rain, it seemed he had no choice but to stay here for the night. Soon it would be dark outside, and the jungle was too dangerous at night. Qiao Yunfeng cleared out everything in the space and began to expand the area inside the cave, while also blocking off half of the entrance. Sun Yuan pursed her lips, her face full of conflict. After holding it in for a long time, she finally said the most tactful words she could think of. All right, I'll leave early tomorrow morning. There are no insects around you, and poisonous animals won't come. Qiao Yunfeng raised the corner of his eye and glanced at Sun Yuan. This girl was still the same as when they first met. Her straightforward way of speaking had truly never changed. The two continued to prepare the wild boar meat, but there was simply too much of it. With limited space, they could only trade some away. While roasting jerky over a small fire, they opened the discussion area, preparing to exchange meat. The discussion area was still mostly about trading medicine. There were too many wild animals in the jungle, and no one lacked food, but most people were short on clothes and medicine. A bunch of messages were scrolling through the discussion area, with people wanting to trade food for clothes and medicine. I haven't encountered a supply box in 3 days. Have you all really found some? Yeah, I picked up 4 today. It was awesome. I only saw one, and I couldn't reach it. Why not? It was over 20 meters high in the fork of a tree. The trunk was so smooth that only monkeys could climb up there. It's too hard for humans. Chop down the tree. How silly. You can't even carry the tree. Chop a tree? Show me. If bitten by a venomous snake, isn't it said that there's an antidote within 7 steps? Can someone describe what the antidote looks like? Are you trying to make me laugh to death? You believe the nonsense and dramas? I found serum in the supply box I opened today. If you have time to look for medicine, you might as well look for supply boxes. The stuff in supply boxes is based on luck, okay? I only got water for mine. I found a gun and 2 big boxes of bullets in mine. I even got a fishing net. Do they want me to catch crocodiles? You all are worse off than me. I found a kind of medicine that makes all animals stay at least 3 meters away from me. What does it smell like? Yeah, describe the smell. I haven't used it yet. It's just a small box, and it'll be gone after 1 use, so I plan to use it at the most dangerous moment. I found 20 grenades. Who can outdo me? Grenades aren't very useful in this situation. You'll know how useful they are when you encounter a giant python in the forest, right? Or a jaguar, or a caiman, hippopotamus, or a herd of elephants. Pick one. You're all just talking nonsense. I haven't seen a single one in 3 days. A lucky charm. Everyone come and absorb some good luck. This isn't over yet. Maybe there will be one tomorrow. I'm not someone who gets scared easily. The water level has risen? Damn, how did it rise so fast? The chosen spot was too low, too close to the water's edge. Climb the tree. There's still time. The expanded area was spacious enough for her to roast meat comfortably on the branches, which was really convenient. Even now, when a heavy rain suddenly started outside, it didn't affect her at all. Seeing the water accumulating below the tree rise rapidly, in no time, the ground was completely submerged. As the heavy rain continued, the heat became more pronounced. She couldn't help but open the leaves at the entrance to see if any wind would come through, but she was greatly disappointed. There wasn't a single breeze. Help! The cries for help mixed with the sound of heavy rain, making it hard to discern their direction. She leaned out to look, but the heavy rain obscured her vision. She could see nothing in the downpour. The water level continued to rise, and sitting 15 meters above the ground. She silently muttered to herself, "It can't rise to this level," when she saw several crocodiles swimming in the water. Her only thought was that her current position was still not high enough. She should be even higher. But now the rain outside was too heavy to go out. She could only keep praying in her heart, "Don't rise to my level. Don't rise to my level." Shen Feixiang struggled to crawl up the shore from the flowing water. The heavy rain obscured his vision, and he had no sense of direction as he climbed randomly up the slope. To prevent slipping and being washed down the mountain, he could only grab onto branches or plants by the roadside to barely maintain his balance. But he still fell several times. The ground was too slippery. Seeing his stamina had already dropped to a third, yet he hadn't climbed very far. He persevered and dug a small cave on the slope, quickly hiding inside. He laboriously lit a bonfire, boiled water, and changed into clean clothes, thinking about how hard he had worked to build his little wooden hut, only to have it washed away by the water, made his heart ache. All the supplies in the wooden hut had been swept away by the current. But thankfully there was still some food in the space, though not much was left. He didn't know if it would last until tomorrow, so he blocked most of the cave entrance. Taking out the sleeping bag from the supply box, he wrapped himself tightly and drank hot water. Having just been drenched in rain, he definitely couldn't afford to get sick now. Sitting by the fire, listening to the heavy rain still pouring outside, he tightened the sleeping bag around him, quietly closed his eyes, and waited for his stamina to slowly recover. Chapter 50, Scene 8. Jungle Survival 7 at exactly 8 o'clock a.m. Disaster Survival Challenge. Day 4 begins. Special notice. 10,000 supply boxes have randomly appeared. All items are random. Special notice. Currently, there are 40,000 survivors. Today, the number of survivors will be announced every hour. Surviving number, 30,000. This challenge will end. Sun Yuan packed away some of the wild boar jerky she had roasted last night and was preparing to leave. Qiao Yunfeng raised her head, slightly numb, pursing her lips and nodding. You take care of yourself. I'm just going to stay here until it's over. Anyway, her current supply of water and food was more than enough. She could last 2 days on her own without much of a problem. As Sun Yuan stepped into the lower jungle, not even 100 meters away, a layer of mist quickly surged out from the forest and rapidly spread in all directions. Take this first. Qiao Yunfeng handed over a mask, putting one on herself as well, and was just about to block the cave entrance when a very loud buzzing sound came from outside. In the jungle outside the cave, swarms of mosquitoes were flying in large numbers, and in an instant, they surged in, darkening the sky. The two immediately used dirt to block the cave entrance, plunging the inside into darkness, with only the campfire emitting a little light. This won't do. We'll run out of air soon. I have animal fear tripled, so the mosquitoes might not rush in, Qiao Yunfeng said calmly, having been startled by the earlier situation, which instinctively prompted her to block the entrance. But what if it doesn't work on the mosquitoes? All the creatures that mosquitoes encounter are countless times stronger than them. Have you ever seen mosquitoes afraid of anything? Sun Yuan thought seriously for a moment, then looked up, her eyes reflecting an academic research atmosphere. After a long pause, Qiao Yunfeng decided to abandon the question of the mosquitoes for now. They could think about that later. However, the issue of air circulation needed to be addressed immediately. But we can't completely block the entrance. Without air circulation, we won't last long either. We still need to dig a hole to let the air in. The mist that had surged out was toxic gas, and after exposure, it showed a status of mild poisoning. The current prompt indicated that every 30 minutes, 50 health points will be deducted. If all the challenges in the rainforest were under this status, it would deduct 100 health points in an hour. This cave is too small. With the two of us breathing and the campfire, the air inside won't last long. Qiao Yunfeng took out a mask. I'll try to make a small opening and seal the entrance with the mask. At the very top of the entrance, she made 2 small holes and immediately nailed the mask over them, inserting several small branches around the edges to prevent it from falling off. Then she extinguished most of the campfire, leaving only one piece of wood burning to provide a little light in the darkness. Enduring the stifling heat, the two leaned against the cave wall, sipping on the cooling medicine in small sips. They were drenched in sweat, their clothes clinging to them. When it became too uncomfortable, they could only wash their faces with the rainwater they had saved to relieve themselves a bit. At exactly 9:00 a.m., a special prompt appeared. Current survival population, 35,000. Holding water in their hands, the two kept sipping in small amounts, as lacking water in this muggy situation would have even more severe consequences. Qiao Yunfeng had already changed into a new outfit, but now this one was once again completely soaked and sticking to his body. As he wiped his face with rainwater, he heard Sun Yuan's sorrowful voice echoing in the cave. Today's time had been completely wasted like this. What a pity. Sun Yuan sighed deeply, her tone filled with endless regret. Qiao Yunfeng shook his hand, turned his head to the side, closed his eyes for a moment, and silently nodded. Yes, you are right. Sun Fuyu looked at the hole he had sealed an hour ago. He was already feeling short of breath and understood deep down that it was due to the lack of air. But what should he do now? Deep inside, he was extremely conflicted. If he opened a hole, miasma would surely come in, and mosquitoes would fly in as well. However, if he didn't open a hole, he would soon suffocate himself in the cave. The air inside the cave was stagnant and suffocating, making it hard for him to breathe. He tried to take deep breaths to calm himself down, but found that not only was it useless, but the lack of air also made him increasingly agitated. When he felt his vision starting to blur, he knew he couldn't wait any longer. He had to make a choice. He had to let air in, or he would suffocate due to the lack of oxygen. He forced himself to make a small hole about the size of a finger at the side of the entrance and leaned in. Although the flowing air came in, it was like a drop in the bucket and was completely insufficient. He still began to feel dizzy. Reluctantly, he opened a few more small holes and found that the air improved significantly. However, he discovered that he was now showing signs of light poisoning. Before he could even sigh, a few mosquitoes had already flown in through the small hole, buzzing around in the cramped space. His already dizzy head was now throbbing with pain from a noise. It was too dark inside the cave. He could only listen for the sound and wave his hands vigorously. After a while, he was panting heavily, but the number of mosquitoes didn't seem to decrease at all. Mosquitoes were very annoying little creatures. They were small and flew fast, always preferring to hide in corners and then occasionally fly out to disturb you. Trying to find and swat them was not an easy task, even in well-lit conditions, let alone in the complete darkness of the cave, making it almost an impossible task. This won't work. Since he had already made a hole and let in some air, he might as well start a fire. It would be much easier to see and swat the mosquitoes. After lighting the campfire, he regretted it within half an hour because the number of mosquitoes coming in had only increased. After being bitten multiple times, he found himself in a state of moderate poisoning. Mao Chuni was nestled in the branches of the shelter she had built, with a termite mound placed on the fire pit in front of her, which she had specially collected to ward off mosquitoes. She thought she wouldn't need it, but unexpectedly, a swarm of mosquitoes arrived today, surrounded by the fragrant smoke of the burning termite mound. She watched her health points decline slightly due to the miasma and mild poisoning. She sighed in self-comfort. Well, it only decreased by 100 points in an hour. I have 700 health points. I can hold on. If it really gets bad, I can take medicine and definitely make it through. She continued to reassure herself that her situation was much better than yesterday when crocodiles were swimming in the water. As long as she was careful with the burning, the remaining termite mound in her space would be enough for her to last almost a day. She could hold on until the end of this challenge. She was sure of it. Mao Hongwen covered himself in mud, so even if mosquitoes tried to bite him, he wouldn't be afraid, as the thick mud protected him. However, this made it difficult for him to eat and drink, and the mud was really uncomfortable. Looking at the swarm of mosquitoes flying around, he increased the campfire at the entrance, which reduced the number of mosquitoes that could fly into the cave. Although it was stuffy and hot, and he felt uncomfortable all over, as long as he could survive, he could endure it. At exactly 10 o'clock a.m., a special prompt announced, current survival count, 31,000. Hearing this prompt, many challengers were extremely excited. Everyone was barely holding on, and seeing that success was imminent filled everyone with anticipation. Qiao Yunfeng and Sun Yuran quickly organized the remaining supplies in the cave, using the faint light from the fire. After giving up all the wood, they finally managed to store the wild boar meat into the space, which was now completely full at 1mx1m, with not a single gap left. The two of them looked up but didn't have the chance to wish each other well before disappearing into the cave. Current status of the challengers evaluated as good. Rewards: 3 items, 100 health points, 100 stamina points, space of 1 meter x 1 meter. Source crystal, 300. The 9th challenge will begin at 7 o'clock a.m. 3 days later. Current population, 150,000. There were still 5 million people at the start of the 7th round. And by the end of this round, only 150,000 remained. The challenge must be nearing its end, right? After entering the RV, she washed herself from head to toe several times and changed into clean clothes, feeling much more comfortable. Outside, she lit a bonfire and laid out a full table of food, all her favorite dishes, needing a big meal to relax her tense emotions. She opened a survival video, eating while watching, and gradually felt better, her mood soothing under the comfort of the food. The fatigue she felt after eating was even more pronounced, and she happily nestled into the big bed. Her own bed was the most comfortable. She slept incredibly soundly, waking up only by noon the next day. Sitting on the bed, she took a big sip of iced coffee, instantly waking up. 3 days flew by, and once again she tidied up the room, quietly waiting to enter the new challenge. At 7 o'clock a.m., it was time to enter the challenge. Disaster Survival Challenge, 9th round. Death comes. This is a prosperous modern industrial port city with abundant resources, towering skyscrapers, complete infrastructure, and comfortable living conditions. The city is thriving. An accident approaches you on this seemingly ordinary day, and you must strive to survive. Special requirements for this round. Every day at 8 o'clock a.m., tasks for that day will be displayed. If not completed by midnight, 100 points will be deducted from both health and stamina limits. Staying in the same location for over 5 hours within a 500-meter radius will result in a deduction of 100 points from both health and stamina limits. Accidents can occur randomly. Dying once will result in a deduction of 100 points from both health and stamina limits. Killing other challengers with your own hands will drop you a level, automatically dying at level 0. There are 150,000 participants in this challenge. If the survival number reaches 100,000, the challenge will end. The 9th challenge is about to begin. You will receive 9,000 gold coins. Holding 300 source crystals, please select from the following items. All items are randomly available in 10,000 pieces each round. 1. Stamina limit 100, source crystal 100. 2. Stamina limit 100, health limit 100, source crystal 300. 3. Stamina limit 200, health limit 200, source crystal 600. After checking her number of source crystals, she continued with her previous decision and chose option 1, selecting it 3 times in a row. Name: Qiao Yunfeng. Level 9 can be upgraded. Each successful challenge allows for 1 level up. Gender: female challenges participated. 9 times health points, 1430 stamina points, 1770 status. Good space: 23m x 23m can be upgraded. Items held: level 9 medical kit after maintaining original effects. will randomly appear with 3 types of medicines each day, capacity doubled. The level 9 medical kit has doubled in capacity, allowing for more medicines to be stored. And the random medicines have also increased. Although no particularly useful medicines have appeared since the random selection began, there are indeed many types, which might come in handy someday. Chapter 51, the 9th round. Death Comes. Qiao Yunfeng can now continuously harvest 2 dreams come true every day. There are already quite a few stored in her medicine cabinet, and looking at the stacked potions gives her a sense of reassurance. After entering the venue, she quietly stands by the bustling street, watching the endless flow of people around her, with the noise of the city filling her ears. This scene evokes her nostalgia. It truly has been a long time. Looking at the road, just a step away, she walks 3 steps further into the pedestrian path. In the shop window nearby, her face is reflected on the bright, clean glass. She squints her eyes, turns away from the window, and walks to a corner. Suddenly, the outdoor big screen above the square blares, lightning reminder. Repeating it 3 times, and then the message turns into rolling yellow subtitles, constantly reminding everyone. At exactly 8 a.m., the announcement reads, Disaster Survival Challenge. Day 1 begins. Today's task requirement: successfully check into the Mukin Tianxia Hotel on Fangxing Road. While searching for the hotel address on her phone, a loud bang suddenly comes from behind her, making her shudder involuntarily. She bends down and turns her head. Across the street, a fire hydrant inexplicably bursts open, and a powerful stream of water, along with the iron head from the hydrant, shoots out, crashing directly into the glass window where she had just stood. With a loud crash, the massive glass window shatters instantly, scattering shards everywhere. The entire incident from start to finish takes no more than 3 seconds, but it makes her scalp tighten and her eyelids start to twitch uncontrollably. Suddenly, a sense of danger washes over her, and her feet instinctively pivot as she dashes to the other side of the road. In that split second, she narrowly avoids being hit by a vehicle, which then crashes straight into the rear of another car that was driving normally. The car, due to the sudden impact, begins to spin rapidly. Amidst the frantic screams from inside, it crashes into a flower bed by the roadside and barrels into the outdoor seating area of a CF, where several tables of guests are thrown into chaos, with screams and cries filling the air, taking advantage of the crowd's attention being drawn to the car crash. Qiao Yunfeng quickly retrieves her off-road vehicle and leaves the scene, heading towards Fangxing Road. Sitting in her car, gripping the steering wheel tightly, she finally realizes that she is drenched in cold sweat. She gulps down a few sips of iced coffee, trying to calm herself down, but this time it doesn't have the same effect as before. The corner of her right eye continues to twitch uncontrollably. This challenge is proving to be too difficult. Accidents come without warning, and there is no way to foresee or prevent them. She can only be extraordinarily cautious, remaining vigilant at all times. Thinking back to the last rainforest challenge, although there were dangers everywhere, at least there were times and places to rest. She never expected this challenge to start off so perilously. If this pattern continues, with everyone constantly exposed to accidents, it's easy to imagine that surviving even a single day would be a challenge. Considering the reminder, die once, lose 100 points from both life and stamina limits. Is it time for pure luck and chance to come into play? When her car stops in front of the Mukin Tianxia Hotel entrance, she can hardly believe how smoothly she made it here. After completing the check-in process in the lobby and receiving her room card, everything seems to go as smoothly as usual, yet an inexplicable sense of unease wells up inside her. When she is led to the elevator by the staff and presses the button, she suddenly asks, "Excuse me, where is the staircase?" The staff replies, "The staircase is behind you on your right. You will see it there, but your room is on the 8th floor." She responds, "It's fine, I'll get some exercise. If I can't climb anymore, I'll take the elevator." "Thank you." Qiao Yunfeng turned around without hesitation and walked towards the staircase. This height was manageable for her. At least it felt safer than taking the elevator. After swiping her card to enter the room, a notification sounded in her ear, successfully checked into Fangxing Road. Mukin Tianxia Hotel, today's task is complete. She took a few sips of water from her space to calm her rapid heartbeat from climbing the stairs. Then, the first thing she did was to check the room thoroughly for safety. Everything was secure. So she sat down on the sofa to think. The initial prompt had clearly stated that she needed to change locations every 5 hours and be at least 500 meters away from the previous place. This meant she could stay here for at most 4.5 hours before needing to leave. She took out the detailed city map she had just purchased at the hotel front desk and began looking for some open areas nearby. Such locations should be relatively safer. Although she couldn't predict accidents, she could reduce the chances of triggering them. This city was a port city with a large bridge connecting to the other side, and the harbor had massive docks and warehouses, with countless cargo ships docking here every day, making it a true trade port. Regardless, she had decided that during this challenge, she needed to stay further away from the port, and the places she chose must have fewer people and be far from tall buildings to be relatively safer. She set an alarm for 3 hours later and decided to take a short nap. This challenge was a significant test of her stamina. Wu Xiaobai finally found the hotel he was looking for. The journey had been incredibly difficult, and he witnessed an unexpected accident he never anticipated. A passerby was walking while talking on the phone, appearing anxious and quickening their pace, when suddenly, for some unknown reason, they fell straight into a sewer. By the time he and the surrounding people reacted and approached to check, they discovered that the manhole cover was broken for some reason, and the person who fell in had completely disappeared. He was startled and broke into a cold sweat, quickly leaving the scene. From that point on, whenever he saw a manhole cover on the road, he would immediately bend around it, resolutely avoiding stepping on it. "Sir, do you need to check in? The front desk is in that direction." With the guidance of the hotel staff, he finally realized that he was 2 steps behind. As he was about to cross the lobby to reach the front desk, suddenly, the luxurious crystal chandelier from the lobby ceiling fell with a loud crash, shattering into countless pieces on the floor. He suppressed the scream that was rising in his throat and quickly ran to the side, taking a wide detour to check in. There was no choice. Today's task required him to stay here, even though he really wanted to leave immediately. After getting his room card, he entered the elevator, and 4 other people joined. Everyone pressed their buttons, and the elevator started to ascend. However, in just 1 second, before anyone could react, the elevator continued to rise steadily. The digital display inside showed that they were already on the 6th floor and would stop soon at the 9th floor. Everyone stared at the elevator, ready to rush out as soon as the doors opened. The elevator moved quickly. 2 seconds later, the display changed to the 8th floor and then continued upwards. Just as the number changed to 9, he let out a small sigh of relief, preparing to dash out as soon as the doors opened. He promised himself never to take the elevator again. The elevator smoothly stopped on the 9th floor, but the doors jammed and wouldn't open. One person pressed the open button, but it didn't work. The tightly shut doors made a clicking sound but remained closed. Before he could finish speaking, the elevator suddenly dropped down sharply, and everyone was caught off guard by the inertia, with some people falling to the ground. "Hurry up!" The elevator stopped again, and within 3 minutes, they heard sounds from outside as someone was trying to pry the doors open. Everyone was anxiously shouting for help. In those 2.5 minutes, Wu Xiaobai's heart was in his throat. Unlike others who were continuously shouting, he silently cursed himself, wishing he could slap himself countless times for being so foolish. After witnessing 2 accidents, he should have been extremely cautious and taken the stairs instead. When a gap appeared above, letting in bright light, those trapped in the elevator became emotional, with some already crying. As the gap widened and staff voices came from above, telling them not to panic and to exit one by one, the elevator suddenly plummeted straight down with a loud bang. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he thought he had already died once. What else could be scary? He walked steadily into the lobby, where everything still looked the same. The staff were smiling as they approached him, and he looked up at the bright, dazzling, and magnificent chandelier hanging from the lobby ceiling. He frowned, taking a big step to bypass the staff's guidance, and walked along the wall at the edge of the lobby until he reached the front desk, firmly stating his request. "I want a room on the lowest floor, preferably the 1st floor." The front desk staff looked troubled. "Sir, our lowest accommodation floor starts from the 6th floor. "Then give me the 6th floor," he insisted. "Currently, there's only one room available on the 6th floor, and it's near the staircase." "Great, that will do." He looked at the staff with an expression that left no room for doubt, nodding vigorously, until he had the new room card in hand and was walking towards the staircase. The chandelier above had not fallen and was still hanging intact, doing its job diligently. Zhang Rongrong sat on the hotel sofa, still shaken by the scene on the road. Her heart was racing. She had successfully avoided a chain collision, and although she had tripped and fallen, it was just a scrape. Now safely sitting on the sofa in the hotel room, she heard the notification. Today's task is complete. This made her breathe a huge sigh of relief. Looking at the fruits and bottled water provided by the hotel on the table, she felt a bit thirsty. So she reached out and twisted open the cap of the bottled water, taking a big gulp. She exhaled deeply, licking her lips. The water was sweet and quite good. After a few more sips, she suddenly felt something was off. How could purified water be sweet? Checking her status, it displayed severe poisoning, and she watched her life value plummet to 0 in 7 seconds. When she opened her eyes again, she was still sitting on the sofa in the same place, at the same spot, with the same fruits and bottled water on the table. 5 minutes later, she changed floors and rooms. Upon entering, she found the exact same scene, with fruits and bottled water still on the table. She raised an eyebrow and huffed, never touching the items on the table again. Chapter 52, the 9th round. The Grim Reaper is coming to Qiao Yunfeng timed her exit and walked out of the hotel door. She was now sitting on a patch of open grass, a green space designated for citizens to relax and play, separated from the road by a half-meter-high green hedge that was 4 meters wide, other than a few large trees. There were no buildings around, making it one of the places she deemed to have fewer unexpected triggers. Sitting on the grass, she carefully observed her surroundings. There were several tents scattered about, people jogging around the grassy area, some flying kites, others reading books, chatting, eating, and soaking up the sun. This quiet and relaxing environment was perfect for daily leisure, a tranquil moment in time. She thought to herself, there shouldn't be any surprises in such an environment. Nothing could trigger an accident here. Unfortunately, less than half an hour into her sunbathing, a scream pierced the air. What's wrong? Spit out. Oh my God. What to do? He asked, choking. What should I do? She immediately stood up and saw a man bent over, gasping for breath. But it seemed he couldn't catch his breath, and his face was turning paler. At that moment, another man rushed over, wrapping his arms around the choking man from behind. One hand formed a fist while the other covered it. Then he began to deliver quick, forceful thrusts upward repeatedly. After 5 thrusts, the choking man expelled a whole cherry tomato, and seeing his color start to return and his breathing normalize, everyone finally let out a sigh of relief. Qiao Yunfeng squinted, turned around to put away the folding chair she had just sat on, and lifted her leg to leave. But before she could reach the edge of the grass, she heard a loud bang from the sky. Looking up, she saw a plane in the air, burning and starting to disintegrate as it fell. In less than 5 seconds, a piece of burning metal plummeted down from the sky and crashed violently into the grass. As soon as she reached the road, she immediately took out her off-road vehicle and sped crazily out of the area. When she finally pulled over, her hands were trembling from gripping the steering wheel too tightly. Zhao Linsun accidentally fell into a ditch, but fortunately, a passerby kindly pulled him out. Sitting by the roadside, he looked at the 3-meter deep ditch and then at his health bar, which had dropped by 400 points. He sighed, feeling lucky to be alive. He rushed into the bathroom and took a shower for an entire hour before feeling like he no longer smelled bad. Exhausted, he set an alarm and lay down on the bed, instantly falling asleep as the room filled with loud snoring. When he opened his eyes again, he realized he only had 10 minutes left before the 5-hour limit was up, and his alarm clock lay on the floor beside the bed. Without paying attention to anything else, he quickly put on a pair of pants and ran towards the elevator. Once inside, he was met with startled looks from the other passengers. He dashed out of the hotel, running frantically, losing his slippers and having his bathrobe come undone. Just as he was about to exceed the 500-meter mark, a notification pinged. Staying in the same location for over 5 hours within a 500-meter range will deduct 100 points from both health and stamina. Zhao Linsun plopped down on the ground, breathing heavily and ignoring the strange looks and whispers from passersby. He looked up and raised his middle finger to the sky. Cursing, "This is so unfair." Qiao Yunfeng stood in front of the hotel window, watching a program on TV about the origins of lightning and its explanation from a scientific perspective, analyzing how ball lightning is formed, what phenomena it can cause, and what people need to pay attention to, among other things. Looking out at the distant lightning, thick bolts of lightning split the sky like a sharp axe, seemingly trying to cleave the heavens apart. She couldn't help but exclaim in her heart, "Thankfully, this hotel has a lightning rod." Nestling into the sofa, Qiao Yunfeng was about to close her eyes to rest when a loud bang shook the entire building. Turning to look outside, she saw that it was still thundering and lightning, and nothing else seemed to have happened. What on earth is going on? Does anyone really know? Those who were talking nonsense earlier should move away. This challenge is too tough. I've been capped at 300 points all day, and if this goes on, I really can't hold out. I was knocked away by a chain reaction of rear-end collisions. Damn, stop chatting. Does anyone know what that sound was? I know the port exploded, and I live nearby. All the windows in the hotel shattered. It's terrifying. Why did it explode? I don't know. I just hung on with 50 health points, busy taking medicine to survive and running outside, too busy to care why it exploded. Does anyone know? Just wait a bit. Those who know the situation should be dead by now. When they come up, we'll find out. I think it might have been hit by lightning. That is plausible. The port is now a sea of fire. I need to run. Breaking news. An explosion has occurred at our city's port. The fire is spreading around the port area. Citizens must pay attention to their safety and avoid dangerous areas. As the camera switched on the TV, Qiao Yunfeng saw the port dock burning in flames, with many people around filming with their phones. Someone was urging, "It's very dangerous here. Everyone, please leave quickly. Don't stay here. It's very dangerous. Please hurry and leave." But those people completely ignored the warnings, continuing to record and take photos, as if someone was live streaming, constantly shouting to remember to give tips, taking out a bowl of hot noodle soup from her space. Qiao Yunfeng forced herself to sit down and eat it seriously. Tonight would definitely not be peaceful. The fire was only in the port area for now. She didn't know if there would be further developments. This hotel is quite far from the port. It seems safe for now. However, this challenge is all about surprises, meaning there's really no place that can be guaranteed safe. Chewing on the noodles, she needed to maintain her state and adjust her emotions to better cope with unexpected events. She couldn't help but think about how many days everyone could last if this situation continued to develop. Continuing to refresh the discussion forum, those who had been eliminated during the port explosion had now reached safe places and were talking about what happened, mostly similar to what was mentioned on TV. "Oh my God, I never expected it. I was watching the lightning so intently when it suddenly exploded. I'm 3 streets away from the port, and I still got affected. This is too tragic. Even though I can restart, I'm really happy, but getting eliminated is so frustrating. Does anyone know a safe place? This is an accident. There's no safe place. Relatively safe, relatively. The park is empty. There's nothing but grass, and I thought it was safe. But today, a plane wreckage fell from the sky and smashed right in front of me. In the restaurant, everything was normal, but the person next to me slipped and knocked over a pot of oil, which spilled onto the alcohol stove at the next table. If I hadn't T-sprinted 100 meters fast, I would have been eliminated. You're lucky to get out like that. The guy upstairs, who slipped and crashed the cleaning cart, was he the one who fell from the 3rd floor of the mall? Huh, there's more to it. The hotel should be safe, right? I was lying in bed ready to sleep when the ceiling suddenly fell. Forget it. I'll sleep in the car. Don't you know about the chain car accident by the roadside? A lot of people must have been eliminated. Watching the suggested places being denied one by one, Qiao Yunfeng bit her lip and pinched her brow hard. There has never been a challenge as difficult as this one. She stopped watching. The more she looked, the more disturbed she felt. She set an alarm, closed her eyes, and was just thinking of taking a short nap when suddenly the person who had mentioned the ceiling falling flashed through her mind. She immediately jumped up from bed, went to turn off all the electrical appliances, and unplugged everything. Then she flipped the sofa over to form a triangular support, wrapped herself in a quilt, crawled inside, and finally closed her eyes to rest. At 11:30 p.m., after the alarm rang, Qiao Yunfeng quickly got up, packed her things, and left the hotel. Just as she buckled her seatbelt in the SUV, a strong gust of wind hit, flipping her and the vehicle over. The sound of an explosion and fire came from close by. She fought through the dizziness and struggled to crawl out of the window, stowing the SUV. Behind her, the hotel had already caught fire, and the building was filled with cries. Leaning against the wall, she felt the ground beneath her heating up and recalled the empty square she had passed by earlier today. She headed there. Ahead, several cars were overturned by suddenly flying manhole covers. Quietly, she took out her bicycle and rode over. The usually safe and flat road now occasionally had flames or hot air bubbling up from the ground. Cautiously, she arrived at the square, and, as she expected, it was very open and not crowded. Finding a spot on the outskirts, she took out a folding chair, sat down, took a sip of water, and opened the map. Using the flashlight, she began looking for places she could go next. She could only stay here for a while. If too many people gathered, she would have to leave. She had her eyes set on the suburbs. That area was a newly developed zone with fewer people and no buildings, still waiting to be developed. So it should be safer. In less than an hour, the number of people gathering in the square increased rapidly, much faster than Qiao Yunfeng had anticipated. As the crowd grew, the noise became louder and more chaotic. Some people were coughing, and some, having brought nothing, wanted to borrow from others. As the crowd thickened, various conflicts began, inevitably leading to clashes. This scene had already been anticipated by Qiao Yunfeng, who subtly moved further away. A patrol car drove up, blaring a loudspeaker. Clear the area. Qiao Yunfeng discovered that her status displayed slight poisoning, losing 10 health points every 30 minutes. She was poisoned without any understanding of how. She quickly put on a mask, refreshed the discussion forum, and wanted to know if anyone else was poisoned. The discussion forum was still talking about the gas explosion earlier, and she directly posted an inquiry. I'm slightly poisoned. Is anyone else experiencing slight poisoning? I'm actually slightly poisoned. How did that happen? I am too. Oh my God. I didn't even notice until you mentioned it. And I still have to lose health points. Why did I get poisoned? I got poisoned once after drinking the water provided by the hotel today. It was severe poisoning, and I just collapsed. I've also drunk the hotel's water before, and it was fine. I just realized that I'm also poisoned, mildly poisoned. I guess, though I might not be right. Could it be because of the big fire earlier? The smoke from the fire only chokes. It won't cause poisoning. Chapter 53, Round 9. The Grim Reaper is here. 3 yes. This is the part that Qiao Yunfeng has always been puzzled about. Why is there poisoning? If everyone is poisoned, it must be related to something that everyone can come into contact with, something very common like air, water, food. That's what she thought of first. I speculate it might be because this city is an industrial city with chemical supplies stored in the port warehouses, and the dust from the explosion came over. You're just talking nonsense. This is the boldest guess so far, but I have to say you've convinced me. I also think this guess might be close to the truth. Impossible. Why would dangerous chemicals be stored at the port? The explosion at the port is already very unreasonable. Don't use common sense in this challenge. With common sense, I shouldn't participate in this kind of challenge. Right, that makes sense. I just don't believe it. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Oh, why did I faint? Call an ambulance quickly. The road is blown up like that. The ambulance can't get in at all. Hurry up and take me to the hospital yourself. Hurry up. Everyone make way. People in front, please make way. We need to go to the hospital. Qiao Yunfeng had already stood up and quickly left when she heard someone had fainted. Although she left earlier than she had expected, she had no choice but to go. The number of poisoned individuals would only increase, and the large square was currently crowded with too many people. If she waited any longer, chaos would soon break out here, and there would be no order left. The road was full of potholes due to the recent gas explosion, making it impossible to drive. She took out her bicycle and rode towards the suburbs, which she had marked on her map. On the way, Qiao Yunfeng had to ride and dodge the hot air surging from the ground. When she finally arrived, her vision was filled with houses under construction. There were no people around, just large areas of forest and wild plants, along with some wasteland. She found a spot sheltered from the wind, took out her off-road vehicle, fastened her seatbelt, set an alarm, and tried to rest for a while. While Qiao Yunfeng was heading to the suburbs, a large crowd had also gathered in the open space in front of the shopping mall in the city center. As the sound of coughing grew louder, the situation began to brew and quickly erupted. What's wrong? Wake up! A desperate shout caught Peng Yiming's attention. Something seemed to be happening in the square. A man was carrying someone on his back and was trying to get out, but the area was packed with people. Some noticed and made way, while others were oblivious. And some were preoccupied with their own tasks. The man's family rushed ahead, continuously trying to clear a path for him. As his anxiety grew, his actions became increasingly forceful, pushing harder and harder. The people being pushed aside struggled to move, and they worked together to navigate through the crowd. The man, in his urgency, pushed people in front of him with growing intensity. After he forcefully shoved a young man, that man collided violently with someone else, causing a chain reaction that knocked several people down. The one at the bottom turned pale with pain and let out a scream, unable to get back up. However, the pushing man was completely unaware and continued to move forward anxiously, pushing people aside. Suddenly, someone rushed past him, cursing loudly, and swung a fist at him. The two immediately got into a scuffle. The square was already crowded, and with everyone tightly packed, their fight quickly affected others nearby. Soon, people rushed in to break up the fight, but they ended up getting injured by the two, who were caught up in their rage. Thus, more and more people got involved, and the fighting escalated into a chaotic brawl. Peng Yiming had quietly retreated the moment he sensed something was wrong, thinking he had distanced himself enough. Just as he blinked, a large billboard above the square came crashing down into the crowd below. He immediately turned to run, but tripped over something at his feet and fell to the ground. He struggled to get back up, but couldn't, as the crowd behind him continued to trample over him. Moments later, he opened his eyes again, sitting on the edge of the square. When he saw the man in the center stand up, he immediately turned to run, deciding he would not stay there any longer and would flee as far as possible. At 7 a.m., when the alarm went off, Qiao Yunfeng immediately woke up. After getting out of the car and stretching a bit, she drove 500 meters further away from the place she had just stopped, taking big sips of iced coffee and applying a patch to herself. She aimed to relieve her tense muscles. The city was too dangerous. If possible, she thought it would be best to head to the suburbs. Since the new buildings were not yet completed, there was no gas, and the road conditions were much better than in the city. Driving was definitely more comfortable than riding a bicycle. However, she still needed to wait a bit longer to confirm what today's task was. After having breakfast, the time came. At 8 o'clock a.m. sharp, the notification read, Disaster Survival Challenge. Day 2 begins. Today's task, purchase a case of bottled water at any supermarket on Xinjiang Road. Upon seeing this requirement, she felt a tightness in her chest. Opening the map, she was even more frustrated. Xinjiang Road was in the city center. While she was pondering, a rumbling sound echoed loudly. Turning around, she saw intense lightning flashing in the sky again. Confused as to why there was still lightning, she witnessed a bolt strike down into the outer woods. And then thick black smoke started rising from that location. Qiao Yunfeng immediately dashed into her car and sped towards the city. Glancing at the rearview mirror, she saw that the woods behind her were already engulfed in flames. She silently urged herself to hurry. With her foot pressed to the floor on the accelerator and her hands gripping the steering wheel tightly, she occasionally glanced back to check on the fire, which was intensifying and chasing after her. The suburbs, dense with trees and few buildings, meant that once a fire started, it spread rapidly. She slammed on the brakes, narrowly stopping her off-road vehicle in front of a large pit. She was close to the city, but the road, which had been damaged by the gas explosion yesterday, was bumpy and uneven, making it impossible for her car to pass quickly. She quickly switched to her bicycle and continued pedaling forward. However, this sudden wildfire meant her plan to go to the suburbs was now completely unfeasible. Struggling to navigate to Xinjiang Road on her bicycle, she spotted a small convenience store along the way and hurriedly parked her bike before entering. Inside, there were 3 staff members and 3 or 4 customers. She walked directly to the counter where one staff member was brewing coffee, another was at the register, and the last was organizing the shelves. "Hello, I would like a case of bottled water. Please help me carry a whole box. It will be easier for me." Qiao Yunfeng addressed the cashier directly. "Okay, please wait a moment. We'll go to the back warehouse and bring it over for you," the staff member replied. While waiting, she deliberately observed her surroundings. This was an ordinary convenience store. Coffee was brewing on the back counter, milk was heating in a pot, and a row of paper cups with labels were waiting to be filled with coffee. Before long, a stock clerk came over carrying a case of bottled water. Just as the cashier scanned the item for payment, a loud crash echoed as 3 shelves collapsed on top of each other. The three people trapped under the last shelf cried out, with one shouting, "Help." The other two were completely pinned underneath the shelves, and their situation was unclear. She turned and exited the supermarket, but the notification for completing today's task did not appear. The three staff members were struggling to lift the shelves, and the milk in the pot had spilled over onto the coffee machine, causing a sizzling noise. However, all these sounds were drowned out by the screams and shouts of the few people in the store, and no one noticed. Sparks flew in all directions, and one of them landed in a paper cup next to someone who was preparing to pack drinks, instantly igniting the cup. The row of paper cups quickly formed a line of fire, which ignited a nearby cloth, and just like that, it burned down the line. Within 3 seconds, the entire countertop was engulfed in flames. Qiao Yunfeng quickly put the gold coins into the cash register, slammed it shut, and shouted, "It's on fire." He turned and ran out. Just as he exited the supermarket, a prompt echoed in his mind. Purchase a case of purified water from any supermarket on Xingzhen Road to complete today's task. The shockwave from the explosion shattered the store's glass, and sharp glass shards flew in all directions. Qiao Yunfeng was covered in shards of glass and was violently thrown to the ground, her head hitting the wall beside her. Several pieces of glass pierced her back, and she didn't even realize it. Shaking her head, she stood up, picked up the bicycle that had fallen to the side, and fled the scene without looking back. Just as she turned the corner, she heard another explosion behind her. She sighed internally, wishing she had run a bit faster earlier. Maybe she wouldn't have ended up like a hedgehog. The explosion instantly deducted 800 points from her health, and to make matters worse, after hitting her head on the wall, a large bump had formed, causing sharp pain with the slightest touch and occasional bouts of dizziness. Zhang Shixian felt nothing but exhaustion. He and T slept well in the park last night, waking up at every little sound, leaving him in terrible shape. His task today was to buy bottled water from the supermarket, but he was so tired that he missed a traffic light. While waiting for the second light, he saw the person who had been in front of him earlier suddenly pulled back by someone after crossing the street. Moments later, an advertising sign from a roof fell right where he had been standing. The person who was pulled back looked terrified, filled with the excitement of having survived, and tightly embraced the other person. Zhang Shixian, standing across the street, felt a wave of fear wash over him. Before he could recover, the entire advertising display from the roof came crashing down. He immediately turned to run, but was knocked to the ground by a sudden force. Turning his head, he saw a large crack opening in the ground. He scrambled forward, but his running speed could not match the speed of the ground splitting. 3 seconds later, the ground beneath him cracked open. Desperately clinging to the edge, he used all his strength to try to pull himself up. After much effort, he finally managed to lift one leg up, but as he was trying to lift the other leg, the ground beneath him suddenly collapsed. A small section of the ground he was holding on gave way, and he cursed loudly, realizing he wouldn't be able to escape this time. Suddenly, he felt someone grab his arm and pulled him up to the surface. Both of them lay on the ground, gasping for air. When he stood up, he was overwhelmed with gratitude and tears, saying, "Thank you, bro." But before he could finish his sentence, a red car came rolling towards them, crashing directly into both of them, and they were thrown into the crack in the ground along with the car. Chapter 54, Scene 9. The Grim Reaper has arrived after being told by the fourth hotel that it was fully booked and had no available rooms. Qiao Yunfeng looked up at the pouring rain and heard the deafening sounds of thunder and lightning. Looking at herself, she noticed that her stamina had dropped by a third and she was showing signs of a cold. It seemed she wouldn't be able to find a hotel to stay in today. Ahead, she saw a shopping mall that had been burned down due to an explosion yesterday. Although the fire had been extinguished, the remnants were still charred and blackened everywhere. After turning off all electrical devices, she changed into a clean set of clothes. Fortunately, the medicine in her first aid kit was working quickly. The wounds from the glass shards she had sustained in the morning were nearly healed. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dared to look for a place to stay in the rain, as it was too dangerous on the roadside. Resisting the urge to light a fire for warmth, she stuck a heat pack inside her clothes, took cold medicine and fever-reducing medication, and drank some soup to regain her strength. She opened the discussion forum to see if there were any new updates and was surprised to find information she didn't know. Oh my God, this is truly unbelievable. People are getting moderate poisoning just from drinking water. What water are you drinking? Rainwater. Didn't they say not to drink tap water? It might be toxic. The news reminded us that the items involved in yesterday's port explosion included chemical toxins. Would you still dare to drink rainwater? I didn't see that news. Dude, turn on the TV. The yellow subtitles have been scrolling nonstop. I went to 4 places today and died twice. I couldn't see the TV at all. Does anyone know how to detoxify from poisoning? I've tried several medications, but none work. If it doesn't work, it's not a big deal. You'll just have to hang in there. You guys change places every 5 hours. Where do you go? Move 500 meters along street. Just don't make a big noise and don't run around. Outside, the rain continued to pour as if the sky was leaking, showing no signs of stopping. When the water level reached the first step, Qiao Yunfeng still prepared to leave and find another place. If she waited until the water rose higher, it would be even more difficult and dangerous to leave. The rainwater was only at her feet, but walking was still somewhat challenging. She carefully walked about 500 meters and saw a burned residential building, which was now uninhabited. Everyone had probably fled yesterday. She cautiously went up to a room on the 3rd floor, where the windows had been completely burned and deformed. Water covered the floor, with more than half of the room soaked by the rain. As she stepped on the shards of glass and was about to turn to check another room, the electrical outlet on the wall suddenly made a crackling sound. Her scalp tingled, reminding her of the supermarket incident in the morning, and she dashed out the door. In just that short time, the outdoor water had already flooded to the entrance of the 1st floor. Looking at the relentless rain outside, she could only turn around and head to another room. As her hand touched the doorknob, a jolt of electricity surged through it, causing her to collapse on the ground. When she regained consciousness, her head was spinning and aching, and her complexion was terrifyingly pale. Checking her status, she found that her life points had dropped by 900. She laughed at herself. Ever since she received this medicine, she hadn't used it even once, and now, in just 2 days, she'd already finished 3 bottles. Indeed, unexpected situations were the most frightening. Zhang Xuan watched as the final 5-hour time limit approached, but the flood outside completely blocked her way out. Should she walk 500 meters or stay and lose points? These 2 ideas were fiercely battling in her mind. Go. The water level is at my calves and hasn't reached my knees. It might not be dangerous. Stay. There might be danger, and if there is, it will definitely be there. Go. What if there isn't? Stay. Are you willing to gamble your life on a what if? While her mind debated the pros and cons, she saw a person being swept away by the rushing water in the middle of the road, struggling desperately and trying to grab onto something to stabilize himself, frantically waving his arms and shouting for help. A long pole extended from a house by the roadside, blocking the way the person might pass. If he could grab onto that pole, he might stabilize himself and be pulled up. Zhang Xuan held her breath tightly, clenched her fists, and watched as the person was swept closer by the turbulent water, colliding with the pole and grabbing onto it with all his might. She finally exhaled, but before she could finish her breath, she saw that, under the impact of the rushing water, the person and the pole were both swept away. The person holding the other end of the pole in the room couldn't hold on and was dragged out by the force. If it weren't for the person behind him holding tightly onto his waist, he would have been swept away too. Forget it. I'll just take the points deduction. After all, dying once will also deduct 100 points from the limit, and staying here will also deduct 100 points. In the end, it's all going to be deducted, so I might as well choose a more comfortable way. She silently comforted herself. It's okay. With my 800 plus life and stamina points, even if I lose 100 points, I still have over 700 points. It's fine. I can hold on. Zhang Yonghai sat in the car in the tunnel, having slapped himself twice in frustration. He was reflecting on how foolish he had been. He had sought shelter from the rain in the tunnel, not realizing that it would flood, especially since it was one of the fastest places to do so. How could he have been so thoughtless? Looking at the water level that was almost submerging the car's roof, he felt utterly hopeless. A thought kept racing through his mind. Since he was going to die anyway, should he take a chance and swim out to see if he could survive? The worst-case scenario was dying once and losing 100 points. Taking a gamble might lead to a chance of survival. After making up his mind, he broke the car window with determination, and rainwater instantly poured into the car. He glanced up at the tunnel from a height and quickly turned to leave, realizing that this spot wasn't high enough and he needed to find a safer, higher location. By evening, the heavy rain finally stopped, and the outdoor water level gradually began to recede. Qiao Yunfeng rushed down from the building. Her time was almost up. The current plan was to head to the suburbs. After such heavy rain, the fire there must have been put out. However, the road remained dangerous and difficult to navigate. With the water level now at mid-calf height, making it hard to see the road conditions, and riding a bike was out of the question. But if she didn't leave now, it would be even harder to travel once it got dark. After struggling to walk about a kilometer, the water level had dropped below her feet. She turned into a commercial pedestrian street filled with food stalls, where there was a long resting area. The two-story buildings on either side were all shops, and the road ahead was designed for pedestrian traffic, not very wide, to prevent vehicles from entering. Barriers were set up at both ends of the road. The standing water had receded significantly, and the temperature noticeably began to drop. Taking the bicycle out of the space, she rode from one end of the street to the other. This snack street is nearly 2 kilometers long. At the end of the street, she casually found an outdoor dining area of a restaurant. The tables and chairs had long been washed away by the water, and now it was empty. She took out her RV, preparing to rest here tonight if there were no special circumstances. After 4.5 hours, she planned to ride 600 meters forward. Her plans were good, and her thoughts were reasonable. Unfortunately, before 4 hours had even passed, she had to continue running because lightning struck once again, hitting a house in the middle. The fire quickly intensified. At that moment, Qiao Yunfeng was pedaling furiously on her bicycle, only thinking about getting away from the burning area. As the fire spread, she had to keep changing her direction. When she saw the harbor bridge ahead of her, she suddenly realized that she had unknowingly approached the port area. She slammed on the brakes, barely catching her breath, and immediately turned her bicycle around. The port was more dangerous. She needed to leave quickly. Suddenly, she saw the steel cables holding the main body of the bridge swing towards her, bringing a part of the bridge with it. She immediately pedaled with all her might, racing away. However, in her haste, she completely overlooked the debris washed onto the ground, causing her bike to get stuck, and she was thrown off the bike, rolling on the ground. Qiao Yunfeng laid on the ground, hearing a loud crash as the piece of bridge carried by the steel cable smashed into a nearby high-rise building. Then, the shattered parts began to fall. Quickly getting up, she hopped back on her bike and pedaled wildly, determined to stay far away from the port. Reflecting on her journey, she realized her instincts had been spot on. This was indeed the most dangerous place. Faster, even faster. Despite falling twice, she continued to ride furiously without slowing down, gradually distancing herself from the port. Suddenly, she heard the end signal, evaluated as good. Rewards, 3 items. Health 100, Stamina 100, Space 1M x 1M. Reward Source Crystal, 300. The 10th challenge will begin at 7 o'clock a.m. in 3 days. Current population, 100,000. While still on her bike, she looked around. Finding herself back in the room she had left, even the extinguished bonfire was still there. When she woke up again, it was still dark outside. Qiao Yunfeng was awakened by hunger. These past 2 days have been incredibly torturous, with no chance to sleep soundly or eat peacefully. Looking back, the previous challenges seemed much simpler. After taking a shower and cleaning herself up, she took out a hot pot, set up a grill, and pulled out various snacks, fruits, and drinks she had stored. Lighting a bonfire in the room, she sat at the table, enjoying every bite of food. Being able to eat a meal in peace felt wonderful. She spent over an hour eating, and by the time she finished, the sky outside was starting to brighten. Dragging her chair to sit by the window, she took a sip of her drink, raised her bottle to the rising sun, and declared, "I will survive. I will see the sun rise every day." The number of survivors was dwindling, and the next challenge might be even more perilous. She opened her medical kit and carefully reorganized the expanded space inside. Looking at the kit filled with neatly categorized medicines, a smile unconsciously spread across her face. Stocking up felt great. After eating well, sleeping well, and replenishing from the previous challenge, the 10th challenge arrived right on time. Chapter 55, 10th Challenge. Real World 1, 7 o'clock a.m. Time to enter the challenge. Disaster Survival Challenge, 10th Challenge, Real World. All challengers have only 1 day of preparation time. After 1 day, you will face different natural disasters. All you have to do is survive, becoming one of the 20,000 who can live. Killing other challengers in the challenge will drop you a level. Dropping to 0 will result in automatic death. Each day starts at 8 o'clock a.m. Activating that day's disaster mode. Current number of participants, 100,000. The 10th challenge is about to begin. You hold 300 source crystals. Please choose from the following items. Each item will randomly have 10,000 pieces per challenge. 1. Health limit 100. Source crystal 100. 2. Stamina limit 100. Health limit 100. Source crystal 300. 3. Stamina limit 200. Health limit 200. Source crystal 600. The source crystals are limited. After some thought, she decided to select option 1, choosing it 3 times in a row. Name: Qiao Yunfeng level. Level 10 can be upgraded. Each successful challenge allows for 1 level up. Gender: female. Number of challenges participated in: 10 health, 1830 stamina, 1870 status. Good space: 24M x 24M can be upgraded. Items held: medical kit level 10, maintains original effects. Randomly appears with 4 types of medicines each day. With the medical kit at level 10, the daily random medicines increase to 4 types. Looking at the well-categorized medicines inside, she instinctively clenched her fists, determined to survive until the end. Opening her eyes, Qiao Yunfeng found herself standing at the starting point of the challenge. She blinked and looked around again. Indeed, she was at the departure point. Even the bonfire that had just been extinguished was still faintly emitting heat. After surveying her surroundings, she raised her wrist, added a few friends, and sent each a message inquiring about their conditions. Considering the initial prompt that only gave everyone 1 day of preparation and then different disasters each day, it was time to stock up. Remembering how well they had cooperated last time, she said, "Okay, see you in the commercial street of South City District. We're going to gather some supplies." "All right, I'll head over now." Qiao Yunfeng sent a message to Shun Ran, telling her to meet at the commercial street and to stock up on supplies. Qiao Yunfeng was driving while seriously contemplating the hints, knowing that different disasters would begin in a day, meaning each day would be different. What types would they be? No one could be certain, and it seemed there wouldn't be many more hints. So, what disasters could there be? Would those already experienced appear again? Were they all in the real world? Shaking her head and smiling, Qiao Yunfeng increased her speed. Once she entered the city, the road conditions worsened significantly. She parked her car and switched to a bicycle, riding towards the commercial area. As she approached an intersection near the commercial area, she heard a man's harsh voice from the corner ahead on the right. "You bitch, what did you use? Hurry up and get him back to normal, or I'll break your left leg first and then your right." Was that Sun Yuran's voice? She put away her bicycle and quietly moved along the wall, leaning against a spot at the street corner where they couldn't see her, carefully observing the current situation. It really was Sun Yuran, but her condition was quite bad, to say the least. She was lying on the ground, and not far from her was a man lying down, his eyes wide open, gasping for breath, motionless, weakly muttering, "Hurry up, give me the antidote." Each word seemed to cost him a lot of energy. Another tall and strong man was holding a machete, which was now pressed against Sun Yuran's neck. "Let me make this clear. My brother has taken the universal antidote, so the poison you use doesn't work on me. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up and give him the antidote." I don't have the antidote." Sun Yuran raised her head defiantly, showing no signs of fear despite the threat, instead looking at him with disdain. "You bitch, my brother, and I just want some supplies. Do you really have to be so ruthless? You're trying to take his life." The tall man, Xiao Yunqi, pressed down harder with the knife in his hand. Seeing this situation, Qiao Yunfeng realized that Sun Yuran was clearly at a disadvantage. He immediately raised his hand and shot directly at Xiao Yunqi's back. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yunqi only staggered forward for a moment before turning around and firing a shot in her direction. As he reached out, he discovered that Sun Yuran was holding a grenade in her hand, looking at him with cold indifference and a disdainful sneer at the corner of her mouth. In his incredulous gaze, she threw the grenade directly at him. "Oh my, you!" Xiao Yunqi instinctively dove to the side, cursing in his heart that this woman was crazy. At such a close distance, she dared to use a grenade. It was a case of harming the enemy 1,000 while injuring herself 800. With a loud bang, the grenade exploded at the spot where he had just been standing. Qiao Yunfeng raised her gun at the same time, continuously shooting rapidly while moving forward. Due to the explosions, a large amount of smoke was generated, making it hard for her to see the situation ahead. She could only blindly shoot into the smoke, not knowing if she had hit the man. When she reached Sun Yuron's side, she saw that the man had already escaped. She quickly pulled Sun Yuron up from the ground. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, I can hold on." "Let's hurry, with such a loud noise, more people will come soon." Qiao Yunfeng helped Sun Yuron up, and the two quickly got up and ran towards the commercial street. The man lying on the ground saw that his health was reduced to 30 due to the grenade explosion, and his stamina was at 0 due to poisoning. Weakly, he shouted, "Help me, please help me." Sun Yuron sat on a bench in the commercial street, treated her wounds, and drank a restorative potion, quickly recovering her condition. The two entered the commercial street together, searching for the supplies they needed. In the real world, aside from food and water, there were actually quite a few other things. Qiao Yunfeng looked at Sun Yuron, unable to contain his curiosity, and asked what had happened earlier and why the other person wasn't poisoned. He himself claimed to have taken the universal antidote, which has a 70% chance of preventing poisoning. Today, he was lucky to have encountered it. Sun Yuron's expression was filled with anger, her voice tinged with a bit of gritted teeth as she said, "I hit him, but he didn't react as if he was hit. He must have been wearing a bulletproof vest. This person prepared thoroughly before taking action. Next time we meet, I must be extra cautious." "Yeah, that's what I guess too. Next time we encounter him, I'll use 3 types of poison at once. I refuse to believe that even if he took the antidote, there's only a 70% chance of success. He can't be lucky every time. There's still a 30% chance. Right? Go ahead and laugh if you want. I don't mind. Why do you have to be so sneaky about it?" Sun Yuron turned her head, rolling her eyes, but her tone was nonchalant. At noon, Shun Ranran arrived. While the three were gathering supplies, they encountered 2 challengers. After a 3-second stare down, both sides cautiously nodded and then retreated to look for their own supplies. "We need to find a place we can hold down. The hint said today is the only safe day," Sun Yuron suggested. "There's an apartment over there with no tall buildings nearby and a wide view. What do you think?" "Listen to Xiao, the boss." Shun Ranran pointed at Qiao Yunfeng. "All right, let's go check it out. If it's good, we'll wait for the 2 of them there." Nia Gaoyang and Meng Wenrui were currently hiding beside a small car, while 4 men across the street were continuously shooting at them. "Brother Nia, what are they trying to do?" "Clear people out. Didn't we hear that when we came in? As long as the number of challengers reaches 20,000, they can end it. Are they crazy? Killing people costs points. Don't they care? This world is already crazy. They're just adapting to it. Are you ready? I'm gonna throw." "Okay." After saying that, he hugged his head and curled up into a ball to protect himself. Nia Gaoyang took out a bag, turned around, and threw it across the street. Then he calmly drew his gun and shot at the bag, which exploded with a loud bang, sending 5 grenades inside it detonating, causing screams to erupt across the street. "Run!" Nia Gaoyang slapped Meng Wenrui, and the 2 immediately crouched and turned to run in the opposite direction. The battle between the challengers had gradually begun, and Qiao Yunfeng stood at the window on the 10th floor, watching the explosions below, feeling a sense of gloom. "Boss Qiao, come eat something," Shun Ranran's voice came. "Where's Sun Yuron?" Qiao Yunfeng looked around the room and noticed one person was missing. She went to the door to set up poison. With the fighting down there being so intense, she is afraid someone will come up. "She'll be fine. Their combat ability is impressive. I think if it comes to a fight, they are definitely the ones who can survive the longest." Shun Ranran took a delightful sip of hot soup, her face full of satisfaction. "You're right. Their combat ability is indeed strong." Qiao Yunfeng had to admit this, back in the 2nd round. These 2 had killed a bunch of hyenas with just their military knives, relying purely on hard strength. "Yeah, everything is set. If someone really tries to cause trouble, they can only lie there." Sun Yuron blew on her soup and sipped it slowly. "Could we encounter someone who has taken the universal antidote again?" Qiao Yunfeng looked up at Sun Yuron. "I'll go set up a few alarms." "No need. I've set 5 types of poison." "Oomph. Let us see who's lucky today." Sun Yuron pouted nonchalantly and took another sip of soup. "This soup is really good. Did you just make it?" "Yeah, as long as you like it. What do you want to eat tonight?" "Let us have a good meal today." Shun Ranran smiled with her eyes squinted. "It's been a long time since we had a gathering. It's fate that we can be together. Let us feast and celebrate, no matter what comes tomorrow." I'm fine with anything, Qiao Yunfeng smiled. You all decide. I have plenty of ingredients here. Let's have some braised pork ribs. It's been a while since I had that. Sun Yuan pursed her lips, feeling a bit greedy. That's easy. I'll arrange it. Is there anything else? There are 5 of us. Then let us get a fish, or you can make another soup. I think the soup is really good. Sure. I have several kinds of soup. Which one do you like? Sweet? Savory? Sour and spicy? What do you have in it? Whatever you like. Watching the two negotiate what to eat, Qiao Yunfeng felt his mood relax significantly. It turned out that interacting with people wasn't as difficult as he had imagined. Although they had only known each other for a short time, the feeling of being together was very comfortable and reassuring. Chapter 56, The 10th Match. Real world, Qiao Yunfeng silently picked 6 types of fruit from the fruit trees he had planted and placed them on the table. He then took out some vegetables, and while he was continuing to get seafood, he heard Shun Ranran's exclamation. Qiao, how do you have so much food? Oh my gosh, there are even fruits. That's great. How did you get them? I've never seen you exchange for them. Sun Yuan picked up an orange, peeled it, and started eating, her face full of pleasure. No one in the discussion area said anything about exchanging for fruit. Qiao Yunfeng blinked in confusion. Could it be that she had been looking at the discussion area too little usually and missed it when she needed it? If you don't mention it, how would anyone know you have this stored? Shun Ranran stuffed a grape into her mouth. So sweet. Everyone stores things that can fill their stomachs, but fruits, even if you have them, you wouldn't stockpile too much. They take up too much space. I have quite a bit, so if you like to eat, go ahead and have more. Qiao Yunfeng looked at the two of them with their faces full of enjoyment and took some more. Not only what he had grown, but he still had quite a lot of what he had originally stocked. Great. Mangoes, I love these. And there's even watermelon. Awesome. The sky hadn't darkened yet, but it already started pouring rain outside. By this time, Nie Gaoyang and Meng Wenrui still hadn't arrived. The sounds of fighting outside gradually diminished. After being in the rain for a long time, things would change. Different disasters would come tomorrow, and everyone needed to prepare well for it. Suddenly thinking of the poison that Sun Yuan had placed at the door, he immediately got up and rushed to the entrance. Shouting toward the stairs, "Stop! You two, don't come up yet." Once everyone was safely seated at the table, looking at the feast that Shun Ranran had carefully prepared, everyone was very happy, their faces full of smiles and satisfaction as they picked up their chopsticks. What do you think? What disasters will come tomorrow? Shun Ranran served each person a bowl of soup. What we've experienced should not come again, right? Meng Wenrui bit into a piece of braised pork and thought for a moment, there shouldn't be zombies. Due to site restrictions, there shouldn't be a tsunami either. We don't have a sea here. Qiao Yunfeng reached for the boiled fish. What if it's something like the 3rd event, with toxic air? Sun Yuan swallowed a rib and prepared to grab another piece. That's possible. Meng Wenrui immediately nodded. This time, there really isn't a hint at all. This is too hard to guess. Shun Ranran sighed. No matter what, let us find a way out first, Nie Gaoyang said seriously. But his actions were not slow at all. When we came up, we looked at the terrain. It's very open downstairs, making it easy to escape. We already set up the rappelling rope in the stairwell before entering. In case of an emergency, you 3 can use it to get downstairs quickly. All right, what about you 2? We're fast, and we'll make it in time, don't worry. Qiao Yunfeng raised the soup bowl. Although he couldn't drink alcohol, the sentiment was there, hoping that we all survive. Hoping that we all survive. The 5 soup bowls clinged together. This simplest of wishes was the most sincere hope in the hearts of all challengers tonight. The dark night sky was devoid of any light, and the challengers were destined to be restless tonight. This was the last round, and everyone had to rely on themselves to persevere until the end. Each person felt uneasy, facing the fear of the unknown. This feeling of uncertainty made many people feel insecure, but unfortunately, they all forgot that a sense of security does not come from knowing for sure, but from within oneself. All the fears of the unknown were magnified infinitely in their hearts tonight. It was a desire for survival that could make people feel scared and anxious, while also bringing them boundless courage. Such emotions flowed in the hearts of all challengers tonight, some more, some less. Everyone hoped to be the one who would survive until the end. 8 o'clock, disaster mode activated, extreme cold weather, -50 degrees, number of survivors, 80,000. As the prompt ended, the temperature instantly began to drop. While everyone was taking out their coats to wear, Qiao Yunfeng quickly took out his RV, dove inside, and turned on the air conditioning. Others gradually entered, closing the car door. The outside temperature had dropped to minus 50 degrees within 15 minutes. Boss Qiao. I also prepared an RV. Shun Ran smiled proudly. Ever since I finished the Wolf King with you, I felt that your RV was really convenient. Later, I finally managed to get one too, and it really is convenient. Qiao Yunfeng nodded at her and started distributing hot water to everyone. There were too many people, and the space in the car was quickly filled up, so they could only take out a small folding stove and start a fire on the table. Put on your coats. I'm going outside the car to hang a second-layer blanket over the window to keep the cold air from coming in. Nie Gaoyang pointed to the living room, where there was a large floor-to-ceiling glass window. Let's do it together. It's hard to manage alone. Ran, boil some more hot and sour soup. It's too cold. Make a few more soups. Okay. No, we can't do that. We need to rest and sleep tonight since we have another day tomorrow. Qiao Yunfeng drank 2 bowls of hot soup, but still felt cold all over. Let's start a bonfire in the living room. I still have firewood. Shun Ran's lips were frozen purple, and she was holding hot soup while her body couldn't stop trembling. Okay, I have firewood too. Let's make the bonfire bigger and see if we can raise the indoor temperature a bit. With the help of gasoline and alcohol, the bonfire finally rose quickly, but the temperature did not reach the expected effect. Let's split into 2 cars so we can have air conditioning inside, and then we can start another fire in the empty space to see if it helps. Shun Ran took out her RV. Qiao Yunfeng and Sun Yuran sat on this side, while Nie Gaoyang and Meng Wenrui went to Shun Ran's side. Did the 3 of them know each other before? Sun Yuran glanced at the 3 of them. Their interaction was incredibly natural. Nie Gaoyang and Meng Wenrui have saved Shun Ran. You saved Shun Ran and me. You saved quite a few people. Sun Yuran looked at Qiao Yunfeng and suddenly said seriously, "Thank you for saving me today." Faced with such a sudden and heartfelt expression of gratitude, Qiao Yunfeng felt a bit awkward and took out a hand warmer to start a fire. No need to thank me. Come over and warm yourself. It's too cold. It really is too cold. Drinking something hot would help a bit. I'll ask Shun Ran if she has any soup left. Sun Yuran raised her hand to show her ring. I have a hot water bag. I'll give you one. And there's a heat pack too. You can use that. Qiao Yunfeng handed over a few heat packs and also raised his hand ring to give some to the car across from him. That's Sun Yuran. Did Qiao Yunfeng call her here? Meng Wenrui looked at the rising flames, added a small piece of wood, and was chopping the wood into smaller pieces with a dagger to help the fire burn quickly. Yes, when I arrived, they were already there. She's a nice person, but she particularly likes using poison. Shun Ran thought about the exchanges from the afternoon and couldn't help but smile. Her poison's effects, compared to the random negative effects I create, are really worlds apart. I have to say, she's incredible. So it seems they have known each other for quite a while. Nie Gaoyang wrapped himself in a blanket and began to add wood to the burning fire. As long as the person's character is trustworthy, it's fine to be together. I think it's okay. Qiao is the most wary person. If she thinks it's fine, then it should really be fine. Shun Ran tilted her head, recalling her initial interactions with Qiao Yunfeng, and smiled. The 2 men glanced at her, their faces also showing a bit of helplessness. They probably also thought of the hemostatic medicine from back then and nodded in agreement, saying, "You're right, she really is like that." The discussion area was full of requests for medicine, cold medicine, fever-reducing medicine. After all, who knows what tomorrow will bring? Who wants to go into tomorrow with a health penalty? Is there any cold medicine available? Fever-reducing medicine? Does anyone have stock to trade? Who has coal? Charcoal is fine too. I'll trade. Anything can be negotiated as long as it can be traded. I say, since it's already like this, let us stop being defensive. Let us unite and gather together to make a fire. Maybe there is hope to last until tomorrow. It's easy for you to say, those who were clearing people yesterday, who knows who they all are? If we gather, wouldn't we just die faster? It's those people who caused this. The challenge is already tough enough, and they have to clear people. I hope they freeze to death first. Upstairs, your hope is good, but the fact is they are in a group. Maybe if we freeze to death, they won't be affected at all. Let's just trade directly. If anyone has something to exchange, there are definitely people with plenty of supplies. Come out and trade a bit. Who knows what else is coming? What if it stays this cold for 3 days? What if the supplies we trade now aren't enough later? Don't talk nonsense. It was indicated from the beginning that there are different disasters, okay? Whether I'm talking nonsense or not, just think about it. They're different disasters. But it didn't say that each one won't repeat or that each one only lasts a day. You upstairs, you just don't want everyone to trade supplies. Hoping everyone freezes to death and reduces the numbers, right? Yeah. Are you one of those who were clearing people yesterday? If you don't want to trade, that is fine, but don't stop others from trading. Isn't that a bit too malicious? Do you think that by saying this, everyone will be led astray by you? You are really mistaken. How many fools can survive to this day? Anyone who can't figure this out make it to now. Damn it, where are you? Report your location. I'll fight you. Pretending to be very angry, trying to provoke me to say a location, and then you guys ambush me? Do you think I'm stupid? Everyone calm down. It hasn't been easy to survive until now. If anyone has extra supplies and is willing to trade, come out to trade a bit. Whether it can be traded depends on everyone's willingness. No one knows what the next disaster will be. What if zombies surround the city? If the numbers aren't enough and the attack power isn't sufficient, everyone might just perish. This is the real world. Apart from us, who else is there? In this situation, zombies surrounding the city? Where would zombies come from? At least find a better example to scare people. The possibility of another virus is much higher. Then it'll be a situation of burning both ends of the candle. Stop talking about that. Let us discuss trading fever-reducing medicine. Sun Yuan was scrolling through the discussion area while sipping hot soup. Do you think what they're saying is possible? Another virus outbreak? Not very likely. Although viruses are the hardest to guard against, they require time. They don't work immediately like poison. Qiao Yunfeng shook his head and placed the cooked charcoal into the hand warmer. Where did you find such an old-fashioned thing? Looking at the hand warmer that held charcoal, Sun Yuan was puzzled. Where did you dig this out from? Wasn't there a restriction on items during that border town incident? I thought, what if there is a similar situation again? So I stocked up on some of these low-tech items. In fact, if it weren't so cold, Qiao Yunfeng might have forgotten that he had stocked up on such things. Is your space larger than ours? I always feel like you have so much stuff. Yes, I saved a family of townspeople during the second event. They gave me a deed to a house, and at the end, I exchanged it for space. Qiao Yunfeng felt the warmth emanating from the hand warmer and sighed gently, wondering if they were doing well now. Sometimes, thinking about it, she felt quite foolish. But at the time, she had never considered it that way. They had treated her well. Looking back, she still felt a warmth in her heart. And Qiao Yunfeng smiled softly. Seeing the bittersweet and nostalgic look in Qiao Yunfeng's eyes, Sun Yuan suddenly had an idea in her mind. Should she comfort her? But she completely didn't know how to comfort someone and had no idea how to do it. After forcing herself to think for a long time, she could only muster up a sentence. I think you're pretty great. Qiao Yunfeng looked at her serious expression, and for some reason, his mood improved. Thank you. 8 o'clock, disaster mode activated. A great fire descends. Number of survivors, 70,000. As soon as Qiao Yunfeng saw the prompt, he immediately stepped out of the RV, pulled open the blanket that had been hung up yesterday, and looked out the window. He was so shocked by the sight before him that he couldn't utter a word. Everywhere he looked, huge meteors were falling from the sky, their fiery red forms streaking across the heavens and crashing to the ground. The ground shook with loud thuds. Chapter 57. Scene 10, Real World 3 Run. Get out of the building first. It's too dangerous here. Someone among the crowd shouted, and everyone finally reacted, starting to rush towards the door. After saying that, the first person dashed out, with a voice from outside saying, all right, come out. After putting away the RV, Qiao Yunfeng quickly ran outside. Yeah, Gaoyang handed her a zip line, reminding her, hurry down, be careful. When she burst out of the building's entrance, the outside was already a sea of flames, with everything in sight continuously being consumed by the fire. The intense flames, accompanied by thick black smoke, made people cough incessantly. Qiao Yunfeng immediately took out his mask and put it on, while giving each person one, signaling them to wear it properly. Let's leave the city. Given the situation, there's no safe place left in the city, Sun Yuan suggested. All right. After confirming their direction, everyone began to run towards the city outskirts, but the fire was too fierce, with scorching flames and thick smoke forcing them to constantly change their path. As they turned for the third time, due to the overwhelming flames, They faintly thought that they might never get out, as the fire spread too quickly. Once again, a meteorite crashed down from the sky, landing directly in the direction they were heading, forcing them to turn onto another street. After just 3 steps, Nie Gaoyang suddenly pulled Sun Yuan back and shouted, "Everyone be careful! Retreat!" Charred objects that were unrecognizable fell from the burning residential building on the right, crashing violently into the spot where Sun Yuan was about to pass. Subsequently, more burning debris continued to fall from above, leaving the group no choice but to exit this street and turn onto another one. They hadn't even moved 300 meters when an explosion erupted from a shop on the left side. Turning the direction, they were heading into a sea of flames within 2 seconds. Although wearing masks reduced the interference from the smoke, the intense heat from the raging fire and the constant unexpected hazards on the ground left everyone exhausted, always having to be alert to the unknown dangers around them. When a large burning billboard fell and blocked their path again, someone in the group shouted, "This won't work, we can't get out." But for a moment, no one could think of a better place to go. Just as they were contemplating, a meteorite, radiating intense heat, came crashing towards them. "Run! This way!" With Nie Gaoyang's loud shout, everyone quickly ran in the other direction. Qiao Yunfeng was running quickly, her mind constantly racing with thoughts of possible places to go, preferably open areas without too many buildings or vegetation, where fires wouldn't easily spread. What other locations could meet these criteria? Countless places flashed through her mind like a revolving lantern, only to be quickly dismissed one by one. Either they were too far from their current location for everyone to reach in their current situation, or there were trees or plants nearby. Just as her thoughts were in turmoil, an ideal location that met all her requirements suddenly struck her mind like a meteor from the sky. She immediately shouted, "The stadium! Let's run there. It's not far from here, and there's a large open space in the middle of the field with no flammable materials around." This suggestion was met with unanimous agreement from everyone. They stopped in their tracks after 2 seconds and collectively decided to head to the stadium. Once again, they changed their route. Although the path was difficult and they had to change directions twice, they were moving much faster than before. After a hard struggle, they finally approached the stadium. Just as they were about to catch their breath and could see the stadium's entrance, a collective sigh of disappointment escaped everyone's lips. The entrance to the stadium had been smashed open by a fallen meteorite. Even from a distance, they could clearly see that in the center of the stadium's open area lay an enormous meteorite, still emitting thick black smoke, and the ground around it was charred black. Qiao Yunfeng looked at her stamina, and in less than 2 hours, everyone had been moving continuously. With her current stamina, she only had half left, and it was easy to imagine that the others were not doing much better. Glancing back at Shun Ranyin and Sun Yuan, who were drinking stamina potions, she realized that continuing like this was not feasible. She turned to the group and said, "We need to find a place to rest, eat something to replenish our energy, or it will be dangerous later on." Everyone checked their stamina and nodded in agreement. They dispersed in different directions, carefully observing their surroundings to find a relatively suitable spot to rest. Qiao Yunfeng turned and went to another street. She remembered there was a shopping mall over there. And sure enough, after running past 2 streets, the mall immediately came into view. The mall covered a very large area, and to facilitate shopping, there were wide roads surrounding it. At that moment, the road, which could accommodate 8 vehicles side by side, unintentionally formed a fire break, preventing the mall from being scorched by the raging fire. As soon as they entered the interior, everyone immediately sat down on the ground to rest. The heat from the fire had left everyone in a very awkward state. "Is there anywhere else we can go?" Meng Wenrui gulped down half a bottle of water and splashed some of the remaining water on his face, hoping to revive his spirits from the fatigue. His question left everyone momentarily silent, as they simply couldn't think of anywhere else that would be safe to go under the current circumstances outside. Qiao Yunfeng watched as his stamina value continued to rise after drinking the supplement potion. He silently gulped down a cup of iced coffee, his mind momentarily blank. He had been to this mall before, parking in the basement. Now the fire above was raging fiercely, but the basement might still be okay. Shenronzan suddenly stood up, looked around, and pointed downwards. Moreover, this underground parking garage has 8 exits. Even if the fire comes, we have enough routes to escape. Since it hasn't caught fire here yet, Isn't it fine to stay? The reason it hasn't burned here is that the road outside is wide. But what if a meteorite falls directly into this place or on the road? It might ignite immediately. Qiao Yunfeng stood up and walked to the entrance where they had just come in. The meteors that were about to fall from the sky seemed to have decreased significantly compared to earlier in the morning, but new meteorites would occasionally fall. If a meteorite falls directly, the basement wouldn't be safe either. It could very well collapse. Shenronzan thought for a moment and said again, "This basement has 3 levels. If we go to the bottom level and find a spot near the passage, it should work. Let's go down and take a look, no matter what. It's better than being chased by fire like this." Meng Wenrui looked around and saw that everyone had their concerns. So he directly stood up and walked towards the basement entrance. The door to the underground passage was locked from the inside and wouldn't budge no matter how hard they pushed. The sound of explosions continued to echo outside. With a loud boom, the ground shook slightly. The sudden tremor caused everyone to fall to the ground. Qiao Yunfeng got up to see a meteorite falling onto the road outside. The meteorite, carrying intense heat and thick black smoke, quickly ignited the nearby buildings. The heat waves from the flames were becoming stronger, and the fire had already begun to spread towards them. Nie Gaoyang and Meng Wenrui were continuously banging on the locked door, but aside from the two of them panting heavily, the locked door showed no signs of movement. Qiao Yunfeng looked at the increasingly fierce flames outside and, in a fit of anger, took out 5 grenades, directly telling everyone, "Get out." Everyone immediately understood what she intended to do and quickly retreated to the corridor outside. She then detonated the grenades all at once, with a loud bang. The entire door was blown off from its connection to the wall, creating a hole in the wall that they could enter through. This way, there are 3 levels of underground parking here. We need to go to the bottom level. Shenronzan led everyone down, directly reaching the 3rd level of the underground parking garage. The door on the 3rd level was also locked from the inside, unable to be pushed or opened. Seeing Qiao Yunfeng take out another grenade, Meng Wenrui immediately stepped forward and grabbed her arm. "Say no. There's a glass door here, just watch me." With that, he raised his leg and was the first to step outside, followed by the sound of a gunshot, startling everyone. Qiao Yunfeng was the first to realize that someone had arrived here before them and was currently sniping at them. "Step back, and you can come in later. Don't blame us for being rude. We got here first. You need to leave right now." An angry voice from the garage echoed, filled with strong dissatisfaction and a hint of tension. "This place is big enough. Let's have both our teams on opposite sides without disturbing each other. All right?" Nie Gaoyang moved to the hole, squatted down to conceal himself, and tried to negotiate with the other party. "No way, if you don't back off, we'll use grenades." The other side's attitude was resolute. After hearing the proposal, there was not even a second of consideration or hesitation, and they outright rejected it with no room for negotiation. Qiao Yunfeng was helping Meng Wenrui apply a hemostatic medicine, while Shen Ranran was fuming with anger, her eyes flashing with a fierce light. With her left hand, she directly pulled out a grenade, and with her right hand, she was ready to throw a few over. Nie Gaoyang immediately stood up and held her arm to interrupt her action, saying, "Let's go." He then pulled Meng Wenrui up and carried him towards the 2nd floor. Qiao Yunfeng glanced at the garage but said nothing and followed him upstairs. Shen Ranran angrily glared in the opposite direction, gritted her teeth, put away the grenade, and followed upstairs. However, her loud footsteps clearly showed that she was still very angry and unwilling. Sun Yuran appeared calm, slightly pursed her lips, then deliberately paused for 3 seconds, walking at the back of the group. On the 2nd floor of the underground garage, they found a corner close to the exit. Qiao Yunfeng took out food and, seeing the somewhat gloomy atmosphere, advised, "Let us eat something first, then take turns to rest. We can't all exhaust our energy like this. No one knows what will happen later, and there are still people downstairs tonight. We can't all sleep. Yes, let us eat something. You 3 girls take a nap first." Nie Gaoyang nodded. "The 2 of us will sleep later. This place is much better than on the ground. The smoke isn't as thick." Shen Ranran took out food and handed it to everyone. "This is a soup to replenish energy. Keep it safe. If we need to run out later, you can drink it any time. How about you?" Qiao Yunfeng turned to Sun Yuran, remembering that this girl didn't have good stamina. "I'm fine. I just need to rest a bit to recover." Sun Yuran was not polite, took the soup Shen Ranran handed over, stood up, and walked towards the RV. Suddenly, screams of terror came from the second-floor staircase. What happened? Can't move? How can you not move? Brother, come quickly. The screams echoed clearly in the garage, and everyone raised their eyebrows, their gazes uniformly turning to Sun Yuran, waiting for her explanation. If they didn't have the intention to cause trouble, they wouldn't have been poisoned. The places I poisoned were all carefully chosen. Sun Yuran met everyone's eyes, speaking confidently. Want to cause trouble? That also depends on whether you have the ability. Chapter 58. Scene 10. Real world 4. How did you fall to? Brother, come save me. They can't move. The cries from the door on the second floor clearly informed everyone that another person had collapsed. Will you lose levels? Qiao Yunfeng asked with some concern, as this killing event would result in level deductions. No, this medicine only deducts 900 stamina points and then continuously reduces life points by a total of 400. As long as they keep drinking medicine to replenish life points, or if their life point limit isn't too low, they shouldn't die. The more Sun Yuran spoke, the quieter her voice became. It wasn't that she felt guilty, but she suddenly realized that she wasn't sure if the opponent had 400 life points to deduct. What if this person only had around 300 life points? Then they might really be completely drained. She blinked in confusion. She had been careless and hadn't thought of this point when she poisoned earlier. Qiao Yunfeng looked at her expression and couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. Finally, he sighed and said, "You should go take a nap. Focus on regaining your energy first." As soon as Sun Yuran entered the RV, Shinranzan couldn't hold back her laughter and immediately covered her mouth, lowering her voice significantly. "Boss Qiao, where did you find this girl? With her level, does she really need saving from anyone?" After thinking seriously for a moment, Qiao Yunfeng completely agreed with this statement. The first time he saw her was during the zombie incident, and he also thought she didn't need his help. However, she insisted on saying it wasn't safe with so many people around and insisted on following him. So he considered it his responsibility to save her. Come on. Now that there's no danger, tell me more. I'm curious. That situation was really tough, just the two of us brothers, and we really fought our way through. If it weren't for our good weapons and enough grenades, we would have almost been buried by zombies. Meng Wenrui instantly perked up. Looking at him now, he seemed nothing like a patient who had just been shot. Qiao Yunfeng turned her head, thinking seriously about the events that had transpired. And, summarized simply, she had developed a type of medicine that, when applied to the body, would prevent zombies from actively attacking. In the end, it was thanks to this medicine that the two of us managed to open the base's large door and rush out. Isn't it amazing that such a medicine exists? How can there be such incredible people? Shinranzan's eyes were filled with admiration and awe. You're amazing too. You can make food that boosts abilities. And we've never lacked for food. That's pretty awesome, Meng Wenrui said, shaking the blood-replenishing soup he was drinking and turning his head to smile brightly. Not all. Shinranzan was flattered. Although she felt a bit shy, seeing the radiant smile on her face, it was clear she was happy. Leaning back in her chair, Qiao Yunfeng closed her eyes, listening to the conversation of the three people beside her, and slowly fell asleep, wondering why she didn't find it noisy. Remembering the first challenge when she was forced to spend a night in a train carriage, surrounded by people talking, her only feeling was that it was too noisy, and she wanted to leave the place the next day. Yet now, with people talking around her and occasional soft laughter, why didn't she find it noisy? Instead, it felt warm. Brother, what should we do? Just let those two lie there? Chen Tianming looked anxiously at his brother Chen Tianshu, pointing at the two people lying at the entrance of the basement, just 5 steps inside. I don't know why they're like this. How can we help? Chen Tianshu clenched his fists, irritably closing his eyes, a frown forming on his forehead. These two people, along with his stupid younger brother, insisted on causing trouble for the team above, and now they had kicked a hardboard. What could he do? If he went up to pull them away, it might end up costing another person, and if any unexpected situation arose, everyone would be finished. Brother, they're being unreasonable. We came first, and they wouldn't let us in, so they poisoned us. It's too much. Chen Tianming cursed loudly, his face full of resentment. Shut up. What time is it now? Still throwing a tantrum here? If you three hadn't insisted on coming up, we wouldn't be in this situation. Chen Tianshu looked at his brother with exhaustion. How could he be related to this idiot as a brother? They were born of the same parents, yet his brain was so much worse. Brother? Seeing his younger brother about to continue talking, Chun Tian-shu couldn't hold back anymore. The challenge had reached its final moments. He couldn't let him act recklessly any longer. With a loud slap, he struck his brother's face. Shut up. Don't even think about causing trouble for those people upstairs. Just look at those two lying on the ground. They can still talk, but can't move at all. You should understand that they are much stronger than us. If you don't want to die, just shut up. Brother, you hit me? Sun Tianming looked incredulously at his brother. You should be grateful that I can still hit you now, once I can't even hit you anymore. With your current behavior, death won't be far off. Chu Qianhe was currently accelerating desperately, pressing the gas pedal with all his strength. His whole body tensed to the point of stiffness. Finally, he burst out of the wooded area. On the first day, as soon as he saw the chaos in the city, he realized that some people couldn't hold back any longer and were causing trouble. Without hesitation, he ran out of the city and dove into the suburban woods, where there was no one around. He dug a cave in the forest and spent the first day quietly and comfortably. On the second day, when the weather turned cold, everyone was suffering, but he lit a campfire in the cave, surrounded by piles of dead wood outside. He had more than enough to last and didn't need to worry at all. Seeing the discussions in the forums about people in the city lacking this and that, getting sick from the cold, and desperately seeking medicine that was unavailable, he couldn't help but laugh at how foolish they were. How had they survived until now? However, just as today began, a burning meteorite fell not far from him, instantly igniting a fire. The speed at which the deadwood caught fire was incredibly fast, and he felt like he was running as fast as he could. Just as he finally emerged from the woods and was about to rest, another meteorite crashed down, smashing the road right in front of him. He slammed on the brakes just in time to stop before crashing into the meteorite, while more large rocks kept falling from the sky. This aimless, indiscriminate attack filled him with a suffocating sense of despair. Would he really survive? Lying in a water ditch by the roadside, he felt a sense of relief when he saw that there were no more large rocks falling from the sky. 8 o'clock, disaster mode activated. Insect swarm invasion. Number of survivors, 60,000. After all the challengers received this alert, a question arose in their minds. What is the insect swarm? What do they do? Only Qiao Yunfeng, upon receiving this alert early in the morning, was immensely happy, her face almost blooming with joy, because she had the ability to increase animal fear by 3 times. Insect swarm. Just from the name, it was clear that insects are a type of animal. Just as she was laughing happily, an additional alert sounded in her mind, and suddenly a scream came from downstairs, followed by continuous gunfire and the sound of grenades, intermixed with screams and roars. Everyone quickly reacted, taking out their weapons and heading toward the stairwell, only to see a dark, spider-like creature rush out from the door at the top of the stairs. It resembled a spider because it had 8 legs, but the part that didn't resemble a spider was that it was almost the size of a small car and moved incredibly fast. Qiao Yunfeng quickly took out her handgun, steadily aimed at the spider's eyes, and fired a shot. She instinctively thought that the eyes should be the most vulnerable spot. Sure enough, after being hit in the eye, the giant spider tilted its head back and let out a hissing scream, repeatedly shaking its head and 2 of its legs. At this moment, everyone else also drew their guns and continued to attack. Under this concentrated firepower, the giant spider held on for 3 minutes before finally collapsing. Just as everyone sighed in relief, countless small spiders swarmed out from underneath its body, spreading out in all directions. Although these spiders were small in size, their numbers were overwhelming, and they crawled at a very fast speed, quickly spreading everywhere. At this point, the handgun attacks were no longer effective. The high-temperature flames cleared a narrow path for everyone. Hurry, get to the ground. Hearing the screams coming from the 3rd floor below, and noticing that there had been no screams for 3 seconds, their expressions changed dramatically, and someone shouted, "Hurry, hurry, the things for downstairs are coming up." Everyone accelerated and rushed out of the 1st floor. Outside, chaos reigned, with spiders of all sizes crawling all over the streets, amidst the challengers who were still fighting. Nie Gaoyang led everyone quickly to the front of a shop, and then stopped. We need to find a place to set up defenses. Pull the abandoned cars over and stack them to create 2 lines of defense. Mengzi, come with me to collect cars. You all go upstairs to clear the interior. There must be no spiders. Everyone immediately began to act, but before they could complete the planned defense, a spider as large as the one in the basement charged at them, closing the distance in just a few steps. The spider was first severely injured in its eye, then blown up by a grenade. At this moment, it tilted its head back and retreated several steps while locking its remaining eye on them, preparing to attack again. Meng Wenrui steadied his machine gun and unleashed a barrage of fire at it. The giant spider finally fell to the ground before it could reach them, and then countless small spiders poured out. Nie Gaoyang took out the flamethrower once again and began to incinerate the small spiders. Qiao Yunfeng also took out gasoline and continuously poured it on the ground, then ignited a large fire. While the two were busy clearing the small spiders, the other three immediately set up a defensive line using the abandoned cars at the previously determined position. Sitting behind the second row of the defensive line, everyone had a brief moment to catch their breath. Shen Ranzan quickly handed each person a bowl of stamina-replenishing soup. Everyone drank it in one gulp. You all take this. Start drinking when your stamina is over half. I packed it all yesterday. Just bite it and suck, she said. Looking at the bags of stamina-replenishing soup that Shen Ranzan handed over, Qiao Yunfeng smiled and praised. How did you come up with this? This is really convenient. Nie Gaoyang released several boxes of grenades, one box for each person. When the fighting starts later, everyone pay attention. If you run out, tell the two of us immediately. Sun Yuan pointed to the pile of wood outside. I've already arranged the positions. When the spiders rush up later, I'll light the fire first and then throw the poison. You all wear masks and wait for 3 seconds. This method is good. Soak all the collected sheets and blankets in oil and surround them outside. That way, the small spiders won't be able to get in. Shen Ranzan's eyes lit up, and she immediately began to take out the stored sheets and other items. Sun Yuan also went over to help soak the sheets in oil. Chapter 59, Scene 10, Real World 5. Qiao Yunfeng looked at everyone, took out masks, and distributed one to each person, then handed out the Sweet Dreams Real Potion, telling them to keep it safe and use it immediately when needed. After seeing the effects of the potion, the others fell silent for 5 seconds. Why do I feel like I'm clinging to a big leg? Meng Wenrui incredulously clutched the potion in his hand and turned to look at Qiao Yunfeng. Right? I felt the same way when I first fought the Wolf King with Boss Qiao. My feelings are the same as yours now. Shen ran and happily accepted the potion and patted Meng Wenrui's shoulder hard. Do you still need poison? Have you used up what you got from the last deal? After putting away the potion, Sun Yuan asked, twisting her head. If it weren't for her eyes fixed on the ground and her right hand constantly rubbing the hem of her clothes, one wouldn't be able to tell that she was feeling nervous. Also, I'll ask you for it after this battle is over. Qiao Yunfeng smiled knowingly, always feeling that Sun Yuan, at certain times, really resembled herself, both disliking social interactions, both unsure of how to communicate, and both getting nervous when expressing gratitude. Thank you. I accept it. If you need any weapons, feel free to find me. Nie Gaoyang nodded seriously after putting away the potion. While they were outside the defense line, constantly pouring gasoline, the spiders appeared again. The spiders kept getting closer, and everyone tightened their grip on their weapons. A new round of battle was about to begin. Put on your masks. Calculating the spiders' advancing speed, as soon as Sun Yuan shouted, she threw out the poison. By this time, everyone had already retreated to the wall, waiting for 3 seconds to pass for the poison to take effect before rushing out to attack. No, this time it's not spiders. It's another type. Qiao Yunfeng squinted, feeling more and more that something was off. Look, their fangs are completely different from the last time. The newly appeared creatures looked like insects, with many legs like spiders, but larger than the spiders that had appeared before, and they had very sharp teeth. One of them bit through a car on the ground with ease and walked through their ignited firewall unharmed, launching a fierce attack on their defense line right away. After 3 seconds, this giant insect seemed to be affected by the poison gas. Its body started to sway a bit, and its attacks were no longer accurate. But the force of its attacks did not diminish at all. Qiao Yunfeng immediately aimed his gun and started shooting at the creature's eyes, hitting it with a single shot. The bug raised several sharp front legs, wildly flailing them in front of itself, sending everything around it flying. Meng Wenrui held a machine gun, continuously spraying bullets at the giant bug. the sound of gunfire not stopping for even a second. After Nie Gaoyang quickly and accurately threw 3 grenades, the bug finally fell. Everyone immediately started a fire, preparing to burn any small bugs that might crawl out later, but this time, not a single small bug emerged. The group exchanged glances, each looking a bit disheveled, but at that moment, no one minded. They all sat down to drink a soup to replenish their strength. "Help me, please take me in. I have supplies, grenades, rocket launchers, I have everything, just asking for shelter." With this powerful shout, a young man on roller skates rushed down the street towards them. Gliding quickly, when he encountered obstacles on the ground, he bent down and jumped over them, continuously throwing grenades behind him. The spectators were left speechless by his aimless throwing method, thinking only one thing: how could he have so many grenades? Following him was a large spider, which eventually fell under his continuous grenade attacks, only to have a swarm of small spiders emerge, continuing to chase him. He dashed through the already burning area, making a smooth side slide to stop right in front of the group that was reinforcing their defenses. He turned around to see the small spiders burn to death outside the fire circle before starting to pat out the flames on his own body. "Who are you? How did you get here?" Qiao Yunfeng raised her gun without hesitation, aiming it at him. It was suspicious for a stranger to come running over her, and she hadn't forgotten how those people tried to clear out others on the first day. "Leaders, I mean no harm. I just need a place to stay. I can provide all the fighting supplies myself." The young man, Lu Haoshuan, stopped outside the defensive line and quickly dropped 5 boxes of grenades, 6 rocket launchers, and several boxes of gasoline on the ground, then raised his hands to show his absolute sincerity. "You have all these things and still want to seek shelter?" Nie Gaoyang narrowed his eyes. Qiao Yunfeng thought to ask the same thing. While these supplies weren't too much for their group for a single person, it was quite a lot. If he found a place to hold out, as long as he wasn't too unlucky, he should be able to survive. "I'm not accurate. I always miss. And those newly appeared bugs can't be killed no matter how much I blow them up, and they move particularly fast. I used half a box of grenades and ran 3 streets before I managed to kill one and almost died under its legs." Lu Haoshuan, the young man who rushed over, now felt terrible. He thought that with all the weapons he had and the uniqueness of his supplies, even if he couldn't become a leader, he should be able to survive and stay safe until the end. But reality hit him hard, giving him a harsh wake-up call. No matter how many good weapons you have, if you can't kill the bugs, what can you do? "How did you come over to find us?" Nie Gaoyang's gun was still pointed at him. Looking down the dark barrel, Lu Haoshuan didn't hesitate at all. His intentions were simple. He genuinely wanted shelter. "I just saw you fighting over there. Your team is the fastest at killing bugs in this area. I've been running around all morning." After saying that, he pointed at Qiao Yunfeng and Sun Yuan. "Also, I saw both of them during the desert challenge. After the fire at the oasis, I followed their vehicle to the ruins and survived that challenge. Those are the 2 reasons I decided to come over and seek shelter." He looked at the group. Although he spoke frankly, it didn't mean they would believe him. It was all due to the madness of that first day's group, who insisted on clearing people out, creating a situation where there was no trust among challengers who didn't know each other. Cursing that group in his heart didn't solve his current predicament, so he continued to express his sincerity. "I sincerely seek shelter. As long as it's something you need, under 50 centimeters x 50 centimeters x 50 centimeters. I can provide it. Really, if you don't believe me, just say one thing, and I'll produce it for you right now." As he finished speaking, tears nearly came to his eyes, overwhelmed with fatigue and sorrow. With such powerful possessions, he couldn't become a big boss, even as a little brother. He felt looked down upon. "So it's you." Qiao Yunfeng recalled the person who had exchanged her first box of grenades. She slightly raised her gun, curved her lips, and smiled at him. Did the zombies get blown up? Lu Haoshuan suddenly looked up at the seemingly frail woman in front of him. "Street boss?" Hearing another strange title made Qiao Yunfeng's forehead twitch involuntarily. "Where did that name come from?" "You could just call me by my name, Qiao Yunfeng." "Boss, if I had known it was you, I would have rushed over when I first saw you in the desert," Lu Haoshuan exclaimed, feeling he had missed the best opportunity and wondering if it was still too late. "I was also at the hotel, but when I saw you so fierce and shooting, I didn't dare to approach. Later, I followed your vehicle to the ruins and managed to survive." Lu Haoshuan immediately nodded vigorously, saying, Okay, boss, you tell everyone." My possessions are really useful. You know that. I can really help everyone. I definitely won't hold you back. It wasn't until he really sat inside the defensive line, sipping soup to replenish his strength, holding the dream real potion, that Lu Haoxuan felt a sudden sense of unreality looking at the people around him repairing the defenses. This can't be a dream, right? He slapped himself hard, and with a loud smack, his face turned to one side, instantly leaving a handprint, showing how hard he hit himself. Ouch, that hurts. Tears immediately welled up in his eyes, but the reality of the pain made him laugh with joy. It was real. Not a dream. This was really great. I can't believe you, so young, and you have this kind of hobby? Meng Wenrui turned his head with a look of disdain, raising an eyebrow and twitching the corner of his mouth, as if he thought of something. Hearing this, everyone turned to look, each with different expressions. Seeing their gazes, Lu Haoxuan jumped up from the ground, waving his hands vigorously, anxiously explaining, I didn't. Don't say that. I was just chased by bugs for a long time, and now it feels too unreal. I just wanted to know if it was an illusion. The pain could also be an illusion. Qiao Yunfeng raised her hand, pointed specifically at his face, and very seriously explained, I've experienced it myself. It hurts like hell, and I was still in an illusion. After saying this with a serious expression, she nodded earnestly. Lu Haoxuan was instantly dumbfounded, staring wide-eyed, looking utterly confused, muttering, No way, boss, are you kidding me? At this moment, images of her experiences on the island floated in her mind. That feeling of dying and coming back to life was absolutely unforgettable, eternally etched in her memory. The bugs were coming again. Get ready. With a loud shout from Sun Yuan, Shen Ranran immediately ignited the oil-soaked sheets placed on the outskirts, and the wooden pile quickly erupted into roaring flames. This time, another type of bug appeared in their sight, somewhat resembling the previous one, but its shell looked sturdier and thicker. Its forelimbs had longer claws and occasionally sprayed green liquid as soon as it landed on the car roof. A sizzling sound of corrosion could be heard. Its forelimbs waved in front of it, forcefully pushing away any objects blocking its path. It advanced like a tank, clearing everything in its way, leaving destruction behind. It seemed this new bug was more difficult to deal with than the previous two. Sun Yuan squinted and put away the medicine she was about to throw, taking out another bottle instead. She turned to the crowd and shouted, This time I've changed the poison. Everyone wait a bit longer. Come over in 10 seconds. Make sure to wear your masks. After shouting, she turned back to face the bug, squinting her eyes and precisely calculating the distance and the bug's speed. Get ready, I'll go first. You follow. As soon as 10 seconds passed, Niet Gaoyang hoisted the rocket launcher and was the first to charge out. He aimed directly at the big bug and fired. But such a powerful attack did not bring it down immediately. It shook its body, regained its balance, and quickly charged towards the crowd, swinging its sharp forelegs and continuously sweeping aside the obstacles in its path. It crashed through to the front of the fire pile, suddenly spitting out a mouthful of green liquid, which extinguished part of the fire, significantly weakening the overall flames. Go! Meng Wenrui shouted loudly as he rushed forward, grabbing the machine gun and continuously attacking it. After Qiao Yunfeng threw out 2 grenades, he aimed his gun at its eyes and shot at it. But this time the shot was blocked by its constantly waving forelimbs. The bullets hit its hard shell, only producing a thudding sound. After inhaling the toxic gas, its waving speed slowed down a bit, but the attacks continued. Amid the ongoing assault from everyone, it finally fell down. Before anyone had a chance to catch their breath, they saw a dark swarm of spiders rushing in from behind it. Chapter 60, Scene 10, Real World 6. As soon as Qiao Yunfeng saw it, he rushed over, throwing oil-soaked wooden planks around the perimeter of the defense line. Shen Ranzan quickly followed, pulling out oil-soaked sheets one after another. Lu Haoxuan noticed their actions and immediately reacted, rushing to the outermost circle to pour gasoline on the ground. The number of spiders that came this time was simply overwhelming. They burned one wave. But another wave came immediately after, attacking relentlessly. Before long, the army of bugs broke through the defense line set up by everyone. They kept burning with fire and throwing grenades, and everyone's gasoline was almost running out. At this point, the bug army's attack finally eased, and there was no longer a swarm rushing in. Hint: current number of survivors, 25,000, looking at the sudden hint that appeared before them. All the challengers felt a mix of emotions. What does this mean? Is it hinting that it's about to end soon? Lu Haoxuan looked around in confusion, observing everyone's reactions. He saw people taking drugs, healing wounds, drinking water, and wiping their faces. No one seemed to care about this hint, as if they hadn't received it at all. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. Was he the only one who heard this hint? Sun Yuan couldn't bear to watch any longer. Seeing him looking so dazed, she rolled her eyes and casually threw him a health potion, saying, "Look at your own status. Drink the potion, rest, and restore your stats. Why think about useless things? As long as the challenge hasn't stopped, everything is the same." Nie Gaoyang looked at the already battered vehicles outside. After several rounds of attacks, there was nothing left around to set up a defense. "Then let's head directly to the second floor and destroy the stairs on the first floor. We'll hold out as long as we can." Shin Ranzan pressed her arm, which was shaking uncontrollably due to exhaustion, but even her hand were trembling now. Qiao Yunfeng took out the medicine box, pulled out the plaster from inside, tore it open, and handed it to her, saying, "Stick this on. Everyone should apply it. Whether we can survive depends on this moment." As he handed the plaster to everyone, the moment they applied it, everyone felt their sore and aching muscles instantly recover. That refreshing sensation was like taking a sip of ice-cold drink on a hot summer day, involuntarily letting out a long sigh. "Ah," Meng Wenrui immediately exclaimed. "Xiao Xiao, I think you're amazing. How do you have everything? Haha. A big shot is indeed a big shot. It feels great to be on your coattails." Lu Haoxuan grinned and said, "I believe we can survive." "Really?" Sun Yuan, sitting on the ground, drank 2 bowls of stamina-boosting soup. Among everyone, her stamina was recovering the fastest. "If we all retreat to the second floor, I can change to a different poison. This kind of persistence will last longer. Just the smell will incapacitate us, but when I shout, you must hold your breath. At least 15 seconds, and 20 seconds would be even better. All right, I'll go and prepare the bonfire. Once those bugs drop, we'll ignite it immediately. We'll eliminate as many as we can." Qiao Yunfeng immediately stood up, pushed aside the already damaged vehicles outside, cleared the ground, and took out the last stock of gasoline and wood from his space, starting to stack them layer by layer. Lu Haoxuan put on his roller skates, stood up, twisted his body left and right, and with a whoosh, rushed out, jumping over the obstacles on the ground to the outermost area, where he began to place the oil-soaked wood. "Boss Qiao, I still have oil-soaked bedsheets here. I'll lay them on the ground first, and then put the wood on top. This way, the ignition speed will be quicker." Shin Ranzan unfolded the bedsheets and laid them on the ground. Nie Gaoyang and Meng Wenrui came to the second floor together, setting up a machine gun in front of the window. The floor of the room was filled with boxes of hand grenades, rocket launchers, and various attacking weapons and ammunition. "Brother Nya, I believe we can survive." "Really?" Meng Wenrui said, looking at the people downstairs who were setting traps, his hands holding the machine gun, trembling uncontrollably. Even his voice carried a hint of tremor. Everyone stood on the second floor, watching the dark army of bugs approach with overwhelming force, sending shivers down their spines. Sun Yuan took a deep breath and took out a slingshot, launching a poison bottle into the distance. The glass bottle shattered on the ground with a crisp sound, immediately releasing a toxic gas. Everyone put on masks and held their breath. The first wave of spiders that charged in fell down after entering the gas range, unable to last 3 seconds, swaying before collapsing. The insects that followed stepped over their bodies and continued forward, also collapsing after 3 seconds. However, the insect army surged like a tide, continuously pouring in wave after wave. The fallen spiders were ruthlessly trampled to death by the insects behind them, giving rise to a swarm of small spiders. 20 seconds passed quickly. Nie Gaoyang was the first to stand up, throwing a torch with all his might. The outside immediately caught fire, flames shooting into the sky, countless small spiders being scorched, and the smell of roasted meat filled the air. Everyone stood up. Qiao Yunfeng took out a rocket launcher and aimed it at the largest bug, firing it. Although it was hit directly, it only swayed a bit and continued to walk toward them. He raised another rocket launcher and fired again, shooting 3 times in total before it finally fell down in front of everyone's expectant gaze. But as its body fell, another wave of spiders surged up, quickly crawling over its corpse and charging forward. Sun Yuan, do you have any more poison? Throw another one. Qiao Yunfeng shouted at the top of his lungs, using all his strength. Everyone took a deep breath and continued their attacks without pause. Another bottle of poison was shot out from the slingshot, but this time there was no sound of the bottle breaking, as other noises were too loud to determine if the poison had been released. Everyone could only try to hold their breath for as long as possible. 30 seconds, Sun Yuan shouted, and everyone finally exhaled deeply before frantically gasping for air. The pile of insect corpses downstairs grew higher, but all the insects continued to pour out endlessly as if they saw no end. Drink the medicine, restore your state. Qiao Yunfeng took out Dream Realization and drank it down, instantly restoring all his conditions to the best. He immediately began to attack with all his might again. The others also drank without hesitation, no one suggesting not to, as everyone understood that being in bad condition would only slow their attacks further. If the insects broke through, they would truly lose everything. There were simply too many outside. Let's go for it. Tang Xiao threw out 5 grenades, finally bringing down the giant bug that was approaching him. Only then did he have time to take a deep breath and gulp down some water. Looking at his health bar, which had dropped by half, then glancing at the dark, endless army of bugs with despair in his eyes. He knew clearly that they couldn't hold out much longer. There were too many bugs, and he didn't have enough medicines or grenades left. But he didn't want to give up like this. Having come this far, he still wanted to live. He drank the last bottle of restorative medicine and continued to attack. As long as it wasn't over, he would keep fighting. Even if he ran out of bullets and grenades, he still had a knife. He had to hold on until the last moment. Tip: current survival count, 20,000. Everyone had a moment of daze, but their attacks didn't stop due to instinct. Then they saw the insects outside start to tremble and cease their assault. No way, we just drank the recovery medicine. My health bar is no different from full. Meng Wenrui exclaimed, lamenting the waste of such good medicine. Ha ha! Lu Haoshuan, kneeling on the ground, burst into a thunderous laugh. We survived. That's great, that's great. We all survived. Ha ha! Shenran Zhan sat on the ground, looking at the insects outside, murmuring in disbelief. I survived. I survived. Sun Yuan leaned against the wall, his eyes vacant, saying nothing. Nie Gaoyang patted Meng Wenrui on the shoulder, suddenly lowering his head, his eyes red, tears streaming down uncontrollably. He exhaled slowly, feeling a sense of unreality, an impulse to slap himself to see if it hurt. Rationality held his hand back, and he shook his head with a smile. Indeed, even knowing it was ridiculous, he couldn't help but want to try. Turning his head to look outside, he was unexpectedly alarmed to see the trembling insects starting to split apart. A strong sense of crisis made him break into a cold sweat. Fall back! Everyone fall back! He shouted with all his strength, his voice shifting in pitch. He quickly retreated to the back of the room, instinctively taking out a vehicle to shield himself. Hiding behind it. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of explosions rang out outside, and with a crash, the glass of the second-floor window shattered. Glass shards flew out, striking the vehicle directly. 30 seconds later, the sound stopped. Qiao Yunfeng circled around the vehicle and saw everyone sitting on the ground, varying degrees of cuts from the glass. But they all seemed to be okay. Damn it, the explosion deducted 400 health points from Maine. What the hell? Didn't we already win? Lu Haoshuan exclaimed in disbelief, grumbling loudly. If it weren't for the medicine we just drank, I would have been wiped out in one hit. Qiao Yunfeng cautiously approached the window. Outside, there was a scene of devastation, but all the corpses of the insects had vanished without a trace in an instant, as if they had never existed. Only the still burning fire and the scattered wreckage of vehicles indicated that there had been a fierce battle here, and it was not just an illusion. The sunlight flickered, and Qiao Yunfeng raised his head, squinting to look outside. Everything really seemed to have calmed down. Congratulations, survivors. You can start a new life now. 3 months later, Qiao Yunfeng sat in a comfortable room, eating freshly grown strawberries, listening to the noisy quarrel between Shun Ranran and Meng Wenrui downstairs, while continuing to read the book in his hands. Grilled meat is definitely better spicy. If you add honey, it just becomes sweet. You don't like it, but I do. Can you make a cumin-flavored one? You go chop the meat. No problem. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. What do you think of my cutting? What the heck? It has to have both fat and lean for it to taste good. Let me adjust it. The earth was still recovering. Although there were no animals or plants yet, everyone believed that if they just waited a little longer, the earth would eventually return to its former state. Everything would grow naturally, flowers would bloom and wither, and life would thrive once again in a vibrant environment. Qiao Yunfeng was contemplating whether to dig out a couple of fruit trees from her space and plant them outside to see if they could survive. The day before, they had also planned to dig a well in the backyard to see if they could get well water. Hearing shouts from downstairs announcing that it was time to eat, she got up and went down, sitting at the table and looking at her group of laughing and chatting friends. Qiao Yunfeng felt incredibly happy inside. This kind of life was truly wonderful. Ding! The merger is complete. Please everyone get ready. The challenge will restart in 3 days. The end.